In the 1473rd year of the Great Qin Dynasty, Manzhou Linshui Commandery Lichuan County, a dilapidated mountain god temple, Xiao Bieli struggled to sit up feeling as if his entire body had fallen apart. Where is this? Looking at the rundown surroundings, Xiao Bieli was somewhat bewildered. Wasn't he just spending the night with a few clients at a club enjoying an extravagant 1988 package? Who would play such a joke on him? Hiss! A flood of memories not his own surged into his mind. Run. They'll hold them off. Scenes flashed one after another. Did I really transmigrate? After a long while he finally sorted through the memories in his mind. He had indeed transmigrated. This Bodis original owner was also named Xiao Bieli, the third young master of the Xiao family, in Lichuan County Linen Commandery. His mother died in childbirth. His father was the second master of the Xiao family. At age 6, he was betrothed to Lin Qingyuan, the eldest daughter of the Lin family of Linen Commandery. The original Xiao Bieli and Lin Qingyuan were childhood sweethearts, innocent and close. But 3 years ago, Lin Qingyuan became a true disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, one of the 9 sects and 6 associations, and the Lin family moved entirely to Qingzhou, severing all contact between them. A day ago, Lin Hai, an outer disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, arrived in Linen Commandery. Then his uncle Xiao Fuxing personally moved to kill him. Had it not been for his father and a few loyal servants sacrificing themselves to send him away, he would surely be dead already. Moreover, the original Xiao Bieli witnessed his own father die under Xiao Fuxing's sword. However, his father was at the early 7th grade, and in his final counterattack, he severely wounded Xiao Fuxing. Even so, during his escape, the original Xiao Bieli was stabbed by Lin Hai. He must not have survived, otherwise he wouldn't have transmigrated here. Judging by the sky, not much time had passed since the original's death to his transmigration. My unreliable father named me after old Master Gus Parting Hook, who knew there would be such a coincidence. But though I've transmigrated, what a terrible start this is. Xiao Bieli looked at the wound on his chest where the bone was visible and blood still seeped out, and his heart sank. Now he could barely move. If this continued, he would still die. System. Xiao Bieli called out softly. In his past life, he had read plenty of novels. A system was a must for any transmigrator. No response. Xiao Bieli grew anxious. Was he going to die right after transmigrating? He wondered if dying now would send him back. If he could go back, fine. If not, what a huge loss. System master. Ding. Kill and get experience. System loading. Loading complete. Binding successful. The kill and get experience system wholeheartedly serves the host dedicated to cultivating you into the world's #1 powerhouse. The host gains experience or item rewards by killing enemies. Experience points can improve martial arts proficiency. Indeed, Xiao Bieli's heart surged with excitement. Those authors weren't lying. The system is a must for every transmigrator. According to the original's memories, this world has powerhouses who can split mountains with a single sword stroke and sever rivers with a single saber slash. This body had also learned martial arts, just one step away from completing blood refinement, generating inner force, and entering the 9th grade. The martial path is divided into 9 grades, with the 9th being the lowest and the 1st the highest. Those above the 1st grade are known as land immortals. Detecting that the host is severely injured, system auto-repairing. A gentle energy surged into Xiao Bieli's body, making him feel warm all over, as if soaking in hot water. After a few breaths, the sensation faded. Xiao Bieli felt full of strength. Even the wound on his chest had disappeared. Ding. Detected that the host has an unclaimed newbie gift pack. Claim now. Claim. Xiao Bieli didn't hesitate. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the Grandmaster level secret art, Yi Jin Jing, Howling Wind Blade Technique, 100 Tempered Blade, and 100 experience points. Claim now. Ding. Claim successful. All martial arts initial proficiency 5. Please check and accept. Yi Jin Jing. Xiao Bieli was overjoyed. The name Yi Jin Jing was thunderous in his ears. It was a top-tier martial art of Shaolin said to have been created by Patriarch Bodhidharma, capable of marrow cleansing and altering one's constitution, and also a powerful internal technique. Claim. Instantly a surge of memories flooded Xiao Bieli's mind, as if he had practiced Yi Jin Jing for years. His body underwent marrow cleansing, and a foul odor emanated. A layer of black, oily matter appeared on his skin. In just a moment, he had achieved the initial stage of Yi Jin Jing. A faint inner force originated from his dantian, rapidly flowing through his limbs and back into the dantian. Have I broken through to a grade? Xiao Bieli couldn't believe it. The original had practiced for years without reaching a grade, yet now, with only 5 proficiency in Yi Jin Jing, he had stepped into the peak of the 9th grade. It truly lived up to its reputation as a famed martial art of the past. At merely 5 proficiency, this was the result. If it reached 100, what would it be like? Xiao Bieli looked at the long blade in his hand. Bang! With a light swing, the offering table beside him shattered into pieces. Is this the strength of a graded martial artist? Xiao Bieli murmured softly. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, 9th grade peak. Martial arts Yi Jin Jing 5100 Howling Wind Blade Technique, 5100 Bibo Palm, 10100 Black Tiger Fist, 20,100. Experience 1000. Thanks to the newbie gift pack, otherwise I'd have 0 experience. Xiao Bieli said softly. The proficiency of the 2 martial arts the system gave me is still too low. I need to improve them first. Bibo Palm and Black Tiger Fist are techniques the original practiced. Just basic foundation arts, no need to upgrade. I still have 1000 experience points. Xiao Bieli murmured. With the system, I'll lay low and develop for a while, then see about revenge. He had no intention of avenging the original's father right now. Not only was the San Yuan sword sect one of the world's 9 major sects and 6 associations, but even the original's uncle was a 7th grade martial artist far beyond his current capability. Don't blame me. After I kill a few people and raise my strength, it'll help you settle this grudge. Xiao Bieli sighed, then silently commanded, spend 100 experience to upgrade Yi Jin Jing. Xiao Bieli's dantian grew hot, and a strand of inner force emerged, flowing rapidly through his body. But when he looked at the panel, the proficiency of Yi Jin Jing hadn't increased at all. This, Yi Jin Jing, is an internal technique, and its quality far surpasses that of the Howling Wind Blade Technique. Let's try upgrading the Blade Technique first. Spend 500 experience to upgrade Howling Wind Blade Technique. As Xiao Bieli's words fell, his hands began to warm, and countless experiences of practicing the Howling Wind Blade Technique poured into Xiao Bieli's mind, as if he had trained in it for decades. The panel before him changed. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, 9th grade peak. Martial arts Yi Jin Jing 5100 Howling Wind Blade Technique, 30100 Bibo Palm, 10100 Black Tiger Fist, 20,100. Experience 425 points of proficiency gained. 100 experience gives 5 points of proficiency. Lin Hai and the Xiao family haven't seen my body. They might not give up the chase. I need to keep improving. Use all remaining experience to upgrade Howling Wind Blade Technique. Another surge of warmth spread through his body, and countless experiences of practicing the blade technique flooded his mind. The proficiency on the panel became Howling Wind Blade Technique, 50,100. The blade technique should be at the mastered level now, right? It's enough for me right now. It'll save future experience for Yi Jin Jing. Just then hurried footsteps sounded. Hurry up. There's blood here. It must be Xiao Bieli. The family head ordered, bring him back alive or dead. A group of large men wielding blades and swords filed in. Upon seeing Xiao Bieli, the leader's face lit up with great joy. Wang Hu. Xiao Bieli let out a light sigh as he gazed at the middle-aged man leading the group. In the original owner's memories, this man before him was one of his father's valued subordinates, a martial artist who had already entered the ranks, holding some status within the Xiao family. The others were merely Xiao family servants, none of whom had attained any rank. Young master, you'd better come with me. Don't make this difficult for me. Wang Hu looked at Xiao Bieli without a trace of respect in his eyes. Captain Wang, why waste words with him? Indeed, the master said, bringing back his corpse is just as good. The other Xiao family servants stared at Xiao Bieli with greedy eyes. The master had decreed that anyone who brought back Xiao Bieli's body would be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. 100 taels of silver. Even if Captain Wang took the lion's share, each of them could still get a few taels. Their monthly wage at the Xiao household was less than 1 tael. Young master, don't bother showing off those meager skills of yours. You know my strength. Wang Hu noticed the blade in Xiao Bieli's hand, but paid it no mind. He knew Xiao Bieli's martial prowess. Though the young master had studied martial arts for a few years, he practiced only sporadically, still far from entering any rank. The other servants, wooden clubs in hand, approached Xiao Bieli with savage grins. Swish! The 100-forged blade was drawn. The heads of the 2 nearest Xiao servants flew into the air, blood spraying, splattering those around them. A text reminder appeared, visible only to Xiao Bieli. Experience 10. Experience 10. Everyone was stunned. That slash was too vicious, too fast. They hadn't even registered it. Thud! The 100-forged blade swept across 2 more necks. The servants crumpled. Experience 10. Experience 10. So this is what killing feels like. Xiao Bieli's eyes held a hint of excitement, no discomfort at all, only a thrill. Splendid clothes, spirited horses, a life of gallant adventure. Isn't this what I always wanted? Xiao Bieli's movements didn't stop as he unleashed the Gale blade technique, each slash sending blood flying. In just a few breaths, 6 people lay on the ground. Several servants were wounded. Huh. Wang Hu saw his chance and let out a fierce roar, his long blade coming down like a split on Mount Hua, aiming at Xiao Bieli's back. But Xiao Bieli seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Clang! The 100-forged blade blocked Wang Hu's strike. Then, a flash of blade light. Thud! Wang Hu's right hand, still gripping the sword, was severed at the wrist, falling to the ground together. Everyone else stood frozen in shock. That strike was too fast. Wang Hu was a ranked martial artist, yet he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Xiao Bieli. Run! Someone shouted. The remaining 5 Xiao servants bolted toward the temple gate. Xiao Bieli kicked Wang Hu's fallen blade. Whooshed! Thud! The long blade pierced through 3 bodies, pinning them to the temple wall. Experience 10. Experience 10. The remaining 2 collapsed in terror. Young master, spare us. We were just following orders. Let us go like a fart. The 2 servants kowtowed, repeatedly begging for mercy. Wang Hu, clutching his spurting arm, stared at Xiao Bieli with horror. You've been pretending all along. 17 years old, peak 9 rank, and your blade technique has reached this level. His heart chilled, but he didn't understand. With such talent, he could have entered a major sect to cultivate. Why hide it? Give me a quick death. Thud. The blade passed through. Wang Hu's body crumpled to the ground. Experience 107th rank, Iron Shirt 1. Dropped a martial art. This drop rate is not bad, and a 9 rank martial artist gives 100 experience. Young master. The 2 servants tried to beg again. Xiao Bieli leaped lightly and landed beside them. Next life lived better. The 100 forged blades swept, 2 heads flew into the air. Experience 10. Experience 10. Xiao Bieli dared not linger in the temple. He searched the bodies for a dozen taels of silver and some dry rations, then hurried away. Soon another group appeared in the temple. Except for Wang Hu, almost everyone was killed with a single slash. The blade work is skilled. Could Xiao Bieli have been rescued? Chun Zhong, the Xiao family steward, examined the temple and murmured. Inside the temple, the other Xiao servants remained silent, not daring to speak. Only Lin Hai, an outer disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, stepped forward to examine the bodies, saying coldly, someone deliberately messed up the traces here. It's impossible to tell how many fought. But these servants of yours have been dead less than an incense stick's time. They haven't gone far. Bring all the hounds and give chase. The young master personally ordered Xiao Bieli's death. If he escapes, you know the consequences. Yes, yes. Chun Zhong kept nodding. Though he was at peak 9 rank, he dared not offend Lin Hai. They'll have the Xiao family men chase in this direction. Deep in the Luoxia mountains. Phew. Xiao Bieli let out a long breath, washing down the rations from the corpses with sweet stream water. He had been fleeing through the mountains for over an hour now. Even as a 9 rank martial artist, he was beginning to struggle. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, several barks sounded. 2 vicious hounds pounced at him. Thud. 1 slash and 2 dog heads flew into the air. Hunters don't usually choose dusk to enter the Luoxia mountains. The pursuers must have arrived. Xiao Bieli's heart tightened. He didn't bother hiding his tracks and hurried deeper. The Luoxia mountains were vast. If he could survive the first few days, the sea would be wide for fish to leap. An outer disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect did not have the power to mobilize the local families to seal off the entire mountain range. And with his system, after a year or 2, the Xiao family would be nothing. As for the Zhongyuan sword sect, when he was strong enough, he would seek revenge. Soon the brush by the stream was pushed aside. A group appeared, Lin Hai, 6 or 7 Xiao servants and 2 dogs. Brother Lin, the dog's body is still warm. They haven't run far, a servant said after touching the dead hound. Chase. Lin Hai uttered coldly. The moon was bright, the stars sparse. Phew. Xiao Bieli leaned against a large tree, exhaling deeply. I have to claim the Iron Shirt myself. Claim. Boom. Countless experiences of practicing Iron Shirt flooded his mind. A wave of heat coursed through his body, crudely circulating over his skin, tempering his flesh. Huh. Xiao Bieli fully activated the Iron Shirt. His originally fair skin turned dark, akin to cowhide. An Iron Shirt at 5% proficiency can barely stop blades, but it's better than nothing. And I still have experience. The panel before him now read Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, 9 rank peak. Martial Arts, Yi Jin Jing, 5100 Iron Shirt, 5100 Gale Blade Technique, 30100 Blue Wave Palm, 10100 Dark Tiger Fist, 20,100. Experience 210. Xiao Bieli gazed at the faint torchlights below the mountain. Those people were like leeches. He had traveled dozens of li through the mountains, but still couldn't shake them off. Now under siege from all sides, blades and arrows were merciless. Upgrading Iron Shirt might save his life at a critical moment. With that thought, use all experience to boost Iron Shirt. Boom. A surge of warmth erupted from Xiao Bieli's body, flowing through his limbs and bones, accompanied by the experience of practicing the Iron Shirt as if he had trained in it for over a decade. After a moment, the warmth dissipated. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, 9th grade peak. Martial Arts, Yi Jin Jing, 5100 Iron Shirt, 15100 Gale Blade Art, 50100 Azure Wave Palm, 10100 Black Tiger Fist, 20,100. Experience 10 experience points. Can't even use them up. Iron Shirt and Gale Blade Art are martial arts of the same tier. Both consume 100 experience to increase proficiency by 5%. Xiao Bieli murmured. As the long line of torches below drew nearer, he furrowed his brow, turned, and headed deeper into the mountain forest. He had killed too many people during the day, and he feared the arrival of other Xiao family experts. His uncle was a 7th grade master. Even with his system, he couldn't kill that bastard for now. After dispatching a fierce hound and a martial artist experience 10, Xiao Bieli didn't even bother to collect the loot, turning and fleeing deeper into the woods. At this rate, they'll catch me sooner or later. Xiao Bieli's face darkened. He had underestimated the tracking methods of this world. For 3 consecutive days, he had been caught up to multiple times. Fortunately, he hadn't encountered any top-tier experts. The strongest were only 2 Xiao family skilled hands who had achieved a rank. With his highly proficient Gale Blade art, he could handle them with ease. Thankfully, during these days of escape, many had died by his hand. The panel had changed to host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, 9th grade peak. Martial arts, Yi Jin Jing, 5100 Iron Shirt, 15100 Gale Blade Art, 50100 Azure Wave Palm, 10100 Black Tiger Fist, 20,100. Experience 340. In the past few days, 2 9th grade experts had died by his hand along with over a dozen guards, bringing his experience back to over 300. These days he had come to appreciate the benefits of external martial arts in a siege. Those without rank, even wielding blades, only left white marks on his body, allowing him to strike without restraint. Otherwise, even if he could kill those 2 9th grade experts, it wouldn't have been so easy. Use all experience to enhance Iron Shirt. Xiao Bieli said softly. Boom. Another surge of warmth flowed out, bringing a sense of comfort. Iron Shirt, 30,100 experience 40. Young master, spare me. We were forced into this. A day later, deep in Luoxia Mountain. Experience 10. Experience 10. Experience 100. Over a dozen corpses lay scattered on the ground as Xiao Bieli stood with his blade. The 100-forged saber in his hand now bore several notches. His clothes were tattered, no better than a beggar's. Xiao Bieli's eyes were filled with cold indifference as 2 bodies crumpled to the ground. Experience 10. Experience 550. Xiao Bieli wiped the blood from his 100-forged saber with the corpse's clothing and spoke softly. Use all experience to enhance Iron Shirt. As his words fell, his body grew hot, and countless experiences of practicing Iron Shirt flooded his mind. After a few breaths, the enhancement ended. Host Xiao Bieli. Age 17, cultivation, 9th grade peak. Martial arts, Yi Jin Jing, 5100 Gale Blade Art, 50100 Iron Shirt, 55100 Azure Wave Palm, 10100 Black Tiger Fist, 20,100. Xiao Bieli took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. Now I'm essentially within their encirclement. And the siege teams are gathering more experts. If Xiao Fuxing really arrives, I won't be able to escape. Pick a direction and fight my way out. This guy's improving too fast. Lin Hai's face was gloomy. After tracking all night, many traces had been found along the way earlier. But now the traces were dwindling. At this rate, they would lose him. There's only one person's tracks. Are you sure Xiao Bieli is a waste without rank? Lin Hai turned and asked. He had seen Xiao Bieli in Linen Prefecture, and he truly hadn't achieved rank. Could facing life and death have triggered a breakthrough? Xiao Bieli indeed hadn't achieved rank before, a guard quickly said. A scream rang out. Clang, clang, clang. Not far to the south, the sounds of combat came. That's from Steward Chen's side, a Xiao family guard exclaimed. Lin Hai dashed toward the fighting, leaping several times to leave the guards behind. Upon arriving, he was stunned by what he saw. 9th grade peak, Chen Zhong wielding a longsword was locked in combat with Xiao Bieli, but now Chen Zhong bore several long wounds, blood staining half his body. Young hero Lin, save me. Seeing Lin Hai, Chen Zhong was overjoyed, blocking Xiao Bieli's blade with his sword and shouting. Good lad, you've been hiding your strength. At such a young age, 9th grade peak, with such blade mastery, you cannot be spared. Clang. The long sword was drawn. As an outer disciple of Tsang Yuan's sword sect, Lin Hai naturally trained in swordsmanship. Even as an outer disciple, Lin Hai's sword techniques were exquisite. Whoosh. The sword cut through the air with extraordinary agility, thrusting at several vital points on Xiao Bieli's body. Well met. You're the bastard who wants me dead, right? Xiao Bieli's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. If not for this scoundrel, so much wouldn't have happened. Since he couldn't escape without killing this bastard today, he might as well go all out. He unleashed the Gale Blade art with full force. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clashes rang out. Seeing that his furious sword strike was completely neutralized by Xiao Bieli, Lin Hai was slightly startled, but changed his move, thrusting straight at Xiao Bieli's chest. Clang. Xiao Bieli blocked with his blade horizontally advancing instead of retreating and struck with his left fist toward Lin Hai's face. Take this, old man. With a loud shout. Lin Hai's eyes also flashed with cruelty as he parried Xiao Bieli's blade with his sword and channeled internal energy into his left hand. Bang! Fist met palm. Both staggered back several steps. An outer disciple is just an outer disciple, Xiao Bieli said calmly. Although Lin Hai was an 8th grade and slightly stronger in skill, the difference was limited and manageable. Attack together. Lin Hai's face darkened as he roared. Even as an outer disciple of Zhang Yuan's sword sect, he wouldn't tolerate mockery from someone from a minor clan. The remaining dozen Xiao family guards and wandering martial artists exchanged glances and charged at Xiao Bieli almost simultaneously. A storm of attacks. Xiao Bieli's blade was swift. With one slash, 2 bodies fell. Experience 100. Experience 10. He shifted his blade's momentum, bringing forth sprays of blood. Among these guards, only 1 or 2 had achieved rank matching Wang He's strength. No match for the current Xiao Bieli. Young hero Lin. Someone unable to suppress their fear, but too scared to flee, looked toward Lin Hai. Clang. Just as Xiao Bieli's blade struck, leaving him momentarily off balance. Lin Hai moved. His sword thrust from an extremely tricky angle, aiming straight for Xiao Bieli's back. Bastard. Xiao Bieli's face changed slightly, but now he couldn't dodge. With one slash, he decapitated the last 9th grade martial artist among the guards. Experience 100. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Turning around, his bones and sinews crackled, and his skin turned to dark cyan muscles, as if forged from steel. He didn't evade or use any fancy moves. Raising his 100-forged saber above his head, he brought it down with the force of splitting Mount Hua. Lin Hai's face held a trace of mockery. His sword was already at Xiao Bieli's chest. Wasn't it too late to resist? Clang. The longsword struck Xiao Bieli's chest with a metallic sound. The blow that should have pierced his heart was blocked. Blade energy surged. Lin Hai's body was split in 2 from the middle, blood flying and entrails spilling. Experience 506th grade golden silk soft armor 1 run. Flee. The remaining Xiao family guards could no longer hold it together, dropping their weapons and bolting. Oomph. Xiao Bieli snorted, leaped up, and 2 heads flew into the air. Experience 10. Shunzhong, seeing Xiao Bieli approaching, fell to his knees. Third young master, I watched you grow up. Attacking you was the patriarch's order. Spare me. Even Lin Hai, an 8th grade initial stage expert, had died by Xiao Bieli's hand. Now severely wounded and unable to flee, how could he stand a chance? Say it in hell. Before Shunzhong could finish, Xiao Bieli struck. Shunzhong's head, filled with unwillingness, soared into the air and fell into the nearby grass. Experience 100. Xiao Bieli pulled the longsword stuck in his chest, fresh red blood flowing out. He took out a wound healing powder and applied it to the injury. I underestimated the iron shirt. Looking at the wound, less than half an inch deep, Xiao Bieli said softly. He had initially chosen to enhance iron shirt because it was cheap and would make him safer in group battles during the siege. He hadn't expected that the iron shirt with over 50% proficiency would block most of the force from an 8th grade martial artist's full strike, allowing him to counterattack successfully. From today on, the sea is wide for a fish to leap. Zhang Yuan's sword sect Xiao family. Just you wait. With that, Xiao Bieli plunged deep into the dense forest. Damnation! Damnation! How could young Master Lin be dead? What in the world happened? Xiao Fuxing stared at the shattered corpse on the ground, his eyes blazing with fury. He had merely stayed behind at the Xiao residence to handle the aftermath, fully believing that with Lin Hai himself taking action, eliminating his nephew would be a trivial matter. But now, Lin Hai had died here. The death of an outer disciple of Zhang Yuan's sword sect was no great affair. However, Lin Hai was acting on behalf of a true disciple of the sect. Now that Lin Hai was dead, how could he explain this to that person? He had even killed his own younger brother to curry favor with that individual, and now everything was about to come to naught. Family head, it was Xiao Bieli who killed young Master Lin. A Xiao family guard who had participated in the mountain search spoke in a low voice. Crack. The moment he finished speaking, his neck was twisted cleanly by Xiao Fuxing, whose face was ashen with rage. Damnation! Take young Master Lin's body down the mountain. I will personally go to the Long River Gang. Lu Qi, continue the search with your men. If you find any trace of Xiao Bieli, use a signal flare. I will come back once I return from the Long River Gang. Lin Hai was not only an outer disciple of Zhang Yuan's sword sect, but also the beloved grandson of Lin Tian Tong, the Grand Elder of the Long River Gang. Although Xiao Fuxing did not fear the Long River Gang, he had no desire to offend Lin Tian Tong, especially since the Long River Gang was backed by the Three Rivers Alliance. This matter required an explanation to Grand Elder Lin. Meanwhile, deep within the Sunset Mountain in a dense thicket, host Xiao Bieli, age 17, cultivation, 9th grade peak. Martial arts, Yi Jin Jing, 5100 Gale blade technique, 50100, iron shirt, 55100, azure wave palm, 10100, black tiger fist, 20,100. Experience 1540, golden silk soft armor ready for extraction. Truly fortune lies within disaster. This is quite a windfall. Xiao Bieli murmured softly as he looked at the experience points on the system panel. Killing Lin Hai had granted him 500 experience points. Adding the 6 or 7 martial artists recruited by the Xiao family along with the miscellaneous thugs, his experience had surged dramatically. Glancing at the martial arts listed on the panel, he immediately dismissed Azure Wave Palm and Black Tiger Fist. Even with experience points to spare, he should prioritize upgrading the system's martial arts. Unless it was a peerless divine technique of this world, he would not waste his hard-earned experience. Claim the golden silk soft armor. As Xiao Bieli silently commanded, a perfectly fitted soft armor appeared in his hands. This golden silk soft armor was entirely golden. Unlike what he had seen on television, it looked like an ordinary sleeveless undergarment. Golden silk soft armor 6th grade, impenetrable by weapons below the 6th grade, can resist 30% of internal energy. Xiao Bieli's eyes lit up as he read the description on the armor. He had been hesitating about maxing out his iron shirt skill, especially since it was his 55% proficiency in that technique that had allowed him to block Lin Hai's fatal strike. But now that he had the golden silk soft armor, he could prioritize upgrading other martial arts. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Bieli silently commanded, consume 1,000 experience points to upgrade Yi Jin Jing. Yi Jin Jing 6,100. Boom. A surge of warmth erupted from his dantian, flooding through his limbs and bones. In an instant, one of the 12 main meridians was unblocked and he had reached the early stage of the 8th grade. But it did not stop there. Another meridian was opened, followed by a third. Then the warm current returned to his dantian. Hiss! Xiao Bieli drew a sharp breath. 1,000 experience points had only increased his Yi Jin Jing proficiency by a single %, yet it had unblocked 3 meridians. The 8th grade of martial arts was the process of opening the 12 main meridians. Each meridian unblocked allowed the body to store more internal energy until all 12 were fully opened. If 1% proficiency in Yi Jin Jing translated to 3 meridians, then he only needed 3 more upgrades to reach the peak of the 8th grade. Calculating this way, he would only need to kill 6 8th grade martial artists to achieve that. This way, leveling up was no pressure at all. I have 540 experience points left. Pour them all into Gale blade technique. Xiao Bieli spoke softly. With the golden silk soft armor, there was no urgent need to upgrade iron shirt. Boom. Countless insights from practicing the Gale blade technique flooded Xiao Bieli's mind. His hands grew hot, and a layer of calluses formed on his palms, as if he had tirelessly trained in the technique for countless years. Moments later, host Xiao Bieli realm 8th grade early stage martial arts Yi Jin Jing 60-100 Gale blade technique 75100 iron shirt 55100 azure wave palm 10100 black tiger fist 20,100 experience 40. The proficiency of Gale blade technique had increased by 25 points. Swish swish swish. The notched 100 refined blade slid from its sheath. Blade light flashed and countless shadows of the blade materialized in the air. 3 or 4 saplings as thick as a fist were severed, cleanly falling to the ground in neat sections. Clang! The blade returned to its sheath. Whoosh! Xiao Bieli let out a long breath and murmured, "It's no wonder that in the smiling proud wanderer Tian Buguang could contend with 80% of the martial world's experts using just this blade technique and his lightness skill. With my current early 8th grade cultivation and 75% proficiency in the Gale blade technique, even facing Lin Hai as he was before, I could take his life within 3 moves. This shows that all these martial arts must be maxed out. However, I have killed an outer disciple of Tsang Yuan's sword sect, and it seems Lin Hai was acting on someone else's orders. This place is no longer safe." With this thought, Xiao Bieli quickly inventoried the spoils he had haphazardly gathered, and then headed away from Sanshui County. Linshui County Deduku Ferry. Linshui County lay to the south of Sunset Mountain, while Lichuan County, where the Xiao family resided, was to the north. The two counties were separated by Sunset Mountain, connected only by a single official road. To bypass it, one would have to cross the mountain. However, Sunset Mountain was rife with venomous snakes and fierce beasts, and only experienced hunters dared to traverse it. As dusk approached, the usually bustling Deduku ferry now held only a solitary large boat moored at the dock. "Captain, it's getting late. There's no one else coming. We should set sail." "Yes. If we wait any longer, it'll be dark. Who knows when we'll reach Dongjiang County tomorrow." The passengers on the boat, seeing the sun about to set while the captain showed no intention of departing, began to voice their complaints. The journey from Linshui County to Dongjiang County was downstream, but still took a day and a half. Moreover, due to the sparse crowd today, they had already been waiting on the boat for nearly an hour. Alas! With so few passengers, I won't even recoup my costs on this trip. The captain sighed. Business had been increasingly poor due to the conflict between the 12 linked strongholds and the Three Rivers Alliance. They're coming. 7 or 8 people are arriving. Can we leave now? Someone at the dock shouted. A smile spread across the captain's face. With these 6 or 7 people and their cargo, he could at least make a small profit on this trip. After another incense sticks time, once the dock workers had loaded all the cargo onto the boat, the captain prepared to set sail. Captain, wait. Give me a ride. Just then a deep voice reached the ears of everyone on board. The moment they saw the person who had spoken, their brows furrowed. The newcomer was disheveled, his clothes tattered and torn. He carried a large bundle and bore a long blade strapped to his back. Could this be a beggar? Xiao Bieli lightly leaped from the dock and landed on the deck of the large boat. He tossed a tael of silver to the captain. This boat is headed to Dongjiang County, isn't it? It so happens that I'm also going to Dongjiang County. What exquisite martial arts. Among the passengers there were those who recognized true skill. Upon witnessing Xiao Bieli's display, they abandoned the thought of driving the beggar off the boat. When traveling afar, offering convenience to others is offering convenience to oneself. A rashly stepping forward might lead one to encounter a formidable figure and lose their life without understanding how. Very well, young hero, please. As he took the silver, the boatman's face was full of smiles. Set sail, set sail. The boatman rowed vigorously, pushing the vessel away from the dock and down the river's current. The long river sets with the round sun. Xiao Bieli stood on the deck, gazing at the crimson sunset, murmuring softly. Once he left Sanshui Commandery and kept a low profile, the Xiao family would find it difficult to track him down. Have you heard? A major incident occurred in Lichuan County 2 days ago. Voices reached Xiao Bieli's ears. As the sun set, a group of people stood on the deck chatting idly. What major incident? Old Lu, we know you've traveled far and wide and have connections. Don't keep us in suspense. Exactly. Spit it out. If it's truly big news, I'll share a bowl of my finest Huaiyao wine with you. A crowd surrounded a burly man in short garments. His temples bulged prominently, and his eyes gleamed with sharpness. Clearly a skilled fighter who had achieved a rank. Old Lu, enjoying the attention, laughed. Who doesn't know you, Nyo Sanpeo, are too stingy to spend money and only buy watered-down wine. I wouldn't drink that. I just came from Lichuan County today. Yesterday, the second master of the Xiao family died. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. The crowd erupted in uproar. But the second master was a 7th-rank expert, and the first master is a peak 7th-rank powerhouse. Even the Long River gang of Lichuan County wouldn't dare kill him, would they? Exactly. There are only a handful of 7th-rank experts in all of Lichuan County. Could an outsider have done it? Voices buzzed with speculation. A 7th-rank expert was enough to command respect across an entire county. Old Lu shook his head. You don't know. The one who killed the second master was none other than his own son, Xiao Bieli. I heard that yesterday Xiao Bieli attempted to force himself on the wife of the Xiao family's eldest son. The second master caught him in the act, and in a rage decided to hand Xiao Bieli over to the family head for punishment. Knowing he would surely die if taken there, Xiao Bieli ambushed the second master on the road. Even now the Xiao family and the Long River gang are still searching the Luoxia mountains for him. The crowd grew furious. Damn it, that Xiao Bieli is an animal laying hands on his own sister-in-law. If he can kill his own father, what's a sister-in-law to him? But what does the Xiao family's trouble have to do with the Long River gang? Why are they searching for Xiao Bieli? I don't know, but now even in our Linshui County, members of the Long River gang are looking for him. These are truly troubled times. 3 days ago, the charitable Wang of our county conspired with the 12 connected islands and was wiped out by the Long River gang. Only the young master Wang survived, and now the Long River gang is still hunting him. Now there's another Xiao Bieli from Lichuan County. Because of the conflict between the Three Rivers Alliance and the 12 connected islands, fewer people travel by water these days. Some merchants no longer dare to come to our Sanshui Commandery. Listening to the chatter on the deck, Xiao Bieli's face showed no expression. His father was, after all, the second most important figure in the Xiao family. His sudden death demanded an explanation, and Xiao Fuxing would never admit to killing his own brother. So Xiao Bieli had to bear the blame. What he hadn't expected was that Xiao Fuxing would slander his own daughter-in-law's reputation. In this era, such rumors could ruin a woman's life. Moreover, why was there no mention of Lin Hai, an outer disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, and why was the Long River gang getting involved? The Long River gang was far stronger than the Xiao family. Its leader, Seven-Fingered Divine Eagle Sun Changha, was a 6th-rank expert. The gang held sway not only in Lichuan County, but throughout Sanshui Commandery. Behind it stood the Three Rivers Alliance, the undisputed hegemon of the Commandery, whom even the prefectural governor treated with respect. I've already killed an outer disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, and yet I'm still worried about the Long River gang. At this thought, Xiao Bieli couldn't help but shake his head. Now, even within the Tsang Yuan sword sect, there were those who wished him dead. What was the Long River Gang compared to that? Besides, death was nothing to fear. As long as he had his system panel, it was his enemies who should be afraid as long as he stayed alive. The cabin of the large ship had been chartered by the group that boarded before Xiao Bieli. The leader, a man of 35 or 36, wore a luxurious brocade robe. Though slightly plump, he exuded an air of shrewd competence. Can you tell who that young man is? Is he from the Long River Gang? Wang Tianfu peered through the window at Xiao Bieli, who sat quietly in a corner of the deck listening to the loud conversations outside. He asked a sturdy man in his 40s standing beside him. Judging by the skill he showed boarding the ship, he's at least a peak 9th rank, maybe even 8th rank. His identity is certainly no simple matter. Deng Yong shook his head. There are only 3 or 4 such young peak 9th rank experts in the entire Long River Gang, and I know them all. That young man outside is none of them. We've already sent our men to take 3 different land routes. They've drawn most of the Long River Gang's attention. Those brothers all believe we plan to escape through the Luoxiao Mountains. Even if they're captured, the gang will only search there. Once we leave, Sanshui commandery heroes from the 12 connected islands will come to meet us. Even the Long River Gang won't be able to touch us then. Wang Tianfu slammed the table, hatred burning in his eyes. Damned Long River Gang. If they hadn't pressed us so hard trying to swallow up my Wang family, my father would never have taken the risk to cooperate with the 12 connected islands. One day, it'll make the Long River Gang pay. Deng Yong sighed. Surviving was already a blessing. Even if they reached the 12 connected islands, would the islands wage war on the Long River Gang for the Wang family's grudge? Moreover, the Long River Gang had the Three Rivers Alliance behind it, a colossus that dominated all of Sanshui commandery. Even the full might of the 12 connected islands might not be enough to swallow them. The sun had not yet fully set, but mist was already rising over the river. A traveler's path winds beyond the green hills. A boat glides before the emerald waters. I hope they're not coming for me. Xiao Bieli's ears twitched slightly as he caught the sound of oars slicing through the water. He sighed softly. The scenery along the Yuan River was usually exquisite, but it seemed someone was about to shatter this serene beauty. He had already taken down his 100-forged blade and placed it beside him, his right hand gripping the hilt. A fast boat is approaching. No, there's a large ship behind it. Look at the banner. It's a Long River Gang ship. A cry of alarm rang out. The Long River Gang was well known in Sanshui commandery, and someone immediately recognized the flag. Found them. Those other boats were decoys. This must be the one. Surround them. Whistles sounded from all directions as small boats converged on their large vessel. On each small boat stood sturdy members of the Long River Gang, sneering coldly at the passengers. Not far from the small boats, a large ship sailed against the current, already within 100 meters of them. The boatman and his crew had already huddled in a corner, trembling. The Long River Gang. Why are there ships here? It seems the Long River Gang is after our ship. Xiao Bieli's gaze swept over the passengers, finally settling on a group that had been hidden in the cabin and now emerged. Their faces were pale, and some could barely stand without leaning on the ship's railing. Xiao Bieli understood clearly the Long River Gang's target was this group, not him. All fell silent. Drip, drip, drip. The boat was enveloped in a dead quiet, broken only by the sound of blood dripping from the 100-refined blade. No one had anticipated that Chun Yuan, the soul-reaping hand, who held no small standing in the Changhe Gang along with 3 of their 8th-rank experts, would meet their end at Xiao Bieli's hands. Old Lu in particular had been to Lichuan County before. Xiao Bieli was merely 17. A 17-year-old 8th-rank practitioner, which was hardly slow even by the standards of the entire Sanshui commandery, yet they had never heard of him until now. Run! Get away! Shouts erupted as the Changhe Gang members snapped to their senses and leaped into the river. With a whoosh, Xiao Bieli hurled his 100-refined blade, piercing through 2 9th-rank Changhe Gang experts on the boat's edge. Experience 100. Experience 100. Then with a kick to a steel blade beside a corpse. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more 9th-rank Changhe Gang experts were impaled as they neared the boat's edge, ready to dive, but a moment too late. Experience 100. Experience 100. The rest had already plunged into the river, and the Changhe Gang members on the smaller boats, sensing danger, hastily steered away from Xiao Bieli's vessel. Xiao Bieli did not pursue them. Instead, he rifled through the corpses of Chun Yuan and his men. Damn, broke as hell. He found only a few dozen silver taels, but he also tucked the wooden box Wang Tianfu had tossed him into his coat. Shaking his head, Xiao Bieli turned to the boatman and said coolly, "Could you lend me a change of clothes?" The boatman swallowed hard, not daring to refuse. He quickly fetched a clean set of clothes from the stern. "This is all I have, young hero, please don't disdain it." "Much obliged." Xiao Bieli flicked a silver ingot into the boatman's arms, then lightly leaped onto a small skiff left by the Changhe Gang. With a gentle push, the skiff shot downstream like an arrow from a bow. Only after Xiao Bieli had departed did those on the boat dare to stand. Was that really Xiao Bieli? Of course, would the Changhe gang have mistaken him and thrown away their lives? It's truly astonishing. At such a young age he killed soul-reaping Han Xinyuan. The Xiao family of Lichuan County is in for trouble. What do you think? How much of what Xiao Bieli said is true? I feel like he might be telling the truth. Could it be that Xiao Fuxing really killed his own brother? I think so too. The people on the deck watched Xiao Bieli's receding figure buzzing with discussion. Old Lu sighed with emotion. Whether Xiao Bieli is telling the truth or not, the Xiao family head will likely never sleep soundly again. A 17-year-old 8th rank practitioner. Even if he never makes it onto the Dragon and Tiger list, as long as he doesn't die young, he will at least become a 6th rank expert. In all of Lichuan County, there are only 2 6th rank experts. Host Xiao Bieli. Realm 8th rank early stage. Martial arts Yi Jin Jing 60-100 Gale blade art perfected iron shirt 55100 emerald wave palm 10100 black tiger fist 20,100 subtlety and techniques. Experience 2,940. Items cloud ladder pending claim disguise mask pending claim. Gazing at the panel before him, Xiao Bieli sighed. I don't know whether to thank Wang Tianfu for giving me all this experience or to blame him for exposing me. Adding the 500 experience from killing Wang Tianfu earlier, he had earned over 3,000 experience points in this wave. He also gained a new lightness skill cloud ladder. Claim cloud ladder. Cloud ladder 5,100. Boom. Countless insights into the meridians and cultivation experiences of cloud ladder flooded Xiao Bieli's mind. Even at just 5% mastery, he felt his body had become a fraction lighter. Spend 2,000 experience to upgrade Yi Jin Jing. Without hesitation, Xiao Bieli spoke softly. Though blade techniques and external training were important, nothing mattered more than realm. If he could max out Yi Jin Jing, he would at least be a 3rd rank expert. Even with only Gale blade art, he would be enough to roam unhindered across Sanshui Commandery, no across Manzhou. Boom. A torrent of Yi Jin Jing cultivation experience poured into his mind. A surge of pure true qi emerged from his dantian coursing through his limbs and bones, piercing meridian after meridian. As the 12 main meridians opened, Xiao Bieli could clearly feel his internal energy swelling, accompanied by a tingling numbness. A layer of oily black substance appeared on his skin. Is this marrow cleansing? Xiao Bieli understood inwardly, but this cleansing was far less intense than the initial 5%. Host Xiao Bieli. Realm 8th rank late stage. Martial arts Yi Jin Jing 80-100 Gale blade art perfected iron shirt 55100 emerald wave palm 10100 black tiger fist 20100 cloud ladder 5,100 subtlety and techniques. Disguise mask pending claim. Experience 940. With 940 experience remaining, add it all to iron shirt. Xiao Bieli spoke softly. Having maxed out Gale blade art earlier, he had gained the subtlety in techniques panel. He could clearly sense that his blade's speed and force control had reached profound depths. With these 900 points, he could max out iron shirt. He wondered if it would grant him a pleasant surprise. Boom. A flood of iron shirt cultivation experience surged in. His skin burned, and the muscles beneath writhed, growing denser and tighter. Not just his skin, but even his muscles and bones were tempered. He could hear the grinding of his own bones. His height, originally around 1.73 meters, was forcibly stretched by 5 or 6 centimeters to nearly 1.80 meters under the influence of maxed-out iron shirt. The clothes already slashed by blades no longer fit. Even someone familiar with Xiao Bieli might not recognize him now. Iron shirt perfected bronze skin. With iron shirt perfected, the panel now showed bronze skin. Just bronze skin, no iron bones. Xiao Bieli shook his head. Still, maxed out iron shirt has already brought me great gains. With maxed out iron shirt and the golden silk soft armor, even a 7th rank expert might not be able to kill me. And now even his original self's uncle might not recognize me. Besides, I have a mask. With that thought, Xiao Bieli spoke softly, claimed the disguised mask. As the words fell, a lifelike mask appeared in his hand. It seemed custom-made, fitting perfectly and seamlessly. In an instant, Xiao Bieli transformed from a handsome youth into a chivalrous young man in his early 20s. Wearing the mask, Xiao Bieli felt no discomfort, as if nothing was on his face. Even subtle expressions were perfectly conveyed. This mask, I love it, I love it. Now truly the sea is wide for the fish to leap. At this moment, Xiao Bieli couldn't help but let out a long cry to the sky. Having crossed over and been hunted down in just a few days, he had gone from someone not even at the 9th rank to a small expert at the 8th rank late stage. At least in this patch of land, he had some means of self-preservation. Xiao Bieli stamped on the skiff, infusing it with his inner energy, and it shot forward even faster, vanishing from sight. The next day, Xiao Fuxing followed behind a young man in his 20s who carried a long sword as they entered the Changhe gang. Although Lu Jun was only at the mid-stage of the 7th rank, the Changhe gang's leader Sun Changhe personally welcomed him at the gang's entrance. This was only because Lu Jun was an inner disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, one of the 9 sects and 6 gangs. In the Changhe gang's assembly hall, are you saying that Xiao Bieli fled to Dongjiang County? Is he already untraceable? Lu Jun's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Sun Changhe. Sun Changhe hurriedly explained, yesterday, when our Changhe gang members were searching for Wang Tianfu in the Yuanjiang, we happened to encounter Xiao Bieli. We intended to capture him, but 4 of our 8th rank members, including the peak 8th rank Qin Yuan, were killed by that kid. According to our members who went to Yuanjiang yesterday, not only is Xiao Bieli's swordsmanship extremely fast, but he also wore a high-grade inner armor. Qin Yuan's hooks couldn't even breach the defense of that armor. After finishing, Sun Changhe looked at Xiao Fuxing and coldly remarked, Xiao Bieli is only 17 years old and already at the 8th rank. Perhaps his swordsmanship has already reached the level of effortless mastery. I have never heard that your Xiao family has such a prodigy. The head of the Xiao family wouldn't be intentionally protecting your prodigious son, would he? Xiao Fuxing's expression changed slightly, and he anxiously replied, my second brother was killed by my own hands. I truly didn't know Xiao Bieli was so talented. It seems my second brother intentionally concealed it. They must have been on guard against me long ago. Sun Changhe chuckled coldly. Who knows if you brothers are just putting on a show? Anyway, the blame for Xiao Bieli's escape shouldn't fall on the Changhe gang. We're merely assisting the Xiao family in the search. Oh, why should we take the blame? I thought it was your Changhe gang's incompetence that allowed Xiao Bieli to escape. You incompetent. Hearing the two argue, Lu Jun frowned and interjected, enough. Xiao Bieli is someone senior brother Zhuo wants dead. If we mess this up, none of us will fare well. Since he's gone to Dongjiang County, then let's go find him there. Sun Chang's face showed a troubled expression as he spoke softly. Dongjiang County is the territory of the 12 linked forts. The Sanjiang Alliance and the 12 linked forts currently have a tense relationship. If we act recklessly, the 12 linked forts might take action against us. They'll go. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Changhe gang, Lin Tiantong, walked in. He glanced at the few people in the assembly hall and said to Lu Jun, although the 12 linked forts have significant power in Dongjiang County, they are not omnipotent. I happen to have connections with the 3 masters of Baiyun Mountain in Dongjiang County. Since Xiao Bieli killed my grandson, we can't just let him roam freely in Dongjiang County. Lu Jun nodded. I have already sent a letter to senior brother Zhuo. It's just a 12 linked fort. They wouldn't dare disrespect the Zhongyuan sword sect. Sun Changhe gather a few reliable experts. I will go with Elder Lin. We need to see the living and the dead. Dongjiang County, Song County, 70 miles outside the city in Xiaohe Town. Xiaohe Town is not large, with only a few hundred households, and there is only one in the Donglai Inn. It serves as both an inn and a tavern for traveling merchants and adventurers to rest and dine. Ordinarily, there would be some guests at the Donglai Inn, but due to the intense conflict between the 12 linked forts and the Sanjiang Alliance, the number of merchants passing through has reduced, which has negatively affected the inn's business. It was lunchtime, but only 4 tables were sparsely occupied in the inn's main hall. 2 of the tables were occupied by guests who were armed and sat at the center of the hall, discussing loudly. The other 2 tables were in the corners, unwilling to sit too close to the group of adventurers. The sound of cicadas chirping outside the inn was quite loud. Sigh. The young waiter Xiaoyu stood at the door and sighed. If this continued, his stingy boss would probably send him back home. At that moment, a young man with a knife at his waist and a heroic air dismounted from his horse. Xiao Yes' eyes brightened. Finally, a guest had arrived. Honored guest, are you here for a meal or to stay overnight? We still have a few guest rooms available, and we received a wild boar from hunters this morning along with some leg meat. Xiaoyu stepped forward and took the horse. 1 jin of wild boar meat, 2 side dishes, and a jug of wine. The young man said, then walked into the inn, looked around, and sat not far from the group of adventurers. When the group of adventurers saw the knife at the young man's waist, they showed signs of wariness, but upon seeing his youthful face, their vigilance lessened significantly. Before long, the dishes the young man ordered arrived. He began to eat without any regard for others, devouring meat and drinking wine heartily. Just when he was about to finish his meal, he exclaimed, damn it, this weather is too hot. Even traveling is unbearable. Now that the 12 linked forts and the Sanjiang Alliance are fighting fiercely, it's the perfect time for us to make our mark. What do you think, with our reputation as the 3 heroes of Wushan? If we join the 12 linked forts, could we secure a position as elders? Come on, let's drink at the inn first. Once it cools down a bit, we'll continue our journey. A commotion arose as 3 armed adventurers in their 30s entered the inn. Upon seeing the group of adventurers at the center of the hall, they lowered their voices, frowned slightly, and sat at a side table. Waiter, bring us some wine and dishes. All right. Before long, the waiter brought the food and wine to the 3 heroes of Wushan. Just as he was about to leave, the young man, having finished his last cup of wine, called out to the waiter, smiling, "Do you happen to know if there is a person named Han Long in this Xiao town?" Han Long. The waiter frowned, thought for a moment, and replied, "I know most of the people in town, but there's no one by that name. You might want to ask the boss, he knows more people than I do." As soon as the waiter finished speaking, the leader of the three heroes of Wushan spoke up. "Is the Han Long you speak of the one who killed the 13 members of the Chun family not long ago?" "That Han Long is a scoundrel." Chun Mingyuan, who was a close friend, offered him shelter out of goodwill, but he took advantage of the opportunity to harm Chun Mingyuan's wife and daughters. After being caught by Chun Mingyuan, he brutally murdered the 13 members of the Chun family and fled with their wealth. "If that Han Long is in this town, I will definitely make him experience the might of the three heroes of Wushan." The other two members of the group nodded in agreement. "A person more beastly than a beast. If we encounter him, we will surely make him feel our strength. Big brother, with your swift blade, you are somewhat famous throughout Dongjiang County. I'm just afraid that upon hearing the name of the three heroes of Wushan, Han Long will be so scared he loses control." At that moment, the leader of the three heroes of Wushan noticed something was off with the atmosphere in the hall. The previously boisterous group of adventurers had already placed their hands on their weapons, and the effects of the 2 large bowls of wine they had just consumed dissipated instantly. Cold sweat began to flow down his forehead. "What do you want with Han Long?" The purple-faced, middle-aged fat man leading the group of adventurers stood up, approaching the young man with a weapon in hand, his tone unfriendly. The adventurers beside him also held their weapons tightly, coldly staring at the young man. However, the young man showed no change in expression and simply finished the last bit of wine from his jug, saying, "Of course I'm here to take his head and exchange it for silver." "Huh." The group of adventurers in the center of the hall burst into laughter at the sight of a young man in his 20s who hadn't even fully matured trying to act as a bounty hunter. Only the purple-faced, middle-aged fat man did not laugh. He frowned and coldly asked, "How did you find out about my whereabouts?" After killing the Chun family, he had changed his appearance and acted discreetly. The brothers around him were people he considered trustworthy. Could it be that one of them had betrayed him? Wow. The second and third members of the three heroes of Wushan nearly fell off their chairs in shock. Just a moment ago, they had been boasting, and now they were facing the real deal. Chun Mingyuan, who had died at Han Long's hands, was a peak 8th rank expert known for his marksmanship in Song County. Their leader was only at the initial 8th rank, and beads of sweat dripped down. They instinctively turned to look at the young man not far away. The young man looked at Han Long and sincerely said, "Of course, I got the information from Jianshan Pavilion." Everyone in the inn was taken aback. Jianshan Pavilion is one of the 6 gangs of the world primarily engaged in intelligence trade, but they do not deal with information on the 9 sects and 6 gangs, or the 8 demonic sects, thus they thrive in the martial world. Yet everyone knew that the information from Jianshan Pavilion was very expensive. Han Long coldly asked, "How much silver did you spend for that information?" 220 taels. "Then how much silver can I get for killing you?" 80 taels. "Huh." Han Long laughed loudly, staring intently at the young man, mocking, "So even if you kill me, you will be at a loss." The young man nodded. "If it's just about the silver, I would indeed be losing out. However, I'm different. I enjoy killing, but I don't want to kill indiscriminately and become a target for everyone in the martial world, so I prefer to kill those who deserve it. Moreover, if you have silver on you and I bring back your head, I might even make a profit." Upon hearing the young man's words, the people in the inn were taken aback, feeling pity for this young life. They naturally did not believe the young man's words, thinking he was killing Han Long for a sense of justice. When they were young, they also had such ideals, but unfortunately, they had long extinguished. Unfortunately, this time, you not only lost 220 taels for the information, but also have to leave your life here. Han Long coldly spoke, "Disable his limbs and hang him on the official road. I want to see if there are any self-righteous heroes who dare to find trouble with me." As soon as Han Long's words fell, clang, 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 several weapons were drawn and aimed at the young man's arms and legs. Since Big Brother Han has spoken, this person must be left without limbs and then hung on the official road. The second and third members of the three heroes of Wushan couldn't help but turn their heads, unwilling to witness the bloody scene. How is this possible? Suddenly, they heard the leader's exclamation, and when they looked up, they saw the young man standing unharmed in the hall with 5 corpses lying around him. Before they could ask what had happened, they understood why those 5 had become corpses. Whoosh, whoosh. The young man's blade was too fast, so fast that they struggled to react like a storm and rain. Uft, uft. The last 2 remaining companions of Han Long were struck in the chest and neck, staggering as they fell. At the moment the 2 subordinates collapsed, Han Long let out a loud roar, swinging the breaking heaven treasure blade towards the young man's face with the force of a mountain. In that instant, when the young man drew his blade, he realized something was wrong. The young man before him had superior swordsmanship and was far too fast with not a hint of flaw. Thus he had been searching for an opportunity, and the moment the young man struck his blade with insufficient force was the best chance. Clang, clang, clang. The two blades clashed together, and in the blink of an eye the two exchanged dozens of blows. Blood sprayed from Han Long's mouth, staining half of his body red. Only then did everyone realize that in such a short time at least 10 wounds had appeared on Han Long's body, and blood was seeping from his neck. Spare me. Clang. The breaking heaven treasure blade fell to the ground. Han Long desperately tried to cover his neck, but blood flowed through his fingers. Thud. Han Long collapsed on the ground, his blood staining the floor. Experience 500. 5 Tiger breaking door blade 1. Xiao Bieli did not shy away from the blood rummaging through Han Long's body and retrieving a pouch containing dozens of taels of silver and a few hundred teal silver notes. Unfortunately, the blood had stained the silver notes red, and it was uncertain if the money house would accept them. Xiao Bieli placed a few ingots of silver on the table and called out to the innkeeper, "Innkeeper, it's time to settle the bill." Boss, who was that? Han Long couldn't even last 20 moves against him. As Xiao Bieli walked out of the inn, the second of the 3 Wushan heroes rose from the ground, swallowing nervously as he asked. The leader of the 3 Wushan heroes was speechless, his right hand trembling. The clash between that young swordsman and Han Long had been utterly terrifying. In his eyes, Han Long's martial arts were at least 10 times superior to his own, yet Han Long hadn't survived 20 moves against the young man. "So should we still head to the 12 linked water villages?" the third asked softly. "Maybe we should just forget it." Naturally, Xiao Bieli was unaware that his earlier display had dissuaded the 3 Wushan heroes from continuing their journey to the 12 linked water villages to seek glory. He wrapped Han Long's head in the man's clothes, found his horse, and galloped toward Song County. Host Xiao Bieli. Realm 8th grade late stage. Martial arts Yi Jin Jing, 8100 Gale Blade, Art Mastery, Iron Shirt Mastery, Azure Wave Palm, 10100 Black Tiger Fist, 20100 Ladder Cloud Soaring, 5100 Technique, Subtlety Copper Skin. Great Strength Vajra Finger Pending, 5 Tigers Severing Gate Blade Pending. Experience points 5120. Whoosh. Gazing at the experience points on the system panel, a smile spread across Xiao Bieli's face. The 12 linked water villages and the 3 Rivers Alliance were at odds. Recently, the two sides had clashed numerous times. If not for the mediation of the Jinwu Hall, the true experts on both sides would have already joined the fray. For now, he had no intention of joining the 12 linked water villages to oppose the 3 Rivers Alliance. After all, although the 12 linked water villages were formidable, they paled in comparison to the Zhongyuan sword sect, one of the 9 sects. If his identity were exposed, he might even be bound and delivered to the Zhongyuan sword sect. It was the 1473rd year of the Great Qin dynasty. Back when the founding emperor of Great Qin was a terrestrial immortal above the 1st grade, he commanded all across the 24 prefectures. All powers in the realm, including the 9 sects and 6 leagues, bowed before the iron hooves of Great Qin. After the establishment of Great Qin, the founding emperor established the Jinwu Hall to oversee the martial world. During its heyday, even the elites of the 9 sects and 6 leagues had to yield to the experts of the Jinwu Hall. But now, although the Jinwu Hall was not yet in decline, it had lost much of its former prestige. In all 6 counties of Dongjiang Prefecture, there were branches of the Jinwu Hall, which frequently issued bounties for wanted criminals. Partly because the Jinwu Hall was short-handed, and partly because tracking those fugitives was extremely difficult. Sending Jinwu Hall personnel to search aimlessly was time-consuming, laborious, and thankless. After arriving in Dongjiang Prefecture, he lay low for 10 days before copying down the names of wanted criminals from the Jinwu Hall. He had already collected bounties 3 times. Now all he needed to do was bring back Han Long's head to claim another 80 taels of silver. Each time, he would first purchase the whereabouts of the wanted criminals from Jiangshan Pavilion, using the silver he had obtained from Wang Tianfu, targeting only those near Dongjiang City, whom he was confident he could handle. Killing Han Long took him the farthest, a full 70 li. Still, it wasn't without gain. After slaying several people, his experience points exceeded 5,000, and he even obtained 2 new martial arts techniques. But it was also time for an upgrade. By a small river, Xiao Bieli dismounted and found a shady spot. He murmured in his mind, "Extract 5 Tigers Severing Gate Blade and Great Strength Vajra Finger." Boom. Countless cultivation methods for the 5 Tigers Severing Gate Blade and Great Strength Vajra Finger flooded into Xiao Bieli's mind, along with some cultivation experience. Moments later, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes. So back when I watched the demigods and semi-devils, the Qin family fort managed to hold its own in the Jianghu with just a fragment of the 5 Tigers Severing Gate Blade. There was some skill to it after all. I thought the 5 Tigers Severing Gate Blade was just a minor martial art in that story, but it's actually a superior technique, even ranking above the Gale Blade art. Even at just 5% proficiency, I've gained some insights. But for now, a fully mastered Gale blade art is sufficient. I don't need to upgrade the 5 Tigers Severing Gate blade yet. As for the great strength Vajra finger, it's extremely fierce. Right now, I only have an ordinary 100 refined long blade. If I encounter a true expert, it might be broken. If I have spare experience, I could improve it a bit. But realm is more important. Spend 3,000 experience to upgrade Yi Jin Jing. Boom. A warm current surged from his dantian, flowing through every limb and bone. In mere moments, the last 3 of the 12 main meridians were opened, while that vast inner energy continued to swirl through his channels. The Chong meridian, among the 8 extraordinary meridians, was breached. Instantly, Xiao Bieli stepped into the 7th grade early stage. Then he pressed toward the Dai meridian, but unfortunately he failed to fully open it. The inner energy born from his dantian subsided. Host Xiao Bieli. Realm 7th grade early stage. Martial Arts Yi Jin Jing 11100 Gale Blade Art Mastery Iron Shirt Mastery 5 Tigers Severing Gate Blade 5100 Great Strength Vajra Finger 5100 Ladder Cloud Soaring 5100 Technique Subtlety Copper Skin. Experience points 2120. Staring at the panel, Xiao Bieli frowned and muttered. After reaching the 7th grade, even 2% proficiency can't raise a minor realm. At this rate, would I need another 1% proficiency to fully open the Dai Meridian and reach the limit of the 7th grade early stage? Both the 7th and 8th grades involve opening meridians. However, during the 8th grade, opening the 12 main meridians is a slow, meticulous process. Apart from the first meridian, which carries some risk, the rest open naturally once enough accumulation is achieved. But the 7th grade is different. The 6 extraordinary meridians are dangerous each time one is breached. At best, chi flow becomes obstructed. At worst, the meridians are damaged, making further progress impossible for life. The 7th grade early stage requires opening the Chong and Dai meridians. After that opening, the Yangwei meridian leads to the 7th grade mid-stage. Spend 1,000 experience to upgrade Yi Jin Jing. Yi Jin Jing 12,100. Experience points 1,120. Boom. Another surge of pure inner energy emerged from his dantian. In just a few breaths, it opened the Dai meridian, leaving him only a hair's breadth away from opening the Yangwei meridian and stepping into the 7th grade mid-stage. Whoosh! Xiao Bieli let out a long breath, a smile spreading across his face. After 7 days of travel, I've finally reached the 7th grade. Even without consuming experience, I'm confident I can reach the 7th grade mid-stage within 3 months. I still have 1120 experience points left. Gazing at the system panel, he pondered for a moment before speaking softly. Put all remaining experience into Ladder Cloud Soaring. Now he had some means for both survival and killing. But he needed to improve his ability to chase and escape. Otherwise, if he encountered a true expert unable to fight or flee, he would be in serious trouble. Boom. Heat surged beneath Xiao Bieli's feet as countless experiences of training Ladder Cloud Soaring flooded his mind, as if he had diligently cultivated it for years. Moments later, Ladder Cloud Soaring 60,100. Experience points 20. Ladder Cloud Soaring is at 60% proficiency already. Could it be that only internal arts require more experience, while other martial arts need less? A foul odor reached Xiao Bieli's nose. This upgrade of Yi Jin Jing had induced another minor cleansing of his marrow and tendons. Without hesitation, Xiao Bieli leaped into the small river, washed himself clean, then remounted and set off toward the Jinwu Hall of Dongjiang Prefecture. At the entrance of the Jinwu Hall in Dongjiang Prefecture, Xiao Bieli leaped off his horse and strode inside carrying Han Long's head. "Oh, young Master Shun is here again. Your speed in catching wanted criminals is faster than even the veteran constables." The Jinwu Hall personnel, recognizing Xiao Bieli in his disguise, spoke with a smile. There weren't many wanted criminals in Dongjiang Prefecture. Usually, it would be 10 days to half a month before someone came to claim a bounty. But this young man had already come 4 times in 7 days. Each time he brought the head of a wanted criminal. It was hard not to notice. This is Han Long's head. Xiao Bieli placed the bundle containing Han Long's head directly on the counter. Ever since arriving in Dongjiang Prefecture, he had been operating under the name Xin Lang. In his past life, he had read the novels of Jin Gu Huang and Liang. Compared to Li Xuanhuan, who never missed with his flying dagger, or Qiao Feng, whose palms summoned dragons, he preferred the famous swordsman Xin Lang from Gulong's works. A man who accomplished his deeds and vanished without a trace, hiding his merit and fame. It truly is Han Long's head. Many had taken on the mission after Han Long's crimes in Song County, but none expected you, young Master Shun, to be the one to slay him. This wretched cur deserved to die. Upon seeing Han Long's head, several experts from the Jinwu Hall crowded around. Xiao Bieli merely smiled and said, "I've brought the head. Where's the bounty silver?" Young Master Shin, wait a moment. They'll fetch it at once. In a flash, 80 taels of silver landed in Xiao Biela's hands. Weighing the silver in his palm, he turned and left the Jinwu Hall. At the Jinwu Hall, you only needed to remember the bounty targets. No mission acceptance was required. Just bring the person or their head to claim the reward. The blazing sun stood at high noon, and the scorching flames of summer burned bright. Manzhou, situated in the south of Daqian, suffered under the oppressive heat of summer. Even Dongjiang County City, a renowned metropolis in Manzhou, saw only sparse figures on its streets. Xiao Bieli navigated the familiar paths to Baishang Tower, a century-old tavern of modest fame in Dongjiang County City. Before he even stepped inside, the clamor of lively voices reached his ears. "A young master, you've arrived. Please come in." Spotting Xiao Bieli, the waiter rushed over with eager hospitality. This young master had visited the tavern several times in recent days, each time ordering their signature dish, Baishang chicken. Its steep price made it a rare indulgence for wandering martial artists, leaving a lasting impression on the waiter. The usual then, 1 serving of Baishang chicken, a caddy of beef, 2 side dishes, and a flask of wine. Xiao Bieli claimed a seat by the window on the second floor, where he could gaze upon the Yuanjiang River he had once sailed downstream. A small boat drifted past his view, painting a picturesque scene. The surroundings buzzed with noise, yet he had come here, both to dine and to glean some intelligence. Taverns were always hubs of information, and Baishang Tower's steep prices kept common folk away. On the second floor, most patrons were martial artists bearing weapons or merchants in traveling attire. Soon the dishes and wine he ordered arrived. Raising a cup, he downed it in one gulp. The fiery liquid seared his throat. Though inferior to the potent spirits of his past life, it carried a unique charm far from the adulterated brews of his former world. "Have you heard? Yesterday, Chu Bufan, the third elder of the 12 connected strongholds, clashed with Han Guang, the left protector of the Three Rivers Alliance on the Yuanjiang River. Word is that Han Guang came off worse. Is that true or false? Han Guang is a 5th rank master. What of it? Dongjiang County is no stranger to experts." On the second floor, most conversations revolved around the friction between the 12 connected strongholds and the Three Rivers Alliance. Xiao Bieli paid it little heed. Both factions were established powers in Manzhou, their enmity spanning nearly 2 decades. Though tensions had recently escalated with even 5th-rank masters entering the fray, the conflict remained contained. No rumors of serious injuries among the 5th rank had surfaced. After years of strife, the 12 connected strongholds and the Three Rivers Alliance have likely reached an unspoken understanding. A life-or-death struggle among 5th-rank masters is improbable. I've heard that White Cloud Manor is searching for a young man from Linshui County. 100 taels of silver for information leading to him, and 2,000 taels if captured. Word is he's only in 8th rank. If I find him, he'll never worry about money again. A drunken patron rose and declared loudly. Xiao Biela's ears perked up. A young man from Linshui County, wasn't that him? So the Changhe gang and the Xiao family hadn't given up. Still, 2,000 taels of silver. They were certainly generous. In his past life, as the second young master of the Xiao family, he could freely spend only 20 taels a month. Yet that sum sufficed for a family of 5 to live comfortably for an entire year. The wooden chest he had taken from Wang Tianfu held only 2,000 taels in banknotes and 100+ taels of silver. And now 200 taels just for information about him. Who is this person? 200 taels for mere information. Has someone offended the young master by? Who in Dongjiang County would dare cross him? Wasn't it said he's from Linshui County? Could the Three Rivers Alliance be seeking him and enlisted White Cloud Manor's aid? That must be it. The Three Rivers Alliance has little foothold in Dongjiang County, and with their feud with the 12 connected strongholds worsening, they'd face targeted attacks if they searched on their own. So they turned to White Cloud Manor. Xiao Bieli strained his ears and looked toward the patron who had shared the news. The man's drunkenness didn't reach his eyes. Was he feigning intoxication? Since arriving in Dongjiang County, he had kept a low profile for over 10 days, only recently starting to take bounties to bolster his strength. Moreover, his current physique and appearance were worlds apart from before. Even his cheap uncle wouldn't recognize him, let alone the people of White Cloud Manor. Having received no news of him for some time, were they now trying to flush him out? Still, that Lin Hai, as a disciple of Sun Yuan's sword sect, had managed to involve even White Cloud Manor. Over this period, he had come to understand the martial world of Dongjiang County. It was, strictly speaking, more formidable than Linshui counties. The strongest force in Linshui was the Three Rivers Alliance, a coalition of 7 or 8 factions, among which the Changhe gang was one. In Dongjiang County, 3 powers rivaled the Three Rivers Alliance, the 12 connected strongholds White Cloud Manor and Sangyu sect. The 12 connected strongholds reigned supreme, but White Cloud Manor and Sangyu sect were close behind, forming a tripod of power. Enough guessing. White Cloud Manor seeks a man from a minor family in Linshui County. He killed his father and violated his sister-in-law, a heinous criminal who fled to Dongjiang County. I've brought a portrait from the manor. With that, the speaker drew a portrait from his robes, unfurled it, and raised it high above his head. Xiao Bieli looked up. The portrait bore his original face at least 70% accurate. Even with his altered physique, if he still wore that visage, a sharp-eyed observer would surely spot him. Thankfully, he had acquired a human skin mask, otherwise he would have had to flee to more distant lands. Xiao Bieli, 16 years old, late 8th rank or peak 8th rank, skilled in blade techniques, suspected to possess a high-grade inner armor. Below the portrait was a description of him. A 16-year-old, 8th rank. What a beast. With such talent, he could have become an inner, a core disciple of the 12 connected strongholds or the Three Rivers Alliance. How did he end up like this? Even with talent like his, no major power would take him. Who wants to nurture an ungrateful wolf? The second floor erupted in curses. Xiao Bieli shook his head unfazed. These insults paled compared to the vitriol of netizens in his past life. Though the human skin mask and his transformed physique from the perfected iron shirt skill kept White Cloud Manor from finding him, for now a sense of urgency gripped Xiao Bieli. This world's martial realm far surpassed the Jianghu of Jin Gu and Liang's tales in his past life. Perhaps only the worlds of Huang, Yi, or Fengyun could rival it. He feared unknown tracking methods he had yet to discover. He must enhance his strength, and quickly. After another incense stick's time sated and satisfied, Xiao Bieli left Baisheng Tower and returned directly to his inn. Xiao Bieli sat cross-legged on the bed, cultivating the Yi Jin Jing. Though he had the system panel, diligence was the path to mastery. Idleness led to ruin. Action thrived on thought and perished on complacency. Regular cultivation could never be wrong. The Baiyun Manor, as the top force in Dongjiang County, is located 30 miles outside the city, halfway up Baiyun Mountain. Looking up, Baiyun Mountain stands majestically shrouded in clouds and mist, resembling a fairy mountain with exquisite pavilions. The Baiyun Manor is nestled between the mountains, appearing faintly. Surrounding the manor, towering ancient pines and cypress trees stand proudly, with a wide stone-paved road leading directly to the manor's entrance. At this moment, deep within Baiyun Manor, Lu Jun sat, facing a refined, middle-aged man in his 40s who was none other than Zhou Chong, the third master of Baiyun Manor. The grand elder of the Changhe gang, Lin Tiantong, sat at their side. On the table before Lu Jun and Zhou Chong lay a series of portraits accompanied by some descriptive texts. Lu Jun flipped through the portraits one by one, among which was the picture of Shen Lang, with the caption below stating Shen Lang, origin unknown, proficient in swordsmanship, has completed 4 bounties from the Jinwu Hall in the past 7 days. Zhou Chong spoke up. Young hero Lu, these are the young men proficient in swordsmanship of the 8th rank who have appeared throughout Dongjiang County during this period. There are a total of 9, but none of them is the Xiao Bieli you are looking for. I suspect that Xiao Bieli has already escaped beyond Dongjiang County. If he remains hidden in the deep mountains and forests, it's unlikely that even Baiyun Manor, let alone the Zhangyu sect and the 12 linked forts working together, would be able to find him. If it weren't for Lu Jun being an inner disciple of the Zhangyuan sword sect, I would have given up long ago. An 8th rank cultivator, if he truly wishes to escape and hides deep in the mountains, finding him would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Lu Jun furrowed his brow and said softly, I know that finding Xiao Bieli in Dongjiang County is indeed quite difficult, but this matter concerns senior brother Zhua. I truly dare not be negligent. I must trouble the third master. I do not seek to find Xiao Bieli merely to create some commotion to show senior brother Zhua that I am making an effort. Otherwise I will be in trouble. It won't take long for you to trouble the third master. I have already sent someone back to the Lu family in Qingzhou to retrieve the tracking goo. As long as Xiao Bieli is still in Dongjiang County, I will be able to find him. If he is not, then there will be no need to trouble you. For this matter, consider it as a favor owed to the third master by the Lu family. Lu Jun already felt some regret. Had he not gone to the Sanjiang Alliance first, but instead visited the Xiao family directly, Xiao Bieli certainly would not have been able to escape, and senior brother Zhua's task would have been completed. Tracking goo. Zhou Chang's heart stirred. The tracking goo is a unique insect from the Goo God sect among the 6 sects of the demonic path. Although it is only a 5th grade goo, it is extremely difficult to refine and is worth far more than an ordinary 4th grade goo. Moreover, the Goo God sect has long been entrenched in the Miasmeridan 10,000 mountains with little contact with the outside world. Does the Lu family actually possess such a goo? And what about senior brother Zhua? As far as he knew, there was only one true disciple with the surname Zhua in the Zhangyuan sword sect, and that was 4 Directions Sword Zhua Qingyun, ranked 7th on the Dragon Tiger list. He is indeed a genius among the ranks. The Dragon Tiger list features 72 geniuses under the age of 35. Anyone who can make it onto the Dragon Tiger list has the potential to step into the 4th grade master realm in the future, symbolizing that the young elites listed possess the characteristics of dragons and tigers. In the entire Dongjiang County, there is not a single 4th grade master, and in 100 years not a single young genius has made it onto the Dragon Tiger list, which speaks volumes about the value of the list. Moreover, in the entire Manzhou region, there are only 4 4th grade masters, all elusive and rarely seen. With this thought in mind, Zhou Chong no longer hesitated and smiled, saying, "What does young hero Lu hope I should do? I need to create some commotion to let senior brother Zhuan know that I am also making efforts to remedy this situation. Since these individuals have all appeared in Dongjiang County during this period, I trouble the 3rd master to bring them all back for me to verify one by one. If they truly are not Xiao Bieli in disguise, it will not be too late to release them afterward." Zhou Chong frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "There is no need to bring them all. Too many people would be excessive. Even if Xiao Bieli is in disguise, we only need to bring back these 5 individuals who are of similar height, build, and age." Lu Jun glanced at Zhou Chong and nodded. "In that case, I will defer to the 3rd master's opinion. The 3rd master must remember the commotion must be significant, otherwise I will have difficulty explaining to senior brother Zhua. Xiao Bieli had just started practicing the Yi Jin Jing not long ago. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks on the door reached Xiao Bieli's ears. Xiao Bieli stood up and opened the door. Outside stood Zhu Shou, a master from the Jinwu Hall whom he had met twice before, having conversed several times with Zhu Shou when accepting bounties at the Jinwu Hall. He did not know why Zhu Shou had come to find him at this time. Zhu Shou clasped his hands and smiled. "Young Hiroshin, apologies for the intrusion." Xiao Bieli stepped aside to let Zhu Shou enter the room, casually closing the door behind him, and asked, "May I ask what brings you here, senior?" Zhu Shou replied, "I have come with a matter that requires young Hiroshin's assistance." Xiao Bieli, the Jinwu Hall is a large organization. What matter do you need my help with? Zhu Shou, have you heard of the Tianlang Zhai? Tianlang Zhai. Xiao Bieli was taken aback. He had indeed heard of the Tianlang Zhai. It is located in the mountains 100 miles outside Dongjiang County. The leader, Three-Headed Wolf Hu Xiong, is a 6th grade expert with considerable fame in Dongjiang County, but even more notorious is the Tianlang Zhai's evil reputation. Tianlang Zhai is infamous for its burning, killing, and looting, committing every conceivable evil deed. Even so, the Tianlang Zhai has not been eradicated over the years, indicating that there are certainly other forces backing them. Did the Tianlang Zhai rob the Jinwu Hall of something? Xiao Bieli asked. Zhu Shou shook his head. Although our Jinwu Hall lacks experts in Dongjiang County, a mere Tianlang Zhai would not dare to rob us. This time the Tianlang Zhai robbed a batch of goods from the Ma family. The Ma family has communicated with the Tianlang Zhai several times, willing to exchange silver for those goods, but the Tianlang Zhai ignored them and even killed the Ma family's eldest son Ma Yuan during several subsequent conflicts. I have some acquaintances with the head of the Ma family, Ma Mingfeng, so he came to me for help. I can only help him find a few reliable individuals. Xiao Bieli shook his head. The Tianlang Zhai has a 6th grade expert in charge. I fear I am powerless to help. You do not need to confront Hu Xiong, Zhu Shou said. Ma Mingfeng himself is at the peak of the 7th grade. He has invited a renowned expert from Dongjiang County to take action. We just need to deal with the other experts from the Tianlang Zhai. Ma Mingfeng is offering me a reliable 7th grade expert for this mission with a reward of 500 taels of silver. For you, young Hiroshin, I am also calculating at the 7th grade. After all, you are absolutely worth that price, having killed Han Long and many of his subordinates. Xiao Bieli asked, when will we take action? The original owner's father was also a 7th grade expert, but the silver he received from the Xiao family each year was only about 2,000 taels, and this amount had to cover the monthly payments for the servants in their courtyard. Each year there was not much silver left. The normal price for a 7th grade expert to undertake a venture is around 200 to 300 taels, which indeed counts as a premium. Moreover, he needed to kill to improve his cultivation. The Tianlang Zhai had a very poor reputation, and since he would be acting alongside people from the Jinwu Hall, even if the backers of the Tianlang Zhai caused trouble, the Jinwu Hall would be there to support him. Zhu Shou replied, "Tonight, I have already contacted 7 people for the Ma family, and you, young hero Shun, are the last one. If you are unwilling to go, please do not let it leak out." Xiao Bieli replied, "I'll go. Just in time, I have run out of silver." Zhu Shou's face showed an expression of confusion. He knew that this individual in front of him was the one who spent silver at Jianshan Pavilion to buy information, whereas others earned money completing bounties at the Jinwu Hall. This person was losing money while acting heroically. Zhu Shou's face showed an expression of confusion. He knew that this individual in front of him was the one who spent silver at Jianshan Pavilion to buy information, whereas others earned money completing bounties at the Jinwu Hall. This person was losing money while acting heroically. In that case, young hero Shun, come with me. We agreed to meet at the city's mountain temple at the hour of Wei. It's almost time now. Zhu Shou spoke. As for the silver, 200 taels up front, and the remaining 300 after we descend from Wolf's Lair Fort. With that, he handed 200 tael notes to Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli nodded, tucked the notes away, gathered his belongings, and followed Zhu Shou out of the inn, his long blade in hand. Mounting swift horses, they reached the mountain temple outside the city within the time it takes an incense stick to burn. By then, a considerable crowd had already gathered inside the temple. All were martial wanderers bearing weapons. Hearing the commotion outside, they gripped their arms, only relaxing when they saw Zhu Shou arriving with a young man. Every gaze fell upon Xiao Bieli. Though puzzled why Zhu Shou had brought a youth, no one spoke. Our aiding Wolf's Lair fort was fraught with peril, but these were bounty hunters living on the edge. As long as they weren't tasked with facing the fort's chieftain, three-headed wolf, who shown they could flee if danger arose. Moreover, the fort was wealthy, a raid on its treasure vault might yield extra spoils. Well set out once the Ma family arrives. The crowd nodded. Xiao Bieli surveyed the scene. He had been in East River Prefecture only a few days and recognized no one in the martial world there. Still, a prefecture was a prefecture. In this humble mountain temple, there were as many 7th-rank masters as Lichuan County rarely saw. Standing nearby, Zhu Shou suddenly asked, "I've never heard of young Hero Shan in East River Prefecture. You're not from here, are you?" Xiao Bieli nodded. "I hail from Cloud Province." Cloud Province. Zhu Shou mouthed the words but could say nothing more. Though a member of the town martial hall, he was a local of East River Prefecture, never having left Man Province in 40 years, nor dealt with anyone from Cloud Province. He found nothing to say. The atmosphere grew awkward, but thankfully the Ma family arrived swiftly. A group filed into the temple. Xiao Bieli's gaze swept over them, settling on Ma, roofing the family head and the elder beside him. The elder, clad in black, had long arms and dark gnarled hands. His skill clearly lay in those claws. His temples bulged, and he moved with the imposing stride of a tiger, exuding authority. A 6th-rank master who has opened the conception and governing vessels, transforming inner energy into true qi. With such a figure leading over a dozen 7th-rank experts, Wolf's Lair fort will surely fall. Xiao Bieli realized the fort, though not weak, likely had fewer than 10 7th-rank masters. If the expert Ma had hired could kill who shown, the fort would be annihilated. Its senior chaotic force hand, Zhang. Senior Zhang. Senior. Most in the temple recognized the elder. Zhang Zhong, the chaotic force hand, said nothing, merely nodding slightly to the crowd. Ma Ruffin glanced around and cupped his hands. "Thank you all for coming to lend your strength. When this is over, beyond the promised silver, I'll offer each of you a gift." Many eyes lit up. Though not a powerful family in East River Prefecture, the Ma family dealt in medicinal herbs. Could that small gift be some kind of pill? Martial arts required diligent practice, but herbal baths and pills were essential aids. They wondered what Ma Ruffing's gift might be. Then let's not delay. Patriarch Ma, let's set out. Right? With Senior Zhang facing, who shown that tiny fort is nothing. Several voices rose in the temple. Another turned to Zhu Shou. "Zhu Shou, some in the fort are on your town martial hall's bounty list. The rewards won't overlap, will they?" Zhu Shou shook his head. "I invited you all on Brother Ma's behalf. Bring the heads to the hall, and you'll claim the bounties." Xiao Bieli looked at the speaker, a man around 30 holding a long sword, his expression wooden. "Let me be clear, if you take my money and slack off, don't expect the rest of the silver." Ma Ruffing addressed the crowd flatly. "Let's go. We'll arrive in time to slip into the fort at midnight." They rode toward the fort. Nestled in the mountains, only narrow trails led up, so they dismounted and threaded through the rocky paths. 2 hours later, the fort came into view. The moon was dark, the wind high, the night, like ink, shrouded the stronghold hidden deep in the mountains. Built against the slope, the fort's tumter-high walls stood as a silent black shadow. Rough stone blocks piled into walls exuded cold sternness. The gate was shut tight, its massive wooden planks studded with iron bars proclaiming inviolability. A few dim lanterns swayed in the wind, their faint light barely illuminating the entrance. The night watchmen, alert, gripped their weapons. They sensed faint rustling in the dark, bandits hidden their beasts, waiting to strike any intruder. Before Ma Ruffin could speak, 2 bounty hunters slipped away from the group, creeping toward the bandits in the shadows. Xiao Bieli followed. Thud, thud, thud. The hidden bandits couldn't even scream before Xiao Bieli's blade felled them. Experience 10. Experience 10. Once the men at the gate fell, Ma Ruffin cupped his hands to Zhang Zhong. "Senior Zhang, Hu Xiong is yours." Zhang Zhong nodded. "Rest assured, one Hu Xiong is nothing to me." He strode toward the fort's depths, but he hadn't gone far when, swoosh, 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 dozens of hidden arrows shot from the darkness. "Humph." Zhang Zhong snorted, spreading his right hand and striking out with the palm. Boom. A thunderous sound. The very air before his palm seemed to explode, shattering every incoming arrow into splinters. "Someone's raiding the fort. They're tough. The outer sentries are taken out. Quick, inform the chieftain." Shouts erupted from within the fort. The once pitch-black stronghold lit up with torches. Xiao Bieli watched Zhang Zhong's back, his expression grave. So this was the true chi projection of a 6th rank master, truly remarkable. As torches blazed within the stronghold, the bandits surged out, their murderous intent palpable as they charged toward the gate. Several figures emerged from the depths of the stronghold, leaping across rooftops with agile movements. "Charge in!" Ma Ruffing shouted urgently upon seeing this. Heaven Wolf's stronghold was heavily guarded. He had originally intended to secretly eliminate some of their experts before launching a full assault, ensuring Hu Xiong couldn't escape. But since they had been discovered, charging in was the only option. The blood debt for his son's death must be repaid. He'll deal with Hu Xiong. Chaos Origin Han Zhong declared, taking the initiative to confront three-headed wolf Hu Xiong, who was rushing out from the stronghold's depths. In a few breaths they collided. Heaton. "I was wondering who it was. So it's you, old fool Zhong. What gave you the guts to storm my Heaven Wolf stronghold?" "Heaven Wolf stronghold has committed heinous crimes and murdered my nephew. Today marks your downfall." Bang! Bang! In an instant, Hu Xiong and Zhong were locked in combat. Meanwhile, 100 bandits had reached the vicinity of the main gate. They knew how to pick their targets. Among the attackers, Xiao Bieli looked the youngest and seemed the easiest to handle. Instantly, over a dozen bandits charged at Xiao Bieli. "Bring it on." Xiao Bieli shook his head. He had accepted Zhu Shou's invitation because the Tsang Yuan sword sect's arrival at White Cloud Manor had stirred a sense of crisis within him. He came to Heaven Wolf stronghold to gain more experience and elevate his cultivation. He moved with fluid grace, his fingers striking like the wind. The Vajra finger at 5% proficiency activated. Bang! A single finger struck the weapon, hurtling toward him, sending it flying. With the support of his perfected iron shirt skill, even at only 5% proficiency, the Vajra finger unleashed terrifying power. Ordinary bandits who suffered a hit were left with broken bones and severed tendons. Xiao Bieli showed no mercy. Experience 10. Experience 100. Experience 500. Damn, he's a master. Old Fong, an 8th rank expert, couldn't withstand a single finger from this guy. Could he be a 7th rank? We picked the wrong target. The bandits who had attacked, Xiao Bieli cried out in terror. In a flash, only 3 of the dozen remained, retreating in panic. Worthless! A furious roar rang out. A middle-aged man resembling an impoverished scholar pushed past the 3 and fixed his gaze on Xiao Bieli, holding a severed head in his hand. Xiao Bieli recognized the head's owner. It belonged to one of the master furrier experts he had met at the mountain temple, invited by Zhu Shou. "Fifth Chief. Fifth Chief. This kid is no pushover. Be careful." The 5th chief stared coldly at Xiao Bieli. "No matter how formidable he is, anyone who dares to trespass on my Heaven Wolf stronghold must die." "That depends on whether you have the skill to back up those words." Xiao Bieli shook his head, utterly unperturbed. The moment their words faded, they struck simultaneously. Xiao Bieli thrust a finger forward, his energy surging like a swift gale. The 5th chief of Heaven Wolf stronghold responded in kind, leaping into the air and pointing a finger at Xiao Bieli. Bang! Their fingertips collided, unleashing a terrifying force that made the air tremble. To the bandits' astonishment, the 5th chief was forced back 3 steps, leaving deep footprints in the ground before regaining his balance. Xiao Bieli stood unmoved. Such formidable finger strength. A 7th rank expert at this age. The 5th chief's face paled. He had just slain a 7th rank expert who couldn't withstand 30 moves from him. Yet now he was at a disadvantage against this young man. Clang! Without acknowledging the 5th chief, Xiao Bieli drew the long blade at his waist. The 5th chief's cultivation level likely surpassed his own, but his true chi was inferior to Xiao Bieli's Yi Jin true chi. With the added strength of his max-level iron shirt skill, the 5th chief had suffered a slight setback. Otherwise, the Vajra finger, at only 5% proficiency, might not have forced him back. Shine! A flash of blade light appeared. They were already close, and the strike was blindingly fast. Less than half a breath from draw to slash. The 5th chief had no time to evade. He could only brace for the blow. He formed his hands into fingers and struck 9 times in an instant, leaving a trail of afterimages. As a 7th rank expert, each finger could leave a deep mark on a bluestone slab. He could only hope to block the blade. But his hope was destined to shatter. Just as his 9 fingers struck, Xiao Bieli's blade flashed with even greater speed. Blood sprayed. 2 fingers flew into the air. The 5th chief's scream was cut short. Blood gushed from his neck and his body crumpled to the ground. Experience 1000. A text visible only to Xiao Bieli appeared. Pity no martial art dropped. Xiao Bieli sighed, hoping his first 7th rank kill would bring a surprise. You dared to kill the 5th chief. A bandit stared in disbelief. The 1st chief was still fighting. Heaven Wolf stronghold might not fall today. How could this young man have dared to slay their 5th chief? Idiot. I came here to kill. Why else would I be here? Xiao Bieli executed the cloud ladder technique, leaping toward the bandits like a great bird. Charge. There are many of us. Even if we each land one blow, well, chop this kid into mincemeat. Clang, clang. Seeing Xiao Bieli approach, some bandits were roused to bloodlust. They were men who lived on the edge, not lacking the courage for a desperate fight. But unfortunately, courage meant nothing in the face of absolute power. Experience 10. Experience 100. Experience 500. Run. Get out of here. As the last 8th rank expert among the bandits fell, they could hold no longer and scattered in all directions. Xiao Bieli didn't bother pursuing. In that brief span, the experience on his system panel had surpassed 4,000. Experience 4130. The sounds of battle within the stronghold had begun to subside. Turning his head, Xiao Bieli spotted the 2 Master Furrier experts he had seen at the mountain temple stealthily making their way toward the stronghold's depths. Seeing this, Xiao Bieli gathered the spoils from the bandits he had slain, finding a manual for Swift Wind Finger on the 5th chief's body. Then he quietly followed. The area where he had fought the 5th chief was near the main gate. Though other experts were clashing deeper within the stronghold, none were nearby. Corpses littered the stronghold. Xiao Bieli even saw bodies of those who had come with him, a testament to how formidable Heaven Wolf's stronghold was. Better to boost my power first for safety, Xiao Bieli murmured, retreating into the shadows and finding an empty room. He silently commanded, consume 3,000 experience points to upgrade the Yi Jin Classic. Boom. A surge of mellow true qi erupted from his dantian, instantly opening the Yang Conception and Yin Conception meridians. He had reached the mid-7th rank. 7th grade mid-phase. Xiao Bieli opened his eyes, sensing his true qi growing richer, and nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, the system panel was there, otherwise relying solely on his own arduous cultivation, he would have taken an eternity to reach this point. Damn it. Those scoundrels are heading toward the chieftain's room. Stop them. At that moment, shouts of bandits came from deep within the stronghold, followed by the sounds of combat. Max out the stairway to the clouds. Xiao Bieli spoke softly. Although Hu Xiong was now held back by Zhang Zhong, both were 6th grade experts, and Zhang Zhong might not secure victory. With insufficient experience points to advance another minor realm, mastering the stairway to the clouds would increase his chances of escape if Hu Xiong returned. Countless insights into the stairway to the clouds flooded Xiao Bieli's mind, his feet growing warm. Stairway to the clouds mastered on the panel, its proficiency was complete, and a new line appeared: martial arts Yi Jin Jing, 15100 Gale blade mastered, iron shirt mastered, stairway to the clouds mastered. 5 tigers severing gate blade, 5100 great Vajra finger, 5100 subtle moves, bronze skin light as a swallow. Experience points 330. Originally, this trip had granted him a minor realm advancement and mastery of the stairway to the clouds, a considerable gain. Now that Hu Xiong, the greatest threat in Heavenly Wolf stronghold, was occupied, if there were any treasures within it, was a golden opportunity. If things went awry, he could retreat voluntarily. With the mastered stairway to the clouds, he had an added layer of confidence. Hearing the sounds of battle deep in the stronghold grow fainter, Xiao Bieli hesitated no longer and headed toward its depths. Yet before he had gone far, swoosh. A blade of light swept from a corner, aiming to cut his lower body. Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged as he drew his long blade, striking after the opponent, but arriving first. Clang. The 2 blades clashed, sparks flying. Edge. The ambusher gasped softly, having waited a long time here for his prey to enter the killing range, only to be blocked. It's you. Why attack me? Xiao Bieli frowned slightly. The man before him was the same black-clad figure who at the mountain temple had asked Zhu Shou if bringing back the bounty head of Heavenly Wolf stronghold could earn rewards from the Zhenwu Hall. Kid, you've got some skills. I underestimated you. Head back in East River Commandery, you spent lavishly buying intel from Jianshan Pavilion and taking bounty missions. Capturing you would yield far more silver than the Ma family's offer. The black-clad middle-aged man shook his head, wariness in his eyes, and slowly retreated. Since the ambush failed to kill Shen Lang and direct combat might not secure victory, it was best not to waste time. Returning to East River Commandery to gather a few familiar faces for another attempt would be wiser. Had he known Shen Lang would come this time, he'd have brought 1 or 2 helpers. You try an ambush and think you can just leave. Xiao Bieli sneered. Wealth not displayed invited greed. This man had set his sights on his silver. Bounty hunters lived on the edge of the blade, so don't expect high morals from them. He stomped hard on the ground, bang. He shot toward the black-clad man like an arrow from a bow. We're both 7th grade. I suggest you stop while you're ahead, or else. The black-clad man's words were cut off as a storm of blade strikes engulfed him. You. He roared in fury, his aura surging as he pushed his true qi to the limit, his long blade wreathed in energy, dancing like a hurricane, impenetrable. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, blades clashed. A tremendous force struck, numbing his sword-wielding right hand. The black-clad man regretted his choice and hastily retreated. Damn it. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Shen Lang's blade arcing in an odd angle. Forced to halt, he raised his own blade horizontally, clang. A crisp sound rang out. The black-clad man's long blade snapped. Spare. Before his plea could finish, his head soared into the air. Experience 1,000. Xiao Bieli searched the corpse, finding 300 silver notes and some loose coins, then headed deeper into Heavenly Wolf stronghold. Deep within the stronghold, there were few corpses. Even the sounds of battle were nearly gone. As Xiao Bieli moved forward, sudden shouts erupted nearby. Damn it. This is a trap. There's an expert in Heavenly Wolf stronghold. It's Hu Juexian of the Three Rivers Alliance. Run. Exclamations rang out, and Xiao Bieli could discern one or two as Zhu Shou's loud shouts. In this world, a 7th grade mid-phase martial artist wasn't necessarily stronger than a 7th grade early phase. Before opening the Ren and Du meridians, it was all about accumulating true qi. Some had deep inner power, but weaker techniques than those with less internal strength, making outcomes uncertain in battle. Only by opening the Ren and Du meridians and stepping into the 6th grade realm could one transform internal force into innate true qi, greatly enhancing lethality with qi projection. Along the way, he had learned something of Zhu Shou. Zhu Shou was likely a 7th grade peak expert who had opened the 6 extraordinary meridians. Though had never seen Zhu Shou fight, given others' attitudes, his true strength was probably considerable. He could hear panic in Zhu Shou's voice. Is Hu Juexian of the Three Rivers Alliance that strong? Could he be a 6th grade expert? If so, even Chaos Han Zhongzhong might be in danger. Though he hadn't heard of Hu Juexian's name, Xiao Bieli felt a desire to retreat. This trip had already yielded much. From now on, he only needed to methodically take bounty quests from the Jinwu Hall. Once Head honed himself to the 6th grade realm, Head returned to Lichuan County for revenge, crushing both Xiao Fuxing and the Long River Gang. For now, it was best to develop. With this thought, he channeled his internal force, activated the stairway to the clouds, and sprinted down the mountain. But he was only about 100 meters from Zhu Shou and the others when he heard the sound of something cutting through the air behind him. He turned to see a man of 37 or 8 wielding a longsword, swinging it in a single slash. A sword light. A dazzling sword light carrying intense cold tore the roof tiles into countless projectiles hurtling toward the fleeing figures. Qi projection. Xiao Bieli's heart jolted. So it truly was a 6th grade expert. The Three Rivers Alliance was based in Linshui Commandery. How could one of their experts be in Heavenly Wolf stronghold? Could the recent strife between the 12 connected docks and the Three Rivers Alliance be due to the latter's attempt to enter East River Commandery? Before he could ponder further, mercy. Cries of agony reached Xiao Bieli's ears. The 3 7th grade experts had seen earlier shattered over a dozen tile fragments, but the innate true qi imbued in the debris sent them vomiting blood, severely wounded, crashing to the ground. Not just these 3. Even Ma Roofing, the Ma family patriarch, and the remaining 2 7th grade experts were injured by the debris, blood trickling from their lips, though less severely, still able to flee. Scatter, or none of us will survive. Zhu Shou roared. The others, heeding this, fled in different directions. None could stand against a 6th grade expert. Only by fleeing separately could they hope for survival. As for whom the 6th grade expert pursued, that would be a matter of bad luck. Hu Juexian watched the 6 or 7 fleeing figures and barked at the Three Rivers Alliance experts behind him. What are you waiting for? Go chase them. They're all wounded and won't get far. Make sure to bring them all back. Having said that, Hu Juexian headed towards the direction where Zhang Chong and Hu Xiong were engaged in battle. Hu Juexian's expression darkened. The Sanjiang Alliance intended to expand its influence into Dongjiang County, while the 12 linked forts were also courting the Tianlang village, which had pledged allegiance to the Sanjiang Alliance 6 months ago. The alliance leader aimed for Tianlang village to feign allegiance to the 12 linked forts. By the time Sanjiang Alliance officially engaged with the 12 linked forts, Tianlang village would strike from within and without. He had come here today to convey the alliance leader's orders to Three-Headed Wolf, Hu Xiong, urging him to cooperate. But unexpectedly, the Ma family had summoned Hunyuan Han Zhangchong to invade Tianlang village at this moment. Moreover, Hu Wolf couldn't even handle Zhangchong and was supposed to clean up the mess. If he couldn't keep these people, Tianlang village would become an unusable piece on the chessboard. Xiao Bieli and Ma Rufeng were fleeing in the same direction, almost simultaneously diving into the forest. As they fled at breakneck speed, even Xiao Bieli was unaware of his location. Where do you think you're going? A stern shout came from behind, with 2 figures closely pursuing Xiao Bieli and Ma Rufeng. It's Tianlang village's 2nd in command Xiao Kuei and 3rd in command Yuan Ba. Xiao Kuei's martial skills are no lesser than mine. Young hero, we must strike together to have a chance of survival, Ma Rufeng said, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he glanced at Xiao Bieli, who was keeping pace with him. Previously struck by a piece of shattered tile, he had sustained significant internal injuries. Now, as he forced his qi to surge while fleeing, his body was beginning to wear down. Currently, his hope of survival relied entirely on the person Zhu Shou had brought. Seeing Xiao Bieli silent and focused on fleeing, a ruthless glint flashed in Ma Rufeng's eyes. His long sword erupted with silver light, slashing towards Xiao Bieli's chest. Given his internal injuries, even with their combined efforts, they were certainly no match for Chiu Kuei and Yuan Ba. If he could just keep this kid occupied and entangle Chiu Kuei, he had confidence he could escape, even if Yuan Ba caught up. As for the vengeance of his son, he no longer cared. Although his most talented son had died, he had more than one son, and at just 50 years old, even if all his sons died, he could still have more. Oomph. Xiao Bieli paused, facing Ma Rufeng's sword without dodging or avoiding, and charged directly forward. Drawing his long knife, he flicked the blade upwards. Ma Rufeng's eyes widened in shock. He had attacked first, and this strike was about to hit. Why was this kid drawing his weapon, now seeking to perish together? But was he thinking too optimistically? In an instant, Ma Rufeng's internal chi surged. Originally using only 50% of his strength to slow Xiao Bieli, he now exerted 80%. Swish, swish, swish. Yuan Ba appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in a coarse brown outfit, his bulging muscles exposed. With a cruel smile in his eyes, the moment Ma Rufeng attacked, he raised his hand, and dozens of hidden weapons shot out, blocking the path of both Xiao Bieli and Ma Rufeng. If Xiao Bieli and Ma Rufeng did not reduce their speed, they would have to face a storm of hidden weapons. Chiu Kuei suddenly stomped on the ground, leaving a deep footprint, and released his chain spear, aiming directly at Xiao Bieli's back. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The two understood why Ma Rufeng had suddenly acted this way, but they could not comprehend why that young man would make such a choice. This strike was utterly meaningless, yet they were about to discover the reason. Ma Rufeng's long sword struck Xiao Bieli, and contrary to expectations, the anticipated scene of Xiao Bieli being cleaved in half did not occur. Instead, a clash of metal echoed. Ma Rufeng's head flew into the air, his eyes still filled with shock and unwillingness. Experience 1000. At that moment, Chiu Kuei's chain spear also arrived, striking Xiao Bieli and forcing him back a step before he steadied himself. Top-tier inner armor. I didn't expect you to possess a piece of top-tier inner armor for protection. No wonder you act so fearlessly. Chiu Kuei retracted his chain spear, his gaze towards Xiao Bieli filled with greed. The value of a piece of top-tier inner armor far exceeds that of many renowned artifacts, easily worth 1,000 taels of gold. However, once he obtained this top-tier inner armor, he had no intention of selling it. For individuals like them who tread the line of life and death, possessing a piece of top-tier inner armor was equivalent to having an extra life. Second, why are we wasting words with him? Quickly capture him. If we can't keep him, we'll be in trouble. Yuan Ba, wielding a long iron rod, spoke carelessly. Although the inner armor was powerful, it could only withstand sharp blades. Once this young man received a strike, he would surely have his insides crushed. If one blow didn't kill him, then multiple blows would. Chiu Kuei glanced at Yuan Ba and said indifferently, I want that inner armor. They'll compensate you with 3,000 taels of silver later. Yuan Ba replied, fine, it's all yours. The two exchanged glances and moved to attack simultaneously. Although they didn't regard Xiao Bieli in their words, their actions showed no hesitation. One on the left and one on the right, they charged at Xiao Bieli. Yuan Ba swung the heavy iron rod covered in true qi, creating a gust of wind as he aimed to smash down on Xiao Bieli's head. Meanwhile, Chiu Kuei's chain spear was drawn straight, quivering like a long spear. In an instant, he unleashed 19 strikes, each glowing coldly, sealing off all critical points around Xiao Bieli. Even though this young man had inner armor for protection, there would always be unprotected spots. From the moment they spoke to the moment they attacked with full force was merely a breath's time. Chiu Kuei's speed was faster than Yuan Ba, and in a flash the spear's gleam had arrived. Do you really think I am a soft persimmon? Xiao Bieli sighed. Boom. The full-level iron cloth shirt activated. As his internal chi surged, Xiao Bieli felt as if he had been elevated 2 inches, his skin turning a brownish green like that of an ox. Ignoring Chiu Kuei's chain spear, Xiao Bieli allowed dozens of spear strikes to rain down upon him. Clang, clang. A series of clashing sounds rang out, and Chiu Kuei's expression changed dramatically. The person before him was unexpectedly a master of external training. Die for me. At that instant, Yuan Ba's iron rod also came crashing down, aimed at Xiao Bieli's forehead. At that moment, clang. Xiao Bieli drew his blade again, and this time he held nothing back. The full-level Gale blade technique unfurled in his hands. The snow-white blade light surged forth, clang. A strike landed on the weak point of Yuan Ba's attack, followed by a second strike. Blood sprayed forth, and Yuan Ba's hands flew away with the blow. Then his head took off into the sky. Experience 1000 from the moment Xiao Bieli drew his blade to Yuan Ba, head flying off, it was but an instant. Even Chiu Kuei had not reacted in time. By the time he realized and tried to retreat, it was already too late. Xiao Biela's long knife was already sweeping towards him like a violent storm. Xiao Kuei dared not hold back. His chain spear moved with incredible speed, leaving traces in the air. Clang clang. Sparks flew. After dozens of exchanges, Xiao Bieli had already grasped the routine of Xiao Kuei's spear techniques. Xiao Kuei's martial skills are indeed above mine, but his chain spear is not a renowned weapon or it can't penetrate my iron cloth shirt, and he has already lost in terms of momentum. I have also taken the initiative and gained the upper hand. Moreover, he doesn't even think he is my opponent. Xiao Bieli thought his blade technique shifting, causing Xiao Kuei to show a look of surprise as his spear technique faltered. A blade light swept across, and Xiao Kuei's head flew into the air. Experience 1000. Hongxiao Blade 1. Xiao Bieli swiftly gathered the spoils of war without a moment's pause, heading down the mountain, without looking back. A quarter of an hour later, Hu Juexian and three-headed wolf, Hu Xiong accompanied by 3 7th-rank masters, arrived at the forest clearing where Xiao Bieli had slain the 3 men. In Hu Xiong's hand was Zhang Zhong, his limbs severed, now unconscious. Upon witnessing the scene in the woods, Zhou Song, the 4th chieftain of Heavenly Wolf Stronghold, hurried forward to examine the 3 corpses. They were killed by a master of the blade. Ma Rufeng died from a single strike. The 3rd chieftain fell in just 2 or 3 blows. Only the 2nd chieftain bore more wounds. Zhou Song drew a sharp breath. Neither Yuan Ba nor Xiao Kuei were weak among 7th-rank martial artists. Yet working together they had met their end while pursuing Ma Rufeng. Who was the assailant? Hu Juexian furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice how many escaped this time. Three-headed wolf, Hu Xiong replied, according to those we captured, a total of 25 came this time. 7 were brought by Zhu Shou of the town martial hall, including Ma Rufeng, who died here 4 have fled. We must abandon Heavenly Wolf Stronghold. Damn that Ma Rufeng. Hu Xiong viciously kicked Ma Rufeng's unseeing head. He had never taken the Ma family seriously, but he never expected Ma Rufeng to invite chaotic Yuan Han Zhangzhou. Had Hu Juexian not been present, Hu Xiong himself might have perished. One cannot tolerate a rival sleeping beside one's bed. The 12 connected docks and the 3 Rivers Alliance were already locked in fierce conflict. The 12 connected docks had once tried to court him, but now that he was colluding with the 3 Rivers Alliance, once word reached them, they would surely strike at Heavenly Wolf Stronghold. Heavenly Wolf Stronghold was no longer tenable. Hu Juexian glanced at Hu Xiong and said calmly, "What's done is done. Take your men and come with me to Linshui Commandery. Since you chose to join our 3 Rivers Alliance, the Alliance leader will not treat you poorly." Hu Xiong nodded. With no other choice left, staying in East River Commandery would mean certain death. But this time his Heavenly Wolf Stronghold had suffered grievous losses. 3 of the 5 chieftains were dead. Even if he joined the 3 Rivers Alliance, his standing would likely be lower than he had anticipated. Xiao Bieli sprinted without stopping until he had left the mountain range of Heavenly Wolf Stronghold. Finding his horse tied by the roadside, he rode dozens of li before finally catching his breath. Though protected by his max-level iron shirt and top-grade inner armor, he was in no hurry to clash with a 6th-rank master. At least the gains are considerable. Xiao Bieli lifted his gaze to the system panel. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation 7th-rank mid-stitch. Martial Arts Yi Jin Jing 15100 Gale Blade Art perfected. Iron Shirt perfected. Cloud Ladder perfected. 5 Tigers Severing Gate Blade 5100 Great Vajra Finger 5100 Subtlety in moves Copper Skin Light as a swallow. Experience 3330 Crimson Sleeve Blade Pending claim the Crimson Sleeve Blade of Dusk and Rain. Who knew killing a 7th-rank peak master would yield such a treasure? Xiao Bieli sighed. Having been in this world for so long, he was no longer the naive rookie of the martial world. In the Jianghu, most wandering warriors' weapons were nameless. A blade was just a blade, a sword just a sword. Only those that could cut through metal and jade earned a resounding name. Like a person's reputation in the martial world, weapons worthy of being known across a commandery were called renowned artifacts. Yet there were exceptions. Even an ordinary weapon could gain fame if its wielder was powerful enough. The Crimson Sleeve Blade, once the weapon of Su Mingjin, master of the Golden Wind and Rain Pavilion in a past life, was undoubtedly superior to any named blade in East River Commandery. He needed a good blade now. Extract. Without hesitation, Xiao Bieli spoke softly. A short blade appeared in his hand, its body crimson and its edge translucent. As his fingertip touched the blade, a chill seeped into his palm. With a flash of light, he lightly poked a thigh-thick tree before him. The great tree crashed down, its cut surface smooth as a mirror. A fine blade. Had he obtained the Crimson Sleeve Blade earlier, killing Xiao Kuei would have taken far fewer moves. One strike would have severed Xiao Kuei's chain spear, making the kill much easier. Used 3,000 experience to upgrade Yi Jin Jing. Yi Jin Jing, 18,100. As the proficiency of Yi Jin Jing increased, a surge of pure internal energy emerged from within Xiao Bieli, rushing toward the Yin Xiao meridian. In an instant the meridian was opened, smoothly advancing him to the 7th rank late stage. He exhaled deeply. From mid to late 7th rank his internal energy had increased by a full 30%. The trip to Heavenly Wolf Stronghold had elevated him by 2 minor realms and perfected his cloud ladder technique, a substantial gain. Still he was far from reaching the 6th rank. Use all remaining experience to upgrade Great Vajra Finger. Since White Cloud Manor was hunting for a blade expert, it was unlikely they'd suspect him, but mastering another martial art was prudent. With his current internal energy and the strength boosted by max-level Iron Shirt, Great Vajra Finger would suffice against any 7th rank martial artist. A torrent of experience in Great Vajra Finger flooded in, as if he had trained it for months. Great Vajra Finger, 8,100 experience 30. Xiao Bieli frowned. 300 experience had only increased proficiency by 3 points. Though not as costly as Yi Jin Jing, 100 experience per proficiency point was still high. 4 Gale Blade Art and others 100 experience had yielded 5 points. Is it because Great Vajra Finger is of a higher grade than Gale Blade Art? I thought Yi Jin Jing required 1,000 experience per point because it was an internal art, but now it seems it's simply due to its higher rank. System, if you have such a setting, why not display it? The system panel remained unresponsive. By now the horizon was tinged with red and the sun was about to rise. Xiao Bieli shook his head, mounted his horse, and rode toward East River Commandery. Just as the city walls came into view, he heard urgent hoofbeats behind him. Turning, he saw Zhu Shou and a blade wielder from the mountain temple galloping toward him. Both were disheveled and pale. Zhu Shou fared better, but the other blade wielder was drenched in blood, one arm hanging limp, clearly broken. Zhu Shou spotted Xiao Bieli, astonished to see him unscathed. Young Master Shen, you're unharmed. Had he not witnessed Shen Lang killing the 5th chieftain of Heavenly Wolf Stronghold at the start of the battle, he would have suspected Shen Lang of colluding with the Three Rivers Alliance. They were heavily wounded, yet Shen Lang seemed barely scathed save for some dishevelment. Xiao Bieli replied, fortunately, I didn't venture deep into Heavenly Wolf Stronghold, only its periphery. When I heard your shout, I sensed danger and fled immediately, encountering no pursuers. How did you two end up like this? Where are the others? At this, Zhu Shou's eyes dimmed. He sighed. Heavenly Wolf Stronghold has colluded with the Three Rivers Alliance. They are likely lost. I wonder what became of Senior Zhang Zhong. When we fled, Hu Juexian had gone to aid Hu Xiong. 2 6th rank masters besieging him. Senior Zhang Zhong is probably doomed. This misfortune falls upon me. I have wronged you both. Henceforth, should the Jinwu Hall post any lucrative bounties, I shall inform you immediately. Zhu Shou clasped his hands in salute toward Xiao Bieli and the other blade wielder. This is no fault of Brother Zhu's. None of us anticipated that the Tianling bandit fortress would collude with the Sanjiang alliance. Xiao Bieli nodded in agreement. Among the 12 fortified harbors under Dongjiang Commandery, the 12-link harbor held the greatest sway. Once news spread of the Tianling bandit fortress's collusion with the Sanjiang alliance, Hu Xiong would dare not remain within Dongjiang Commandery. Nor would he dare venture into Dongjiang city itself to trouble them. Upon returning to the city, Xiao Bieli parted ways with Zhu Shou. Zhu Shou had sustained serious injuries and needed to return for treatment. Indeed, nowhere in all of Dongjiang City was safer than the Jinwu Hall. Zhu Shou himself belonged to the Jinwu Hall. Even the 12-link harbor lacked the audacity to storm its premises. Though the Dongjiang branch of the Jinwu Hall was modest in strength, it answered directly to the imperial court. Any assault upon it would be an affront to imperial authority itself. Xiao Bieli had suffered no significant wounds, yet still took 2 days to rest. During this time, he leased a secluded courtyard, modest in size but serene and agreeable at an annual rent of merely 20 taels of silver. On the 3rd day, Xiao Bieli emerged from the courtyard and ascended by Xiang Lu, the 100 Fragrance Pavilion. He frequented the establishment often. No sooner had he stepped through the threshold than a waiter hurried forward to greet him. Young Master Shun. Same as always. Xiao Bieli nodded silently and proceeded straight upstairs. It was lunchtime. The 2nd floor teemed with patrons, leaving only 2 or 3 vacant tables. Xiao Bieli claimed one and seated himself. The din around him was deafening, yet he paid it no mind. Once the waiter placed a fine jar of aged Huadiao wine before him, he poured a cup and drank it down in one smooth draught. Though the pavilion's wine lacked the fiery potency of distilled spirits from his past life, it carried a sharp, pungent bite and the earthy aroma of fermented grain, its rustic character heightened by the clamor of wandering martial artists surrounding him. Taverns were renowned as crossroads of intelligence. Though most patrons on the 2nd floor spoke only of trivial local gossip from recent days in Dongjiang Commandery, occasionally a useful morsel of information surfaced amid the chatter. Have you heard? The 12-link harbor sent men to the Tianling bandit fortress, but it stands utterly abandoned. The Tianling scoundrels betrayed their own, colluding with the Sanjiang alliance. A disgrace to Dongjiang's martial world. Ha ha. So long as profit beckons, bandits care nothing for Dongjiang or Linshui commanderies. Alas, these times grow ever bleaker. Just days ago, several young masters from outlying commanderies were invited to the Baiyun Manor, and none have reappeared since. They've surely met foul ends. You'd court death speaking so freely of the Baiyun Manor. What do you suppose the Baiyun Manor wants with them? What else? To verify whether those newcomers are actually disguises adopted by Xiao Bili, the youth from Linshui commandery. As the names Baiyun Manor and Xiao Bili drifted into his ears, Xiao Bili's interest stirred faintly. Though he could inquire discreetly through the Jiangshan Pavilion or the Jinwu Hall, every such action risked exposing more of his true identity. For now, as Shen Lang, he had revealed only 7th-rank cultivation prowess during the battle at Tianlang Fortress, sufficient to deflect suspicion from the Baiyun Manor, for the moment. Given time, even the Tsang Yuan sword sect would likely abandon their pursuit. A righteous young martial artist burst forth indignantly. Even so, must the innocent perish? An elder seated beside him swiftly stuffed a piece of meat into the youth's mouth, then turned apologetically to the surrounding patrons. My grandson speaks rashly. He's had too much to drink. Whatever the Baiyun Manor does, it must be justified. The tavern bustled with eyes and ears. How could anyone know whether Baiyun Manor agents lurked among the second-floor patrons? What is there to fear? Another voice chimed in. Truly the Baiyun Manor acted wrongly, seeking one man Xiao Bili yet claiming 7 or 8 lives in the process. Such conduct, not a soul on the second floor dared reply. The Baiyun Manor, having thrived across 3 generations, commanded immense prestige throughout Dongjiang's martial world. No one dared incur its wrath. Conversations on the second floor hushed markedly. I confess, I cannot fathom the Baiyun Manor's strategy here. Xiao Bili sighed inwardly. If they truly sought him, quiet investigation would suffice. Yet this grand spectacle ensured he would vanish without trace. Should he flee Dongjiang Commandery entirely, finding him again would be akin to seeking a needle in the ocean. With that thought, he devoured his meal with swift, decisive strokes, and called out, "Waiter, settle the bill." Leaving the 100 Fragrance Pavilion, Xiao Bili had scarcely gone far when he sensed someone trailing behind him. His expression remained unruffled as he strolled leisurely toward his rented courtyard. Along the way, he detected at least 3 or 4 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. Are they from the Baiyun Manor? Have they already grown suspicious of me? Yet that seems unlikely. Xiao Bili is only 17. There should be no reason to link him to me. Though his face betrayed nothing, a subtle sense of peril rippled through his thoughts. The Baiyun Manor housed 5th-rank experts. Should they move against him now, escape would be near impossible. When Xiao Bili reached his courtyard, 2 figures stood waiting at its gate. One was Wang Yuan, the blade wielder who had returned alongside Zhu Shou. His complexion had regained some color, his condition markedly improved, though his injuries remained unhealed. Upon spotting Xiao Bili, Wang Yuan's eyes lit up. He hurried forward in eager strides. Young Master Shun. Seeing Xiao Bili pause, Wang Yuan clasped his hands respectfully and said, "This is Lu Dali, Chief Escort of the Weixin Escort Agency, here expressly to seek young Master Shin's aid." Lu Dali likewise saluted Xiao Bili and added, "Originally I intended to request Brother Wang's assistance on an escort mission, but learning he was injured several days past, I now turn to young Master Shun." An escort mission? Xiao Bili's brow lifted in mild skepticism. The Weixin Escort Agency is among Dongjiang's most prominent. Why seek my protection? The Weixin Escort Agency enjoyed considerable renown in Dongjiang Commandery. Its 2 chief escorts, Cheng Huai and Cheng Hai, known collectively as the 2 righteous brothers of Dongjiang, were both peak 6th-rank cultivators whose names Xiao Bili had certainly heard. Within Dongjiang, the Weixin Escort Agency ranked just below the Baiyun Manor, the Tsangyu sect, and the 12-link harbor. Lu Dali smiled wryly. Times have changed. In years past, we relied almost exclusively on river routes, carrying heavy cargoes efficiently. Now, with the 12-link harbor and the Sanjiang Alliance locked in, open warfare waterways are impassable. We must resort to land routes instead. Moreover, Dongjiang grows increasingly unstable. Even the Ma family suffered grievous calamity. Merchants requiring supplies now universally engage escort agencies. It is not only Weixin. Every major escort agency in Dongjiang is overwhelmed with demand. Hearing this, Xiao Bili grasped the situation fully. Land travel demanded twice the time and effort. What once required 2 or 3 days by river now took 6 or 7. With longer journeys came greater risk and inevitably more incidents. This time we're heading to Lichuan County in East River Prefecture, a 6-day journey. Lu Dali pulled a money pouch from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Bili, saying, "This is the deposit. The other half will be paid upon our return. With the reputation of our prestige escort agency, nothing untoward should occur. We've invited you, young hero Shun, to accompany this shipment as a precaution. Should your intervention be required, the remuneration will be doubled. Xiao Bieli weighed the pouch in his hand. It contained several dozen taels of silver. Though it paled in comparison to the fee Ma Ruffling had offered him for the assault on Heavenly Wolf Stronghold, it was still a generous sum. After all, the mission against Heavenly Wolf Stronghold had been fraught with peril, and Ma Ruffling bore a blood feud with them, his son's murder. But escorting a shipment for 6 days merely to the neighboring Linshui prefecture was hardly a difficult task. It might not even require his intervention. Thinking Xiao Bieli might decline, Wang Yuan sidled up to him and whispered, "The Prestige Escort Agency has extensive connections in East River Prefecture. Securing their goodwill would make it far easier for you, young hero Shun, to procure the elixirs and herbs you need for your cultivation." Wang Yuan was well aware that Shun Lang, though younger than himself, was undoubtedly of extraordinary origins. He had personally witnessed Shun Lang slay the 5th chieftain of Heavenly Wolf Stronghold in just a few moves. Moreover, when the Tri-River Alliance had emerged from the stronghold, only 4 of their group of over 20 had survived. He and Zhu Shou had been battered and bruised, but Shun Lang had emerged unscathed. His martial prowess might be far greater than anyone imagined. As bounty hunters, they danced on the edge of a blade. Having a powerful friend meant they could collaborate on bounties they couldn't complete alone should a lead arise. "Very well. I accept this escort mission," Xiao Bieli stated coolly. Since someone was tailing him from the shadows, it meant White Cloud Manor still harbored suspicions. This journey with the Prestige Escort Agency offered a perfect opportunity to leave for a while. Moreover, the escort's destination was Lichuan County. Though he had only recently transmigrated and never met his predecessor's father, that man had sacrificed his life to save him. The blood debt of a slain father demanded settlement, and since an opportunity had arisen, he would see the karmic ties severed. Song Yuan's sword sect was untouchable for now, and Xiao Fuxing was merely a 7th-rank cultivator. Killing him should pose little problem. Lu Dallas' face broke into a smile. "Meet at the East City Gate tomorrow morning." "See you then, Brother Shun." White Cloud Manor. "Third Master, the commotion is still too insignificant," Lu Jun said, looking at Zhou Chong with displeasure. Lately, Zhou Chong had claimed 7 or 8 lives, but all were nobodies in East River Prefecture. The uproar he had caused was far from sufficient. If Senior Brother Zhuo were to investigate, he would think nothing had been done. Zhou Chong frowned. 7 or 8 lives have already been taken. If I stir up more trouble, the Manor Lord might grow dissatisfied. Though their faction held considerable sway within White Cloud Manor, the Manor Lord was not him. If things got out of hand, he himself might face censure. He suspected that if the Manor Lord hadn't known he was acting for a disciple of Song Yuan's sword sect, he would have intervened long ago after the senseless killings. Lu Jun shook his head. "Third Master, the tracking goo is nearly here. Please stir up a bit more trouble for me. This is the last time. Besides, aren't there still 2 of those suspected to be Xiao Bieli that you mentioned earlier?" Zhou Chong frowned. "Those 2 have been confirmed not to be Xiao Bieli. Huang Yiping is the disciple of Wind Thunderblade. Lu Zhao and Shun Lang's martial arts are at least at the mid-7th rank, perhaps even late 7th rank. Though he also uses a blade, Xiao Bieli is only 17. How could he possess such strength?" Lu Jun said coolly, "Wind Thunderblade Lu Zhao is merely an early 6th rank cultivator. Third Master, just proceed. If Lu Zhao dares to descend the mountain, once my Lu family's experts arrive, someone will deal with him. Killing the disciple of a renowned 6th rank master should demonstrate my earnest efforts to atone. As for Shun Lang, deal with him as well." Zhou Chong said gravely, "Young Master Lu, this is the last time. Otherwise, even I won't be able to cover for it." The next morning, Xiao Bieli arrived at the East City Gate, but Lu Dali and his group had not yet appeared. However, after waiting only about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, a merchant caravan laden with goods emerged from the city gate. Lu Dali and his escort were among them. The caravan was sizable. The merchants themselves numbered 20 to 30, and with nearly 20 escorts, the total came to about 50. "Brother Shin, over here," Lu Dali called out upon seeing Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli gave a slight nod. The members of the caravan all turned to look at Xiao Bieli. Lu Dali had told them he had hired an expert for this journey, but they hadn't expected the expert to be so young. "We entrust this journey to you, young hero Shun." The caravan's owner, shopkeeper Qian, clasped his hands in greeting. Though he inwardly thought Lu Dali had chosen someone far too young, the Prestige Escort Agency's reputation assured him that the journey would likely be trouble-free. Moreover, the Prestige Escort Agency had dispatched 2 7th-rank masters for this trip, and their merchant guild also had a 7th-rank master. Ordinary bandits would be no match for them. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the caravan set off. Xiao Bieli rode his horse at the rear of the procession. "Hey, how did Uncle Dali get you to join this escort?" The speaker was Chung Min, the only female escort in the group. She wore a neat, form-fitting warrior's outfit, her hair tied back, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. The moment Chung Min appeared beside him, Xiao Bieli felt the gazes of several young escorts fix upon him. A graceful maiden is the gentleman's pursuit. He understood their looks. In his past life, when the goddess of his heart laughed with another male classmate, he had feigned indifference while a storm raged within. Moreover, Chung Min's surname was Chung. She was likely related to the two chief escorts of the prestige escort agency. But none of this was his concern. I was recommended by someone, Xiao Bieli replied truthfully. Chung Min leaned closer and whispered, I heard you were at the battle at Heavenly Wolf Stronghold a few days ago. Did a 6th-rank master intervene? I heard that chaotic force Han Zhongzhong has gone missing. Xiao Bieli nodded. I heard he's missing, but I don't know the details. When I descended the mountain, I didn't see him. Chung Min pouted. How can you not know anything? Seeing Chung Min's expression, the hearts of the young escorts shattered. The young mistress was known in the agency for her aloofness. When had she ever shown such a side? The caravan traveled along the main road. At their pace, they could have reached the next town by nightfall, but the heavens were unkind. After only half a day, dark clouds gathered overhead, threatening a torrential downpour at any moment. Escort Louis can't go on. These are all dyes and fabrics. They must not get wet. Shopkeeper Qian's face darkened. The dyes and fabrics were worth a fortune, but despite the waterproofing measures, he couldn't guarantee they'd stay dry in a heavy downpour. These goods represented a third of his entire wealth, which was why he had personally accompanied the shipment. Judging by the sky, it's just a passing shower. Lu Dali chuckled. Rest assured, shopkeeper Qian. There's an abandoned temple ahead. Though it's been deserted for over a decade, it will still provide shelter from the wind and rain. Let's take refuge in that temple until the rain passes, then we'll set off again. The ruined temple Lu Dali spoke of was not far away. Originally, it had 5 or 6 rooms, but years of neglect had left most of them collapsed, with only the main hall still providing shelter from the rain. First, move the goods into the main hall. We'll find somewhere to take shelter. Shopkeeper Qian instructed the caravan members to unload the cargo from the horse-drawn carts and carry it into the hall. Shortly after the goods were moved inside, thunder rumbled and rain began to patter down. This rain won't let up anytime soon. Lu Dali stood beside. Xiao Bieli spat and grumbled. Based on past experience, this time of year usually brought only brief showers. But the rain had been falling for half an hour with no sign of stopping. Shopkeeper Qian worriedly remarked, this journey would normally take 6 days, but with the rain making the roads treacherous, it'll likely take 8 or 9. At least the goods stayed dry. Just then the sound of hooves echoed from outside the temple. The guard at the gate shouted, Shopkeeper, someone's coming. Shopkeeper Qian frowned and turned to Lu Dali asking, could it be scouts from mountain bandits? Lu Dali shook his head. This sudden rain caught everyone off guard. This is the only shelter nearby, so it's normal for someone to come. Besides, I hear only one rider. No need to worry. Besides, this temple is unclaimed wilderness. It wouldn't be right to turn anyone away. We're still within Dongjiang County, and my prestige escort agency carries some weight here. As they spoke, a thin black-clad swordsman around 23 or 24 wearing a straw rain cape led his horse to the temple gate. He glanced briefly at the caravan, tethered his horse, found a dry spot outside the main hall, and sat down to silently eat a rain-soaked flatbread. Friend, I'm a chief escort from the prestige escort agency, Lu Dali said, offering a warmed flatbread to the black-clad swordsman. If you don't mind, we have some heated rations here. The black-clad swordsman glanced at Lu Dali, but said nothing, continuing to eat his rain-soaked flatbread. What an odd fellow, Chung Min murmured from beside Xiao Bieli. Lu Dali didn't mind. After all, staying cautious on the road was wise, and refusing food from strangers was a sensible choice. Another incense stick's time passed, and though the rain hadn't stopped, it had notably lessened. But then another burst of urgent hoofbeats rang out. Lu Dali's brow furrowed. This time it was different from the lone black-clad youth. The hoofbeats suggested at least 6 or 7 horses accompanied by footsteps treading on muddy ground. Everyone from the prestige escort agency, except Chung Min, was seasoned and experienced from numerous escort missions. With just a glance from Lu Dali, all hands moved to their weapons. Damn it, good thing this temple is still standing, or we'd be soaked through. Let's go in and dry our clothes, warm up. Hearing the clamor from a distance, shopkeeper Qian breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't seem to be coming for them. As the group filed through the temple gate, the leading burly man saw the main hall already crowded with people. His brow furrowed as he coldly declared, the Flying Eagle Stronghold is taking over this place. Everyone out. Hearing the name Flying Eagle Stronghold, Lu Dali forced a smile and tossed a pouch of silver to the leading man. Gentlemen, I'm Lu Dali of the Prestige Escort Agency. Some of our cargo can't get wet. Please allow us some leeway. Consider this silver as a token of thanks for your tea. We'll shift our goods to make room for you and leave once the rain stops. In Dongjiang County, most mountain strongholds, upon hearing the Prestige Escort Agency's name, would take a toll and move on, since everyone was just trying to make a living. His agency had greased the wheels with both the righteous and the lawless over the years. Though he hadn't heard of the Flying Eagle Stronghold, they should have heard of the Prestige Escort Agency. Moreover, this group of nearly 20 men, all armed, didn't look easy to mess with. If a fight broke out, they likely wouldn't have the upper hand. Such a paltry sum. Are you mocking beggars? The leading man weighed the pouch in his hand with disdain, then his gaze fell on Chung Min, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. All right, I'll give your Prestige Escort Agency some face. When the rain stops, you can leave, but this woman stays. Xiao Biela's eyes flickered. He had been observing these men since they entered. They pretended to target Chung Min, but their gazes kept lingering on him. Are they from White Cloud Manor? Xiao Bieli sighed inwardly. It seemed he had brought trouble to the Prestige Escort Agency. Screw your mother. Chief Escort Lu, don't waste words with them. Do they think the Prestige Escort Agency is afraid? Some of the younger escorts from the agency had already drawn their weapons. Only seasoned escorts like Lu Dali wore grim expressions. Knowing this was a Prestige Escort Agency convoy, these men still acted this way. Either they were supremely confident or deliberately looking for trouble. You're asking for death. Chung Min couldn't hold back any longer. As the young mistress of the Prestige Escort Agency, on her first escort mission, how dare someone insult her like this? With a swift draw, Chung Min wielded her longsword. Though only at the mid-stage of the 8th rank, her thrust was quick and fierce, aiming straight for the leading man's brow. Quite a fiery temper. The Flying Eagle Stronghold man laughed, showing no intention of dodging her strike. His right hand slithered like a snake along her blade, lunging to seize her sword-wielding wrist. A crimson blade flashed. No one saw how Xiao Bieli drew his saber. A blood-curdling scream tore from the leading man as his hand, severed cleanly before it could grab Chung Min's arm, fell to the ground. Terror in his eyes, he clutched his stump and stumbled backward, roaring, "Get them! Kill them all!" Before he could finish, his head soared into the air as his body crumpled to the ground. Experience 1000. Kill! Kill! With Xiao Biela's instant decapitation, the escorts and caravan experts snapped into action, charging at the remaining Flying Eagle Stronghold members. Xiao Bieli didn't pause. With a smooth glide, he dashed toward the gate. Blades flashed, and 2 more heads flew. Experience 10. Experience 500. Every time Xiao Bieli struck, another body fell, leaving the escorts and caravan members stunned, especially Lu Dali and the sole 7th rank expert among them. They had charged out immediately, but Xiao Bieli was too swift. They didn't even have a chance to act, only watching as one person after another dropped. To Xiao Bieli, these men were nothing but experience points. He didn't want to become a notorious demon king hunted by righteous sects for fame. But if he were strong enough, anyone who dared oppose him would become mere experience fodder. For now, though, he had no intention of letting this free offering slip away. "This is just too powerful, isn't it?" murmured one of the escorts from the Weixin Escort Agency. Chung Min, who had already retreated to the side, watched with a gleam in her eyes as every swing of the crimson blade felled a bandit from the Eagle's stronghold. Even the black-clad swordsman who had been silently gnawing on a wet flour cake rose to his feet, a fighting spirit flickering in his gaze, though he made no move to intervene. "This one's tough. Chief Chiu is dead. Call the envoys quick. We can't hold out anymore. If the envoys don't act, we're all dead men." Xiao Biela's red sleeve blade grew ever more crimson and fierce as it drank the blood of his fallen foes. A flash of red light swept through the air. Splat! Another figure crumpled to the ground. Experience 100. Damn it. Let's fight to the death. Charge. Pushed back step by step until there was no ground left to yield, the 2 peak 8th rank bandits finally lost their nerve. With a leap, they lunged at Xiao Bieli from left and right, one wielding a blade, the other an axe. Splat! Splat! Yet as the blade's light flickered, a gash appeared on each of their chests and they crashed to the earth. Experience 500. Experience 500. The moment the 2 corpses fell, the 2 7th rank experts who had been lurking outside the courtyard made their move simultaneously. Clang! Clang! Both were also swordsmen, and their strikes were swift. As their blades flashed, their sword lights seemed to merge into one, forming an impenetrable curtain of rain and wind that descended upon Xiao Bieli. "It's the 2 chiefs from Guzi Ridge," exclaimed Kong Tong, another 7th rank expert of the Weixin Escort Agency, his face darkening. As one of the agency's 6 7th rank masters, he had accompanied the chief escort to Guzi Ridge before and had seen these 2 men. Moreover, he had heard the chief mention that the bandits of Guzi Ridge had ties to the White Cloud Manor. But their relationship with White Cloud Manor had been amicable. Why would the bandits of Guzi Ridge attack them now? He couldn't fathom it. Could it be that White Cloud Manor had decided to move against the Weixin Escort Agency? Lu Dallas' expression was also grim as he muttered, "If Brother Shin can't hold on old Kong, well, join the fray together." The 2 who had struck were superior to him, and Kong Tong in martial arts. Had they not hired young Master Shin to safeguard this journey, this shipment would surely have been lost. Well met. Xiao Biela's eyes held a chill. These men were indeed after him, and both of them possessed profound, true chi, marking them as peak 7th rank experts. Had he not advanced to the late 7th rank during his time at the Wolf's Den, he would have been forced to rely on his golden silk vest and iron shirt technique to withstand their combined assault. But now in the midst of the caravan surrounded by prying eyes, he couldn't risk exposing both his blade technique and the vest simultaneously lest he provoke the full force of White Cloud Manor. Fortunately, he was now a late 7th rank master, his Yi Jin Jing true chi far surpassing theirs in quality. Moreover, he wielded the red sleeve blade. Facing their tempestuous sword light, Xiao Bieli neither dodged nor evaded. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, his red sleeve blade struck 19 times. Clang, clang, clang. Their sword lights clashed. No. Suddenly their faces twisted in terror. In their horrified gaze, that crimson blade collided with their own. Clang. Their two blades snapped upon impact, and the crimson blade continued its unstoppable trajectory. Splat. Blood sprayed as the hands gripping the hilts were severed. You? Spare. Before they could finish, a flash of crimson light swept by. Splat. Splat. Two heads soared into the air, their blood splattering against the temple's enclosing wall. The storm subsided, and a faint ray of sunlight broke through. Experience 1000. Experience 1000. 13 Grand Protectors, Horizontal Training 1. Another martial art had emerged, and a horizontal training technique at that. To survive the martial world, you either had to be overwhelmingly strong, or you needed superior lightness skills and a rock-hard defense. This way your chances of escape were much greater. Spare. The remaining 3 bandits were frozen and terror slumped on the ground, unable even to beg for mercy. Xiao Bieli merely glanced at them and chose not to kill them. One of these bandits was a 9th rank, while the other 2 were not even ranked. His current experience was 6,490, missing out on 120 points wouldn't matter much. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, late 7th rank. Martial Arts, Yi Jin Jing 18100 Gale Blade Technique Mastered, Iron Shirt Mastered, Cloud Ladder Mastered. 5 Tigers Disarming Blade 50-100 Vajra Finger 8100 Subtlety of Moves Bronze Skin Light as a Swallow. Experience 6490 13 Grand Protectors Horizontal Training. Pending this haul is nearly as good as the one from the Wolf's Den. Sheathing his blade, Xiao Bieli turned to Lu Dali and said, Old Lu, go question them. See if they came looking for trouble on purpose. These small fry likely knew nothing. And even if Lu Dali found out that these men were after him, it wouldn't be a big problem. At worst, he could leave the group right now. However, as long as no 6th rank expert from White Cloud Manor made a move, he wouldn't mind a few more waves of such attacks. By then he would surely be a 6th rank master himself. Lu Dali signaled the escorts to bind the remaining 3 bandits, then walked over and whispered to Xiao Bieli and shopkeeper Qian. That stronghold at Guzzi Ridge has some connection to the 3rd master of White Cloud Manor. I'm afraid they're after us. We should leave immediately and travel through the night. Otherwise we might be in for trouble. At the mention of White Cloud Manor, shopkeeper Qian's heart tightened. He quickly asked, Then what do we do? Even if we make money on this trip, I still have to return to East River Prefecture. Lu Dali shook his head. Rest assured, shopkeeper Qian. The martial world has its rules, and the Imperial Court has its own. Your merchant guild isn't a force in the martial world. If White Cloud Manor dares to move against you, the Martial Suppression Bureau will intervene. Having said that, Lu Dali turned to Xiao Bieli. This time I feel that White Cloud Manor is targeting our Weixin escort agency. It's us who have dragged you into this, Brother Shun. But rest assured, Brother Shun, White Cloud Manor doesn't hold absolute sway in East River Prefecture. Our chief escort is on excellent terms with Elder Chu Bufan of the 12 Linked Islands. If White Cloud Manor truly tries to harm our agency, the 12 Linked Islands won't stand idly by. As long as you stay with us, you'll be safe. Xiao Bieli nodded. Then I thank you, Brother Lu. There were still many good people in this world, Xiao Bieli mused. Lu Dali was a veteran of the Weixin escort agency and held a high position. If he reported this to the chief escort, White Cloud Manor would have to explain themselves, or the agency would surely develop a rift with them. Lu Dali replied, Brother Shin, what are you saying? If it weren't for you this time, our agency would have suffered a terrible loss. Brother Shin will go interrogate them first. Once shopkeeper Qian finishes loading the goods, we'll set off. I won't feel at ease until we're on our way. After loading the goods, the caravan continued its journey. Young Master Shun, I am truly indebted to you this time. Otherwise, all of old Qian's life savings would have been lost. A small token of my gratitude. On the road, shopkeeper Qian handed several banknotes to Xiao Bieli, each worth 100 taels, 5 in total. Xiao Bieli shook his head and said, You are too kind, shopkeeper Qian. I agreed to escort this shipment for Brother Lu, and he has already paid me. I cannot accept this silver. Previously, during his visit to the Wolf Bandit stronghold, he had obtained many banknotes from several 7th rank experts he killed, leaving him with thousands of taels. far more than he needed in the short term. Moreover, these people had come for him. An hour into the caravan's journey, two figures appeared in the ruined temple. Surveying the corpses, Lu Jun furrowed his brow. His blade work is so swift. This Xinlang's martial arts are no simple matter. As an inner disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect and a peak 7th rank expert, he believed he could only achieve the same. The elder of the Long River gang, Lin Tong, sighed. It seems Xinlang is truly not Xiaobieli. This man has some background. Perhaps we should avoid provoking him for now. Moreover, since you personally killed Huang Yiping, Lu Zhao of the Wind Thunderblade will surely demand an explanation from the White Cloud Villa. Oomph. Lu Jun snorted coldly. A mere Lu Zhao. He's only considered someone in the eyes of you barbarians. My Lu family experts are on their way. I'd like to see if Lu Zhao dares to demand anything from me. Xinlang. Their destination is Lichuan County. Return and have Sun Changhe eliminate Xinlang. Those I wish dead shall not live. Although Lin Tong was displeased with Lu Jun's words, being called a barbarian was too much even if Manzhou was remote. He dared not show it. The Lu family's strength rivaled that of the Three Rivers Alliance, and they were backed by the Zhongyuan sword sect, one of the 9 sects. At nightfall, the caravan arrived at a small town and settled in. After dinner, Xiaobieli returned to his room. Host Xiaobieli. Cultivation 7th rank, late stage. Martial arts Yi Jin Jing 18100 Gale blade technique perfected, iron shirt perfected, cloud ladder perfected. 5 tigers disabling blade, 50-100 Vajra finger, 80-100 subtle moves, bronze skin light as a swallow. Experience 6490 13 guardians cross training claimable. Xiaobieli gazed at the system panel and silently commanded, claim 13 guardians cross training. Boom. Countless methods of cultivating the 13 guardians cross training flooded into Xiaobieli's mind along with insights and experiences from its practice. He sensed a surging force within him eager to burst forth. 13 guardians cross training, 5100 whoosh. Xiaobieli let out a long breath and murmured, so that's it. Practicing the 13 guardians cross training generates a unique force hidden within the skin and membranes capable of blocking blades and resisting true qi. In concept, it's a step above the iron shirt. But with over 6,000 experience points, I should first focus on advancing my realm. Spend 3,000 experience to upgrade Yi Jin Jing. Boom. As his words fell, countless experiences of cultivating Yi Jin Jing poured into his mind, while a pure stream of true qi emerged within him, surging through his limbs and bones. Crack. In an instant, the Yang Bridge Meridian was opened. Peak 7th rank was achieved. Host Xiaobieli. Cultivation 7th rank peak. Martial arts Yi Jin Jing 21100 Gale blade technique perfected, iron shirt perfected, cloud ladder perfected. 5 tigers disabling blade, 50-100 Vajra finger, 80-100 subtle moves, bronze skin light as a swallow. Experience 3490, finally peak 7th rank. Xiaobieli took a deep breath. Still over 3,000 experience points left. At the 7th rank, 3,000 experience were needed to advance one minor realm. Now with only a little over 3,000, it was insufficient to open either the Ren or Do Meridian and step into the 6th rank. Moreover, with the White Cloud Villa now targeting him, it was unwise to hoard experience. It was better to upgrade other martial arts first, balancing internal and external skills. His ability to effortlessly slay several martial artists of the same realm at the Wolf Bandit stronghold owed much to his perfected techniques. One iron shirt already gave me a great advantage. The 13 guardians cross training must be improved. Let's first see if the 13 guardians cross training like the Vajra finger requires 100 experience points to raise proficiency by 1%. Spend 100 experience to upgrade 13 guardians cross training. Boom. A warm current emerged from his skin, hammering it repeatedly, making it as tough as cowhide. 13 guardians cross training, 10,100. Same as iron shirt, 100 experience points increase proficiency by 5. That's a bargain. Xiaobieli's eyes lit up. Mastering the 13 guardians cross training would yield greater benefits than the iron shirt. Earlier, with an imperfect iron shirt, he had managed to kill Lin Hai, who was of a higher realm. Master the 13 guardians cross training. As his command echoed, boom. His skin grew hot and blood flowed faster, as if a force threatened to burst forth. After a while, the force subsided, hidden within the fascia of his body. 13 guardians cross training perfected, experience 1590. Mastering the 13 guardians cross training allows one to even deflect a portion of an opponent's true qi. With the iron shirt as a foundation and the perfected 13 guardians cross training, my external skills have reached a balance of hardness and softness, a level of true mastery. I wonder how many strikes from a 6th rank expert I can withstand now. Can I kill across realms? Xiaobieli's heart stirred with temptation, but he quickly suppressed the dangerous thought. With his system panel, why take such risks? A mere 6th rank. Even if no trouble came, diligent combat would see him reach that realm in a month or two. Then he could hunt 6th rank experts, earning experience even faster. Perhaps soon he could take on 5th rank experts. Spend 300 experience to upgrade Vajra Finger. Spend 1200 experience to upgrade 5 Tigers Disabling Blade. With his command Vajra Finger, 10,105 Tigers Disabling Blade, 17,100 boom. Countless experiences from training both martial arts flooded his mind, as if he had studied them for months. After a moment, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes. The 5 Tigers Disabling Blade, truly a superior blade technique of the Heavenly Dragon world, a cut above the Gale blade technique. If I master the 5 Tigers Disabling Blade, my blade skills might reach new heights. But to break through to the 6th rank and improve my blade technique experience is still insufficient. In the Heavenly Dragon world, even Morong Fu had used the 5 Tigers Disabling Blade in battle, proving it was no weak technique. The Qin family lacked the insight to grasp its crucial moves, which were lost over time. But he had obtained the complete 5 Tigers Disabling Blade. The next day at dawn, the caravan set off once more. Fortunately, the skies remained clear along the way, though they encountered 2 bands of mountain bandits. Yet on both occasions, the prestige of the Weixin escort agency proved its worth. After offering some bribes, they passed through without incident. After all, the caravan was sizable, with several 7th rank martial artists among their numbers. The bandits sought only wealth. There was no need for them to leave empty-handed. Moreover, the Baiyun Mountain Villa remained silent, which left him somewhat disappointed. Along the journey, there was no opportunity to harvest experience. Brother Shin, ahead lies Lichuan County. Shopkeeper Qian will be delayed in Lichuan County for a day to deliver goods. Tonight, I'll take you to enjoy the pleasures of Lichuan County. Lu Dali winked at Xiao Bieli, flashing a look that only a man could understand. Sounds good. Xiao Bieli nodded. In his past life, the original owner had been a well-behaved lad while in the Xiao family. Though his monthly allowance was not meager, it was still insufficient to indulge in the pleasures of the pleasure quarters. Besides, the original owner had been strictly disciplined. Had he dared to venture into such establishments, his legs might have been broken. Oh, thinking of this, Xiao Bieli let out a sigh. From the original owner's memories, he could see that his father had treated him exceptionally well. Compared to the Zhongyuan sword sect, the original owner likely harbored even greater resentment toward his eldest uncle. I want to go too tonight. Cheng Min quickly interjected. Lu Dali chuckled. Those places are not for a young lady to visit. If I took you there, your father would surely kill me. Cheng Min instantly understood what Lu Dali was referring to. A blush crept across her cheeks as she cried out, Uncle Dali, you can go to such places yourself, but do you have to lead young Master Shin astray? Ha ha ha. Lu Dali looked at Xiao Bieli and laughed. That depends on whether young Master Shin wishes to go. Xiao Bieli smiled as well. Of course I want to go. Shopkeeper Qian quickly added, I must thank all of you for this journey, especially young Master Shin. Today I, old Qian, will be the host. Chief Lu, do not argue with me. Young Master Shin did not accept my reward, and I already feel indebted. If you do not allow me to host today, I, old Qian, will lose my temper. Lu Dali replied, all right, then let Shopkeeper Qian treat us. Shopkeeper Qian chuckled. At home in Dongjiang Commandery, my wife keeps a tight rein on me. I have never once visited such pleasure houses. But now that I am away, I have been to Lichuan County twice, and the Cuihong Pavilion there is truly remarkable. Tonight we shall go to Cuihong Pavilion. Humph. Hearing this, Cheng Min snorted coldly and retreated to the back of the group, her gaze lingering on Xiao Bieli, hoping to hear words of refusal from him. But to her disappointment, none came. Xiao Bieli certainly would not refuse. Cuihong Pavilion was not far from the street where the Xiao residence stood, only a single street away, making it convenient for his plans. Night fell. Inside Cuihong Pavilion, lanterns blazed brilliantly, and a feast of delicacies covered the tables. Xiao Bieli, shopkeeper, Qian, Lu Dali, and a few others clinked glasses in a private room, while nearby a troupe of graceful, singing girls danced elegantly. Only shopkeeper Qian and the 7th rank martial artists occupied the private room. The rest either stayed at the inn to guard the goods or drank in the main hall of Cuihong Pavilion. The expenses at Cuihong Pavilion were not low. Though shopkeeper Qian was well off, he could not treat everyone equally. The original owner had never visited Cuihong Pavilion before, and Xiao Bieli had not expected shopkeeper Qian to favor such refined entertainment. In his past life, he had often frequented KTVs where stockings would pucker without a single song being sung. This refined sort of entertainment did not hold much appeal for him. However, from the perspective of a seasoned observer, these singing girls were clearly meticulously trained by Cuihong Pavilion. If placed in his past life with some beautifying filters, they would undoubtedly be live-streaming goddesses. Seeing Xiao Bieli's lack of interest, shopkeeper Qian smiled. Rest assured, brother Shin, these are merely appetizers. Tonight you will stay here at Cuihong Pavilion. I have already arranged everything. As shopkeeper Qian, what are you saying? I am merely here to broaden my horizons. Xiao Bieli said with a serious expression. Though he was but a mortal at heart, this world was unlike his past life, with far fewer precautions. If he were to contract some disease, he wondered if the Yi Jin Sutra could ward off those viruses. Ha ha ha. Lu Dali and the others burst into laughter. When they had first visited such places, they too had been as shy as Xin Lang. But after a few visits, all bashfulness faded. Was not the purpose of their wanderings through the martial world to gain fame, fortune, and women? It was not until late into the night that they finally emerged from the private room. As they stepped out, a maid from Cuihong Pavilion greeted them and led the inebriated group to their respective chambers. Young Master Shin, this is our Cuihong Pavilion's top courtesan, Miss Yunyan. As the maid helped Xiao Bieli into his room, the madam addressed him with a smile. Xiao Bieli lifted his gaze to see Yunyan, who indeed bore the shy and delicate appearance of a well-bred lady. As Yunyan took over from the maid, the madam smiled and said, Yunyan, tonight you must take good care of this young master. With that, she departed with the maid, closing the door behind them. Yunyan supported the drunken Xiao Bieli toward the bed. Suddenly, Xiao Bieli stumbled, pulling Yunyan down onto the antique bed. By the time Yunyan realized what had happened, half of Xiao Bieli's body was pressing down on hers. Young Master Shun. Xiao Bieli's weight was too heavy. No matter how Yunyan struggled, she could not break free, so she resigned herself to her fate. Then her eyelids grew heavier and heavier until she could no longer resist and fell asleep. Once Yunyan's breathing steadied, Xiao Bieli rose from the bed, his eyes devoid of any trace of intoxication. He opened the window, leaped lightly onto the rooftop, and landed without a sound. As he neared the Xiao residence, he removed the mask from his face, revealing a handsome and youthful countenance. Tonight he would once again become Xiao Bieli. In mere tens of breaths, he arrived at the Xiao residence. He knew the grounds intimately. Without alerting any of the Xiao family guards, he made his way toward Xiao Fuxing's quarters. At this hour, Xiao Fuxing's residence was still brightly lit, indicating that he had not yet retired for the night. The moment Xiao Bieli alighted on the courtyard wall, he heard his eldest uncle's voice from the study. Still no sign of that little beast in Dongjiang Commandery. Then an elderly voice followed. That little beast vanished without a trace after disappearing from the river. However, the Grand Elder returned today. He said that young Master Lu has found a way to track Xiao Bieli. Within 10 days at most, as long as Xiao Bieli remains in Manzhou, he will surely die. What method? I do not know. The Grand Elder did not say. Through the window, Xiao Bieli confirmed the speaker's identity. Lian Zhongxin, an elder of the Changhe gang. Xiao Bieli had met him several times before, and he was a close friend of Xiao Fuxing. Oh, a sigh reached the ears of both men. Who? Xiao Fuxing turned abruptly. When he saw the figure standing at the study's entrance, his face contorted as if he had seen a ghost. It was Lian Zhongxin who reacted first, sneering, nephew, you have certainly made us search high and low. Ah, Xiao Fuxing sighed. You're quite bold returning to Lichuan County so early. No wonder young Master Lu searched for you in Dongjiang Commandery without a single clue. Don't blame your uncle. Offending the Song Yuan sword sect would doom the entire Xiao clan. Initially, I wanted to hand you over, but your father disagreed. I couldn't let the whole clan be buried with you, and your father could I. Lian Zhongxin sneered disdainfully. What, old Xiao, you've done the deed, and still want to play the saint. Young Master Lu has searched for Xiao Bieli for so long, without success. If we deliver his head, there's certainly a reward to be had. Indeed, there's no such thing as having your cake, and eating it too, Xiao Bieli nodded. I'm not here for anything else today, just to settle a score. Rest assured you'll all die today. No one will survive. Xiao Bieli's gaze sharpened abruptly. His fingers slightly spread, and with a sudden motion his thumb pressed forward with immense force. Vajra finger. Scoundrel. Xiao Fuxing roared, his eyes filled with undisguised shock. The study was too small, and Xiao Bieli stood at the doorway. They had no room to dodge, and could only meet this finger strike heat. He spread his right hand, stepped in the pattern of the 7 stars, and thrust a palm toward Xiao Bieli's finger. The Xiao clan's heirloom technique, Emerald Wave Palm. Emerald Wave Palm had 5 levels. At its peak, the palm force could stack 5 times. It was this very technique that earned the Xiao clan a place among the families of Lichuan County. Xiao Fuxing had clearly cultivated the family's Emerald Wave Palm to a profound level. Lian Zhongxin stood in the corner with arms crossed, showing no intention of intervening. Even if Xiao Bieli was at the peak of the 8th grade, he was still no match for Xiao Fuxing. The Xiao clan's guards were far too incompetent. How could a mere 8th grade sneak in unnoticed? Swoosh. The Vajra finger capable of piercing stone and metal clashed with the terrifying palm force of Emerald Wave Palm. Contrary to Lian Zhongxin's expectation, Xiao Bieli was not instantly defeated by Xiao Fuxing. To Lian Zhongxin's shock, Xiao Fuxing's right palm was pierced through by Xiao Bieli's finger, leaving a bloody hole that exposed the stark, white bone beneath. Ah! A scream of agony escaped Xiao Fuxing's lips as he stumbled backward repeatedly. What finger technique is this? It's not from my Xiao clan. Xiao Bieli paid no heed to Xiao Fuxing. With a swift movement, he struck another fierce finger toward Xiao Fuxing's chest. Strike now. This little beast is of the 7th grade. Xiao Fuxing's eyes bulged with fury. Ignoring the wound on his right hand, he flailed his palms, channeling his inner energy to its utmost. Powerful qi enveloped both hands as he met Xiao Biele's finger. Lian Zhongxin wasted no time either. His long sword hissed from its sheath. Knowing Xiao Biele wore a superior inner armor, a dozen sword lights aimed directly at his throat and limbs. Just as the sword lights were about to strike, Xiao Biele pushed his iron shirt and 13 grand protector hardening techniques to the limit. His once pale arms turned cyan-black, muscles bulging and veins coiling. The terrifying finger force tore through the air as his finger collided with the dual palms. Boom. Flesh and blood flew. Xiao Fuxing was hurled backward, crashing heavily into the study wall and smashing a deep crater into it. Experience 1000. At that moment, Lian Zongxin's sword arrived. But Xiao Biele, as if with eyes in the back of his head, reached out his left hand. His wide palm, like a cow's tongue rolling over grass, precisely caught the blade. Let go. With a gentle twist, the finely forged steel sword was instantly bent into a tangled mess. Blood spurted from the tiger's mouth of Lian Zongxin's right hand. Seeing the dire situation, he leaped, attempting to flee through the study window. Swoosh! A crimson blade shot forth with terrifying force, piercing Lian Zongxin's chest and pinning his entire body to the wall. You? A mouthful of blood gushed from Lian Zongxin's lips, and then he fell silent. Experience 1000. Thus I fulfilled one of the original owner's wishes. Glancing at Xiao Fuxing's corpse, Xiao Biele sighed. Don't worry. Once I find out who's behind this, even if I can't take them on now, once my martial arts improve, I will avenge this murder of my father. Moments later, someone's broken in. Hurry over. The commotion from the study alerted the Xiao clan guards. A group of them rushed in only to find the room spattered with blood and 2 bodies lying on the floor. Dead. The clan head is dead. Seeing this, the newly appointed steward of the Xiao clan collapsed to the ground in terror. The other guards were equally at a loss. Within a single month, first the second master met his end, and now the clan head was dead. Was the Xiao clan doomed? Quick! Notify the Long River gang. Elder Lian is dead. Hurry over. Summon the eldest young master at once. In an instant, the entire Xiao clan was in chaos. Meanwhile, Xiao Biele had long since returned to Cuihong courtyard via the rooftops. Add all the experience to the 5 Tigers gate-breaking blade. Seeing that Miss Yunyan was still fast asleep, Xiao Biele silently commanded in his mind. 5 Tigers gate-breaking blade, 37,100, countless insights into the technique flooded Xiao Biele's mind, as if he had spent years diligently training in it. With 37% proficiency, the 5 Tigers gate-breaking blade rivals a perfected Gale blade technique. But Gale pursues speed while this technique emphasizes power, different focuses. If I raise my proficiency further and merge the strengths of both, my understanding of the blade path might ascend to a new level. After a moment, Xiao Biele unsealed Miss Yunyan's sleep point and lay down beside her. Half an hour later, noise erupted in Cuihong courtyard, waking many guests who had stayed the night. Miss Yunyan rubbed her head and sat up, frowning slightly at the sight of Xiao Biele lying beside her, reeking of alcohol. Hearing the commotion outside, she stood up, opened the door, and grabbed a maidservant to ask, "What's happening out there?" The maidservant whispered, "Miss, I heard that Elder Lian of the Long River gang and the Xiao clan head were murdered in the Xiao residence. The Long River gang is now scouring the city for the killer." What? Miss Yunyan was startled. In Lichuan County, the Long River gang was the ultimate authority. Even Cuihong courtyard had ties to them. And behind the gang stood the 3 Rivers Alliance, which held absolute sway over Linshui Commandery. Who would dare to touch a tiger's whiskers? The maidservant reminded her softly, "Miss, you'd better wake the guest in your room quickly. With such a major incident, the Long River gang will surely come to investigate here." Meanwhile, at the Long River gang, the gang leader, 7-fingered divine Eagle Sun Changhe, and the Grand Elder Lin Tong stood together in the assembly hall. The corpses of Lian Zhongxin and Xiao Fuxing lay on the floor. The rest of the gang's experts had already fanned out across the county to search for the murderer. After examining the bodies, Lin Tong shook his head. "I went to the Xiao residence. The one who killed Xiao Fuxing and Elder Lian is far superior in martial arts. There are few clues left in the study. The attacker's finger strength is formidable. 2 strikes claimed Xiao Fuxing's life. Though Xiao Fuxing was only at the late 7th grade, his emerald wave palm had reached the 5th layer. Even I would need dozens of moves to take him down, especially with Lian Zhongxin by his side. I suspect the attacker is a 6th grade master. Only a 6th grade could slay both of them within a few breaths." Sun Changhe nodded. Such finger strength indeed suggests a 6th grade master. But why would a 6th grade target Xiao Fuxing and Lian Zhongxin? Or was Xiao Fuxing the real target and Lian Zhongxin merely collateral? Lin Tong said gravely, Only you, the gang leader, can handle a 6th grade. If we can't find him and he doesn't intend to trouble our gang, I suggest we let it go. However, young Master Liu's request to kill that Shun Lang gives us a perfect excuse. Since Shun Lang is in Lichuan County today, and our gang has lost an elder, killing him would be justified. Shun Lang. Sun Chong amused, what background does this Shun Lang have? Lin Tiantong shook his head. Chief Shun Lang's background is not important. What matters is that the Alliance leader intends to build ties with the Liu family. No. The Alliance leader aims to foster relations with Song Yuan Sword Sect. Although Liu Jun is merely an inner disciple of Song Yuan Sword Sect, he is a direct descendant of the Liu family. His aunt is an inner sect elder of Song Yuan Sword Sect, a 5th rank expert. That is enough. If we comply, the Liu family will owe us a favor, and the Alliance leader will owe you one as well. In the future, our Changhe gang can enjoy more resources within the Alliance. Bang! At that moment, a splendid firework burst open in the southern part of Lichuan County. Lin Tiantong and Sun Changhe stepped out of the assembly hall, frowning at the firework against the night sky. They actually found someone. Lin Tiantong shook his head. Since a suspicious person has been discovered, I shall make a trip there. Sun Changhe shook his head. Let's go together. Shun Lang won't leave Lichuan County tonight. We can deal with him tomorrow. Let's first see who dares to court trouble. The next morning, Xiao Bieli stepped out of his room. Within the courtesan, Yin Yan still bore a look of lingering resentment in her eyes. She was the leading lady of Cuihong Pavilion. After the Changhe gang's search yesterday, she had expected to share a night of passion with this extraordinary young swordsman, but he had simply fallen asleep again. A maidservant, seeing Xiao Bieli emerge, promptly said, "Young Master Shin, Manager Qian and the others are waiting for you downstairs." Xiao Bieli nodded and headed downstairs. "Oh, young Master Shin, how did you rest?" Manager Qian teased as he saw Xiao Bieli descend. Xiao Bieli nodded. "Not bad, but I drank too much yesterday." Lu Dali laughed. "That's the spirit. Drink up. The more you drink, the stronger the kick." Manager Qian smiled. Come, let's get some food first." "I drank too much yesterday. Oh, I've been hungry for a while." The trio arrived at a tavern. Manager Qian, clearly irregular, quickly ordered dishes. Usually there aren't many breakfast patrons here, but today it's nearly full. Manager Qian remarked, surveying the hall with a click of his tongue. The commotion last night was tremendous. It seemed all the Changhe gang's experts were mobilized. "Yes, I was woken up last night and couldn't sleep for half the night." "What exactly happened?" "You don't know?" "Yesterday, Master Xiao Fuxing of the Xiao family and Elder Lian of the Changhe gang were killed at the Xiao residence. Last night's uproar was to find the murderer. Was the murderer found?" "Of course. I heard someone saw a black-clad swordsman kill over a dozen Changhe gang members in the southern city before calmly escaping." Listening to the patrons' chatter, Xiao Bieli felt bewildered. Was someone taking the fall for him? Manager Qian took a sip of wine and sighed. "The Changhe gang is the top gang in Lichuan County and part of the Sanjiang Alliance. I can't believe the killer got away." Lu Dali shook his head. "In the martial world, one's life is always on the line. You never know when it might be taken. So seize the day. Like me, old Lu, whenever I have silver I spend it all." Xiao Bieli also raised a cup of wine, silent, filtering useful information from the surrounding conversations. "Hey, do you know the identity of that black-clad swordsman?" A flushed-faced wanderer spoke up. His words instantly piqued the interest of the patrons. "What identity? Could it be the 12 linked forts of Dongjiang Prefecture? I've heard they're locked in a fierce struggle with the Sanjiang Alliance, even blocking the waterways." "Definitely not the 12 linked forts. If they had attacked, they would have targeted the Sanjiang Alliance." That wanderer chuckled. Han Wuyin, the 3rd young master of the Han family. A silence fell over the hall. After a moment, someone exclaimed, "The Han family's 3rd young master, whose 73 members were all slaughtered in one night 10 years ago. At the time, there were rumors that the Changhe gang was behind it. Is it true?" "Yes, I remember hearing that only the steward and the 3rd young master Han Wuyin's bodies were never found." "So that's it. No wonder he killed Elder Lian. But why at the Xiao residence?" "The Xiao family head was close to Elder Lian. They were probably caught in the crossfire." Xiao Bieli suddenly understood. 10 years ago, the original owner was too young to remember this. Still, he believed he had left no clues. Even without Han Wuyin taking the blame, they likely wouldn't trace it back to him. Come, let's drink." Lu Dali raised his cup, sighing. "This Han Wuyin is quite skilled. I heard even the Changhe gang's senior elder Lin Tiantong intervened last night, yet he still escaped." As the 3 clinked glasses and drank, a group of Changhe gang disciples suddenly entered the tavern. The patrons in the hall were startled. It's Elder Lin." "Greetings, Elder Lin." "Elder Lin." Upon seeing Lin Tiantong, everyone in the hall quickly rose to pay their respects. The Changhe gang held immense prestige in Lichuan County. As its senior elder, Lin Tiantong was practically an emperor in the county. Even Manager Qian and Lu Dali stood up and cupped their hands toward Lin Tiantong. Only Xiao Bieli narrowed his eyes. If he remembered correctly, Lin Hai, who died by his hand, was Lin Tiantong's grandson. Lin Tiantong's gaze swept across the tavern hall before finally locking on to Xiao Bieli. He said with a faint smile, "Young Master Shun, I wonder how our Changhe gang has offended you that your first act upon arriving in Lichuan County was to kill our gang's elder." What? The patrons in the hall were stunned. The killer of Elder Lien wasn't Han Wuyin, but this young man before them. Impossible. Lu Dali shouted. Young Master Shun was with us all day yesterday. The people at Suihong Pavilion can testify. Elder Lin Young Master Shun was invited by my Weixin escort agency. He couldn't possibly be the one who killed your Elder Lien. Moreover, Young Master Shun isn't even from Manzhou. This is his first visit to Lichuan County. How could he have a grudge against your Changhe gang? Lin Datong shook his head. I've already questioned the people at Suihong Pavilion. When Elder Lien died, you had already finished your drinks. Suihong Pavilion is only a street away from the Shao residence. There was ample time. Furthermore, Young Master Shen has made several moves in Dongjiang Prefecture displaying exquisite saber techniques. The blade work that killed Elder Lien is identical to what he showed there. Whether it is or isn't Young Master Shen, please accompany me back to the gang. Our chief will make the judgment. Elder Lin Young Master Shun has been invited by my Weixin escort agency. You cannot act against him. Lu Dali stood in front of Xiao Bieli speaking coldly. If it weren't for Young Master Shen's intervention, they would have suffered heavy losses at the abandoned temple. If they were to watch helplessly as the Changhe gang took Young Master Shen away, not only would he feel guilty, but how would the Weixin escort agency find help in the future? Shopkeeper Qian also forced a smile, saying, Elder Lin, there must be some misunderstanding. Elder Lin Tian ignored Shopkeeper Qian, merely watching Lu Dali and calmly stating, this young man killed an elder of our Changhe gang. It would be best if head Lu does not get involved. Otherwise, in the future, it may be quite difficult for the Weixin escort agency to operate in Linshui County. Lu Dali's face turned red, feeling suffocated, yet somewhat apprehensive. He was just the head of the Weixin escort agency. If because of him the agency could no longer operate in Linshui County, his sin would be grave. After all, many brothers in the Weixin escort agency relied on escorting goods to make a living. Xiao Bieli noticed Lu Dali's predicament, stepped forward, and smiled lightly at Lin Tian, saying, Elder Lin, are you saying that the elder of your gang died under my swordsmanship? Lin Tian nodded. Indeed, although Han Wuyin has decent martial skills, he wields a sword. The knife wounds on the elder's corpse are identical to those left by you after your previous killings in Dongjiang County. The long knife was drawn like a raging storm, which is why it left dozens of knife wounds on the elder's body. Xiao Bieli, truly dozens of wounds. Lin Tian nodded. Indeed. Behind Lin Tian, a burly man with a full beard impatiently interjected, why waste words with this guy? If he is unwilling to come back with us, then break his limbs and bring him back. Xiao Bieli turned to the bearded man, saying, is this gentleman also an elder of the Changhe gang, a 7th-tier master? Perhaps even stronger than the elder. The bearded man arrogantly declared, I am a venerator of the Changhe gang. Indeed, I am a 7th tier. As for whether my strength surpasses that of the elder, you will know if you try. Just as the bearded man finished his sentence, clang. The Hongxiu knife was drawn. A chilling blade chant suddenly erupted. The 5-tiger breaking door blade, dominating the mountains. Upon seeing Xiao Bieli draw his knife, the bearded man felt a strong sense of danger. However, they were too close, and Xiao Bieli's action was too sudden. He had no time to evade and could only take the blow. His arm bones cracked as if they had swollen, and with a surge of internal energy his palm struck towards the scarlet blade. Poof! The bearded man was sent flying, crashing through the entrance of the tavern, which splintered into pieces, landing on the street. Experience 1000. Swish! At the moment the bearded man flew out, a sword light appeared, targeting Xiao Bieli's neck. It was Lin Tian who struck. Xiao Bieli's knife was drawn too suddenly. Even though he reacted quickly and drew his sword, he was still a step too late. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Even if he lost a 7th-tier master, killing Xiao Bieli would not be a loss. Yet Xiao Bieli made no unnecessary movements. He lightly flicked his long knife, deflecting the strike. Venerable Ma. Venerable Ma is dead. Cries erupted from the members of the Changhe gang in the street. Everyone looked outside the tavern only to see the bearded man's palms had long since vanished, lying on the ground with a wound extending from his shoulder to his abdomen, blood staining the long street red. Hiss! The patrons in the tavern gasped in shock. That was a 7th-tier master, yet he couldn't even withstand a single blow from the one before them. Could it be that Elder Lien was truly killed by this young man? Sheathing his knife, Xiao Bieli looked at Lin Tian and smiled. Elder Lin, how does the martial prowess of Elder Lien compare to that of Venerable Ma? If I can kill with a single strike, why should I use so many knives? Lin Tian looked at Xiao Bieli, his expression dark as water. After a moment, he spoke, "Are you saying that to prove you killed Elder Lien without needing to use so many knives you killed Venerable Ma?" Xiao Bieli nodded. "Of course, finding evidence is too troublesome. I believe that as long as I can prove that killing a 7th-tier Elder Lien doesn't require so many strikes, my suspicions can be cleared. Or do you think, Elder Lin, that one Venerable Ma is not enough, and you want to personally test my knife?" Lu Dali sighed softly. "Previously there was a chance for mediation, but now that young Master Shun has killed a 7th-tier master of the Changhe gang, he has completely turned against them." He quietly leaned towards shopkeeper Qian and whispered, "If a fight breaks out later, shopkeeper Qian, you should leave first, quickly handle the goods, and return to Dongjiang County. Young Master Shun has struck. Old Lu cannot remain idle." Shopkeeper Qian glanced at Lu Dali and nodded, remaining silent. He had numerous collaborations with the merchants in Lichuan County. If he were to offend them completely, his business would be untenable. At this moment, the wandering guests in the tavern also came to realize that this was Lichuan County. Even if you want to prove yourself, there was no need to kill Venerable Ma, right? Moreover, judging by young Master Shun's words, does he wish to spar with Lin Tian? The leader of the Changhe gang, 7-fingered divine eagle Sun Changhe, is a 6th-tier master. Even if you kill Lin Tian, do you think you can walk out of Lichuan County? Lin Tian shook his head and said to kill at the slightest disagreement. Even if you are not the one who killed Elder Lien, you are undoubtedly a person of the demonic path. Those who kill my Changhe gang will remember this day next year as your day of sacrifice. Swish. A beam of sword light erupted from Lin Tian's hand. This sword was unknowably faster than the previous hurried strike, moving like an antelope's horn, leaving no trace, instantly covering all of Xiao Biela's vital points. You are indeed stronger than that previous waste, yet still limited. Clang. Xiao Bieli did not dodge or evade. At the moment the sword light approached, the Hongxiu knife was drawn. Clang. The knife and sword clashed, sparks flying. With a crisp sound, Lin Tian's sword, forged from the finest iron, broke in half. Lin Tian was startled and quickly retreated. After young Master Shun killed Venerable Ma with a single strike, he knew that Shin's martial arts were undoubtedly not inferior to his, and with the enhancement of the renowned blade, he was no match. Thus Lin Tian did not hesitate, turning to flee down the street. "Want to escape?" Xiao Bieli sneered, his feet generating wind, almost instantaneously catching up to Lin Tian. Just as he was about to strike, whoosh! A stone flew sharply towards Xiao Bieli. Swish! Xiao Bieli suddenly raised his hand and struck with his knife. Bang! The stone exploded and Xiao Bieli landed on the long street, staring coldly in the direction from which the stone had come, saying, "Since Leader Sun has arrived, why hide?" What? Those who had chased after him from the inn were startled by Xiao Bieli's words. The chief of the Long River Gang, Sun Changhe, had arrived in person. He was a 6th-rank master, a figure of considerable renown throughout Linshui Commandery. Lu Dali's hand clenched tightly around the long saber at his waist, ultimately dissolving into a long sigh. If it had been just those few earlier, he might have had the courage to hold them off for young Master Shun. But now, with 7-fingered divine eagle Sun Changhe here, even if he intervened, it would be futile, and he would only endanger his brothers from the escort agency. Originally, I only wished to invite young Master Shun to the Long River Gang to clarify a misunderstanding. 7-fingered divine eagle Sun Changhe emerged from the other end of the street, gazing at Xiao Bieli as he shook his head. "But now, Shenlang, you have slain my Long River Gang's steward. This matter requires an explanation from you, and an explanation to my Long River Gang." Sun Changhe wore a purple long robe. On his left hand, only his thumb and index finger remained. Known as 7-fingered divine eagle, his specialty was naturally the eagle claw technique. His right hand was dark and livid, a clear sign that his eagle claw technique had reached its zenith. "Ha ha ha!" Xiao Bieli burst into laughter. "Sun Changhe, if you had struck from the start and captured or killed me, I might have thought better of you. In the Jianghu there is never much room for reason. If you want to kill me, then strike. Even if I die by your hand, how many would speak out for me? Just as when you eradicated the Han family, your Long River Gang still thrived, didn't it? Acting the whore while wanting a monument of virtue." Last night, when he visited the Xiao residence, he had heard Lien Zhongxin mention that Lin Tongtian had returned from Dongjiang Commandery and claimed to have a method to find him. "Since you court death, I shall grant it." Sun Chang's face darkened and his finger descended like a swift gale. A sharp finger force shot through the air toward Xiao Bieli. Simultaneously, he lunged forward like lightning, his intact hand imbued with true qi, reaching for Xiao Bieli's face. "Well struck. I've been wanting to see just how vast the gap is between me and a 6th-rank master." Boom. Xiao Bieli pushed his iron shirt and 13 grand protector techniques to their limits. He seemed to grow taller, his muscles bulging. Spreading his 5 fingers, he channeled his inner energy through them, then thrust his thumb upward to meet the incoming finger force. The great Vajra finger. Thud. Xiao Bieli's body trembled. He staggered back 2 steps before steadying himself. At that moment, Sun Changhe had already closed in. His claw wreathed in terrifying energy aimed for Xiao Biele's face. Xiao Biele showed no fear. He thrust his great Vajra finger towards Sun Chang's claw, while simultaneously slashing his crimson sleeve saber at Sun Chang's intact right arm. Bang! The great Vajra finger collided with the eagle claw technique. Sun Chang's face flickered with astonishment, but he had no time to dwell on it. Another flash of saber light streaked toward him. Clang, clang, clang. In the span of a breath, Sun Chang's right claw and the crimson sleeve saber clashed dozens of times. Sun Chang's combat experience was vast, and despite the crimson sleeve saber's renown, he could not sever his right arm. This cannot continue. Suddenly Sun Chang's aura surged. The two remaining fingers on his left hand shot toward Xiao Biele's chest. The energy howled murderous, intense, stark, and clear. They were too close. Sun Chang's eagle claw technique had reached its peak, and even his claws alone imposed pressure on Xiao Biele. Now with Sun Changhe suddenly striking with his fingers, Xiao Biele could only meet the attack with his own finger. Yet just as the two fingers were about to clash, Sun Chang's left fingers slithered like a snake brushing past Xiao Biele's arm. The finger laden with fierce, true chi struck Xiao Biele square in the chest. But the scene he anticipated, Xiao Biele's chest exploding, did not occur. The finger landed as if upon a sheet of iron. A terrifying force of rebound surged back, sending Sun Changhe stumbling several steps, his fingers trembling. Xiao Biele fared no better. He retreated 3 steps. Blood spurted from his mouth. He pulled open his collar, revealing a livid black mark left on his chest by that finger. You are also a master of external martial arts. No, you've actually cultivated an external martial art to perfection. Sun Chang's face was filled with disbelief. Most wanderers in the Jianghu were most familiar with external martial arts and basic fist and foot techniques. As for internal cultivation methods, they were often the treasure of minor factions. For instance, his Long River gang dominated a single county, yet it possessed only 7 complete internal cultivation manuals, and only one of them could open the conception and governing vessels. Thus, external martial arts became the choice of many martial artists. In theory, as long as one could endure hardship, any external art could be learned, providing a foothold in the Jianghu. But very few could cultivate them to the pinnacle, for training such arts consumed one's blood and vitality, leaving countless hidden injuries in the body. Undetected in youth, they often led to a violent death in old age. Nevertheless, even the most basic external martial art, when cultivated to its peak, could rival an 8th rank master at the top of that rank. With Shunlang's mastery of the saber, he surely had a master behind him. The external art he practiced could not possibly be the inferior kind. Just what was Shunlang's origin? By now he was already regretting his actions. He had no grievance with Shunlang, and for the sake of the Liu family's friendship, he had incurred such a formidable enemy. It was hardly worth it. Damn it, today had been far too reckless. Before stepping into the 6th rank realm, it was best to avoid crossing swords with a 6th rank master. If that finger had been just 50% stronger, the iron shirt might have been shattered. If it had been twice as strong, even the 13 Grand Protector technique would not have withstood that true chi. Little did he know, the onlookers on the long street were already dumbfounded. A renowned 6th rank master clashing with a rising newcomer, and it seemed he had not gained the upper hand. Shopkeeper Qian couldn't help but ask old Liu just how high is young Master Shen's martial skill. Liu Dali shook his head. 7th rank. But he's fiercer than a 6th rank. Kill. Though regret filled his heart, he had already struck. Having offended Xinlang, he had no other choice. If Xinlang lived, he would never sleep soundly again. Sun Changhe shot forward again, like lightning. His right hand formed into a claw, struck ruthlessly at Xiao Biele's throat, groin, eyes, and other vulnerable spots. He refused to believe that Shunlang's external martial art had no flaw whatsoever. Ha ha ha. Xiao Biele laughed heartily. Since you're not strong enough, I have other ideas. Originally, he had only wanted to test the strength of a 6th rank master. But now that Sun Changhe could not breach his defense, and that earlier finger had only left a minor injury, he might just be able to kill a 6th rank. Clang, clang, clang. In the span of a breath, they exchanged dozens of moves. Now Xiao Biele ceased his passive defense. Techniques like White Tiger leaps the ravine, a roar birth the wind pounce and tumble at will, and tempestuous rain from the 5 tigers, gate-breaking saber, and Gale saber styles poured forth from his hands. For a moment, it seemed as though Xiao Biele was overwhelming Sun Changhe. Lin Tongtian watched from the side, his brow deeply furrowed. Finally, he turned his gaze to Liu Dali and shopkeeper Qian, issuing a cold order. Seize these two. Let's see if Xiao Biele cares about the lives of his friends. Upon seeing Lin Tiantong's gaze directed at them, Liu Dali felt as though confronted by a formidable enemy. Though he was also at the 7th rank, he was merely at the mid-level of that rank, and there existed a significant gap between him and Lin Tiantong. In Lin Tiantong's hands, he couldn't even guarantee his own survival, let alone protect Manager Qian. Manager Qian's face also turned pale, his body trembling. At this moment, Lin Tiantong, who had taken a step forward, suddenly halted, sensing a killing intent. He caught a whiff of the murderous aura in the air, but he didn't understand where this unsettling killing intent, which made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, was coming from, especially as Xiao Bi Li was engaged with the gang leader. But he would soon find out. A figure in black, wielding a sword, soared down from the rooftop, becoming one with the blade, exuding a sharpness that was intimidating. This figure's target was none other than the seven-fingered divine eagle Sun Changhe, who was entangled with Xiao Bi Li. Han Wuyin, you are also at the 6th rank. Did you hide your strength yesterday? Lin Tiantong's body trembled, his face turning ashen. Yesterday, when he arrived in Nanqing, he had crossed swords with Han Wuyin. Although it had only been 5 exchanges, Han Wuyin's displayed strength was on par with his own. Now the sword was imbued with an icy sword chi, a feat only achievable by 6th rank experts. Before the blade even reached him, the chilling sword chi made Sun Chang's skin sting. Sun Changhe let out a wild roar, his right hand slashing through the air, creating countless claw shadows to force Xiao Bi Li back. Then he abruptly turned, clawing at the incoming sword. Clang, clang. Countless claw shadows struck the sword, causing it to veer off slightly. PFF. Blood gushed forth as Sun Changhe staggered back, a bloody hole appearing below his chest. That sword had pierced through his abdomen, staining his purple robe a deep brown. The black-clad swordsman, having successfully struck, swiftly unleashed over 10 additional sword strikes, the glimmering blades sealing off all of Sun Chang's escape routes. Damn it! Sun Changhe roared, his eyes turning red, claw shadows flying as he clashed with the sword light. In a matter of moments, several sword wounds appeared on his arm. Anyone with keen eyes could tell that Sun Changhe could no longer withstand the sudden appearance of the black-clad swordsman. At this moment, the swordsman had already appeared beside Sun Changhe, the long sword thrusting towards his chest with a chilling, killing intent. Sun Chang's eyes widened in despair, but he could only watch helplessly as the sword drew nearer. Just as the blade was about to pierce his heart, "I don't even think about stealing my kill." A crimson blade appeared. Clang. The red sleeve blade, angled, perfectly intercepted the assuredly fatal strike, and then Xiao Bi Li's left hand formed a fist, his thumb extended, as he unleashed a powerful Vajra finger at Sun Chang's chest. PFF. Sun Changhe spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying sideways and crashing heavily into the wall of the tavern, creating a deep indentation. PFF. Another mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs spewed from Sun Chang's mouth, his chest caving in, revealing the immense force behind Xiao Bi Li's finger. With unwillingness in his eyes, Sun Changhe collapsed limply to the ground. Experience 2000. Xiao Bi Li didn't even glance at the fallen Sun Changhe, but instead turned his gaze to Han Wuyin, whom he had encountered at the ruined temple, and said indifferently, "Friend, stealing kills is not a good habit." Han Wuyin shook his head, remaining silent. With a thud, Lin Tiantong knelt on the ground, his head bowed low. "Young hero Shun, I only came to trouble you because I was following the gang leader's orders. My grandson was once a disciple of the Tsang Yuan sword sect and had a great relationship with young hero Lu Jun. Now young hero Lu is at the Baiyun Mountain Manor. I hope you can spare me this time for Lu Gongzi's sake." With that, Lin Tiantong and the other disciples of the Longhe gang all knelt on the ground. Even the gang leader had died at Shunlang's hands. How could they possibly be his match? Only by begging for mercy could they hope for a sliver of life. Xiao Bi Li looked at the kneeling Lin Tiantong and smiled. "Are you trying to use Lu Jun to pressure me?" Lin Tiantong felt a sinking feeling in his heart and hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare. I just thought that you and young hero Lu are both exceptional talents, and I would like to introduce the two of you to each other. Perhaps you might find some common topics of interest." A light chuckle reached Lin Tiantong's ears. "What is Lu Jun compared to me? Can he even be mentioned in the same breath? After all these years in the Jianghu, you can't still be that naive, can you? Don't you realize that once you start something, you must see it through to the end?" Just as the word "end" fell, Lin Tiantong withdrew swiftly, but was still a moment too late. The flash of the blade. PFF. Lin Tiantong collapsed softly to the ground. Experience 1000. The Great Elder. The Great Elder is dead. Run. The remaining members of the Longhe gang scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Utilizing his full strength, Xiao Bi Li shot forth like lightning. PFF. The head of an 8th rank Longhe gang expert soared into the air. Experience 500. Then without a care, Xiao Bi Li casually kicked up the dead 8th rank expert's long knife, channeling his true energy into both palms, and with a gentle tremor, the long knife instantly shattered into dozens of pieces, shooting towards those fleeing. PFF. PFF. Dozens of people were pierced by the shards of the long knife, collapsing softly to the ground. Experience 100. Experience 500. As for the remaining ones, Xiao Bi Li had no intention of pursuing them, allowing them to flee. Silence. In the bustling long street, not a single person spoke. Everyone stood in stunned silence, including Lu Dali and Manager Qian. In this battle, the Longhe gang's leader, seven-fingered divine Eagle Sun Changhe, had perished. The great elder Lin Tiantong had also fallen. Although there were still 2 or 3 seventh-rank experts within the Longhe gang in this situation, those seventh-rank experts would not dare to show themselves for a while. The Longhe gang was finished. Even if the Longhe gang didn't disband, their standing within the Sanjiang alliance would plummet, and there was even a possibility of being expelled from the alliance. The forces in Lichuan County would likely undergo a major reshuffle. Only it remained unclear what kind of background this young hero Shin possessed for him to be able to kill the renowned Sun Changhe despite only being at the 7th rank. Lu Dali also snapped back to reality and said to Manager Qian, "You go ahead and deliver the goods. We will leave Lichuan County today. Otherwise it could be somewhat dangerous." Manager Qian nodded, repeatedly glancing at Xiao Bi Li standing on the long street opposite Han Wuyin, unsure of what to say. He then turned and headed towards the inn to load the goods. After a moment, Han Wuyin looked at Xiao Bi Li and spoke, "I only returned to avenge the blood feud of the 73 members of my Han family. Without you, I might not have been able to kill Sun Changhe. Do I owe you a favor? In the future, whenever you need me, I can kill someone for you whom you cannot handle." After saying this, Han Wuyin approached the tavern's manager and asked, "May I have a piece of paper?" Of course, of course." The manager nodded vigorously, rushing into the tavern to retrieve a piece of fine rice paper. "Thank you." Han Wuyin took the rice paper, pressed his finger on Sun Chang's wound, and wrote a few words in blood on the paper. He then handed it to Xiao Bi Li, saying, "This is my address. If you ever need to kill someone but cannot do it yourself, come find me. I am repaying you a favor." With that, Han Wuyin left without looking back. Do martial artists all have strange quirks? Looking at the words written in blood, Xiao Bi Li couldn't help but shake his head. Since he had asked the manager for paper, couldn't he have also asked for a pen and ink? Xiao Bi Li shook his head and called out, "Aren't you afraid I'll reveal your address to the people of the Sanjiang Alliance?" Han Wuyin did not turn back. "You are not that kind of person." Xiao Bi Li was speechless. How did he know he wasn't that kind of person? Although he believed he had principles, if someone truly used his life as a threat, he might not be able to keep it a secret. After all, he wasn't familiar with Han Wuyin. Lu Dali approached Xiao Bi Li and whispered, "Brother Shin, you should leave Linshui County at once." Although Sun Chang's status within the Sanjiang Alliance is not particularly high, the Changhe gang is still one of the top 10 forces under the alliance. Now that you've wiped them out, it's a direct slap in the face to the Sanjiang Alliance, and they will not let this go. You killed Sun Changhe. Those who come after you will be at least stronger than he was. Xiao Bi Li frowned. "If I leave, what about you?" Lu Dali gave a bitter smile. "Brother Shin, stop worrying about us at a time like this. Our Weixin escort agency still holds some standing in the martial world of Manzhou. Since I didn't intervene this time, even if the Sanjiang Alliance wants to lay blame, it won't fall on us." With that, Lu Dali lowered his voice. "Brother, to be honest with you, our 2 escort chiefs are blood brothers, both at the peak of the 6th grade. If they join forces, they can match a 5th grade master. Though ordinary martial artists may not know this, the Sanjiang Alliance is fully aware. Otherwise, why would our Weixin escort agency be able to operate throughout the entire Manzhou? Cheng Min is the chief escort's daughter. With her here, the Sanjiang Alliance won't act rashly unless they want to push the Weixin escort agency into allying with the 12 linked docks. Besides, without us, you can return to Dongjiang County faster." Lu Dali leaned closer to Xiao Bi Li, his voice dropping even further. "I couldn't figure out why Sun Changhe would target you before, but when Lin Tong mentioned Lu Jun, an inner disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, I began to suspect it's connected to him. Ever since Lu Jun entered the White Cloud Manor, they've been inexplicably hunting down young blade masters, killing over a dozen. You're likely one of their targets too. Even those people at the ruined temple weren't after the caravan. They were after you. When you return to Dongjiang County, you must be wary of the White Cloud Manor. Moreover, the Zhongyuan sword sect is one of the 9 sects. It's best you don't strike against Lu Jun. It's far too dangerous." Xiao Bi Li was somewhat surprised. Lu Dali might seem rough and careless, but he had managed to piece together so much in such a short time. Indeed, no one who could independently lead a convoy for the Weixin escort agency was simple-minded. "Then I'll take my leave now. Once I'm back in Dongjiang County, I'll treat you to a drink." Half a day later, Linshui County City, the Sanjiang Alliance headquarters. In the council hall, a man in a purple outfit around 50 years old with an imposing demeanor sat at the head. This man was Zhong Long, the leader of the Sanjiang Alliance, known as the Flood Dragon. Below him sat 4 others, all high-ranking members of the alliance. Chun Xing, the white-striped tiger, Lu Ming, the flying swallow, Jiang Hua, the scholar, and Xie Yuntao, the golden-eyed eagle. They were all renowned figures in the Linshui County martial world. Among them, Zhang Hua and Xie Yuntao were both 5th grade masters, while the other two were at the peak of the 6th grade, just a step away from reaching the 5th grade. Zhonglong tapped the table lightly with his index finger, gazing at Zhang Hua. What does the Cangyu sect say? Still unwilling to cooperate with our Sanjiang alliance. Zhang Hua shook his head. The Cangyu sect are all hawks who won't make a move without seeing the prey. How could they relent without gaining something first? However, during this time, with young Master Lu Jun at the White Cloud Manor, the 3rd Manor Lord Zhou Chang and the 2nd Manor Lord Wei Yong are inclined to join forces with us against the 12 linked docks. Hep. Xie Yuntao sneered. On the surface, Dongjiang County is a 3-way stalemate, but the 12 linked docks have always held the upper hand over the White Cloud Manor and the Cangyu sect. I refuse to believe they're content being second-rate forever. Our Sanjiang alliance only wants control over the river territory. I will give them everything else. Isn't that enough? Zhang Hua shook his head with a smile. They also fear that our Sanjiang alliance might become another 12 linked docks. Naturally, they have their reservations. Just then, hurried footsteps reached their ears. A disciple of the Sanjiang alliance strode and quickly clasped his hands in greeting and bowed to Zhonglong. Alliance Master, an urgent message has arrived from the Changha gang via carrier pigeon. Zhang Hua took the letter and opened it. The moment he glanced at its contents, his expression shifted. What's wrong? Xie Yuntao asked impatiently. Did the 12 linked docks dare to cause trouble in Lichuan County? The Changha gang had been lying low. What could have happened? Zhang Hua looked at Zhonglong and said in a low voice, Sun Changha is dead. What? The words struck like a thunderbolt. Xie Yuntao shot to his feet and bellowed. Who did it? Who dares to kill someone from our Sanjiang alliance in Linshui County? Are they tired of living? Was it the 12 linked docks? Zhang Hua shook his head. No, it was a man named Shunlang. Shunlang. Everyone in the council hall furrowed their brows. None of them had ever heard the name before. Is he from the 12 linked docks? Zhonglong asked. Zhang Hua shook his head again. No, he's a young master who suddenly appeared in Dongjiang County. He was also present when the Tianlang stronghold fell, invited by the Jinwu Hall. I've heard that young Master Lu Jun of the Cangyuan sword sect once tried to deal with Xinlang, but failed. This time it seems Lu Jun wanted to eliminate Xinlang, so Sun Changha made his move. But unexpectedly, Xinlang possesses a formidable external martial art capable of withstanding 6th grade masters. Furthermore, a young swordsman named Han Wuyin intervened. He's about the same age as Xunlang, but already at the 6th grade. If he hadn't stepped in, Sun Changha might not have died. Xie Yuntao said coldly, no matter who it is, anyone who kills someone from our Sanjiang alliance deserves to die. If we do nothing after Sun Chang's death, what will the other gangs within the alliance think? The Sanjiang alliance was a grand coalition. Even Xie Yuntao himself was the leader of the dying gang. If the alliance failed to protect its members, it would lose their loyalty. Zhonglong nodded. Regardless of whether these two were targets of Lu Jun, they killed our people and must pay the price. Issue the order, spare no effort in searching for their tracks. They must be eliminated before they leave Dongjiang County. He then turned to Qinxing. Qinxing, you'll handle this. Find them and behead them as a warning. Meanwhile, on the official road from Dongjiang County to Lichuan County, Lu Jun held a sandalwood box the size of 2 palms. Inside lay a dung-colored plump goo worm, the tracking goo, a 5th grade goo insect from the Goo God sect. The tracking goo had been brought 2 days earlier, and under its constant guidance they had arrived here. Zhou Chang picked up a map, frowned, and said, Young Master Lu, this direction leads to Lichuan County. In about half a day we'll reach it. Could it be that Xiao Bieli has been hiding in Lichuan County all along, and the Changha gang simply failed to find him? Oomph. Lu Jun snorted coldly. The men of the Longhe gang are truly useless. Xiao Bieli has been hiding in Lichuan County all this time, and they couldn't even find him. Zhou Chang remained silent. If a man wished to conceal himself, and was so easily discovered, Lu Jun would not have left Lichuan County in the first place. Ding Kaishin, a 6th grade offering from the Lu family who escorted the tracking goo, laughed. Man Prefecture is but a remote frontier region where the martial forces are weak and no renowned masters exist. Even their methods of tracking are lacking. The disciples of the White Cloud Villa behind Zhou Chang all showed displeasure, and even Zhou Chang's expression soured. Lu Jun clasped his hands toward Zhou Chang and smiled. Offering Ding is straightforward. Please do not take offense, 3rd Villa Master. Just then Lu Jun suddenly noticed that the direction indicated by the tracking goo in the box had changed. Xiao Bieli is leaving in this direction. Where does this lead? Zhou Chang took out a map, compared it, and spoke. It seems to be the direction from Lichuan County to Linshui County. Lu Jun took the map and suddenly frowned, pointing at a river on the map. Not good. The Yuan River. Is Xiao Bieli planning to use the Yuan River to reach Dongjiang Commandery? Zhou Chang said. Last time Xiao Bieli vanished on the Yuan River, then quietly returned to Lichuan County. Is he trying to do it again? Huh. Lu Jun let out a cold laugh. Now that we have the tracking goo, no matter how he hides, we will find him. But a tracking goo only lives for a month once activated. A single tracking goo is worth several thousand taels of silver. Our Lu family only has 2, and we have already used 1. This Xiao Bieli has cost our Lu family our last tracking goo. I will tear him limb from limb to vent the hatred in my heart. Let's go. Lu Jun and his party spurred their horses and hurried toward Linshui County. At that moment, Xiao Bieli was also riding swiftly toward Linshui County. The distance from Lichuan County to Dongjiang Commandery was greater than from Linshui Commandery to Dongjiang Commandery, so the news had likely already reached the Three Rivers Alliance. If he took the official road, he would probably be spotted by the Three Rivers Alliance. Therefore, he chose to take the old route. Just as he was leaving, Lu Dali had told him how to contact the black boats in Linshui County. Now that the 12 linked forts and the Three Rivers Alliance were locked in fierce conflict, ordinary passenger boats dared not sail. But these black boats usually transported illicit goods, so as long as they were paid, they would take anyone. There's still time, an hour until dusk. The black boats only move at night. I can power up first. Xiao Bieli led his horse into a hidden grove and tied the reins to a tree. He then turned his gaze to his system panel. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation 7th grade peak. Martial arts Yi Jin Jing. 21100 Gale blade art perfected 13 grand protector hard qigong perfected iron shirt perfected cloud ladder perfected 5 tigers gate breaking blade 37100 great vajra finger 10,100 subtle moves entry copper skin light as a swallow experience 6450 6,000 experience points should be enough to step into the 6th grade right. Xiao Bieli murmured to himself. First spend 5,000 experience points to advance the Yi Jin Jing. Yi Jin Jing, 26,100, as the attribute panel changed. Boom. Countless experiences of cultivating the Yi Jin Jing flooded into his mind. At the same time, a stream of supremely pure true qi surged from his dantian, rushing through his limbs and bones, relentlessly assaulting his conception and governing vessels. Just as Xiao Bieli thought 5,000 experience points might not be enough to break through to the 6th grade puff, the conception vessel was breached. In an instant, the internal energy within Xiao Bieli transformed into true qi, its quality multiplying several times over. Swish! A blade aura burst forth. Bang! A tree as thick as a thigh 3 zhang away was cleaved in 2 by the blade aura. 5% proficiency was exactly enough to open the conception vessel and step into the early 6th grade. Xiao Bieli murmured. So this is the feeling of the 6th grade. In theory, for an ordinary early 6th grade, true qi can only leave the body for 1 zhang before dispersing. However, everyone cultivates different internal arts, leading to variations in true qi quality. I wonder what level the Yi Jin true qi capable of reaching 3 zhang from the body at the early 6th grade is considered in this world. There are always stronger masters. This world is no simple place. Legends speak of beings who can cleave rivers with a single sword strike or split mountains with a single blade slash. I must never become arrogant. But with my system panel, since I've come to this world, I must at least walk the pinnacle of it. He sheathed his blade. Add all remaining experience to the 5 Tigers Gate-Breaking Blade. Though the Gale Blade art was not weak, the 5 Tigers Gate-Breaking Blade focused on raw power, its lethality far surpassing the Gale Blade art. Combined with the 13 Grand Protector Hard Qigong and Iron Shirt, its destructive power was even greater. Therefore, it was necessary to max it out. 5 Tigers Gate-Breaking Blade, 51,100. Countless experiences of training the 5 Tigers Gate-Breaking Blade poured into Xiao Bieli's mind, as if he had painstakingly cultivated it for several months. After digesting it all, Xiao Bieli mounted his horse and headed straight for Linshui County. Entering the city, Xiao Bieli went directly to the address Lu Dali had given him. It was a secluded courtyard in the west of Linshui County. As he approached the small courtyard, he could hear people talking inside. Knock, knock. He gently tapped on the door. Creak. The courtyard door opened from the inside. A large, bare-chested man stepped out. Seeing a stranger, a look of caution appeared on his face as he asked, "Who are you? Who are you looking for?" Xiao Bieli smiled and spoke. "I was sent by Lu Dali of the Prestige Escort Agency. I need a boat to Dongjiang Commandery." Hearing Lu Dallas name, the caution in the man's eyes lessened. He said in a low voice, "Come in." Following the man into the courtyard, Xiao Bieli saw over a dozen burly men packing goods. It was nearing dusk, and they were almost finished, making it impossible to see what was inside. Chief Leopard, it's a man sent by Lu Dali from the Prestige Escort Agency to take a boat. The man called out toward the inner room. Moments later, a robust man in his 40s emerged. He looked at Xiao Bieli, a tight smile on his lips. "Since old Lu sent you, it so happens we have a shipment going to Dongjiang Commandery tonight. But do you know the rules?" Xiao Bieli nodded, took 3 tintal silver ingots from his sleeve, and tossed them to Chief Leopard. 30 taels enough. Chief Leopard toyed with the ingots in his hand and shook his head. The usual price is 30 taels, but with the 12 linked forts and the Three Rivers Alliance fighting so fiercely, the danger is doubled. It'll be 100 taels. Without any hesitation, Xiao Bieli threw a 100 tael banknote to Chief Leopard. 130 taels. When do we leave? Chief Leopard looked at the banknote, a wide grin spreading across his face. We set off in a little over half an hour. Under the bright moon, the water shimmered with rippling light. A small boat capable of holding about 20 people drifted down the Yuan River. Apart from Xiao Bieli, only Uncle Leopard's men were aboard. This time Uncle Leopard himself had also boarded the vessel. The cabin was filled with cargo while Xiao Bieli and a few of Uncle Leopard's sailors sat on the deck. Uncle Leopard, accompanied by his trusted confidants, remained inside the cabin. On the deck, Xiao Bieli sat at the edge, cradling his blade, as a group of Uncle Leopard's sailors chatted idly. Hey kid, you look delicate. Who did you offend around here that you're fleeing to Dongjiang Prefecture? A burly man asked, his eyes fixed on Xiao Bieli. At his words, everyone on the deck turned to look at Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli smiled and replied, I've crossed the Sanjiang Alliance. I have no choice but to leave. A sharp intake of breath echoed across the deck. In Linshui County, who hadn't heard of the Sanjiang Alliance's formidable reputation? Even the official forces in the county offices were colluding with the Sanjiang Alliance. It could be said that the Sanjiang Alliance was the supreme power in Linshui County. This kid had offended them and still managed to escape here. It seemed he had some skill. Did you offend someone under a Sanjiang Alliance elder or the main headquarters? Someone asked in a hushed tone. Xiao Bieli said calmly, the Changhe gang. I offended the Changhe gang, so I have to run. Laughter erupted from everyone upon hearing this. Oh, the Changhe gang. I thought you'd offended the main headquarters. The Changhe gang isn't so bad. There was a guy named Xiao Bieli from Lichuan who was also hunted by them and fled to Dongjiang Prefecture via the Yuan River. Come to think of it, that Xiao Bieli, though young, was quite skilled in martial arts. Even soul-snatching hand Jin Yuan, an old hand, fell to him. I heard that Lin Tongtian, the senior elder of the Changhe gang, went to Dongjiang Prefecture but couldn't find Xiao Bieli's whereabouts. Xiao Bieli listened to the sailors' chatter, offering only a faint smile and remaining silent. Inside the cabin, the burly man who had earlier let Xiao Bieli into the courtyard approached Uncle Leopard and whispered, Uncle Leopard, that kid's a fat sheep. Aren't we going to make a move on him? Just now the kid had casually tossed out over 100 taels of silver. For this risky trip, they'd earn only 300 or 400 taels total, with Uncle Leopard taking the lion's share, leaving each of them with a mere 10 or 20 taels. If they killed that kid and grabbed a few hundred taels, everyone could get at least 30 more. After all, the silver they earned had to be shared with the brothers watching the base, but silver found on the road didn't have to be split. Seeing Uncle Leopard silence, the man continued, the Sanjiang Alliance and the 12 linked docks are locked in a fierce struggle, making transport riskier. Judging by that kid's moves earlier, he must be carrying plenty of silver. If we score this haul, we won't need to work for months. Uncle Leopard took a sip from his water flask and said flatly, Do you think I came along for any other reason? Relax while strike after passing Sanli Ferry. The currents at Sanli Ferry are treacherous. Even if that kid is a 7th-rank martial artist who has opened all 6 extraordinary meridians, his chances of surviving without a boat there are slim. That way, even if I miss and he escapes, there won't be any problems. The moon was bright, the stars sparse. The journey from Linshui County to Dongjiang Prefecture was downstream, requiring only someone at the helm to avoid cliffs and reefs. With no entertainment aboard, everyone grew drowsy. As the boat reached Sanli Ferry, Uncle Leopard emerged from the cabin with his 5 trusted men. The sleepy sailors scrambled to their feet at the sight of Uncle Leopard. Uncle Leopard! Uncle Leopard! Usually during transport, he'd stay in the cabin drinking. Why had he come out today? What does Uncle Leopard mean by this? Xiao Bieli narrowed his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. With his current martial arts, he could detect every rustle within 100 meters. Though Uncle Leopard and his men had spoken quietly in the cabin, he had heard every word. Uncle Leopard sighed as he looked at Xiao Bieli. Business on the river has gotten tough, so I have to branch out into other ventures. Hand over your silver banknotes and valuables, and I'll let you leave from here. From here? Xiao Bieli shook his head. This is Sanli Ferry. Even a 7th-rank martial artist has little chance of surviving a fall. Jumping in isn't a good option. Uncle Leopard frowned. You overheard us. But his brow quickly smoothed. Never mind. Since you refuse the easy way. Attack. At Uncle Leopard's command, his 5 trusted men, sneering cruelly, drew their weapons and charged at Xiao Bieli. You want my silver, yet you send these fools to die. Xiao Bieli shook his head. Shing. A crimson blade flashed. 5 agonized cries erupted almost simultaneously, then abruptly ceased. Thud. 5 heads shot into the air, rolling across the deck as headless corpses crumpled to the ground. A rain of blood scattered everywhere. Experience 100. Experience 500. Experience 500. The moment the 5 heads soared upward, Uncle Leopard stomped hard on the deck, leaping into the air toward the water. A gasp reached his ears. He turned instinctively and saw half a body left on the deck. Looking down, he realized he was only half a body himself. Splash. The sound of a half body hitting the water reached those on board. Experience 1000. Rain of Flowering Pearls, 5th rank, hidden weapon 1. Oh, a smile spread across Xiao Biela's face. The Rain of Flowering Pearls was a legendary hidden weapon in his past life, highly regarded among such tools. Yet in this world it was only classified as 5th rank. Could the Rain of Flowering Pearls kill a 5th rank opponent? And was the system panel's loot drop completely random? His first kill of a 6th rank boss yielded nothing, yet a mere 7th rank early stage Uncle Leopard dropped the Rain of Flowering Pearls. With a thud, several sailors knelt on the deck. Young hero, spare us. We had no idea Uncle Leopard was going to harm you. Uncle Leopard hasn't targeted passengers in a year or two. We truly didn't know. They kowtowed frantically, their heads thumping against the deck. They were genuinely terrified. Uncle Leopard was a 7th rank expert, yet none of them had even seen the young hero draw his blade before Uncle Leopard was cut in half. The young hero hadn't moved an inch, yet Uncle Leopard had been cleaved in two. Get up. I still need you to take me to Dongjiang Prefecture. Xiao Bieli said calmly. These men were merely average folk, a bit strong, and with some basic martial arts. Killing them all would yield only a few dozen experience points. If he killed them all, would he have to steer the boat himself? Besides, he didn't know how. Thank you, young hero. Thank you. The sailors breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Bieli glanced at the bodies on the deck and frowned. Throw the corpses into the river. The sailors quickly disposed of the bodies and awaited further orders. Xiao Bieli said flatly, all right, no need to be tense. Do whatever you need to do. Once we reach Dongjiang Prefecture, I'll let you go. With that, Xiao Bieli entered the cabin. With a slash, he cut open the packed goods, and white refined salt spilled from the bags. He opened several other wooden crates, finding mostly worthless items. The rest is just incidental. This salt alone is enough for them to earn several hundred taels. But if the authorities or the Jinwu Hall found out, it would be a capital offense. How could a mere 7th rank martial artist consistently procure refined salt of this quality? There's likely someone behind this, possibly even from the government. Xiao Bieli shook his head. He wasn't short on silver, and he had no connections. Dealing with this smuggled salt would be too troublesome. He already had enough problems. Extract the Rain of Flowering Pearls. A flat box-like copper object appeared in Xiao Bieli's hand, looking utterly unremarkable. But at its top was a movable mechanism. A gentle push would activate the Rain of Flowering Pearls. So this is the Rain of Flowering Pearls. Easy to conceal in a sleeve. No one would notice. Truly an essential tool for killing and looting, whether at home or traveling. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation 6th rank early stage. Martial arts Yi Jin Jing 26100 Gale blade technique mastered 13 Grand Protector, hard Qigong mastered, Iron Shirt mastered, Cloud Ladder mastered. 5 Tigers Severing Gate blade, 51100 Great Vajra finger, 10100 subtle, moves copper skin body light as swallow. Experience points 4150, another 4000 points. Use it all to upgrade the 5 Tigers Severing Gate blade. 5 Tigers Sec Breaking blade, 92,100. Boom. A torrent of experience in the 5 Tigers Sec Breaking blade surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, as if he had painstakingly trained in the technique for years. Moments later, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes. Just 800 experience points short of mastery. I wonder if reaching full mastery in the 5 Tigers Sec Breaking blade will unlock something more. Stepping out of the cabin, the sailors on the deck recoiled in fear at the sight of Xiao Bieli. He did not trouble them, merely asking, "How long until we enter Dongjiang Prefecture?" A sailor quickly replied, "At most an hour, and we will be within Dongjiang Prefecture." Xiao Bieli nodded. The small boat sailed smoothly onward, emerging from Sanli Ferry, and the current grew gentler. Just as all seemed well, and the boat was about to enter Dongjiang Prefecture. Woo! A horn sounded from behind, accompanied by shouts. A boat ahead. Traveling in the dead of night. There must be something wrong. Close in. 6 small boats with lanterns like arrows from a bowstring carved white trails across the river as they converged on Xiao Bieli's vessel. What do we do? Those look like the boats of the Three Rivers Alliance. Uncle Bao is dead. He knew experts from the Three Rivers Alliance. The sailors' faces turned pale. The Three Rivers Alliance had close ties with the official forces of Linshui Prefecture and the salt trade. There was their exclusive domain. If caught, they would surely die. Though the sailors were skilled swimmers, those boats clearly carried experts, and their swift shuttle-shaped vessels' escape was impossible. Xiao Bieli ignored the sailors, instead gazing into the distance under the moonlight. Beyond the 6 small boats, a large ship loomed. Though slower than the small boats, the large ship was still faster than theirs. Now only 400 to 500 meters apart, they would be overtaken soon. Lu Jun stared at the tracking goo in his hand. As they neared the boat, the goo grew unusually restless. Clearly Xiao Bieli, whom he had sought for a month, was aboard. Move it. Lu Jun waved his hand. Today he won't escape. Ding Kaishan, standing behind Lu Jun, said calmly, Young master, leave this to me. By the time you arrive, I will have captured Xiao Bieli and await your judgment. Lu Jun nodded. Then he'll trouble you, Ding Gongfeng. Ding Kaishan stomped the deck, landing on the river. Like a dragonfly skimming water, he dashed across the surface, quickly becoming a black that heading for the front boat. What exquisite lightness skill! Zhou Chong praised sincerely. Though he was at the peak of the 6th grade, Ding Kaishan's lightness skill far surpassed his own. Even if Ding's martial arts were weaker, killing him would be no easy feat. Lu Jun smiled. Before becoming a steward of the Lu family, Ding Gongfeng spent time among the outlaws. Without decent lightness skill, he might not have survived. A mere Xiao Bieli, Ding Gongfeng can handle him. On the deck, Xiao Bieli saw the figure charging like an arrow. He said calmly to the stunned sailors, The current is calm here. If you jump now, you might still have a chance. The sailors snapped to attention. Splashed. Splashed. Without hesitation, they leaped from the boat. At that moment, the disciples of the Three Rivers Alliance on the small boats reached the vessel. Spotting a figure at the bow, the leading captain shouted, Send 2 boats to retrieve the escapees. The rest come with me to seize this man. With that, a dozen figures leaped and landed on the deck. Kid, the first merit is mine. The captain's eyes gleamed with greed as he drew his blade, slashing toward Xiao Bieli's arms. Though he knew not why the young swordsman sought this boat's occupants, capturing all would surely yield a rich reward. The other Three Rivers Alliance experts charged simultaneously, rushing in without knowing anything. Xiao Bieli sneered. In the martial world, the greatest folly was overestimating one's strength. Clang! The red sleeve blade was drawn. Without even using true chi, Xiao Bieli swung. The captain was sent flying, crashing to the deck lifeless. Experience 500. Now, the other disciples had no retreat. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, Xiao Bieli unleashed a dozen strikes with pure physical strength. Where the blade light touched, all bore wounds and were hurled away motionless. Experience 10. Experience 10. Experience 100. Experience 500. In a flash, the experience on Xiao Bieli's system panel surged past 1,000. Watching the approaching figure striding over the waves, Xiao Bieli did not hesitate. He silently intoned, Consume 800 experience points to upgrade the 5 Tigers Sect-Breaking Blade. 5 Tigers Sect-Breaking Blade perfected. Instantly, mastery was complete and countless insights flooded his mind. Ding Kaishan landed steadily on the small boat, eyeing the deck full of corpses. His expression unchanged, he looked at Xiao Bieli with slight surprise. Kid, you're not running. Xiao Bieli shook his head. Nothing to run from. Now at the 6th grade, with the rainstorm pear blossom needles hidden in his sleeve, even a 5th grade expert might be slain by the needles. Besides, would the Three Rivers Alliance send a 5th grade expert to deal with a peak 7th grade who could rival a 6th grade? Fine, fine. Ding Kaishan laughed. You've got guts more than most in the Manzhou martial world. Where is Xiao Bieli? Hand him over, and I might beg the young master to spare your life. Xiao Bieli's expression turned strange. You're looking for Xiao Bieli? Ding Kaishan nodded. Indeed. That brat can hide, but having offended the Lu family, he's doomed no matter where he flees. Suddenly, Ding Kaishan's face showed suspicion as he scrutinized Xiao Bieli. Have I seen you somewhere? No, you're Shinlang. So the Changhe gang couldn't deal with you. Truly, the 6th grades of Manzhou are unimpressive, failing even to subdue a 7th grade. Enough, enough. Since you've repeatedly embarrassed my young master, meeting me is your misfortune. The moment he finished, whoosh, 2 hidden weapons shot from Ding Kaishan's sleeves, aimed at Xiao Bieli's face, as he himself lunged forward, a finger thrusting toward Xiao Bieli's chest. Despite his words, years of wandering the martial world taught him the principle of using full force even against a hair. Many experts had died from underestimating their foes. Even if this man was merely a peak 7th grade, he would not give him a single chance. Xiao Bieli flicked his left sleeve, chi filling the fabric like a broom, sweeping the 2 hidden weapons away. Then, forming a fist with his right hand, he extended his thumb and thrust a finger to meet Ding Kaishan's. Bang! Both bodies shuddered, their feet digging deep into the deck, creating 2 craters. Then, almost simultaneously, they struck again, their fingers colliding once more. Bang! This time, I heard you were skilled with the blade, but I didn't expect you to have such formidable external martial arts. And this finger technique. Ding Kaishan stumbled back 3 steps, his fingers trembling, disbelief etched on his face. As Ding Kaishan spoke, Xiao Bieli sighed softly, his chi surging as he thrust a finger forward. Great Vajra finger. A terrifying finger force tore through the air, striking at Ding Kaishan with the power to pierce metal and shatter stone. Chi projection. You're at the 6th grade? Damn it. Ding Kaishan's face turned grim. He channeled his chi to the limit and thrust a finger in response. Two fierce finger forces collided midair, sending energy in all directions, piercing a dozen holes in the deck. Without hesitation, Ding Kaishan stomped the deck and leaped, fleeing to the other end of the boat. This Xinlang possessed terrifying external martial arts. Even at full strength, he could not subdue him. He could only wait for the experts from Baiyun Manor to arrive. Together, they could capture Xinlang. If he was wounded now and could not join Zhou Chang might let Xinlang escape. Where do you think you're going? Ding Kaishan had not yet reached the bow of the ship when a thunderous shout rang out, followed instantly by a shrieking gust of wind. He twisted his head sideways. A scarlet blade aura cleaved toward him, and Xinlang's figure surged in its wake, matching Ding Kaishan's speed without faltering. No matter how swift he was, he could not outpace that blade aura. Unforgivable arrogance. Ding Kaishan roared in fury, whirling around in place. His fingers flickered like lightning. 10 rapid jabs launched a barrage of piercing finger energy, aiming to intercept the descending slash. Ding! Pung! 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 The blade aura shattered, but jagged remnants of its force slashed across Ding Kaishan's forearm, carving a deep bone, exposing wound over an inch long. At that very moment, Xiao Bili seized the advantage without mercy. The Hongxiu blade swept forward in a crimson arc straight at Ding Kaishan. White Tiger leaping the ravine. The most devastating technique of the 5 Tiger Severing Gate saber art erupted from Xiao Bili's hands. Ding Kaishan's face paled with shock. His arms snapped backward, then his palms slammed together before erupting forward in a single explosive strike. Giant spirit shattering mountains. This was the supreme secret art of the Liu clan, a palm technique granted to him only after 5 years of loyal service. Over the past 7 years, he had devoted himself entirely to mastering it, and his cultivation had reached profound depths. Boom. The air itself trembled, shockwaves detonated like thunderclaps. A pair of palms thick with surging true energy crashed toward the Hongxiu blade. But the instant blade met flesh, Xiao Bili's arms swelled grotesquely, twisting with unnatural power. His striking speed and force surged by half. Splutter. Blood sprayed violently. Ah! A scream of unimaginable agony tore from Ding Kaishan's throat, his palms reduced to raw stumps, white bone gleaming beneath torn flesh. Enough! Halt! 2 shouts echoed, but the scarlet blade hesitated not for an instant. It fell. Ding Kaishan's head soared skyward, his headless corpse collapsed lifelessly onto the deck. Drawing the blade back into its scabbard, Xiao Bili cast a calm gaze toward the distant vessel and spoke, voice cool and measured. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Only now did Xiao Bili truly see the figures aboard the ship, a young master in his 20s and a group of martial artists frozen in stunned disbelief. And one middle-aged man nearing 50, whose eyes held only bewilderment. Xinlang. Lu Jun glared at Xiao Bili, veins bulging at his temples. Where is Xiao Bili? It was precisely because he had refused to accompany Lin Hai to the Xiao clan that Xiao Bili had escaped. Now, not only had he failed to capture him, but the Liu clan had also lost a 6th-rank retainer and a tracking vermilion worm. Even if he succeeded in eliminating Xiao Bili now, he would still face severe punishment upon returning to the Liu clan. Damn it! You truly deserve to die. Zhou Chang studied Xiao Bili, then glanced at the small boat beneath him, suspicion sharpening his tone. Aside from Xinlang, there is no one else alive aboard that vessel. Young Master Liu, do you truly believe Xiao Bili remains aboard? Lu Jun withdrew the tracking vermilion worm and replied coldly. Third manner, Lord may observe for yourself. The worm thrashes wildly, meaning Xiao Bili stands within 10 meters of us. Aside from this ship, where else could he possibly hide? Zhou Chang shook his head, then lifted his gaze sharply toward Xiao Bili. Legend says Xiao Bili is merely 8th rank. If he were hiding aboard such a tiny craft, I'd have sensed him instantly. Who could have imagined that Xinlang, the celebrated young hero of Dongjiang Commandery, was none other than Xiao Bili himself, the disgraced villain of Linshui Commandery, accused of patricide and seducing his brother's wife? What? Every soul aboard the great ship reeled in utter disbelief. They simply could not reconcile this elegant sword-savvy youth, who had just slain retainer Ding, with the monstrous figure of rumor. And with such formidable strength, why would he ever stoop to such deeds? So, you are Xiao Bili. Lu Jun's face twisted with incredulity. How could an 8th-rank cultivator suddenly become a master capable of slaying a 6th-rank retainer? Patricide and seduction. Xiao Bili removed his mask and scoffed. Do you actually believe that? His gaze settled on Lu Jun, calm and unblinking. Truth be told, I've always wondered, had Lin Qingyuan wished to break our engagement, a single letter would have sufficed. Would the Shao clan dare utter even one word of refusal? Lu Jun offered no reply, only stared at Xiao Bili's youthful visage, then recalled suddenly Xiao Bili was the same age as Lin Qingyuan, that Sun Yuan's sword sect's peerless true disciple, whose talent even surpassed senior brother Zhuo's. And Lin Qingyuan herself had only recently attained 6th rank. Remembering that Xiao Bili's father had died at their hands, Lu Jun felt a chill of dread coil through his chest. Such hatred ran too deep, it could never be reconciled. This youth, if left alive, would become a mortal threat, not only to him, but to the entire Lu clan. With that thought crystallized, Lu Jun turned to Zhou Chang and said firmly, "Third Manor Lord, I must ask you to apprehend this youth at once. Should he perish, the Lu clan will grant you a Tongxiao pill." A Tongxiao pill. Zhou Chang's heart lurched. His Ren and Du meridians had long been opened, his martial prowess stood at the apex of 6th rank, but the leap to 5th rank demanded the opening of the 7 innate orifices. Each orifice required prolonged stimulation by true energy before yielding. Yet for years he had failed to awaken even one. As its name implied, the Tongxiao pill aided in unlocking these orifices, a single pill worth thousands of gold pieces. More crucially, its ingredients were exceedingly rare, and only veteran alchemists possessed the skill to refine it. Genuine Tongxiao pills were scarce beyond measure, coveted, priceless, and nearly impossible to acquire. Enough dawdling. Xiao Bili's brow furrowed. He stamped hard upon the small boat and launched himself like a thunderbolt toward the great vessel where Zhou Chang and the others stood. If Lu Jun refused to speak, then he would seize him first and extract answers later. After being hunted for so long, he intended to uncover who pulled the strings and whether the Lin clan truly lay behind it all. Thud! Xiao Bili landed upon the deck, and the entire vessel shuddered violently. Several lower-ranked disciples of the Sanjiang Alliance staggered, nearly toppling over. Like a horse leaping the Tanchi River, Xiao Bili charged straight toward Lu Jun. Before Lu Jun could issue a command, the 4 7th-rank masters from the Lu clan, those who had accompanied Ding Kaishan, moved as one. Ching! 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 2 sabers and 2 swords flashed forth simultaneously, aimed at Xiao Bili. They harbored no illusion of defeating him, only sought to slow his advance toward their young master. Foolish presumption. Facing their coordinated assault, Xiao Bili did not even draw his blade. Instead, he spread his fingers wide and lunged, grasping directly for the blades and swords themselves. A flash of triumph lit their faces. Though Xiao Bili was 6th rank, such reckless audacity was sheer madness. Clang! Xiao Bili's massive hands coiled around the weapons like oxen tongues wrapping grass, seizing all 4 at once. They had planned in that instant of contact to sever his bare palms, as they had witnessed him do to retainer Ding moments before. But they had vastly overestimated themselves, and grievously underestimated Xiao Bili. Boom! A crushing force erupted, shattering their weapons into splinters. Their palms gripping the hilts were flayed raw, flesh peeled away in bloody strips. Agony seared through them, but before they could scream, the flying fragments pierced their bodies like arrows. They hadn't time even to recoil. The shards scattered in every direction. Splutter! Splutter! Ah! Save me! Beyond those 4 nearest Xiao Bili, others aboard the great vessel were struck down as well, cries of agony erupting across the deck. Experience 1000. Experience 1000. Scatterflower Rain Technique 1. Experience 100. Experience 10. Enough! Zhou Chang roared, and struck out with a single palm. Boom! All projectiles aimed at him, and Lu Jun shattered midair, blasted aside in a storm of displaced air. Zhou Chang looked down at the fallen disciples of the Baiyun Manor, their lifeless forms sprawled upon the deck. His eyes darkened with icy fury. Xiao Bili, I care not who shelters you behind the scenes, but you have slain my Baiyun Manor disciples. This time, you have gone too far. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bili laughed bitterly, cold, sharp, unrelenting. You sent those 2 dogs from Guzi Ridge to kill me earlier, so who are you pretending to be now standing before me? You demand explanations? Good, I want you dead. Young man, don't think that killing Ding Kaishan by a fluke makes you invincible. Zhou Chang's face darkened as he shot forth like lightning, appearing before Xiao Bili in an instant, his palm thrusting straight at Xiao Bili's face. With a thunderous boom, Zhou Chang, a renowned expert of Dongjiang commandery and a peak 6th rank cultivator, compressed the very air around him with that single palm strike. Moreover, thick calluses covered Zhou Chang's palms, a testament to his lifelong dedication to palm techniques. Xiao Bili's expression grew solemn, drawing his blade. Now was too late. In an instant, Xiao Bili channeled his true chi, activating his iron shirt and 13 grand protector hardening techniques to their fullest. His muscles bulged, veins coiling like twisted ropes. He thrust a great strength Vajra finger toward Zhou Chang's palm. A sharp crack echoed as chi exploded outward. Xiao Bieli staggered back 7 steps, only halting at the ship's edge. Kid, you're far from my match. Refusing to relent, Zhou Chang pressed his advantage before Xiao Bieli could steady himself, his Kilodin palms swinging toward him once more. One palm grazed Xiao Bieli's chest with uncanny precision, striking the mast at the bow. With a deafening crack, the thigh-thick mast snapped and crashed toward the cabin. The surviving crew scrambled to dodge the falling mast. Another palm strike missed as Xiao Bieli sidestepped, leaving a handprint embedded in the deck. Zhou Chang's palms flew in relentless succession, each blow heavy and devastating. A single hit would shatter the bones of any ordinary 6th-rank cultivator. After dodging over a dozen strikes, a sharp clang rang out. The crimson sleeve blade slid from its sheath. Leaping into the air, Xiao Bieli slashed the crimson blade toward Zhou Chang. 5 tigers, soul-severing blade. Subduing, elephant, triumphant lion. As the blade descended, a whistling blade light surged forward. Zhou Chang showed no sign of retreat, his palms striking out repeatedly. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying chi erupted, carving dozens of gaping holes into the ship's deck, shocking the onlookers. A renowned weapon. What is your lineage? A drop of blood fell as Zhou Chang asked, his face dark with gravity. This crimson blade was no ordinary weapon. It ranked among the finest of renowned arms. Even White Cloud Manor possessed only one such blade, an heirloom from their ancestors, incomparable to this one. Had he not been cautious and withdrawn in time, that strike would have done far more than cut a shallow gash across his hand. Xiao Bieli paid Zhou Chang no heed. Killing required no idle chatter. After such a fierce clash, did he still think they could call a truce? He feared nothing, still clutching the lethal rainstorm pear blossom needles. 5 tigers, soul-severing blade. A roaring wind. Another killing stroke forced Zhou Chang back 2 steps. Blade chi surged, sending planks flying. We're doomed. The ship is taking on water. Lord Lu, hurry to the small boat. A cry of alarm rang out as Lu Jun, escorted by others, scrambled onto the boat Xiao Bieli had previously occupied. Watching the 2 figures locked in combat on the large vessel, Lu Jun's expression shifted repeatedly, his face twisting with displeasure. As an inner disciple of Tsang Yuan sword sect and a direct descendant of the Lu family, he had trained under 5th-rank masters since childhood. Though only a 7th-rank cultivator, his judgment was sharp. Zhou Chang's martial prowess had already exceeded his expectations. Such a peak 6th-rank expert would be considered formidable even within Tsang Yuan sword sect's 6th-rank ranks. What was even more terrifying was that Xiao Bieli's true chi was clearly far inferior to Zhou Chang's, yet his blade technique had reached the realm of infused power and microscopic precision. Zhou Chang's strength lay in his profound cultivation realm and pure true chi, while Xiao Bieli's advantage was his exquisite technique. For a moment, he couldn't determine who would emerge victorious. After a moment's deliberation, a dark cylinder slid from his sleeve into Lu Jun's hand. It was the wind-breaking needles his aunt had given him for self-defense. With a single press, dozens of fine needles would shoot forth, each coated with lethal poison. Even a 6th-rank expert, if scratched, would meet their end within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, and the more they channeled their true chi, the faster they would die. But on the large ship, the 2 figures were locked in combat too closely. He couldn't guarantee the wind-breaking needles wouldn't harm Zhou Chang. Thus he hesitated. Meanwhile, Zhou Chang's expression had turned grim. In decades of roaming Dongjiang commandery, nearly 10 6th-rank experts had fallen to his hands. Yet this brat was the most troublesome he had ever faced. His hard qigong was profoundly cultivated, making him like a turtle hiding in its shell. Zhou Chang simply couldn't break through his defense. What galled him more was that the youth wielded a renowned blade paired with exceptional technique. A single misstep would leave him wounded. In just 100 exchanges, 2 new wounds had appeared on his body. Though minor, Xiao Bieli remained completely unscathed. I can't let this continue. I refuse to believe his hard qigong has truly reached an impenetrable state, invulnerable both inside and out. With this thought, Zhou Chang hesitated no longer. He gathered his true chi to its peak, stepped back, and clasped his hands together like a Buddha paying homage, then thrust a mighty palm forward. A thunderous roar echoed as a massive handprint of true chi materialized, seemingly solid, and slammed toward Xiao Bieli. And Xiao Bieli had been waiting for this moment. Earlier, Zhou Chang had been as slippery as an old eel who, despite all his efforts, he had only inflicted 2 minor wounds on him. But now things were different. Zhou Chang was attacking without defending, his vital points completely exposed. This was Xiao Bieli's chance. Facing the incoming palm, Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged as he drove the crimson blade to its limit. 5 tigers, soul-severing blade. Dominating the mountains. This was the killing move of the 5 tigers, soul-severing blade, a technique that bared all vital points and offered no defense. A suicidal strike. Ordinarily, it was never used in battle. But with his perfected 13 Grand Protector hardening and iron shirt techniques, this suicidal blade was hardly a weakness for him. If Zhou Chang could have broken through his defense, they wouldn't have reached this point. A thunderous roar. The terrifying palm and the crimson blade Qi collided midair, unleashing a piercing screech as violent Qi exploded in all directions. A sharp crack. The ship beneath their feet was utterly destroyed, splitting apart. Both were sent flying by the immense force, spitting blood. Yet almost simultaneously they borrowed force midair to turn back and charge at each other. Standing on the other boat, Lu Jun had been waiting for an opportunity. The moment he saw the two clash again, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Though Zhou Chang was the third master of White Cloud Manor, as long as Xiao Bieli died with senior brother Zhou backing him, would White Cloud Manor dare touch him? And once Xiao Bieli was dead, he would leave Manzhou immediately. Would White Cloud Manor dare come to Zhang Yuan's sword sect to settle the score? The wind-breaking needle cylinder appeared in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised it and pressed the trigger, aiming at the entangled pair. In an instant, dozens of fine hair-thin projectiles shot forth, reaching Zhou Chang and Xiao Bieli in a flash. A thunderous roar. The two were still locked in combat. Both Xiao Bieli and Zhou Chang heard the whistling sound from the side almost simultaneously, but by the time they reacted, it was too late to dodge. Without any hesitation, Xiao Bieli pushed his iron shirt and 13 Grand Protector hardening techniques to their limits. Clang, clang, clang. He raised his hand to block over a dozen fine hair-like needles, but they were incredibly fast, no slower than projectiles from a 6th-rank hidden weapon master, perhaps even faster. Thus 3 or 4 needles pierced through his blade defense and struck his body. With several crisp sounds, the needles were deflected by the force of his 13 Grand Protector hardening technique. Xiao Bieli quickly checked himself and breathed a sigh of relief upon finding that the needles hadn't breached his defense. You wretch. Zhou Chang glared at Lu Jun, his eyes nearly splitting with fury. 2 needles were embedded in his right arm and chest, sinking deep into his bones. The areas around the punctures had already turned black. Though he hadn't gained the upper hand in his fight with Xiao Bieli, he could still hold his own. Killing him wouldn't be easy. How bitterly unfair. Had it not been for Lu Jun, he would never have crossed swords with Xiao Bieli. And now he was about to die at Lu Jun's hands. You? Several members of White Cloud Manor stared at Lu Jun in disbelief. Even the surviving disciples borrowed from the Three Rivers Alliance instinctively distanced themselves from him. This young Master Lu had a venomous heart, even turning on his own allies. He was utterly inhuman. Don't worry, he'll join you soon. Xiao Bieli's voice reached Zhou Chang's ears. With a swift flash of crimson blade light, Zhou Chang's head fell from his neck and his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Experience 2000. Golden Bell Shield 1. Golden Bell Shield. A fine treasure indeed. At last another martial art had dropped, and a body-tempering one at that. He had now come to appreciate the benefits of body refinement. Not only did it grant him a robust physique, but it also rendered him impervious to underhanded tricks. If only he could be like Duan Yu, devour a single scarlet toad and become immune to all poisons. Then he would have no weaknesses at all. Moreover, when he had slain the others earlier, it seemed something else had dropped as well. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation 6th grade, early stage. Martial Arts Yi Jin Jing 26100 Gale Blade Technique Perfection 13 Guardians Body Tempering Art Perfection Iron Shirt Perfection Cloud Ladder Perfection 5 Tigers Severing Gate Blade Perfection Vajra Finger 10100 Subtle Strike Mastery Bronze Skin Light as a Swallow. Experience 7450. Pending rewards Golden Bell Shield Rain of Petals. Rain of Petals. Must be a technique for concealed weapons. Impossible. This can't be. Even a 6th grade expert shouldn't be able to withstand the wind-piercing needle. Lu Jun refused to accept it. His gaze swept over Xiao Bieli repeatedly, hoping to find some trace of poisoning on him. Alas, he was destined for disappointment. Not only was there no sign of poison on Xiao Bieli, but it even seemed that in his earlier skirmish with Zhou Chang, Xiao Bieli had emerged completely unscathed. Xiao Bieli leaped lightly and landed on the small boat. At that moment, the people on the boat finally snapped out of their shock over Zhou Chang's death, and one after another plunged into the water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Bieli flicked his 10 fingers repeatedly, sending streaks of energy tearing through the air, leaving bloody holes in each person's head. Experience 10. Experience 100. Experience 500. Lu Jun's body trembled, and he fell to his knees, stammering. Don't kill me. My aunt is an inner sect elder of Zhang Yuan's sword sect. My father is the Lu family head of 5th grade peak expert. Before Lu Jun could finish, Xiao Bieli sealed all his major acupoints. Grabbing Lu Jun with one hand, Xiao Bieli leaped up and landed on the shuttle boat brought by the Three Rivers Alliance. Channeling his true chi, the shuttle boat shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring. After dispatching the remaining stragglers on the river, Xiao Bieli headed toward East River Prefecture with Lu Jun in tow. Arriving at a suitable spot to disembark within East River Prefecture's bounds, Xiao Bieli hauled Lu Jun ashore and let the shuttle boat drift downstream. Tossing Lu Jun carelessly onto the bank, Xiao Bieli unsealed his acupoints and said flatly, "Tell me who in Song Yuan's sword sect wants me dead. Is it the Lin family?" Lu Jun looked at Xiao Bieli and shook his head. "I can tell you, but you must swear not to kill me." Xiao Bieli frowned coldly and said, "Do you think you're in any position to bargain with me, eh? If you want talk, I can make you taste some pain first." Lu Jun's face turned pale as he said, "I was just following orders. Your father's death has nothing to do with me directly. Killing me will bring you a lot of trouble. My Lu family possesses the tracking goo. If you kill me, my father will eventually find you. If you swear before the gods and Buddhas not to kill me, he'll tell you everything. I can also swear that the Lu family will no longer be your enemy." "Swear?" Xiao Bieli's frown deepened. After a moment, he raised 3 fingers and said, "I swear before the gods and Buddhas that as long as Lu Jun tells me who wants me dead, I will not kill him." Hearing this, some color returned to Lu Jun's face as he said, "It's Senior Brother Zhua. I was just following Senior Brother Zhua's orders." "Senior Brother Zhua?" Xiao Bieli said coldly. "How the hell am I supposed to know who Senior Brother Zhua is?" Lu Jun quickly replied, "7th on the Dragon and Tiger list, 4 directions, sword Zhua Qingyun. The foremost true disciple of our Song Yuan's sword sect. Perhaps he will become the sect master of Song Yuan's sword sect in the future." Xiao Bieli, "And what is this Dragon and Tiger list?" Lu Jun was utterly astounded. "You don't even know the Dragon and Tiger list?" "It's a ranking compiled by the Jinwu Hall, selecting 72 prodigies under 35 years of age from the entire Great Qian. Those who make it onto the Dragon and Tiger list are all future candidates for the 4th grade Grandmaster realm. And those who reach the top 10 of the Dragon and Tiger list have a chance to step into the 3rd grade Grandmaster realm. The top 3 of every generation possess the talent to become a transcendent." Xiao Bieli nodded. "He made a move against me because of Lin Qingyuan." Lu Jun nodded correct. "Junior sister Lin's talent is unparalleled, even surpassing Senior Brother Zhua's. So there are those in the sect who want Junior sister Lin and Senior Brother Zhua to marry. Someone once mentioned breaking off the engagement to Junior sister Lin, but she refused. So you should understand. Your only way out is to go find Junior sister Lin and call off the marriage. Once you have no ties with her Senior Brother Zhua, we'll stop targeting you." Xiao Bieli paid no heed to Lu Jun's words and asked instead, "What level of strength does Zhua Qingyun have? How old is he?" Lu Jun, "Senior Brother Zhua is 34 this year, a 5th grade peak, just a step away from the Grandmaster realm." 34. Xiao Bieli laughed. "He sure knows how to dream. He's twice Lin Qingyuan's age. Does he think he's a lecherous old cow after tender grass?" He asked a few more questions about the Song Yuan sword sect, and Lu Jun answered them all one by one. By now the sky was beginning to redden. Lu Jun glanced at Xiao Bieli and said softly, "Young hero Xiao, I've told you everything you asked. May I leave now?" Xiao Bieli shook his head. "I don't want to be exposed so soon." Hearing this, Lu Jun's heart tightened, and he quickly said, "I swear I won't reveal your identity. I swear to the heavens. Besides, you just swore before the gods and Buddhas." "Sorry, I believe in Jesus." A flash of the blade. Lu Jun's head flew into the air. Experience 1000. Sheathing his blade, Xiao Bieli tossed Lu Jun's corpse into the surging river. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation 6th grade, early stage. Martial Arts Yi Jin Jing 26100 Gale Blade Technique Perfection 13 Guardians Body Tempering Art Perfection Iron Shirt Perfection Subtle Strike Mastery Bronze Skin Light as a Swallow. Experience 9550. Pending rewards Golden Bell Shield Rain of Petals. For the first time his experience had broken through the 9000 mark. Xiao Bieli looked at the system panel, a smile spreading across his face. Extract. Boom. The cultivation methods for the Golden Bell Shield and Rain of Petals emerged in Xiao Bieli's mind along with experiential insights into both martial arts. Golden Bell Shield 5100 Rain of Petals 5100. Just as I expected, Rain of Petals is a concealed weapon technique. First consume 5000 experience points to upgrade the Yi Jin Jing. Yi Jin Jing 31100. Boom. A surge of pure, true qi emerged from his dantian, flowing through his meridians toward his limbs and bones. If before the true qi in Xiao Bieli's body was like a small ditch, now it had become a wide canal. After a moment, everything settled. I still have over 4000 experience points left, not enough to break through to the next minor realm. In that case, he'll put it all into the Golden Bell Shield. The experience of cultivating the Golden Bell Shield surged into Xiao Bieli's mind as if he had trained in it for decades. After a moment, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes. As the Golden Bell Shield activated, a pale golden bell of qi enveloped his entire body. A 50% mastery of the Golden Bell Shield is enough to withstand the palm strikes of a peak 6th rank martial artist like Zhou Chong. Unlike the Iron Shirt or the 13 Grand Protections, its defense grows with my chi. The Golden Bell Shield dissipated. For the hidden weapon technique Flower Rain, scattering mastering it to 50 or 60% proficiency should suffice. Why use hidden weapons when I can be overwhelming? With that thought, Xiao Bieli chose a direction and departed swiftly. As dawn broke, a fishing boat quietly sailed onto the river. Though the 12 linked strongholds and the Three Rivers Alliance were locked in fierce conflict, their targets were merchant ships on the Yuan River, leaving small fishing boats unmolested. Old Zhang had fished the Yuan River his entire life, setting out before dawn each day and hauling his fresh catch to the dock at sunrise. The wealthy prized freshness, and dead fish fetched far less. This spot will do. Standing on the boat, Old Zhang expertly cast his net into the river. The first haul yielded only 3 or 4 small fish. He remained unfazed. Even seasoned fishermen couldn't guarantee a good catch daily. This was just the first net. He cast again. The net felt heavy, straining as he pulled. A smile spread across Old Zhang's face, until he saw the contents and nearly dropped it. Tangled in the net was a corpse. This bend in the river sometimes yielded debris, but in decades of fishing, he had never netted a body. Panic seized Old Zhang. Looking up, he spotted scattered planks and more bodies nearby. He hurriedly hauled the net aboard and rushed to the market. Half an hour later, a boat from the 12 linked strongholds headed toward the river bend. A middle-aged man in a green robe stood on deck, hands clasped behind his back. His pale face bore a faint scar on the right cheek. Though not handsome, he exuded a unique charm, the mark of time and the martial world, commanding both fear and respect. This was Chu Bufan, the third elder of the 12 linked strongholds. Old Zhang stood beside him, pointing nervously at the bend. Elder, it's right here. Having fished for years and sold his catch at the stronghold's dock, Old Zhang knew Chu Bufan by reputation. He never expected that bringing back a corpse would summon Elder Chu in person, who even rewarded him with 20 taels of silver. A year's fishing barely earned him a dozen taels. Chu Bufan nodded. Behind him, Chen Yuan, a master of the stronghold, shouted, "Speed up." Soon they reached the river bend. Chen Yuan lightly stepped off the boat, landing on the water. He tapped his toes, leaping onto a floating plank, which shot forward. Unmoving on the plank, he scooped 2 bodies from the water, then bounded back to the boat in a few swift moves. Laying the bodies beside Old Zhang's, fine Chen Yuan's expression darkened. They've been dead less than 2 hours. I don't recognize these 2, but this one is from White Cloud Manor. Judging by the scene, they were swept down from upstream. There might be more than 3 dead. We received no reports of our brothers on the river yesterday. What was someone from White Cloud Manor doing on the river? For years, the 12 linked strongholds had monopolized the waterways of East River Prefecture. Could White Cloud Manor be trying to intervene? Chu Bufan said calmly, "Gather some fishermen to search the Yuan River. Reward 2 taels for each body recovered." Chen Yuan nodded. Understood. Old Zhang quickly added, "Elder, let me help. Few on the Yuan River cast nets better than me. 2 taels. A month's fishing barely earned that. With the 20 taels from Elder Chu and his savings, he could afford a bride for his 3rd son. Go." Half an hour later, in a makeshift shelter by the Yuan River, 20-odd bodies lay in neat rows. "It's Zhou Chong." Chen Yuan stared at the severed head and body, his face grave. Who could have beheaded him with a single stroke? And bodies from the Three Rivers Alliance. Has White Cloud Manor truly allied with them? As Chu Bufan's trusted man and a latest-stage 6th rank master, he knew he was no match for Zhou Chong. Zhou Chong ranked among the top 5 6th rank martial artists in East River Prefecture. Now he was just a corpse. Some of the bodies wore the garb of the Three Rivers Alliance. If White Cloud Manor had indeed allied with them, the 12 linked strongholds would be at a disadvantage. It wasn't a single beheading, Chu Bufan said, pulling down Zhou Chang's collar. There are 2 other wounds, but neither was fatal. He likely fought someone, was struck by a poisoned hidden weapon and then beheaded. Notify White Cloud Manor to investigate. He'll return to headquarters to inform the chief. In East River Prefecture, Tsang County, 70 li from the city, lay Xiao Town. Xiao Bieli re-entered the inn where he had killed Han Long. The waiter had changed, but the innkeeper recognized him instantly, his face paling. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" The innkeeper approached and asked quietly. His inn had been in the family for over 30 years. Growing up in it, he had witnessed no fewer than 20 martial conflicts and dozens of deaths within its walls. Yet none left as deep an impression as the young hero's killing of Han Long. A single sword stroke, and the head fell. The former waiter was too terrified to stay. The inn's business had suffered, but the young hero had left generous silver, and it was the only inn in Xiao Town, so trade slowly recovered. Now he had returned. "The usual, a pound of cooked beef, 2 side dishes, and a jug of wine," Xiao Bieli said with a faint smile. The innkeeper nodded repeatedly and ordered the waiter to prepare it. Then, cupping his hands, he said, Young hero, if you plan to dispense justice today, could you do it outside my establishment? This is a humble business and I can't withstand another upheaval. I beg you. Rest assured, shopkeeper, I am merely passing through today. I'll have a meal and be on my way. Xiao Bieli merely smiled. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the counter, though he still cast occasional glances towards Xiao Bieli's direction. Xiao Bieli paid it no mind. When the waiter brought the dishes, he began to eat with great gusto. As Xiao Bieli was dining, three figures appeared at the inn's entrance. They were none other than the three heroes of Wushan whom Xiao Bieli had briefly encountered at this very inn before. The moment they entered the inn, the three heroes of Wushan also spotted Xiao Bieli. What a damn coincidence. The leader of the trio thought to himself. When they had left Wushan town, they had intended to join the 12 linked waterfronts. However, at this inn they had witnessed the young hero single-handedly annihilate Han Long's gang with his blade. After returning for a while, they still felt compelled to go to the 12 linked waterfronts to make a name for themselves. Little did they expect that halfway through their journey, they would encounter this young hero once again. Could he be here on another bounty mission? Though hesitant, the leader of the three heroes of Wushan approached Xiao Bieli and, cupping his hands in salute, said, "Young hero Shan." Xiao Bieli looked up, and upon seeing the three heroes of Wushan, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. He smiled and said, "What a coincidence." The leader of the three heroes of Wushan also chuckled. "Indeed, it's too much of a coincidence. Both times we three brothers set out to join the 12 linked waterfronts, we've run into young hero Shun." After Shen Lang had slain Han Long, they had also uncovered his identity. Moreover, the news of the 6th-rank master Hunyuan Han Zhongzhong's disappearance from the Heavenly Wolf Stockade had already spread across half of East River Prefecture, and they had naturally heard of it as well. They had also heard that young hero Shun was one of the four who had escaped the Heavenly Wolf Stockade alive. "Since we've met by chance, why not join us for a meal?" Xiao Bieli said. The three heroes of Wushan exchanged glances, and the leader spoke. "We greatly admire you, young hero Shun. Allow us to treat you to this meal. Oh, please grant us this honor." The three heroes of Wushan took their seats and ordered some more wine and dishes. Just then, another group of guests arrived at the inn. Leading them were a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his early 40s, clad in coarse linen, while the woman, seemingly in her 30s, wore a white palace gown and possessed a strikingly beautiful and delicate countenance. Behind the pair followed four martial artists bearing weapons. Xiao Bieli merely cast a brief glance at the six before looking away. These two were no ordinary individuals. All four of their subordinates were 7th-rank masters. The man's martial prowess was likely on par with Zhou Chang's. Xiao Bieli could faintly detect the scent of blood on them, suggesting they had recently been in a skirmish and had only changed clothes without time to bathe. "Bring out all your signature dishes. We need to eat and be on our way." After the waiter left, the middle-aged man's gaze swept over the inn's patrons, pausing for a few seconds on Xiao Bieli before moving on. "Eat quickly. Once we're out of East River Prefecture, we'll be safe." The three heroes of Wushan also glanced at the group. It was their first time seeing a woman so beautiful, but they knew that anyone daring to travel with such a stunning companion was certainly no ordinary person. They quickly averted their eyes. Such a woman was not for them to covet. With few guests in the inn, the food was served swiftly. In no time, a large table of dishes was laid out. "We brothers have often heard of your renowned name, young hero Shun. That Heavenly Wolf Stockade colluded with the Three Rivers Alliance, and even Senior Hunyuan Han Zhong met his downfall there. Yet you emerged unscathed, truly admirable. Indeed, with Han Long dead by your hand, all the experts in Song County are applauding. Alas, there are few chivalrous heroes like you left in the martial world these days." After a few cups of wine, the three heroes of Wushan relaxed their formality. Listening to their praises, Xiao Bieli merely smiled and asked, "Are you three heading to the 12 linked waterfronts again?" The leader Wu Meng nodded. "Indeed. When we met you last time, we were already planning to go, but your martial prowess discouraged us. But I am 33 now, and I've inherited my family's martial arts. I've reached my limit at this level. Going to the 12 linked waterfronts is a gamble. If I earn merits, I might learn a few techniques. Even if this is as far as I go, I can pass them on to my son. Perhaps he will make a name for himself in the martial world someday." Xiao Bieli shook his head. "The world is like a tide, and people like the water. Alas, how few return from the martial realm. Sometimes an ordinary life is not a bad thing." Though this world was one of the strong preying on the weak, the great Qian court remained powerful. With the town martial halls in every region, ordinary folk were rarely caught in the crossfire of martial conflicts. Well said. How few return from the martial realm. It's a pity some never grasped this truth. At that moment, a resonant voice rang out from outside. Over a dozen men in black outfits armed with weapons strode into the inn. Leading them was a handsome man in his early 30s. He fixed his gaze on the group that had entered after Xiao Bieli's party, finally settling on the middle-aged man. Shaking his head, he said, "Uncle, I truly cannot understand. The 12 linked waterfronts have treated you well. Why did you betray us? The moment Wu Ming saw the man, his face changed. He murmured, Is that the young chief? Young chief? Everyone at the table was taken aback. In East River Prefecture, there was only one young chief, Guan Yunpeng of the 12 linked waterfronts. Even Xiao Biela's eyes showed a flicker of surprise. Guan Yunpeng's eyes sparkled with vitality and his aura was formidable. He was likely a 6th rank master as well. However, he seemed rather ostentatious. Even 7th rank martial artists could control their aura, appearing no different from ordinary people. Guan Yunpeng, on the other hand, seemed intent on flaunting his strength. If that wasn't ostentatious, what was? Eat up and finish quickly. Xiao Bieli glanced at the 3 heroes of Wushan and reminded them. He had been so focused on drinking that he had barely touched the food. Once the fight broke out, the barely touched dishes would likely go to waste. The 3 heroes of Wushan exchanged looks, then turned to Xiao Bieli. How could anyone still be thinking about food at a time like this? Huh? The middle-aged man let out a cold laugh and rose to his feet. Staring at Guan Yunpeng, he said icily, Betrayal. The 12 linked waterfronts were founded jointly by the Guan and Wu families. From a small gang to what it is now, I've never understood why the Guans have always been in charge all these years. If your father hadn't been targeting us, how could the Wu family have been reduced to just a dozen people? 7-star begonia is odorless and tasteless. Even a peak 5th rank master would die within 3 days of ingesting it. I saw your father take it with my own eyes. Why is he still alive? Guan Yunpeng smiled. Uncle, haven't you wondered why we've been able to find you no matter where you fled these past 2 days? Wu Ming frowned. Suddenly, a soft, delicate hand pressed against his stomach. With a thud, a terrifying palm force struck, sending Wu Ming staggering backward as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wu Ming stared in disbelief at Lin Rong, who had been so affectionate in his arms moments before. Are you one of Guan Tianwu's people? Lin Rong was someone he had rescued from a band of mountain brigands 11 years ago, keeping her by his side and teaching her martial arts. Has Guan Tianwu been planning to eliminate me for 11 years? Lin Rong naturally positioned herself beside Guan Yunpeng, shaking her head at Wu Ming as she said, I simply believe my husband was wrong, which is why I chose to abandon the darkness for the light. Alas, Guan Yunpeng sighed. Third uncle, you should still return with me. My father is magnanimous. Even after what you've done, he surely won't harm you. Heh. Wu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Though Lin Rong was merely at the peak of the 7th grade, his lack of any defense meant that palm strike had wounded him, and he had already been injured from the earlier skirmish. Guan Yunpeng had been personally trained by Guan Tianwu. Though his true chi was somewhat weaker, with so many skilled fighters from the 12 connected stronghold surrounding them, escape seemed nearly impossible in Wu Ming's current state. Yet he refused to surrender without a fight. Thud! He stomped hard against the ground, his palms spinning as he lunged directly at Guan Yunpeng. A trace of mockery flickered across Guan Yunpeng's face. His father had never moved against Wu Ming because Wu Ming's father had held immense prestige in the 12 connected stronghold while alive, and many of its experts still bore the Wu family's favor. If Wu Ming were to abandon resistance and return with him, he would likely only have his martial arts crippled and be left to live out his days in peace. But now that Wu Ming had struck first, accidentally killing him in the fray would hardly seem significant. Wu Ming's strike possessed the might to split rocks and shatter steels. The very air seemed to burst as he moved. The moment he attacked, the 4 loyal experts beside him also struck, charging at those around Guan Yunpeng. They sought to create an opening for Wu Ming to flee. As Wu Ming charged, Guan Yunpeng's expression remained unchanged. He stepped forward and met him with a palm of his own. But Wu Ming twisted midair, brushing past Guan Yunpeng's hand and lunging instead at Lin Rong. Lin Rong's face paled as she stumbled backward until she reached the table near Xiao Bieli. Seeing Wu Ming's palm about to land, she channeled her inner energy and grabbed for Wu Ming, the eldest of the 3 heroes of Wushan. Wu Ming's face twisted in terror. Was this woman trying to use him as a shield? Her hand moved too swiftly for him to evade, leaving him to watch helplessly as that jade-like hand reached for him. But just as despair seized him, a blade of light suddenly flashed. Splat! An arm shot into the air, blood spraying across Wu Ming. The scene had unfolded with such abruptness that even Guan Yunpeng and Wu Ming were startled by the blade retreating hastily. A piercing scream tore from Lin Rong's throat. Only then did Guan Yunpeng snap back to reality, his face darkening as he looked at Lin Rong's severed arm and demanded, Boy, are you meddling in affairs that don't concern you? Lin Rong clutched her stump, her eyes venomous as she snarled, Kill him. Kill him now. Guan Yunpeng ignored Lin Rong, fixing his gaze on Xiao Bieli. Only now did he realize the man before him seemed familiar. Are you Xin Lang? He had heard of Xin Lang due to the incident with the Wolf Bandit camp, But what truly etched the name in his memory was the news this morning Shen Lang alongside Han Wuyin had slain Sun Chang'e, the chief of the Long River Gang in Lichuan County. He hadn't expected to encounter Shen Lang here. Shouldn't Shen Lang still be in Linshui Prefecture? Though only at the peak of the 7th grade, it was said his iron body techniques were so formidable that even Sun Chang'e, a 6th grade mid-phase, couldn't breach them. Xiao Bieli shook his head. I've always been one to avoid trouble and dislike meddling in others' affairs. But Wu Ming is my friend. I couldn't just watch her use his body to block that palm, could I? Hearing this, the three heroes of Wushan felt a surge of warmth. They had only met Shen Lang twice and could hardly call him a friend yet for their sake. He had offended the 12 connected stronghold. Shen Lang was truly the kind of man who would spend silver to buy intelligence from Jiangshan Pavilion in order to champion justice, utterly unlike the hypocrites of the martial world. Guan Yunpeng, are you going to act or not? Kill him! Kill him! Lin Rong shrieked. Guan Yunpeng's gaze flickered. His relationship with Lin Rong was far from simple, but Shen Lang's earlier strike had filled him with caution. Moreover, today's priority was dealing with Wu Ming. Eliminating Shen Lang as well would prove difficult. Wu Ming glanced at Xiao Bieli and smiled. Young Master Shen, now that you've offended Guan Yunpeng too, why not join forces with me and leave him here? Guan Yunpeng's eyes narrowed, then he broke into a grin. Young Master Shen, there's no grudge between us that can't be resolved. If you leave now, the 12 connected stronghold will not trouble you. Yunpeng! Lin Rong cried out in disbelief. She had done so much for Guan Yunpeng, and now that she had lost an arm, he would let this man go. If you dare let him leave, he'll make the world know that you've been intimate with your father's sworn brother's woman. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Everyone in the inn was stunned, their faces turning ashen. Guan Yunpeng was the young master of the 12 connected stronghold and its future leader. If his relationship with Lin Rong were exposed, not only would the old guard resent him, but the entire stronghold would become a laughingstock across Dongjiang Prefecture. Sometimes knowing too much was hardly a blessing. Wu Ming's lips turned white with fury as he pointed a trembling finger at Lin Rong. You treacherous woman. He had cruelly divorced his wife to marry Lin Rong only to be cuckolded. He would have felt better if Lin Rong had been deliberately placed by Guan Tianwu at his side. What nonsense are you spouting? Guan Yunpeng roared. He hadn't expected Lin Rong to expose their illicit affair. Haha. Lin Rong's face twisted with madness as she shrieked. What? Are you going to kill me? You were the one who seduced me first, now you're afraid. Now everyone in this inn knows about us. If you don't kill them, all your scandal will spread across Dongjiang Prefecture by tomorrow. Guan Yunpeng fixed his gaze on Xiao Bieli and said coldly, Brother Shun, if you swear not to spread what you've heard today, they'll still let you leave. His priority today was to eliminate Wu Ming. As for Shen Lang, after dealing with Wu Ming, he could be handled later. With the 12 connected strongholds' influence in Dongjiang Prefecture, dealing with Shen Lang would be simple. Xiao Bieli asked, what about them? Guan Yunpeng shook his head. I trust you, Brother Shun, but not them. Wu Ming quickly interjected, Young Master Shen, don't worry about us. He then took off his silver and weapons, handing them to Xiao Bieli. Please, Young Master Shun, deliver these for me. My home is at. Before Wu Ming could finish, Xiao Bieli shook his head and cut him off. You'd better deliver these yourself. Guan Yunpeng said coldly, So, Brother Shen, you truly intend to be my enemy? Xiao Bieli shook his head. If you release them, I naturally won't stand against the young master. Whoosh. Before Xiao Bieli could finish, Guan Yunpeng shot forward like lightning, his finger aimed at Xiao Bieli's chest. This strike carried sharp, true qi enough to pierce metal and shatter stone. Yet Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged as he extended a finger of his own. Thud! Their fingers collided, a tremendous force, sending Guan Yunpeng stumbling back 3 steps, while Xiao Bieli feigned a stagger of 2 steps. Just then the thunder of hooves rang out. Kill! Joy flashed in Guan Yunpeng's eyes as he bellowed, Attack together! Leave no one alive! Spare none! Clang! Clang! In an instant, all the masters of the 12 connected strongholds struck almost simultaneously. Go break out! Wu Ming waved his hand and charged toward the inn's entrance with his 4 7th-rank subordinates. He was grievously wounded now, but with Shen Lang holding off Guan Yunpeng, he still had a chance to escape. With this thought, Wu Ming hesitated no more and dashed out of the inn. Clang! Clatter! Guan Yunpeng's men fought desperately to block them. Guan Yunpeng took a step forward and pointed a finger, his force surging out swift as lightning. Wu Ming struck back with a palm. Thud! Wu Ming was forced back 3 steps by that finger, while Guan Yunpeng retreated only 1. Seeing that Xiao Bieli showed no intention to act, Wu Ming hastily called out, Young Master Shen, strike together. Only then can we survive. Just then over a dozen more people arrived at the inn's entrance, led by a gaunt white-haired old man. Guan Yunpeng smiled at him and said, Elder Lien, you finally come. You hold off Shen Lang, I'll capture third uncle first. Guan Yunpeng knew well that Lin Yunxin, though his father's trusted man, might not dare to kill Wu Ming outright for doing so would surely offend the experts who owed favors to the Wu family. Shenlang. Lin Yunxin frowned. He had heard that name before, recently burst onto the scene, not only rising to prominence at the Heavenly Wolf stronghold, but also slaying seven-fingered divine eagle Sun Chang'e in Lichuan County, albeit with help. But Shenlang had actually allied with Wu Ming. The Wu family had been making small moves for years and was a thorn in the side of the helmsman. Still, he didn't take Shenlang seriously, just a 7th-rank peak with some external martial arts. Without Han Huayan's intervention, Shenlang could never have killed Sun Chang'e. Lin Yunxin shook his head at Xiao Bieli and said, Shenlang, I care not for your origins, but in East River Prefecture crossing the 12 connected strongholds is most unwise. Xiao Bieli shook his head. I never intended to cross the 12 connected strongholds. It's just that we've learned of the affair between your young helmsman and his third uncle's wife, and he cannot let us live. Oh. Lin Yunxin frowned, glanced at Lin Rong, who stood in the corner with a severed arm, and his brow relaxed. This time, they had brought only trusted men, who as long as everyone in the inn was eliminated there would be no trouble. Lin Yunxin said, sometimes knowing too much indeed invites great trouble. In your next life, don't meddle in others' affairs. Xiao Bieli shook his head and said matter-of-factly, what you see as trouble may not trouble me at all. Besides, I haven't finished this life yet, so I won't consider the next for now. In the next moment, Lin Yunxin struck, without warning. Clang. The long blade at Lin Yunxin's waist was drawn. Though his frame was gaunt, his attack was earth-shattering, causing the three heroes of Wushan behind Xiao Bieli to pale in fear. True Qi leaving the body. Was this elder Lin also a 6th-rank expert? Even if young Master Shen was formidable once Guan Yunpeng captured Wu Ming and they joined forces, young Master Shen would surely be overwhelmed. A fierce blade light appeared before Xiao Bieli in an instant. An old ginger is spicier indeed. You are slightly stronger than Guan Yunpeng. Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged. Facing Lin Yunxin's full-powered strike, he didn't even think to draw his red sleeve blade, instead pointing a finger. A burst of force shot forth, striking the weak point of the blade light. Clang! The blade light shattered. Lin Yunxin's expression hardened. Intelligence from Lichuan County had indicated that Xiao Bieli's greatest strengths were his blade technique and external martial arts, but that finger strike had effortlessly shattered his blade light. If he were struck by such a finger, his bones would snap. I must finish this quickly. With that thought, swish, swish, swish. Lin Yunxin's blade moved even faster. Amidst flashing blade light, he had already struck over 20 times, and wherever the light passed, tables, chairs, and benches were split asunder. Xiao Bieli countered only with his scabbard, occasionally pointing a finger to block Lin Yunxin's blade. Why won't you draw your blade? Lin Yunxin roared. Unease churned within him. Shenlang was nothing like the legends. Not merely a master of external martial arts, he felt that Shenlang had already stepped into the 6th rank. A 6th-rank expert so young. East River Prefecture had not seen one in decades. Shenlang might even have a chance to make the dragon and tiger list. Xiao Bieli shook his head. Once I draw my blade, you won't even have the chance to finish this set of techniques. The three heroes of Wushan were stunned. Young Master Shun had exchanged so many moves with a 6th-rank expert without even drawing his blade. Could it be that young Master Shun was also a 6th-rank expert? No wonder he chose to protect them in the face of Guan Yunpeng's threats. He had the confidence to do so. Since you wish me to draw my blade, I shall oblige you. Xiao Bieli sighed softly. The commotion outside had subsided. It was time to end the battle. Now that he had acquired the Golden Bell Shield technique, even a 6th-rank peak expert like Zhou Chang could not harm him, let alone Lin Yunxin, who was far inferior to Zhou Chang. Clang! The red sleeve blade was drawn. Xiao Bieli's gaze turned fierce in an instant, and he pushed his external martial arts to their limit, his entire frame seeming to grow 2 inches taller. 5 tigers severing gate blade. Elephant subduing, lion vanquishing. With the slash of the red sleeve blade, a vermilion blade aura descended like a mountain-splitting axe. Die! Lin Yunxin let out a furious roar, in return his true qi surging as he gripped his blade with both hands and thrust upward. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. Lin Yunxin's long blade, forged from 100 refined fine steel, snapped upon impact. Under the overwhelming force of Xiao Bieli's strike, his body split apart like tofu. Splatter! Blood and entrails spilled across the ground. Experience 2000. Blade drawing technique 1. Oh ho! Another martial art unlocked. Ugh! The three heroes of Wushan, the innkeeper, and the waiter all retched their gazes toward Xiao Bieli, now tinged with fear. They had seen killing before, but never anything so horrifying. Xiao Bieli paid them no heed. With a light tap of his foot, he swept out the door. Stop him! Lin Rong, seeing Xiao Bieli emerge, shouted with hatred in her eyes. By then, one of Wu Ming's 4 subordinate experts had already fallen, and the remaining 3 were subdued. Only Wu Ming and Guan Yunpeng were still locked in combat, but Wu Ming was being thoroughly suppressed, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he couldn't hold out much longer. At Lin Rong's cry kill, several experts of the 12 connected strongholds charged at Xiao Bieli. His face expressionless, Xiao Bieli moved. Shing. The red sleeve blade was drawn again. Thud, thud, thud. With a single slash of fierce blade, aura shot through the air. The 6 experts of the 12 connected strongholds rushing toward him were all sent flying backward, blood spraying everywhere. Experience 100. Experience 500. Experience 1000. 6th grade. He is a 6th grade master. Some of the 7th grade experts from the 12 connected strongholds who were on guard against Wu Ming's escape exclaimed in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Who could have imagined that Shen Lang was actually a 6th grade master? At that moment, those from the 12 connected strongholds who were closer to the inn's entrance peered inside and saw a corpse split in two on the ground. They cried out in terror. Elder Lien. Elder Lien is dead. What? Everyone was stunned. How much time had passed? Elder Lien had already died at Shen Lang's hands. Lin Rong instinctively stepped back, twice momentarily forgetting that the man before her was the enemy who had severed her arm. If Elder Lien couldn't last long against Shen Lang, even Guan Yunpeng might not be his match. A look of astonishment also crossed Guan Yunpeng's face, and his attacking force diminished. His gaze frequently darted toward Xiao Bieli, wary of a sudden strike from him. Only Wu Ming wore a smile as he spoke. Young Master Shen, come. Let us join forces and eliminate Guan Yunpeng. Once we leave East River Prefecture, they won't be able to find us. Guan Yunpeng roared angrily. My father is the helmsman of the 12 connected strongholds. If you dare lay a hand on me, there will be no place for you in all of East River Prefecture. Know if you kill me, you will never escape East River Prefecture. Leave now, and I guarantee the 12 connected strongholds will not trouble you. Xiao Bieli shook his head. I had no intention of interfering in your affairs initially, but you suddenly decided to attack me. After that Elder Lien arrived, you acted as if you had already secured victory over me. Now that the advantage is mine, you resort to threats. If I don't kill you, it would seem as though I fear your 12 connected strongholds. With his final word, Xiao Bieli shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Stop him. Guan Yunpeng's expression shifted dramatically, and he fiercely pointed a finger at Wu Ming. Hearing this, the experts of the 12 connected strongholds also charged recklessly toward Xiao Bieli. These were all direct subordinates of Guan Tianwu, fully aware of the consequences they and their families would face if Guan Yunpeng were harmed. A flash of blade light, and several more corpses fell to the ground. With a light flick of his toe, Xiao Bieli sent a long blade into his hand. He tapped it gently with his fingertip, shattering it into a dozen fragments. With a slight tremor of his fingers, he shot them toward the remaining enemies. Trying to flee. You should ask for my permission first. Wu Ming abruptly mustered his true qi and met the attack with a palm strike. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy erupted in all directions. Wu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled back 2 steps. Meanwhile, Guan Yunpeng seized the recoil force, spun around, and retreated swiftly, landing dozens of meters away in an instant. Just then, swish, 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 Guan Yunpeng heard a series of piercing sounds growing closer. He dared not hesitate, spinning around to see dozens of blade and sword fragments hurtling toward him. Huh! Guan Yunpeng let out a loud shout, channeling his true qi through his palm and striking out. Bang! The very air before him seemed to explode. The blade fragments, propelled by Xiao Bieli's flower raining technique and immense brute strength, were sent scattering in all directions by that palm strike. But by now, Xiao Bieli's figure had already appeared 3 feet away from him. Wu Ming had also caught up. Seeing no chance to escape, a ruthless glint flashed in Guan Yunpeng's eyes. He pressed 2 fingers together and thrust them fiercely toward Xiao Bieli. True qi coiled around Guan Yunpeng's fingertips into a spiral force like a drill. Star-breaking finger. Meteor strike. This was the Guan family's inherited ultimate technique, and Meteor Strike was the killing move among its 13 finger techniques. If this strike could gravely wound Shen Lang, he might still have a chance to escape. Facing this finger strike, Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged, devoid of joy or sorrow. He too extended a finger. The 2 fingers collided. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted abruptly, and the terrifying force lifted the hem of Xiao Bieli's robe. Guan Yunpeng felt a tremendous force surge toward him. His 2 fingers bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. He staggered back 3 steps, spouting several mouthfuls of blood. His face turned deathly pale, his legs gave way, and he fell to one knee. Xiao Bieli also stepped back. At that moment, Wu Ming rushed to a foot behind Xiao Bieli and shouted, "Young Master Shen, let me kill him." Xiao Bieli frowned. But as Wu Ming charged past Xiao Bieli toward Guan Yunpeng, he suddenly twisted around and slammed a palm toward Xiao Bieli's chest. It was so sudden that even Xiao Bieli hadn't anticipated it. He had no time for any other action, but his true qi surged, forming a pale golden cauldron to shield him. Dong! Wu Ming's full-powered palm struck the pale golden bell around Xiao Bieli, causing ripples across the golden bell shield. Wu Ming's face was a mask of disbelief as he tried to retreat, but it was too late. Xiao Bieli clenched his right fist, extended his thumb, and thrust a powerful Vajra finger toward Wu Ming. Caught off guard, Wu Ming forcibly mustered his true qi, covering his palm with energy, and met the attack. Bang! Wu Ming stumbled backward, clutching his right hand with his left as blood seeped from his palm. Xiao Bieli stood with his blade, looking at Wu Ming, and asked sincerely, "Are you an idiot?" "What?" Wu Ming was taken aback. Though he didn't know what idiot meant, he knew it was nothing good. Nevertheless, Wu Ming forced a fawning smile and said, "Young Master Shun, I was possessed by a ghost just now. I didn't want the news of that woman cuckolding me to spread, so I attacked you. Young Master Shun, if you are willing." Before Wu Ming could finish, his answer came in the form of a crimson blade flash. 5 tigers, soul-severing blade. White tiger leaps the ravine. Wu Ming could only hastily raise his true qi and cross his arms. The next moment, a scream tore from Wu Ming's throat. His hands were severed by the blade of the crimson sleeve, and a bloodline appeared on his brow before he collapsed limply to the ground. At this point, Guan Yunpeng shuddered and quickly shouted, "You can't kill me. You've already offended the Three Rivers Alliance. If you kill me too, there will be no place for you in either prefecture." Guan Yunpeng's head flew into the air. Xiao Bieli frisked both men. Guan Yunpeng carried nothing of value, but Wu Ming had a stack of banknotes, some for 100 taels, others for 1,000, totaling 6 or 7,000 taels. He also had a small pouch of gold leaves and a martial arts manual titled Void Splitting Palm. Xiao Bieli packed everything into a bundle and headed back to the inn. The inn was now in shambles, with only the innkeeper, the waiter, and the 3 heroes of Crow Mountain remaining. The innkeeper and waiter were both anxious, while the 3 heroes paced restlessly, clearly unsettled. Seeing Xiao Bieli approach, the 3 heroes sighed in relief. Wu Ming spoke, "Young Master Shin, you should leave quickly. With such a major incident, the entire East River Prefecture will likely be in chaos." The innkeeper slumped to the ground, muttering, "It's over. Everything is over." Xiao Bieli glanced around, then placed a few silver ingots on the table and said to the innkeeper, "You are just a commoner. As long as the 12 connected strongholds know who the killer is, they shouldn't trouble you." The innkeeper looked at Xiao Bieli and smiled bitterly. "Young Master Shun, if it weren't for you, I would have died at the vice-helmsman's hands. Rest assured, I will never betray you." The 3 heroes of Crow Mountain also nodded. "After this, we will return to Crow Mountain Town to live in seclusion. This martial world is still too dangerous for us. Young Master Shun, rest assured. Though we are no heroes, we are not the kind of scoundrels who betray their benefactors." Xiao Bieli shook his head. "You misunderstand my meaning. If the people from the 12 connected strongholds come, just tell them the truth, that I am the killer. The traces of my attacks on their bodies cannot be concealed. Remember, shift all the blame onto me." With that, Xiao Bieli turned and walked out the door. Wu Ming felt a weight in his hand, though somehow the void-splitting palm manual had appeared in his grasp. His expression shifted, and exchanging glances with his 2 brothers, he tucked the manual into his sleeve. After leaving, Xiao Bieli took one of the horses brought by the 12 connected strongholds men and rode toward East River Prefecture City. After leaving Xiao Town, he arrived at the small riverbank where he had once enhanced his martial arts after killing Han Long. Xiao Bieli reined in his horse, host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, middle stage of the 6th rank. Martial arts, Yi Jin Jing, 31100, Hurricane Blade Technique perfected, 13 Guardians, Hardening Art perfected, Iron Shirt perfected, Cloud Ladder perfected. 5 Tigers, Severing Gate Blade perfected, Golden Bell Shield, 50100, Vajra Finger, 10100, Subtle, Moose Copper Skin Light, as a Swallow. Experience points 9860, Pending Claim Blade Drawing Technique. Blade Drawing Technique. Xiao Bieli murmured, gazing at the unclaimed skill on the panel. Extract. Boom. Countless insights into the practice of the blade drawing technique flooded his mind, along with the accumulated experience of having cultivated it for ages, as if he had already trained in it for a long time. After a moment, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and muttered, "It really is Fu Hongsu's blade drawing technique. It's a simple move, drawing the blade, striking, and sheathing it. But with just 5% proficiency, it's essentially the mastery gained from 2 or 3 years of unceasing practice, drawing, striking, and sheathing every day. I have plenty of experience points. He'll raise my realm first, spending 5,000 experience points to upgrade the Yi Jin Jing. Realm late stage of the 6th rank. Yi Jin Jing, 36,100. Boom. A surge of pure true qi erupted from his dantian, rushing through his limbs and meridians, and in mere moments the Du Meridian was fully opened. The late stage of the 6th rank had been achieved. Whoosh! Xiao Bieli exhaled a stream of turbid air which transformed into a white mist that slowly dissipated half a meter away. I still have 4,800 experience points left. Even if I upgrade the Golden Bell Shield, it won't reach its peak. I'll spend 1,000 experience points to enhance the blade drawing technique first. Boom. Countless experiences of drawing and sheathing the blade poured into Xiao Bieli's mind, as if he had performed the motion tens of thousands of times in an instant. His palms, already calloused from mastering 2 blade techniques, grew another layer of hardened skin. Blade drawing technique, 15,100 swish. A flash of light streaked through the air, and the overhead branch was severed into several pieces that clattered to the ground. My draw speed has increased by 20%. An ordinary blade artist of the same realm wouldn't be able to block a single strike from me. With this thought, Xiao Bieli whispered, spend all remaining experience points to upgrade the blade drawing technique. Boom. The sensation surged again, and his hands grew hot. Blade drawing technique, 53,100. Meanwhile, in the deep forests of Linshui Commandery, cough, Han Wuyin spat blood, his body staggering. That white-striped tiger Qinxing truly has formidable martial arts. I wonder if Xinlang is being hunted as well. He had left before Xinlang, yet still encountered Qinxing on the road and barely escaped. If Sanjiang Alliance had sent more than just Qinxing, Xinlang might be in grave danger. At White Cloud Manor, over a dozen corpses lay in the council hall. The atmosphere was heavy. Only 4 people stood in the hall: Manor Lord Bai Tiansong, 2nd Manor Lord Wei Yong, and 2 6th-rank elders. They stared at the bodies on the ground, their faces grim. Wei Yong spoke. Zhou Chang was poisoned first, then beheaded with a single blade strike. I found these fine needles on the corpse coated with a lethal poison. Even without the decapitation, Zhou Chang wouldn't have survived. Moreover, as far as I know, the wind-piercing needle is a unique hidden weapon of the Lu family. It's extremely difficult to forge, and the poison on it is deadly on contact, requiring immense effort to concoct. An elder interjected. You mean the 3rd Manor Lord was killed by Lu Jun? But Lu Jun is dead too, and he died at the hands of a master blade artist. Bai Tiansong turned to Wei Yong and asked, could it be that the person behind Xiao Bieli, whom Lu Jun was after, made the move? Wei Yong shook his head. These blade wounds look somewhat like Xinlang's handiwork. They're identical to the wounds on the 2 village chiefs from Guzi Ridge that Zhou Chang brought back. Bai Tiansong frowned. But Xinlang is only at the peak of the 7th rank. How could he kill Zhou Chang? Wei Yong sighed. If Zhou Chang were at full strength, Xinlang naturally couldn't have done it. But if Zhou Chang was hit by the wind-piercing needle, even a mediocre 7th rank expert could have killed him, let alone a blade master like Xinlang. I suspect Zhou Chang and Lu Jun clashed. Zhou Chang fought Lu Jun's 6th-rank bodyguard. Lu Jun used the wind-piercing needle to ambush him, and then Xinlang took advantage of the chaos. Bai Tiansong shook his head. Don't repeat this beyond this room. After all, Tsang Yuan's sword sect is at its peak, and the Lu family is not one we can afford to offend. So Zhou Chang's death must be attributed solely to Xinlang. Spread the word, have our men under White Cloud Manor search for Xinlang with all effort. Anyone who finds his whereabouts will be rewarded with 1,000 silver taels. Whoever brings back Xinlang's head will receive 5,000 silver taels. An hour later, in Xiaohe Town, all residents had shut their doors and windows, too afraid to venture out. They had all heard of the bloodshed at the inn an hour ago. The young helmsman of the 12 linked docks had been killed. Who would dare to get involved? Clatter, clatter. The urgent pounding of hooves echoed as over 100 riders entered Xiaohe Town and surrounded the inn. Guan Tianwu stared at the corpses littering the ground, his expression dark. A 12-link docks expert hurried over, bowed respectfully to Guan Tianwu, and reported, Helmsman, we found the young helmsman's body ahead. Guan Tianwu walked over in silence, followed closely by his men. Guan Yunpeng's corpse lay on the ground, his head and body severed and placed together. The innkeeper stood nearby, trembling with anxiety. The moment he saw his son's body, Guan Tianwu felt a sharp pang in his heart. Though Guan Yunpeng wasn't his only son, he was undoubtedly the most outstanding. A 30-year-old middle-stage 6th-rank expert with the potential to inherit his position. Now he was nothing but a cold corpse. Chu Bufan stepped forward, examining the bodies of Guan Yunpeng and Wu Ming. He announced both were killed by a master blade artist. The wounds match those found on the bodies in the river today. The martial technique used is also identical. The timing aligns as well. The one who killed the young helmsman is the same person who killed Lu Jun and Zhou Chang. Guan Tianwu whirled around, glaring at the innkeeper. Who did this? The innkeeper fell to his knees and stammered, it was Xinlang. A ripple of shock spread through the crowd. Many had heard of Xinlang, a name known throughout Dongjiang Commandery. But wasn't Xinlang merely at the peak of the 7th rank? The young helmsman was a 6th-rank expert. The timing matches as well. From the incident on the river to the rush to Xiao Town. I just wonder how the young helmsman and brother Wu managed to provoke Shenlang. Chu Bufan gazed at Wu Ming's corpse and shook his head. He had only been invited to join the 12 linked waterside villages a few years ago and shared no bond with Wu Ming. Yet though Wu Ming was merely a 6th-rank martial artist, his surname Wu granted him no small status within the 12 linked waterside villages. His death would likely stir even greater waves than Guan Yunpeng's demise. Guan Tianwu turned to the innkeeper and said coldly, "Tell me everything you witnessed. Why did Shenlan show no mercy to my son?" The innkeeper trembled and gritted his teeth. "I don't know the specifics, but it started when the young helmsman and this Master Wu clashed at the inn, forbidding Shenlang from leaving. So a conflict erupted. Shenlang first killed a man, then left the inn. The rest I am unaware of." Hearing this, many were stunned. The young helmsman and elder Wu had clashed. What was going on? Nonsense. Guan Tianwu's cold shout made the innkeeper fall to his knees, too frightened to move. Investigate. Guan Tianwu squinted and said icily, "Go and find out for me. Just what is Shenlang's background?" "Yes." Two of his trusted men quickly responded and turned to leave. Guan Tianwu then looked at Chu Bufan, narrowing his eyes. "What stage of martial arts do you think Shenlang has reached? At such a young age with such strength, the future?" Chu Bufan shook his head. "As long as he hasn't been practicing some vile art of dual cultivation, reaching this step, so young, if he doesn't fall prematurely, he is destined to leave his name on the dragon and tiger list." Guan Tianwu murmured, "Then he cannot be allowed to live." Just then a soft rustling of footsteps on branches sounded. "Who's there?" Chu Bufan spun around and struck a fierce palm towards the source of the sound. A sharp palm force broke through the air. A loud crash rang out as a figure was forced out by Chu Bufan's palm. "Jianghua." Chu Bufan recognized the newcomer and said coldly, "You have audacity daring to come alone to East River Prefecture." The scholar Jianghua chuckled. "I drifted downstream from Linshui County last night, but I was too late. Otherwise, perhaps this catastrophe might have been averted." "Do you all know Shenlang's true identity?" "True identity?" Chu Bufan said coldly. "Are you saying you know Shenlang's origin?" Guan Tianwu also spoke harshly. "Speak all you know, or you won't leave here today." Jianghua smiled. "Helmsman Guan, at this moment we share a common enemy. Shenlang has also killed men of the Three Rivers Alliance. If both my alliance and your 12 linked waterside villages can't handle one Shenlang, we will become a laughingstock." Chu Bufan frowned. "Enough nonsense." Jianghua grinned. "Have you all ever heard the name Xiao Bieli?" "Xiao Bieli." Guan Tianwu looked at Chu Bufan, clearly unfamiliar. Chu Bufan frowned. "That's the name Lu Jun was searching for." "No. Lu Jun also died on the river yesterday." "Do you mean Shenlang is Xiao Bieli? Isn't Xiao Bieli only 17? How could he be Shenlang?" A 21-year-old 6th-rank martial artist had the potential to make the dragon and tiger list, but a 17-year-old 6th rank was a different matter entirely. Even the top sects would take him as a true disciple, perhaps even a direct heir of a master. Guan Tianwu's face grew grim as he said coldly, "Are you not deceiving me?" Jianghua shook his head. "There's no benefit in lying about this. Yesterday, one man from my alliance survived and heard it with his own ears. Besides, Lu Jun was using the tracking goo to find Xiao Bieli. What are the odds that Shenlang and Xiao Bieli would appear on the same boat? Shenlang and Xiao Bieli are one and the same. Now the enmity between your 12 linked waterside villages and Xiao Bieli runs deeper than ours. A 17-year-old 6th rank, you know what that means. So Helmsman Guan, you'd best eliminate Xiao Bieli quickly. A genius like that, once he matures, everyone will suffer." With that, Jianghua lightly leaped and vanished into the distance. Guan Tianwu clenched his fists and said solemnly, "Spread the news that Shenlang is Xiao Bieli. Want it across the entire prefecture." A day later, after news spread that the 12 linked waterside villages' young helmsman Guan Yunpeng had died at Shenlang's hands, and that Shenlang was Xiao Bieli, the entire East River Prefecture erupted. In the main hall of the Drunken Flower Pavilion, Shenlang is Xiao Bieli, whom White Cloud Manor has been hunting for a month or two. I once thought Shenlang was a gallant youth of our prefecture. Who'd have guessed he was a villain like Xiao Bieli? How do you really believe the tales they spin about such a prodigy? Indeed. If I had reached the 6th rank at 17, what woman couldn't I have? Hey, you don't know. Some men have a taste for their brother's wife. Now that Xiao Bieli has killed the young helmsman Guan Yunpeng and elder Wu Ming of the 12 linked waterside villages, he's thoroughly offended them. Even 3rd Master Zhou Chong of White Cloud Manor died by his hand. Xiao Bieli is doomed. But there's no denying Xiao Bieli's martial skill. Even 3rd Master Zhou Chong fell to him. Have you heard? They've given him the nickname Bloodblade Vajra. Why Bloodblade Vajra? You don't know? Xiao Bieli's weapon is a crimson blade. The more blood it draws, the redder it becomes. and he has a formidable external martial art that makes him like a Vajra in battle. Han Wuyin listened to the chatter, raised his cup, and drained it. Shun Lang is Xiao Bieli. So, I took the blame for him that night. Recalling the events in Lichuan County, he felt a pang of frustration. He thought had been framed for someone else, but it turned out to be Xiao Bieli. Yet without Xiao Bieli's intervention with his current strength, killing Sun Changhe would have required finding an opportunity, and even then success wasn't guaranteed. Han Wuyin murmured, Bloodblade Vajra. A domineering title, but it doesn't sound like a good man. Offending the Three Rivers Alliance was dangerous enough. Now the 12 linked waterside villages and White Cloud Manor are both hunting him. He'll find it hard to escape East River Prefecture. Should I make an introduction? But if he joins the Blood Cloak Hall then, forget it, he'll find Xiao Bieli first and ask his opinion. East River Prefecture, the Hall of Martial Governance. A handsome young man in blue with a face as fair as jade stood by the second-floor window of the Hall of Martial Governance. He looked at the documents in his hand, then turned to Zhu Shou. This is the reliable person you recommended to me. Zhu Shou, sweat beading on his forehead, said, Young master, I didn't know Shun Lang was Xiao Bieli. When he took missions at my hall, he always targeted the wicked and was willing to buy information at the River and Mountain Pavilion. So, young master, if Shun Lang or Xiao Bieli doesn't work out, I can find you a reliable person. Zhu Shou whispered, although there aren't many martial arts masters in Dongjiang Prefecture, finding 2 or 3 6th-rank experts isn't a problem. Given your status, they wouldn't dare act rashly. Though he didn't know the young master's exact identity, even the commander of the Jinwu Hall in Dongjiang Prefecture treated him with utmost respect. He was clearly someone from higher authority. The handsome young master glanced at the documents and suddenly asked, Is Xiao Bieli still betrothed to Lin Qingyuan? Zhu Shou quickly replied, According to rumors, yes. The Lin family was originally in Lichuan County. Miss Lin was noticed by a master from Tsungyuan sword sect who was passing through and was taken to the sect. The Lin family also moved to Qingzhou, and the two families have had no contact since. How intriguing. The refined young master placed the documents on the table and smiled faintly. If you get any news of Xiao Bieli, inform me immediately. I want to see if some people will regret their choices when Xiao Bieli grows strong and appears at Tsungyuan sword sect. Zhu Shou's heart trembled. Tsungyuan sword sect was one of the 9 factions and 6 alliances of the martial world, terrifyingly powerful. Did the young master mean that those who targeted Xiao Bieli were from Tsungyuan sword sect? Was Tsungyuan sword sect trying to tear the couple apart? However, given that Miss Lin had become a core disciple of the sect, and considering Xiao Bieli's former reputation, such a split was only natural. Yes, the commander has already gone to investigate Xiao Bieli's whereabouts. But White Cloud Villa and the 12 linked strongholds have also contacted us, hoping we'll notify them if we find Xiao Bieli. The handsome young master shook his head and said calmly, Ignore them. If there's news of Xiao Bieli, you'll go see him myself. In Song County, at a small tavern, Xiao Bieli sat in the corner. Since his identity was exposed, he no longer wore the face of Shun Lang. After all, he had mastered several external martial arts, and his facial features had slightly changed. The wanted posters everywhere still bore his image from before his training. Though there was some resemblance at a glance, it was hard to connect him to the person in the portrait. Bloodblade Vajra. What a nickname. Xiao Bieli downed a cup of wine, feeling somewhat displeased. In the martial world, others had epithets like peerless in chivalry, gallant thief, fragrant commander, or little least flower detective. But he ended up with Bloodblade Vajra. He felt that if this continued, he would be branded as a heretic. In the Great Qian Empire, being labeled a heretic was far from beneficial. Just like the 8 heretical factions of the present day, they survived only in the barren prefectures of the Great Qian, while the prosperous ones were occupied by righteous sects. At that moment, 2 furtive figures appeared at the tavern entrance, occasionally peering inside, as if trying to confirm something. Waiter, the bill. Xiao Bieli tossed a few pieces of silver on the table and walked out of the tavern. Mounting his horse, he galloped out of Song County. But before he could leave the county, a group of martial artists wielding weapons blocked his path at the city gate. Xiao Bieli looked at them and shook his head. What is the meaning of this, gentleman? By then, many onlookers had gathered at the gate. What's happening? Even Chief Ji of the Spirit Snake Gang is here. Who is this young man? They didn't know why the entire Spirit Snake Gang had mobilized to stop a young warrior who looked no older than 17 or 18. It's Bloodblade Vajra Xiao Bieli. What? Is this the Xiao Bieli wanted by the 12 linked strongholds and White Cloud Villa? No wonder Chief Ji acted personally. If he can eliminate Xiao Bieli, both the 12 linked strongholds and White Cloud Villa will owe the Spirit Snake Gang a favor. This Bloodblade Vajra doesn't seem like the bloodthirsty killer the legends say. What do you know? You can't judge a book by its cover. Many curious martial artists stared at Xiao Bieli with interest. In recent days, no one in the Dongjiang martial world had garnered more fame than this young man. Not only had third master Zhou Chang of White Cloud Villa died at his hands, but also young master Guan Yunpeng and elder Wu Ming of the 12 linked strongholds. These were all prominent figures in the Dongjiang martial world, yet they had all fallen to a youth of only 17 or 18. Bloodblade Vajra, you've committed heinous crimes. Surrender and come with me to the 12 linked strongholds. Today I'll spare you some suffering. Jiling stood at the city gate, his voice cold as he addressed Xiao Bieli. He was also at the late 6th rank, and combined with his Spirit Snake Gang's Spirit Snake Sword formation, he could hold a peak 6th rank master at bay. Moreover, he had inquired with White Cloud Villa. Third master Zhou Chang had died because of poisoning. As long as the Spirit Snake Sword formation trapped Xiao Bieli, he wouldn't give him a chance to catch his breath. If he killed Xiao Bieli, both the 12 linked strongholds and White Cloud Villa would owe the Spirit Snake Gang a debt of gratitude, allowing his gang to thrive. I've committed heinous crimes. Xiao Bieli shook his head. Do you know that Zhou Chang pursued me from Dongjiang to Linshui just to kill me? And Guan Yunpeng, only because we discovered his illicit affair with Wu Ming's wife Lin Rong. He wanted to silence me. If I hadn't acted, everyone in the inn would have been killed. I tried to reason with him, but he feared the affair would cost him his position as young master. And do you know why Guan Yunpeng and Wu Ming appeared in Xiao Town? It's because the Wu family's influence in the 12 linked strongholds was too great. Guan Tianwu wanted to eliminate all threats to pave the way for Guan Yunpeng. Xiao Bieli knew how distorted rumors could become, everything he said was essentially true. Except for killing Guan Yunpeng, which was not his intention. If these matters spread, 2 5th-rank elders in the strongholds who owed favors to the Wu family would surely cause trouble for Guan Tianwu. Besides, he still had the rain of poisonous needles. Even if a 5th-rank master arrived, it might not be him who ended up in trouble. Nonsense. With a boom, Jiling cut off Xiao Bieli's words with a finger strike from midair. He hadn't expected to hear such explosive news from Xiao Bieli. If this got out, the 12 linked strongholds might not thank him, but instead blame him for letting Xiao Bieli say so many inappropriate things. And knowing the situation within the strongholds, what Xiao Bieli said could very well be true. The sharp finger force shot through the air like an arrow. Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged as he pointed back with the Vajra finger. With a crack, the 2 finger forces collided in midair. The Vajra finger shattered Ji Ling's attack, leaving a mark on the blue stone nearby. Xiao Bieli shook his head and said calmly, Chief Ji, I have no wish to kill innocents. Let me leave now, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Leaving? Do you think it's that easy? Ji Ling's face darkened. Xiao Bieli's martial arts exceeded his expectations, but fortunately, he still had his meticulously trained Spirit Snake Blade formation. Form the formation. Capture this man. Ji Ling roared. Clang, clang. The 13 7th rank and 8th rank blade masters beside him drew their blades, almost simultaneously their cyan blade lights merging into a single expanse enveloping Xiao Bieli. The Spirit Snake Gang's 13 blades. Finally, we see them in action again. Last time they acted, it seemed like. Last time. Isn't that obvious? Last time they killed Pan Xiong, the 6th rank early stage head of the Pan family. I wonder if this Bloodblade Vajra can withstand them. Exclamations arose from the onlookers. Clearly, the Spirit Snake Gang's blade formation was renowned in Song County. Yet Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged before the surging tempestuous cyan blade light. A pitying look crossed his face as he said, Chief Ji, if you persist in pressing me, I will have no choice but to strike. Jiling sneered, strike then? You've offended the 12 connected strongholds. Do you think you can walk out of Dongjiang Commandery? Xiao Bieli let out a soft sigh. Since Chief Ji is so relentless, then let fate decide life and death. As the cyan blade light was about to descend upon him, boom. True Chi surged around Xiao Bieli. He pushed his iron shirt and 13 guardians' horizontal training to their limits, his entire form seeming to grow taller. His hands plunged into the blade light. The great Vajra finger struck out repeatedly, each finger targeting the weakest points in the unbroken wave of blades, forcing the 13 blade masters of the Spirit Snake Gang to retreat step by step. Chief Ji, if we both withdraw now, I can let bygones be bygones. Xiao Bieli shouted, his voice loud enough for everyone present to hear. Xiao Bieli's effortless handling of the unbroken cyan blade light stirred admiration in many who wished they could be the one showing off before such a crowd. They roamed the Jianghu for nothing more than fame and fortune, facing 13 experts of the Spirit Snake Gang and a 6th-rank master with such ease. If they were in his shoes after this battle, they would be renowned throughout Dongjiang Commandery. Uncle, that Bloodblade Vajra Xiao Bieli hasn't killed anyone yet. Could what he said be true? A young martial artist asked his elder in a low voice. The uncle's face paled. He quickly covered the young man's mouth and apologized to the surroundings, a child ignorant. Ignorant. He pulled the young man aside to a secluded spot and scolded him in a low voice. This concerns the 12 connected strongholds. How dare you speak nonsense? Even if everything Xiao Bieli said is true, he killed the young helmsman and the third villa master of White Cloud Villa. He is doomed to be the public enemy of Dongjiang Commandery's martial world. Don't ever say such things in public again. It will bring trouble to yourself, to me, and to your father. Just as Xiao Bieli shattered the unending blade light, Ji Ling's figure shot out, like lightning, appearing within 2 feet of Xiao Bieli in an instant. He pointed a finger at Xiao Bieli's chest. Spirit snake finger. Like a viper's strike, the finger aimed at what Ji Ling perceived as the weakest point in Xiao Bieli's defense. Thud. The finger struck Xiao Bieli's Tanzhong acupoint. Uft. Xiao Bieli secretly channeled his chi, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he roared. Chief Ji, I have shown restraint at every turn, yet you continue to press in seeking my life. This is too much. Ji Ling ignored Xiao Bieli's words, joy spreading across his face as he shouted, he's injured. Show no mercy, dead or alive. Swish, swish, swish. A wave of cyan blade light surged towards Xiao Bieli. Too much. Kill. Xiao Bieli bellowed in return. Clang. The crimson sleeve blade was drawn. Blade drawing art. A crimson blade radiance appeared. 1,000 charms would pale before this single slash. Clang, clang, clang. 13 long blades snapped in succession. Thud, thud, thud. The 5 strongest among the 13 blade masters who had charged at the front each bore a long gash across their chests. Their faces twisted in disbelief as they spat blood and collapsed limply to the ground. Experience 1,000. Experience 1,000. Impossible. How can this be? Ji Ling turned and fled with no thought of avenging his fallen men. Even knowing the spirit snake blade formation's weakness, he would have needed to find an opening to break it. But Xiao Bieli had shattered it with a single slash. He could not describe that blade, but he knew that facing it even he would struggle to survive. Rapid footsteps reached Ji Ling's ears. Huh. He identified the sound's direction, let out a loud shout, and spun around, pointing a finger toward the source of the footsteps. A roar reached his ears, followed by a dazzling blade light. 5 tigers, gate-breaking blade. White tiger leaping over the ravine. Ji Ling's head flew into the air. Experience 2,000. Xiao Bieli turned his gaze toward the spirit snake gang members. None dared meet his eyes, all lowered their heads. Some even collapsed to the ground in terror. Sheathing his blade, Xiao Bieli said coldly, I have no desire to be an enemy of Dongjiang Commandery's martial world. But if anyone still wishes to curry favor with the 12 connected strongholds and White Cloud Villa by taking my head, do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, Xiao Bieli lightly leaped onto his horse. He tapped the horse's rump with his scabbard and rode off into the distance. The crowd erupted into uproar once Xiao Bieli was out of sight. Even the spirit snake gang's blade formation was broken by Xiao Bieli with a single strike. What level has Xiao Bieli's martial arts reached? Don't guess. At least late 6th rank plus that terrifying blade technique. Did any of you see how he drew his blade? See? Hell no. That slash was too damn fast. At first, Xiao Bieli held back, unwilling to harm anyone. If Chief Ji hadn't ambushed and wounded him, he probably wouldn't have gone on a killing spree. I don't think Xiao Bieli is a bloodthirsty man. What he said might be true. Could the young helmsman really have? Stop. If word reaches the 12 connected strongholds, we'll be in trouble. Outside the city, Xiao Bieli slowed his pace. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he wiped away the blood. Though my acting wasn't flawless, no one knows better than me how far rumors can stray from the truth. This should help salvage a bit of my reputation, shouldn't it? Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, late 6th grade. Martial Arts, Yi Jin Sutra, I36100 Gale Blade Art perfected, 13 Guardians Cross Training perfected, Iron Shirt perfected, Draw Blade Technique, 53,100. 5 Tigers Severing Gate Blade perfected, Golden Bell Shield, 5010 Vajra Finger, 10100 Technique Mastery, Bronze Skin Light as a Swallow. Experience points 7060, experience has reached 7,000 again. Pity I should have added 30% more force to the first strike. If I had taken out a few more 8th grade blade masters, the experience would have been enough to elevate my minor realm and max out the draw blade technique. Xiao Bieli muttered while riding his horse. But now with 2 perfected external skills and a golden bell shield at 50% proficiency, a minor realm breakthrough wouldn't boost my martial arts much. Then he'll prioritize raising the draw blade technique to perfection. As the thought struck him, Xiao Bieli spoke softly. Expend 4,700 experience points to advance the draw blade technique. Draw blade technique perfected, blade intent boom. Countless experiences of practicing the draw blade technique flooded Xiao Bieli's mind, as if he had drawn, slashed, and sheathed his blade countless times. In just a few moments, his draw blade technique was perfected. At the same time, a unique understanding of the blade surged into his consciousness. This was the singular insight gained from perfecting 3 blade techniques. Boom. A sharp and fierce blade intent erupted from Xiao Bieli's body. Nay, Under this oppressive intent, the horse beneath him grew restless and bolted forward. Yet it lasted only a moment before Xiao Bieli snapped back to clarity. He gripped the reins with one hand, lifted the other to stroke the horse's neck, calming the agitated steed. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, late 6th grade. Martial Arts, Yi Jin Sutra 36100. Gale blade, art perfected. Draw blade technique perfected. 5 tigers, severing gate blade perfected. Golden bell shield 50100. Blade, intent bronze, skin light as a swallow. Experience points 2360. My comprehension of the blade has deepened, refining spirit into subtlety, mind into transformation. Blade technique, reaching the mystical. Is this blade intent? On the system panel, the previous technique, mastery, had been replaced by blade intent. Xiao Bieli savored the realization, and after a long silence sighed. The martial path is vast and profound. With this enhanced understanding of the blade, the same moves can spawn countless variations. I can even turn the mundane into the miraculous. Now killing Zhou Chong would take me only one strike. He glanced at the system panel again and murmured inwardly, expend all experience to advance the golden bell shield. Boom. Countless experiences of cultivating the golden bell shield surged into Xiao Bieli's mind. Golden bell shield 73,100. Once I max out the golden bell shield, I can focus on breaking through my realm. Hiya. Although the 12 connected strongholds dispatched men to Tsang County, immediately too many had witnessed the battle and heard Xiao Bieli's words. Before their arrival, the news had already spread throughout Tsang County. Thus, the tale of the battle at Tsang County City Gate radiated in all directions. In just a single day, it had swept across most of the East River Prefecture. Have you heard? We all misjudged Xiao Bieli the Bloodblade Vajra. He merely uncovered the affair between the young deputy leader of the 12 connected strongholds and the concubine of his father's sworn brother Wu Ming. The deputy leader tried to silence him, but ended up killed instead. Yes, I heard Wu Ming's concubine was quite beautiful. But I heard the deputy leader eloped with Lin Rong, and Wu Ming chased after them. You're all wrong. I heard Xiao Bieli had an affair with Lin Rong, and both the deputy leader and Wu Ming pursued him. They underestimated his martial prowess, and both fell to his blade. As for third village master Zhou Chang's death, it's because Xiao Bieli had a fiancée who was a core disciple of the Tsangyuan sword sect. She looked down on him, so her followers sought to eliminate him. They only managed to kill his father, while Xiao Bieli had been playing the fool all along. Countless versions of the story spread like wildfire through East River Prefecture. Even the efforts of the 12 connected strongholds and White Cloud Manor to control the rumors proved utterly futile. In East River Prefecture, at the 100 Fragrance Pavilion, 2 young men bearing long swords and clad in uniform light blue robes sat on the second floor. One over 30 appeared mature and steady and had clearly opened his conception and governing vessels. The other was around 24 or 25 with a profound internal energy that was a mere step away from opening his conception vessel. When the patrons on the second floor noticed the robes of core disciples from the Tsangyu sect, their faces filled with respect. Although the Tsangyu sect was one of the 3 major powers in the East River Prefecture's martial world, they maintained a low profile. Their disciples usually cultivated within the sect and rarely descended the mountain. It was said that Tsangyu sect had only 5 core disciples, yet today 2 of them were present. Ignoring the stares around them, the younger disciple Ding Yuan surveyed the area and whispered, "Senior brother, how does Xiao Bieli's martial arts compare to yours?" Zhang Fan glanced at his proud junior and shook his head. "My martial arts are naturally inferior to Xiao Bieli's. Although I've opened my conception and governing vessels, I'm 32. Compared to Xiao Bieli, I'm not even fit to polish his shoes. These matters have nothing to do with our Tsangyu sect. Our mission this time, on our master's orders, is to serve young Master Ning. Don't let other things distract us and jeopardize his grand plans." Ding Yuan asked in confusion, "I heard from our master that young Master Ning has an extraordinary background. Why didn't he ask the masters themselves to act instead of sending us?" Zhang Fan shook his head. "I heard young Master Ning invited our master, but he declined. Yet our master still sent us to assist. Perhaps he has his own considerations. All right, after this meal, we'll head to the Jinwu Hall to meet young Master Ning." Meanwhile, 90 li outside Tsang County at a roadside tea stall. The weather was grim with dark clouds gathering and rain threatening to fall at any moment. Besides the owner, only 2 people were in the tea stall. One was a black-clad swordsman in his early 20s, and the other was a blade wielder in a cyan outfit. They sat at the same table drinking tea in silence for an entire incense stick's time without exchanging a word, making even the owner stifle a yawn. Xiao Bieli gazed at Han Wuyin across from him and finally asked, "Brother Han, how did you find me?" Han Wuyin replied, "If one wishes to find you, it's only natural. Besides, you caused such a stir in Song County. Following your trail made it effortless. And since I could find you, the people from the 12 connected strongholds can too. Seeing Xiao Bieli unmoved, Han Wuyin said earnestly, I owe you a favor. Before I repay it, I don't want you to die. So is there anyone you wish to kill? I can do it for you. Even if you name Guan Tianwu, I may not be able to slay him now, but even if you die, I will avenge you by killing that person. A fifth rank. I should be able to kill him before I turn 30. Xiao Bieli shook his head. If there's someone I want dead, I'll do it myself. You don't need to feel indebted to me. Sun Quan has sought my life, his death was his own doing. With or without you, I would have crushed him. Seeing that Xiao Bieli's expression didn't seem feigned, Han Wuyin was momentarily at a loss for words. Given the martial prowess Xiao Bieli had displayed recently, he was even more skilled than Han Wuyin himself. The only advantage Han Wuyin now held was that he wasn't burdened with as many troubles. Don't you want to know how I found you? Han Wuyin suddenly looked up at Xiao Bieli and spoke. Have you ever heard of the Blood Robe Tower? Blood Robe Tower. At the mention of the name, Xiao Bieli's heart skipped a beat. Although he hadn't been in this world long and didn't know much about the Great Qian Empire, he had still heard of the Blood Robe Tower, the world's premier assassin organization. It was said that as long as the price was right, no target was beyond their reach. Most notably, 90 years ago, the former emperor fell to their blades. This world was unlike his previous one, where an equalizer for all beings could grant a chance to kill an emperor. The Great Qian Empire had stood for over 1,000 years with countless experts at court. When the former emperor traveled, he was surely guarded by peerless masters, more than one. Yet he still died at the hands of the Blood Robe Tower, a testament to their might. The tower had since faded from its former glory. After all, assassinating the former emperor could not go unanswered by the court. But a lean camel is still larger than a horse. The Blood Robe Tower was a behemoth that could easily crush him. Naturally, I've heard of it. Xiao Bieli nodded. Han Wuyin said, I am a member of the Blood Robe Tower. If not for my desire to personally kill my enemy, I wouldn't have lingered in Manzhou. I can recommend you to join the Blood Robe Tower. Xiao Bieli asked solemnly, what are the benefits of joining? Han Wuyin replied, though the court has targeted us for decades and our influence in the Great Qian has waned, the Blood Robe Tower still possesses intelligence that ordinary people could never uncover. Moreover, once you become a core member, you can exchange for 4th rank martial arts, or even 3rd and 2nd rank ones. Xiao Bieli asked, can someone like me who joins midway become a core assassin? Han Wuyin smiled. Of course. Most who join midway can at best become silver-ranked assassins, but you're different. With your talent, you could make it onto the Dragon and Tiger list. Even as a latecomer, you may not become a true core member, but reaching the 4th rank and becoming a gold-ranked assassin is well within reach. Once you're a gold-ranked assassin, you can exchange for almost anything except a few rare martial arts and critical secrets. Most importantly, with the Blood Robe Tower's intelligence, your chances of surviving in Manzhou after offending the 12 connected strongholds White Cloud Manor and the Three Rivers Alliance will be much greater. Xiao Bieli was tempted and asked further, can I choose my own targets? Han Wuyin nodded. The Blood Robe Tower ranks assassins as iron, copper, silver, gold, and core, 5 tiers. Once you become a gold-ranked assassin, you can select your own targets. But before that, the tower assigns monthly missions that must be completed. Xiao Bieli shook his head. Compared to killing, I prefer a roving life by the rivers and lakes. If the Blood Robe Tower allowed him to choose his tasks like the bounties in the town martial hall, he might have joined. Alas, Han Wuyin sighed and said, I expected you to refuse. For those who join midway, the restrictions are indeed greater before becoming gold-ranked. With that, Han Wuyin pulled several sheets of paper from his bosom and handed them to Xiao Bieli. After the message from Song County spread, the 12 connected strongholds split into 2 factions, but Guan Tianwu is still searching for you. The Liu family has already arrived at White Cloud Manor, and even Qin Xing, the white-striped tiger of the Three Rivers Alliance, is there. However, many martial artists from outside have recently come to East River Prefecture, including disciples from the 9 sects. You'd best avoid them. These 9 sect disciples are arrogant, and you're the most famous young master in Manzhou. Defeating, or even killing you would make their names in the martial world. After reading the information on the papers Han Wuyin had given him, Xiao Bieli frowned. What are these people doing in East River Prefecture? Han Wuyin shook his head. I'm not sure of the details, but they're probably searching for something. If I get more news, I'll have someone inform you. Take care then. If you die, I'll do my best to avenge you, to repay your kindness. With that, Han Wuyin downed his coarse tea in one gulp, turned, and vanished from the official road. Xiao Bieli watched Han Wuyin's retreating figure and murmured, this assassin. He seems like a good person. Then, washing down his dry biscuit with tea, he thought if Han Wuyin was right that the 12 connected strongholds could find him, had better eat his fill before the fight. He wasn't fleeing because he needed experience. Besides, he still had the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needles. He was curious to see if they could kill a 5th rank master. Just as Xiao Bieli was chewing on his biscuit, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky and rain began to fall in a steady drizzle. The shopkeeper looked up at the sky and sighed. With this weather the rain won't stop anytime soon. Xiao Bieli smiled. Plum rain by the river cools the summer day, sitting alone in a small pavilion, savoring the tea's bouquet. It has its own charm. Just then the sound of urgent hoofbeats drew near. For figures in straw rain capes dismounted before the tea shack and stepped inside. Xiao Bieli looked up surprised. Among the four was a familiar face, Zhu Shou from the town martial hall. Zhu Shou also caught sight of Xiao Bieli, his gaze flickering with complex undertones. Zheng Fan and Ding Yuan, true disciples of the Tsanyu sect, likewise scrutinized Xiao Bieli. Curiosity gleamed in Zheng Fan's eyes, while Ding Yuan's held a restless combative spark. Xiao Bieli's gaze settled upon the elegant young gentleman's neck. Though not as overt as the cross-dressed heroines of mortal dramas, any discerning observer could tell he was in truth a woman disguised as a man. Senior Master Zhu Xiao Bieli set his eyes barely lingering on the figure before shifting directly to Zhu Shou. Did you come here specifically for me? With his current martial cultivation, even a 5th-rank expert would find him no easy opponent. And these four bore only 2 6th-rank cultivators, the 30-something disciple of the Tsanyu sect, and this refined cross-dressed gentleman. Oh. Zhu Shou sighed softly, then bowed respectfully toward Xiao Bieli. It is not I who seek you, young hero Xiao. It is Prince Ningqing who wishes to speak with you. Ningqing. Xiao Bieli turned his gaze toward the disguised noblewoman and asked, what business does Prince Ning have with me? Does your highness intend to uphold heavenly justice and vanquish demons? Ningqing suddenly laughed, a mischievous, spirited chime, and said, at first I sought Shen Lang's aid for a certain venture. But once I learned that Shen Lang was Xiao Bieli, my intentions shifted. The one who means to strike against you is Zhuo Yun, the foremost true disciple of the Tsangyuan sword sect. As it happens, I hold no fondness for Zhuo Yun, so I wish to witness the expression on his face when you stand before him. A collective gasp rippled through the air. Zhuo Yun, the 7th-rank peer on the Dragon Tiger list. Though only 34, Zhuo Yun had already reached the pinnacle of the 5th rank. At 29, he slew the infamous 17 bandits of Qi Shui single-handedly, each wielding swords stained with blood and tyranny, 4 of whom were 5th-rank masters themselves. That feat catapulted him into renown and earned him the 25th position on the Dragon Tiger list. Thereafter, he challenged elite warriors across the list, ascending relentlessly until he broke into the top 10. Some whispered he might ascend to the Grandmaster realm before his name faded from the rankings. So then, was Lin Qingyuan, true disciple of the Tsangyuan sword sect, truly Xiao Bieli's fiancé? Xiao Bieli lifted his eyes slightly and asked, is that all? Ningqing nodded. Yes, exactly that. You may not know my identity, young Master Xiao. I am of the Ning family of Yongzhou. After Zhuo Yun slaughtered the 17 bandits of Qi Shui, he issued a challenge to my elder brother in Yongzhou. In their duel, my brother lost his right hand. Merely seeing Zhuo Yun unsettled brings me joy. Moreover, I have journeyed to Dongjiang Commandery in search of an artifact, one that Tsangyuan sword sect also covets. Ningqing glanced at the others present. Zhu Shou and the 2 true disciples of the Tsanyu sect wisely withdrew from the tea pavilion, standing outside beneath the rain. The teaselers, sensing the shift, hurried after them. Within the pavilion, only Xiao Bieli and Ningqing remained. Without hesitation, Ningqing seated herself directly opposite Xiao Bieli, precisely where Han Wuyin had sat moments before. Xiao Bieli asked what artifact. Ningqing poured herself a cup of tea and drained it in one smooth draft. The legacy of a 4th-rank sword grandmaster. And a swordmaster's legacy at that, though regretfully you wield the blade, not the sword. Were you a swordsman, you might copy the transmission in full. However, should I secure the legacy, I shall grant you a grandmaster-level saber technique, albeit incomplete, missing its 2 most vital lethal forms. Xiao Bieli asked, where lies this grandmaster legacy? He currently possessed only 1 grandmaster art, Yi Jin Jing. Acquiring 1 or 2 more would allow him to compare its principles against the supreme martial legacies of this world. This world's cultivation hierarchy surpassed that of most wuxian novels from his past life, perhaps rivaling even the legendary Feng Yun realm. Moreover, with his system interface at hand, even this world's grandmaster arts could be rapidly mastered, provided they aligned with his path. Once he commanded several grandmaster arts, even a grandmaster of the Tsangyuan sword sect might bow beneath his saber's shadow. It lies within Luoxia Mountain. Ningqing smiled faintly. The Tsangyuan sword sect learned of it long ago. Else why would the master who escorted your young fiancé to their sect just happen to wander near Luoxia Mountain? Yet it appears they failed to locate the swordmaster's legacy during that expedition. Though I hold no affection for the Tsangyuan sword sect, your fiancé's talent is truly extraordinary. Still so young, yet already 6th rank, and having grasped the sword intent. She paused, glancing at Xiao Bieli again, then shook her head. Could Lichuan County's feng shui truly be so auspicious? that it has birthed two prodigies worthy of the Dragon Tiger list in a single generation. Xiao Bili recalled Han Wuyin's earlier remark that numerous martial artists from distant provinces had recently converged upon Dongjiang Commandery. He asked if the Tsang Yuan sword sect failed to find it what gives Prince Ning such confidence you will succeed. The Luoxiao range stretched over hundreds of li, partially within Linshui Commandery, partially within Dongjiang. To locate a grandmaster's hidden legacy amid such vast, untamed terrain was no simple task. Ning Qing shook her head. 10 days ago my family acquired a map. Though fragmented, it narrows the location to a general area. That map was jointly unearthed by the Ning family, the Salt Gang, and the Tsang Yuan sword sect. Thus they agreed only juniors below the 5th rank from each faction may participate. However, 5th rank masters from Dongjiang and Linshui commanderies are exempt from this restriction and may intervene freely. Dongjiang and Sanshui commanderies have but a handful of named 5th rank masters. I had considered allying with the Tsangyu sect and Baiyun Manor. But since you hold enmity with the latter, and they've already entwined themselves with the Tsang Yuan sword sect, I've abandoned that notion. Truth be told, I do not desperately need a grandmaster legacy. I merely wish to unsettle the Tsang Yuan sword sect. With that, Ning Qing drew a worn, tattered manual from her sleeve and handed it to Xiao Bili. Xiao Bili accepted the manual. The bold characters, 7 Slay Saber Manual, blazed across its cover in stark, unyielding ink. Ning Qing fixed him with a solemn gaze. This saber art was forged by a grandmaster of the Demon Blade sect, one of the 8 demonic schools. Its final 2 forms dominate the mind and soul, pure demon saber doctrine. A sage tore them away. The preceding forms are safe to practice, but should you ever recover those final 2, under no circumstance must you attempt them. As Xiao Bili opened the first page, 7 Crimson Kill characters leapt into view, written not in ink, but in fresh, glistening blood. A wave of saber intent surged from the manual. Xiao Bili activated his own saber intent and immersed himself deeply, absorbing, analyzing, and internalizing every nuance as he turned page after page. Moments later, sweat soaked through the back of his robe. The author of this manual was undeniably a grandmaster, and this was the original manuscript. Merely reading and resonating with its intent deepened Xiao Bili's comprehension of the saber beyond measure. Moreover, this saber art far surpassed the 5 Tiger Severing Gate saber. Yet it echoed the dread power of the 3 blades of the Avicii path from the legend of the Supreme Sword Sovereign. If mastery faltered, the practitioner would become the art's slave. Still being incomplete, as Ning Qing claimed, it posed little danger. Just then Xiao Bili abruptly turned toward the rain-soaked courtyard and smiled. My troubles arrive. Would Prince Ning care to step aside for a moment? Since you found me here today, I trust you'll locate me again when the time comes to enter Luoxia Mountain. Ning Qing shook his head and smiled. The ones coming should be from the Lu family. Not long after I left Dongjiang Commandery, I received news that the Lu family and the White Cloud Villa were also heading this way. They must have found your location too. The one from the Lu family is Lu Yunzong, Lu Jun's cousin. Originally, Lu Jun was the son of the family head, talented and destined to be the future patriarch. But now that he's dead by your hand, Lu Yunzong should thank you. If not for Lu Jun's death, even if he reached the 5th rank in the future, he would only be a powerful elder of the Lu family. Barring any accidents, he is very likely to become the future head of the Lu family. I don't know exactly who they've brought, nor whether the 5th rank expert from White Cloud Villa has come. A wise man does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. You should leave first. They'll hold them off for a while. Xiao Bili shook his head. Even if I escape this time, what then? As long as I haven't left Dongjiang Commandery, they will eventually find me. Too many things have happened lately. In the end, the Jianghu is a place where the strong prey on the weak. Jianghu affairs settled by Jianghu rules. I was too soft-hearted before. Fleeing is not the answer. Only by slaughtering them until they tremble in fear will the troubles lessen. Earlier at the inn in Xiaohe town, he had already caused the innkeeper considerable trouble. Now he didn't want to add to the troubles of the tea stall owner. Xiao Bili stood up, grasped the crimson sleeve saber in his hand, and walked out of the tea stall. He smiled faintly at the 3 people standing in the corner, donned his straw rain cape and bamboo hat, and stepped into the ring. Zheng Fan saw Xiao Bili walk into the rain and was slightly stunned. The sound of horse hooves was already very close. He had thought that Xiao Bili, having latched onto the Ning family, would surely use their influence to extricate himself from the quagmire of Dongjiang Commandery. Those coming to this remote place now were certainly seeking trouble for Xiao Bili. What did Xiao Bili mean by this? Was he going to face the pursuers alone? Seeing this, Zheng Fan turned and walked back into the tea stall. Looking at Ning Qing, he said, "Young Master Ning, aren't you going to intervene?" Given the strength Xiao Bili displayed in Song County, the ones coming this time might include a 5th rank master. Ning Qing shook his head. Since he doesn't need me to hold off the pursuers for him, then let it be. The one who wants to kill him is Yi Jin Jing, ranked 7th on the Dragon and Tiger list. If he can't even withstand the pursuit of the Liu family, then when Yi Jin Jing frees up his hands, he will surely die. Come in and have some tea. Well, leave when the rain stops. Ding Yuan and Zhu Shou both caught their breath upon hearing Ning Qing's words. They only then remembered that Ning Qing had previously said the one targeting Xiao Bielia was Yi Jin Jing, the Four Directions sword, ranked 7th on the Dragon and Tiger list. The influence of the Zhang Yuan sword sect still surpassed that of the Ning family. Although the current pursuers dared not make a move due to young Master Ning's status as a member of the Ning family, if Yi Jin Jing were to act, he would have no such scruples. But no matter how talented Xiao Bielia was, he was only at the 6th rank. If he encountered a 5th rank master, it would be dangerous. Splash, splash. A dozen horses galloped through the mud, sending water splashing in all directions. Whoa, whoa. The riders saw the figure standing on the official road clad in a straw rain cape and bamboo hat, and reined in their horses, stopping a few meters away from Xiao Bielia. Xiao Bielia surveyed the group. The leader appeared to be just over 30, with features 3 or 4 parts similar to Lu Jun, who had died at Xiao Bieli's hands. However, compared to Lu Jun, this man lacked a certain composure. This must be Lu Yunzong, whom Ning Qing had mentioned. On the horse beside Lu Yunzong sat an elderly man past 50, dressed in brocade robes with a smile on his face, looking as harmless as a country landlord. But Xiao Bielia thought otherwise. This man didn't even seem like a martial artist, yet he gave Xiao Bielia a prickling sensation on his back. Xiao Bielia, you have some nerve, daring to kill someone from the Lu family. Lu Yunzong looked at Xiao Bielia and shook his head. In truth, he had to thank Xiao Bielia. If Xiao Bielia hadn't killed Lu Jun, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to take over the Lu family. Now that the family head's only son was dead, he had promised Lu Yunzong that as long as he brought back Xiao Bieli's head, the position of future family head would be his. More importantly, Xiao Bieli's head would also earn him the friendship of Yi Jin Jing, the Four Directions sword. With Yi Jin Jing's support, even if the family head had an illegitimate son outside and wanted to renege, he would have nothing to fear. Therefore, Xiao Bielia must die, and he must die at his hands. Lu Yunzong. Xiao Bielia lifted his head and smiled at Lu Yunzong, speaking of which, Lu Jun died by my hand. I gave you the chance to become the family head. You should thank me. And as for your family head Lu Zhongshuan losing his son and not coming to Manzhou himself, could it be that he has an illegitimate son outside, so he sent you here to die, eh? Ha 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 ha. Lu Yunzong was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, sowing discord. Too bad. Everyone I brought this time is from our branch. I didn't even bring a single person from White Cloud Villa, so these little tricks of yours are destined never to reach the outside world. Actually, I rather admire you, reaching this level at 17. But it's a pity. You are fated to die by my hand. The moment his voice fell, boom, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Clang. The long sword at Lu Yunzong's waist flew from its sheath, and he charged toward Xiao Bielia like a bolt of lightning. Lu Yunzong had long since unblocked his conception and governing vessels, only one step away from gathering qi into a shield and stepping into the 5th rank. Before the sword even arrived, a sharp sword aura had already locked onto Xiao Bielia, stinging his skin. With this single strike, Lu Yunzong could easily overpower Zhou Chong, who was also at the peak of the 6th rank. The Lu family members who had come with Lu Yunzong wore sneers on their faces. They all knew Lu Yunzong's talent and strength. Even when the elders of the Zhang Yuan sword sect visited the Lu family, they were full of praise for Lu Yunzong's swordsmanship. There was no gap between him and the 6th rank inner disciples of the Zhang Yuan sword sect. Only the old man who looked like a country landlord showed a hint of doubt. Xiao Bielia was so famous in Dongjiang Commandery and had reached the 6th rank at such a young age, he shouldn't be frozen in fear. But considering Lu Yunzong's martial arts, and with himself standing by to provide support, as long as Lu Yunzong wasn't cut down with a single blow, there would be no problem at all. At this thought, his brow relaxed. Just as the sword was about to pierce Xiao Bielia, Lu Yunzong caught a hint of mockery on Xiao Bieli's face, and a flicker of anger rose in his heart. His Lu family's shocking swan sword art was already at its peak, and this strike was delivered with no restraint. What was Xiao Bielia playing at? But he soon found out why. Clang. The crimson saber was drawn. Even the falling raindrops were tinged with a sliver of saber chi. Saber intent. It was definitely saber intent. Song Kong, dressed like a country landlord, changed expression drastically and lunged toward Xiao Bielia with all his might. But he was too late. A brilliant, dazzling saber light flared up. Clang. A crisp sound. The long sword in Lu Yunzong's hand snapped in the middle, and he fell from the air. Blood stained the muddy ground crimson. Experience 2000. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed. All the experts from the Lu family accompanying Lu Yunzong to Man Prefecture were stunned. That was Lu Yunsung, the most gifted individual among the younger generation of the Lu family, on the verge of breaking into the 5th rank. How could a mere 17-year-old youth from such a remote place as Man Prefecture kill him? Moreover, not long ago the last young master of the Lu family had just fallen at the hands of Xiao Bieli. Kill. We can't let him escape. Clang. Clang. They finally reacted, drawing their weapons and charging fiercely at Xiao Bieli. You shall die. At this moment Song Kong, who had sensed the danger and acted, had already arrived. His eyes were bloodshot and his right hand glimmered with cold light, filled with surging energy as he reached out to grab Xiao Bieli's head. Xiao Bieli quickly retreated, landing atop a massive stone by the roadside. Bang! Song Kang's claws struck the giant stone, chipping away a huge piece. Xiao Bieli's body twisted and turned, entering the forest by the roadside, continuously dodging. Bang! 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 With each strike of Song Kang's claws, trees shattered and stones cracked. If those claws landed on a person, they would surely leave a bloody hole. Block him from the front. Hurry up, don't let him escape, or we will all be punished when we return. The members of the Lu family formed a siege, encircling Xiao Bieli. Song Kong continued to strike, but he was not skilled in lightness skills, while Xiao Bieli was operating his full-level Tianyun vertical technique to counter him. A 5th-rank expert, terrifying indeed. Just after Xiao Bieli narrowly avoided Song Kang's claw swish. Swish. 2 sword lights struck towards Xiao Bieli's armpit and lower body at incredible angles, resembling venomous snakes. Get lost. Xiao Bieli was unyielding. He dared not directly face the energy of the 5th-rank expert. Did 2 7th-rank experts dare to block him? Swish. The crimson blade light slashed through. Uft. Uft. 2 figures flew out. Experience 1000. Experience 1000. Kill. Just after the 2 died, more experts from the Lu family rushed in. If they let Xiao Bieli escape, they would also face death upon returning. The only way to redeem themselves was to capture Xiao Bieli. A sword and a blade charged towards Xiao Bieli simultaneously with no intention of blocking him. They only hoped to delay him for a moment. Because Song Gongfeng had already arrived. Get away. Xiao Bieli shouted angrily, gripping tightly with his left hand, extending his thumb as he unleashed the mighty Vajra finger. Swish. 2 fierce finger energies shot through the air towards the 2 blocking him. Uft. Uft. The finger energies left 2 bloody holes in the bodies of the 2 Lu family guards. Experience 1000. One died on the spot, while the other, whose fate was more fortunate, had a hole pierced through his shoulder. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Xiao Bieli also sensed the ominous wind coming from behind and did not hesitate. He activated his iron cloth shirt, 13 bodyguards, horizontal exercise, and golden bell shield to the fullest. Boom. A sound like a great bell resonated. The golden bell shield dissipated. Xiao Bieli staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Song Kang's face darkened. How could a mere 6th-rank expert withstand his claw? This kid's protective martial arts were no small matter. A 6th-rank expert at such a young age, and having comprehended the essence of the blade, would undoubtedly become a great menace. If Xiao Bieli did not die, he could very well rise to the dragon and tiger rankings in the future. At that time, not only would he, even the Lu family would have to fear him. Kill. Kill. Yet those people showed no mercy, not giving Xiao Bieli a chance to breathe. For weapons came at him from 3 directions. Kill. Song Kong also shouted loudly, the energy within him stirring as he struck out a palm in midair. Xiao Bieli ignored the approaching Lu family experts and faced Song Kang's palm with a pointing finger. Bang! At the moment of collision between the finger energy and the palm's energy, the mighty Vajra finger was shattered. The terrifying palm energy continued unabated, striking towards Xiao Bieli. Without any hesitation, Xiao Bieli mobilized his true energy. Clang! He drew his sword, slashed out, and sheathed it in one fluid motion. The blade drawing technique. With one slash, the fierce blade light collided with the palm energy. The terrifying shockwave made the surrounding trees sway. Meanwhile, the Lu family's weapons also arrived, slashing down towards Xiao Bieli. Oomph! Xiao Bieli let out a cold snort. Swish! The red sleeve blade was drawn once more. Uft! 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 For heads flew into the air. Experience 500. Experience 1000. Just as Xiao Bieli drew his blade, Song Kong charged in like lightning, striking Xiao Bieli's back. Boom! A dull sound echoed. Song Kong felt as though his palm had struck a steel plate. A massive recoil force surged back, momentarily disorienting his true energy and causing his hand to tremble. Xiao Bieli's body also jolted. A red handprint appeared on his back. A 5th-rank expert is indeed formidable. That was close. My hard-earned skills almost got destroyed by you. Feeling the injuries within him, Xiao Bieli took a deep breath. With the full-level iron cloth shirt in addition to the enhancement from the 13 bodyguards' horizontal exercise and that rebound force along with the golden silk soft armor, he managed to block the 5th-rank expert's palm, sustaining only minor injuries. Clang! He drew his sword slashed out and sheathed it. This strike was as fast as lightning, faster than when he killed those four earlier, brilliant beyond compare. Song Kong had thought that even if that palm could not eliminate Xiao Bieli, it would at least heavily injure him. So after striking, he did not retreat at all. The two were too close to avoid, he could only take it heat in. Huh! Song Kong roared, his hands forming claws, energy surging around them as he reached for the crimson blade. Ah! A scream escaped from Song Kang's lips. One of his arms had been cleanly severed. That previous strike had come with unstoppable momentum, and he had miscalculated the speed of the blade, thinking he could block it, but at the cost of his own hand. A fierce glint flashed in Song Kang's eyes as his other hand clawed fiercely at Xiao Bieli's chest. Bang! The sound resonated like a great bell once more. Uff! Xiao Bieli spat out a mouthful of blood, the crimson blade light flashing again. Song Kang's head flew into the air, blood splattering. Experience 4,000. Copper body skill 1. Whoosh! The remaining Liu family members lost all will to fight and turned to flee. Xiao Bieli's eyes were cold as he lightly leaped beside the two. Spare! Uff! The plea for mercy was left unspoken as two heads flew into the air. Experience 1,000. Experience 500. Experience 1,000. Experience 500. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Qing, clad in a straw rain cape, emerged from the tea stall with Zheng Fan and the other two. The commotion in the rain had been loud, audible even inside the stall, and they had wanted to go investigate, but Ning Qing had stopped them. Only after the area had fallen silent for a long while did they finally step out of the tea stall. But they hadn't gone far before the stench of blood assailed their nostrils. The muddy rainwater on the ground was tinged with red, flowing past their feet, and not far away numerous corpses lay scattered haphazardly. Zheng Fan hurried forward. He first examined the bodies on the official road, then darted into the woods bordering it. There were another 7 or 8 corpses among the trees. His hand brushed over broken trees and bluestones marked with claw prints, an undisguised look of shock on his face. Though he was a 6th-rank martial artist, a notable figure in Dongjiang Commandery, even at full strength, he would struggle to leave such marks on this hard bluestone. He even suspected a 5th-rank expert was among the attackers, but there was no trace of Xiao Bieli's body on the ground. Could it be that all these people had died by Xiao Bieli's hand? Finally, near a large tree not far away, he found the last corpse. And on the tree beside the body were carved 6 large characters. The killer is Xiao Bieli. Zheng Fan's breath caught. He rushed out of the woods, shouting, "They're all dead." There are another 7 or 8 bodies in the forest, all killed by a blade. By now, Ning Qing had already flipped Lu Yunzong's body over with her foot. A faint smile graced her lips as she murmured, "Lu Yunzong couldn't even withstand a single strike from Xiao Bieli. The world still underestimates Xiao Bieli. It seems this trip to see him was not in vain. Since my clan abandoned my elder brother because he was crippled and fear offending Tsang Yuan sword sect, then I will bring trouble to the Tsang Yuan sword sect." Ding Yuan, a true disciple of Tsang Yu sect, stood not far from Ning Qing and asked in a low voice, "Young Master Ning, is this Lu Yunzong you speak of very formidable?" He had heard Ning Qing's words, but Xiao Bieli was only a 6th-rank martial artist. The Jianghu of Dongjiang Commandery already held Xiao Bieli in high regard, believing his martial arts ranked among the top 5 of all 6th rank in the commandery. Now Ning Qing was saying the world still underestimated Xiao Bieli. Ning Qing glanced at Ding Yuan and said coolly, "In terms of martial arts among the 6th rank of Dongjiang Commandery, no more than 3 could surpass Lu Yunzong. Yet he couldn't even survive a single blow from Xiao Bieli. Put away your petty schemes. While your talent is considered decent in Dongjiang Commandery, in the grand scheme of the Jianghu, you are as common as a fish in a river." Ding Yuan's face flushed. He had joined Tsang Yu sect as a child and become a true disciple. At only 24, he was already at the peak of the 7th rank with the potential to become a 5th-rank expert in the future. Moreover, what people sought in the Jianghu was nothing more than fame and fortune. Having stayed within Tsang Yu sect for so long, rarely venturing into the world, he had once fantasized about making a stunning debut after descending the mountain. But before he had even garnered any fame, Xiao Bieli, 7 years his junior, had already become renowned throughout Dongjiang Commandery. Naturally, he looked upon Xiao Bieli with disdain. He thought he had concealed his feelings well that Ning Qing wouldn't notice. He never expected Ning Qing to point it out so directly. Zhu Shou shook his head. This true disciple of Tsang Yu sect's petty thoughts were practically written on his face. And to become famous in the Jianghu relied on true strength. Ding Yuan was indeed far inferior to Xiao Bieli. Zheng Fan also shook his head, then cupped his hands towards Ning Qing and said, "There are words left by Xiao Bieli in the woods. It seems a 5th-rank expert made a move." "Oh, Hearing this piqued Ning Qing's interest. If Xiao Bieli had truly managed to escape from a 5th rank expert, then his strength would need to be reassessed. A 5th rank expert, whose true qi transforms into protective gang qi. The power of their attacks is several times that of a 6th rank peak. Even if Xiao Bieli possessed a perfected external martial art, it would be of little use against a 5th rank expert. Ning Qing entered the woods. A familiar face came into view, causing her expression to change. Song Kong. Song Kong is dead. Shock filled her heart. Song Kong was a genuine 5th rank expert. With so many experts from the Liu family, how could they have all died at the hands of Xiao Bieli alone? Zhang Fan and the other two could tell from Ning Qing's expression that the corpse on the ground was no ordinary one. It was highly likely a 5th rank expert. Their hearts could not be calm. It had been 7 years since a renowned 5th rank expert had died in their Dongjiang commandery. But today a 5th rank expert had fallen to Xiao Bieli. Ning Qing examined Song Kang's body, then stood up and said, "Let's go." But her heart was far from calm. If even Song Kang had died at Xiao Bieli's hands, it proved his talent was worthy of the dragon and tiger list. A genius of this caliber might truly make 4 directions, sword, Zhuo Qingyan pay a price. Less than half an hour after Ning Qing and her group left, another urgent clatter of hooves sounded. Chu Bufan, the 3rd elder of the 12 connected strongholds, and Wei Yong, the 2nd master of White Cloud Manor, arrived with dozens of men in a grand procession. "Second Manor Lord, there are bodies ahead." The White Cloud Manor expert riding at the front exclaimed in surprise. "They are from the Liu family. The Liu family members are all dead." Wei Yong's face changed. He kicked off his horse's back and landed right before the corpse. "Liu Yunzong is dead." The moment he saw Liu Yunzong's body, Wei Yong's expression darkened. He quickly followed the traces into the dense forest, where he then saw Song Kang's corpse, and his face grew even uglier. Just 3 hours ago, he had hosted a banquet for the Liu family at White Cloud Manor. But now, nearly 20 people had turned into corpses, including Song Kang, a 5th rank expert. Alas, Chu Bufan sighed, the wounds are all from a blade. They are quite similar to the wounds on the previous bodies, though. It is clear Xiao Bieli's blade has become faster. Even a 5th rank expert could have fallen to that one strike. Wei Yong's face shifted constantly as he murmured, "I wonder if it was right to offend such a genius for the sake of the Liu family." Chu Bufan, seeing only himself and Wei Yong in the dense forest, lowered his voice and said, "The Salt Gang people have already arrived at my 12 connected strongholds. According to the news I received, people from the Zhongyuan sword sect and the Ning family are also coming. They seem to be searching for something in the Luoxia mountains." Wei Yong said coldly, "Why are you telling me this?" Chu Bufan shook his head. "I'm just reminding you. The person who came this time is a true disciple of the Salt Gang, and the one from the Zhongyuan sword sect will likely hold a high status as well. It would be best for your White Cloud Manor not to actively cozy up to the Zhongyuan sword sect. You might find it easier to invite a deity than to send it away." Having said this, Chu Bufan led the 12 connected strongholds men and turned to leave. Since even a 5th rank expert had died at Xiao Bieli's hands, it was no longer appropriate for him to lead people after Xiao Bieli. Ever since the Salt Gang people arrived at the 12 connected strongholds, they had been acting arrogantly, treating the stronghold members like servants. The helmsman had shown no reaction, which had already caused discontent among the other elders. Besides, it was the helmsman's son Xiao Bieli had killed, not his own. Now that the helmsman was busy attending to that Salt Gang true disciple, why should he be in a hurry? Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, late 6th grade. Martial arts, Yi Jin Jing, 36100. Hurricane blade, art perfected. 13 grandmasters, indestructible body, perfected. Iron shirt, perfected. Blade drawing, art perfected. 5 tigers, severing gate blade, perfected. Golden bell shield, 73,100. Vajra fingers, 10100. Blade, intent, copper skin, light as a swallow. Experience 16460. Pending reward, copper body art. A straw cloak, I face live storms with ease. Dressed in a straw cloak, Xiao Bieli rode through the rain on his horse. Gazing at the experience points on the system panel that had exceeded 10,000, his face was brimming with uncontrollable joy. Previously, because the experience points obtained at once were insufficient, he had chosen to first enhance his body-hardening martial arts and blade techniques. But now, with experience points over 10,000, he could finally attempt to break through to the 5th grade. Although Song Kang's protective chi had failed to breach his defense earlier, it had still inflicted internal injuries upon him. After confirming no one was following him, Xiao Bieli dismounted, heedless of the intensifying rain, letting the raindrops drip from his straw cloak. Extract copper body art. Boom. Countless cultivation methods for the copper body art flooded into Xiao Bieli's mind, along with the experience of practicing it. Copper body art, 5,100. After a few breaths, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and said softly, "As I expected, the copper body art is a body-hardening martial art like the iron shirt. However, the iron shirt mainly defends against blades and swords, while the copper body art is focused on resisting damage from blunt weapons and true chi. Their emphases differ. It shares some similarities with the 13 Grandmaster's indestructible body, yet also has complementary aspects. But now with enough experience points, I must prioritize improving my realm. Consume 5,000 experience points to enhance the Yi Jin Jing. Realm Peak 6th Grade Yi Jin Jing, 41,100 boom. A surge of pure true chi erupted from within his body, coursing through his limbs and bones. The true chi inside him was continuously being refined, nearing the brink of transforming into protective chi. Xiao Bieli took a deep breath. Consume another 5,000 experience points to enhance the Yi Jin Jing. Yi Jin Jing, 46,100 boom. Another wave of pure true chi surged forth, continuously purifying and compressing the internal true chi, increasing its quality. Yet it still fell slightly short of opening the 7 orifices and achieving chi transformation. Just as I thought, advancing from the 6th grade to the 5th grade cannot require so few points. Consume another 5,000 experience points to enhance the Yi Jin Jing. Yi Jin Jing, 51,100 boom. Pure true chi surged again, part of it flowing towards his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, tempering them, while another part rushed towards the orifice of his eyes. Crack. The eye orifice was pierced. Realm early 5th grade. Rumble. In that instant, Xiao Bieli felt his eyes clear and his mind sharp. His vision, which could only see 100 meters due to the heavy rain, dramatically expanded, allowing him to see objects 400 to 500 meters away. He gently raised his hand. Swish. A blade chi shot through the air, severing 3 thigh-thick trees at the waist from Tianzhong away. Finally, I am at the 5th grade. Xiao Bieli said softly. The eye orifice corresponds to the liver among the 5 viscera. Opening it has also strengthened my liver. Indeed, the path of martial arts is a journey from man to perfect man. Once one cultivates to the peak of the 5th grade, strengthening all 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and 7 orifices, true chi forms a small cycle within the body. Coupled with my formidable physical body, I am nearly without flaw. In that case, how do I compare to 4-direction sword Zhuqinyan now? Sigh. Xiao Bieli let out a soft sigh. Most likely I am still not a match for Zhuqinyan for now. He has long since opened the 7 orifices. Moreover, as the Tsang Yuan sword sect is one of the 9 great sects under heaven, and Zhuqinyan is its foremost true disciple, the martial arts he practices are certainly extraordinary. I still have to diligently earn my keep by cutting down foes. Experience 1460. Looking at the remaining experience points, Xiao Bieli murmured inwardly. Consume all experience points to enhance the copper body art. Boom. Copper body art 78100. Xiao Bieli's entire body grew hot. Countless experiences of cultivating the copper body art poured into his mind as if he had been practicing it for decades. The copper body art is a martial art of the same grade as the iron shirt, and it overlaps with the 13 Grandmaster's indestructible body. However, fortunately, it doesn't require much experience. It's acceptable. I am tougher now. On the 10th day of the 9th month, Bloodblade Vajra Xiao Bieli killed the 5th grade supplicant Ghost Claw Song Kong of the Yunzhou Liu family and 19 Liu family experts at Wohu Slope in Dongjiang Commandery. As soon as the news spread, the entire Manzhou was shaken. Some initially thought it was a rumor, but it was quickly confirmed because the news originated from the Jinwu Hall. 3 days later, Xiao Bieli slightly altered his appearance, changed into a black outfit, and sat openly in the Shiwishan restaurant of Tsang County. With his current mastery of body hardening arts, his control over his muscles had reached an extraordinary level. Slightly changing his facial features was no difficult task for him. Moreover, as a 5th grade expert, he was considered a notable figure even in the whole of Manzhou. Even if a 5th grade expert from the 12 connected strongholds or the 3 Rivers Alliance came looking for him, he would have no fear. Now it was those forces that should be afraid. The day before, people from the Jinwu Hall had found him again, informing him to meet in Tsang County. He had been in the neighboring county not far away and arrived in half a day. I tell you, young master, Xiao must have already stepped into the 5th grade realm. Otherwise, how could that 5th grade expert from Yunzhou have died at his hands? The Shiwishan was abuzz with noise. But the most discussed topic was still Bloodblade Vajra Xiao Bieli. That shouldn't be. I was fortunate enough to witness Xiao Bieli's battle at the city gate. He couldn't even defeat the Viper Gang with a single strike back then. How could he be a 5th grade expert? That's because young Master Xiao is kind-hearted. If the Viper Gang hadn't been so foolish, he wouldn't have resorted to killing. Exactly. I don't think young Master Xiao did anything wrong. I heard from those bounty hunters that he even spent his own silver to buy information at Jianshan Pavilion to hunt down evildoers. Han Long was found by him, and that Han Long was no good. Indeed, the 12 connected strongholds and the White Cloud Manor have been too arrogant in Dongjiang Commandery. They can't stand a righteous man like young Master Xiao, so they try to exterminate him. Heh, what the hell do you know? If Xiao Bieli was truly kind-hearted, why are most of those who fight him dead? If you're so kind-hearted, when someone tries to kill you, don't kill them back. Spare their life. Emboldened by alcohol, some people were arguing fiercely in the Shiwishan, their faces flushed red. Xiao Bieli merely shook his head. It seemed the act he had put on at the city gate of Tsang County had had some effect. These days, many notable figures have arrived in Eastern River County. What notable figures? It seems Chiu Xuanli, the true heir of the Salt Gang, has come. I heard he led Salt Gang experts to the 12 linked forts. Not just the Salt Gang, I've heard experts from the Tsang sword sect and the Lu family have also arrived. Young Master Xiao is likely in trouble this time. Lu Fuxing, the head of the Lu family, has come to Eastern River County in person. His son died at young Master Xiao's hands, and this visit is surely for revenge. Lu Fuxing is merely a 5th rank expert. Didn't a 5th rank expert from the Lu family already fall to young Master Xiao before? Lu Fuxing is different. I hear he's at the peak of the 5th rank. If his meridians hadn't been damaged in his youth, he might already be a 4th rank grandmaster. Besides, he came with Shuezhou, the 3rd true heir of the Tsang sword sect. Shuezhou ranks 63rd on the Dragon and Tiger list. A gasp rippled through the crowd as these words were spoken, and the hall erupted in an uproar. Eastern River County had not seen an expert listed on the Dragon and Tiger list for centuries. The great Qin Empire was vast beyond measure, and every individual who made it onto that list was a genius of unparalleled rarity. Those who had once been confident in Xiao Bieli now felt a seed of doubt. Though Xiao Bieli's martial arts were formidable and his talent exceptional, he was still far too young. Compared to Shuezhou, who had already secured a place on the Dragon and Tiger list, he seemed to fall short. A devoted follower of Xiao Bieli muttered under his breath, "With young Master Xiao's talent, he is destined for the Dragon and Tiger list." Shuezhou is merely a few years older. Meanwhile, Ningqing's figure appeared at the Food for Heaven restaurant. Her gaze swept across the 2nd floor before settling on Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli had only altered his appearance slightly, making him easy to recognize. Ningqing, without any formality, sat down directly across from him. Xiao Bieli looked somewhat surprised and asked, "Where are those gatekeepers who were always by your side?" The last time he saw Ningqing, she had been accompanied by Zhu Shou and 2 true heirs of the Tsang sect. But now Ningqing was alone. However, from the moment he saw her, Xiao Bieli knew that this woman disguised as a man surpassed Zheng Fan, the true heir of the Tsang sect, in martial prowess. Even if she hadn't reached the 5th rank, she was not far from it. Yet after breaking into the 5th rank himself, Xiao Bieli's perception grew sharper. Ningqing had at least opened her conception and governing vessels, placing her at the peak of the 6th rank. She was even a mere step away from opening her eye orifices and stepping into the 5th rank. Moreover, he could tell that Ningqing was not much older than him, perhaps just a year or two his senior. A 6th rank peak cultivator, so young, was unmatched in Eastern River County except for himself. Ningqing poured herself a cup of wine without hesitation, and without minding that Xiao Bieli's chopsticks had touched the dishes, she picked up a piece of chicken and took a bite, shaking her head. "I sent the Tsang sect members ahead to Sunset Mountain. I want to ask if you're interested in going to Sunset Mountain. After all, Shuezhou is there now." When she mentioned Shuezhou, a hint of gravity entered Ningqing's eyes. Though Shuezhou is not as strong as Zhuo Qingyu, no one who makes it onto the Dragon and Tiger list is simple. Though we have an agreement that no experts above the Grandmaster rank may intervene, Shuezhou is already at the late 5th rank and has comprehended sword intent. I fear that this inheritance will fall into Shuezhou's hands this time. Xiao Bieli frowned and asked, "Doesn't your Ning family have any experts?" Ningqing shook her head. The Ning family is unwilling to make enemies of the Tsang sword sect. Xiao Bieli pressed, "What about the Salt Gang?" Ningqing replied, "Though the Salt Gang is one of the 6 great guilds under heaven, their younger generation cannot rival the Tsang sword sect. Unless a grandmaster steps forward, it's difficult to contend with them. Shuezhou was in seclusion before, and Zhuo Qingyun is tied up in Qianzhou and won't be able to come for a while. That's why I invited you. I am confident I can handle ordinary 5th rank experts. But someone like Shuezhou, I know I am no match for him. Moreover, Shuezhou will not hesitate because of my status. Engaging him is extremely dangerous." Xiao Bieli inquired, "What exactly is the difference between a 5th rank expert on the Dragon and Tiger list and an ordinary 5th rank one?" Ningqing said solemnly, "The Dragon and Tiger list is compiled by the Jinwu Hall, selecting 72 young experts under the age of 35. Once one enters the 4th rank Grandmaster realm, they are automatically removed from the list. Every individual on the Dragon and Tiger list has the potential to become a Grandmaster. Even while still at the 5th rank, they have often cultivated 1 or 2 profound martial arts to an extremely deep level. Among 5th rank experts, they can take on 10 opponents single-handedly. 3 years ago, Shui Zhou killed the leader of the Beehive Gang, Flying Jade Tiger Qiu Jiu, who was at the peak of the 5th rank. It is said that Shui Zhou defeated him in fewer than 10 moves. Moreover, the White Cloud Manor and the Three Rivers Alliance have both sided with Shui Zhou. There are at least a handful of 5th rank experts in Sunset Mountain. Upon hearing this, a glint of interest sparked in Xiao Biela's eyes, and he asked further, so there are many experts gathered in Sunset Mountain now. At this moment, he was sorely in need of experience. He had no desire to kill the innocent, but the Three Rivers Alliance and the White Cloud Manor were his enemies. There was no question of harming the blameless there. Ning Qing nodded. Indeed, the White Cloud Manor, the Three Rivers Alliance, and the 12 linked forts have already secured advantageous positions. In the area indicated by the map for the Grandmaster's inheritance, not even a mosquito can get through. Songsong, the sect leader of the Zhangyu sect, has remained tight-lipped, clearly unwilling to oppose the Zhangyuan sword sect. We can no longer count on the Zhangyu sect. Xiao Bieli nodded. If not even a mosquito can get through, then we'll just have to fight our way in. At Sunset Mountain Oxhead Ridge, groups of disciples from the Three Rivers Alliance and the White Cloud Manor were meticulously searching Oxhead Ridge. However, the ridge was vast, and Shui Zhou's provided location encompassed not only Oxhead Ridge, but also several surrounding peaks. In such a short time, completing the search was utterly impossible. At that moment, Shui Zhou, clad in a white long robe, stood at the highest point of Oxhead Ridge. A sword rested on his back as he gazed down upon the entire Sunset Mountain range. Behind Shui Zhou stood Wei Yong and Songsong, the sect leader of the Zhangyu sect. The two stood motionless behind him. After a long silence, Shui Zhou turned to look at Songsong and said flatly, "Has Ning Wanqing still not contacted you?" Songsong shook his head. Since Sung Fan and the others returned, Ning Wanqing only sent word through the Zhenwu Hall for us to await further instructions in Linshui County. There has been no further contact since. Shui Zhou sneered. Back then, Ning Ziyuan was no match for my senior brother Zhua. He was crippled in his right hand by senior brother Zhua and can never hold a sword again. And now this Ning Wanqing dares to dream of opposing senior brother Zhua. She truly has no idea how to live. Songsong said gravely, but she is a member of the Ning family. If something happens to her here, we may find it hard to escape blame. Shui Zhou let out a cold laugh and said dismissively, "What of the Ning family? That old relic of the Ning family has little life left in him. Would he dare to oppose my Zhangyuan sword sect? If the Ning family had any real courage, they would have turned against my Zhangyuan sword sect the moment senior brother Zhua crippled their most talented member Ning Ziyuan. But they didn't dare. Since they lacked the nerve to retaliate after Ning Ziyuan was crippled, they certainly won't dare to act over a mere Ning Wanqing." Wei Yong murmured, "I just wonder if Xiao Bieli will come." Shui Zhou said indifferently, "Xiao Bieli stands in senior brother Zhua's way, so his death is already sealed. It's better if he comes. If he doesn't, I will go to him myself." 3 days later, at Nyoto Ridge. By now, besides the people from the Three Rivers Alliance, the 12 linked strongholds, and the White Cloud Manor, there were many unfamiliar faces at Nyoto Ridge, all with considerable martial arts skills. Ning Qing and Xiao Bieli stood in a concealed spot. They had arrived a day earlier, but had not acted hastily. Nyoto Ridge was too vast. They still needed Shui Zhou's men to locate the treasure site. Otherwise, relying solely on the two of them would take an eternity. Ning Qing, watching the mountain path where figures occasionally appeared, murmured, "This commotion you've stirred up is no small matter. Other martial arts masters from Manzhou have arrived. Now that the Three Rivers Alliance and the 12 linked strongholds have all come to Nyoto Ridge, they've likely guessed something valuable is here, so they've all converged. In Manzhou, Dongjiang and Linshui are the most remote prefectures lacking renowned masters. But Man's martial world does have a few long-established experts. According to intelligence from the Zhenwu Hall, 2 5th-rank masters have come from other prefectures, Iron Claw Yu Ji and Lotus Swordswoman Qi Li. I hope no 4th-rank grandmasters show up this time, or things will get tricky." Xiao Bieli asked, puzzled. "You all come from major powers. Shouldn't a grandmaster's legacy be beneath you? Why seek this one? Is there something exceptional about it?" Ning Qing glanced at Xiao Bieli and chuckled. "You don't think grandmasters are a dime a dozen, even among the 9 sects and 6 clans, do you? Even among them, grandmasters are few, and each holds a very high status within their sect. If becoming a grandmaster were so easy, people wouldn't say those on the Dragon and Tiger list are grandmaster reserves. Moreover, the grandmaster of Luoxia Mountain is no ordinary one. Rainbow Sword Luo Su, though only a peak grandmaster, once single-handedly killed 2 grandmasters from Zhangyuan sword sect and 1 from Jiangshan Pavilion by the sword-washing lake. Most importantly, that time Luo Su took from the lake a famed sword nearing divine status. Such a weapon worn constantly and cleansed with sword intent may one day ascend to become a divine artifact. Zhuo Qingyun is on the verge of reaching the grandmaster realm. He desires both the rainbow sword and Luo Su's sword technique. But few know the mountain holds the legacy of rainbow sword Luo Su. Even among our three factions, only key figures are aware. The Three Rivers Alliance and White Cloud Manor likely don't yet know what Shui Zhou is searching for. Just then the clash of weapons and sounds of combat echoed from the mountain. There really is an underground palace. Could there be treasure? Clang clang. You Three Rivers Alliance and White Cloud Manor are too overbearing. The wilds are masterless lands. Xiao Bieli and Ning Qing exchanged a glance, then lightly leaped and dashed toward the source of the noise. In moments they saw two opposing groups. One side comprised people from the Three Rivers Alliance, White Cloud Manor, and the 12 Link Strongholds. The other consisted of wandering martial artists from Dongjiang and Linshui with some unfamiliar faces, likely the masters from other prefectures Ning Qing had mentioned. Behind the Three Rivers Alliance group was a large cleared hole in the ground. However, a single glance told Xiao Bieli that among this crowd the highest cultivation was only two 6th rank masters who had opened their conception and governing vessels, not a single 5th rank. The experts must have already entered the cave. Over a dozen corpses lay on the ground, blood still fresh, indicating they had died recently. White-striped tiger Qin Xing cast a cold glance over the crowd and snarled, "Get lost if you don't want to die. What's inside is not for the likes of you." Huh. Several cold laughs rang from the crowd. If your Three Rivers Alliance were so formidable, you wouldn't have let over a dozen people break through just now. We outnumber you 2-1. If it comes to a fight, you might not come out on top. Qin Xing stared at the speaker and said coldly, "Go ahead and try. You think a bunch of trash like you can force your way in?" Someone in the crowd shouted, "Don't be afraid. There are so many of us they can't stop us all. Even the true disciples of the Salt Gang and Sung Yuan's sword sect have gone in. There must be something good inside. If we get it, we might become 5th rank masters. Or even 4th rank grandmasters one day. Right? Charge together. Attack." Though the crowd shouted fiercely, no one dared to make the first move. Even the two 6th rank masters hiding in the crowd lacked the courage. The opposition was composed of elites from the Three Rivers Alliance, 12 linked strongholds, and White Cloud Manor. Victory was uncertain, and if they led the charge and earned their enmity, they would be finished in the two prefectures. A sigh drifted into everyone's ears. Before they could turn, they saw a figure in black attire darting toward the cave entrance. Behind the black-clad figure followed an extraordinarily handsome young man. "How dare you? You've got nerve." Two furious roars erupted as white-striped tiger Qin Xing and a 6th rank master from the 12 linked strongholds leaped simultaneously, attacking the airborne black figure. But they came fast and flew back even faster. A flash of crimson blade light streaked through the air. Qin Xing and the 6th rank master from the 12 linked strongholds spat blood, their bodies hurtling backward to crash heavily on the ground. "Hall Master Chun is dead. Elder Lu is dead." Cries of shock erupted. "Kill him. Don't let him get in." Over a dozen figures charged at Xiao Bieli. Blood sprayed. Xiao Bieli's blade moved like lightning. Each swing sent several heads flying. In mere moments, over 20 corpses littered the ground. The slaughter chilled the blood of the Three Rivers Alliance and 12 linked strongholds. They dared not advance further, helplessly watching Xiao Bieli and Ning Qing enter the cave. That was Xiao Bieli, the young hero. Yes, it's young hero Xiao. No wonder he's the top young master of Linshui Prefecture. Even white-striped tiger Qin Xing couldn't withstand a single blow. These bullies finally met their match. Someone exclaimed. Not only the Three Rivers Alliance and 12 linked strongholds were awed by Xiao Bieli's skill, but the wandering martial artists as well. I say even Shui Zhou is nothing compared to young hero Xiao, though he's over a decade older. Right? With his talent, young hero Xiao is destined for the Dragon and Tiger list, ranking even above Shui Zhou. Forget about young hero Xiao for now. He's killed several experts. This is our last chance. Yes. Charge it. Attack. Chaos erupted outside. Meanwhile, Xiao Bieli and Ning Qing had already entered the cave. Ning Qing followed behind Xiao Bieli and whispered, "I didn't expect your martial arts to have reached this level. Killing Song Kong was no mere accident." Xiao Bieli walked ahead and said calmly, "Song Kong is nothing. The ones who seek my life are the prodigies of the Dragon and Tiger list. If I don't improve quickly by the time Zhuo Qingyun arrives in person, there will truly be no escape." Ning Qing shook her head. At your age, Zhuo Qingyun was not your equal. But now he is likely not far from the Grandmaster realm. Xiao Bieli took off his outer robe, crafted 2 simple torches, and lit them. Guided by the flames, they traversed the cave. The entrance was narrow, but as they ventured deeper, the space expanded. It appeared to be a natural cavern, though traces of artificial excavation were evident. The deeper they went, the more they marveled at nature's artistry. The cavern sloped downward as if it had hollowed out the very foundation of Nyoto Ridge. Suddenly at a turn, Xiao Bieli had just emerged when a black shadow shot down from a ledge above like lightning, its hands clawing toward his head. Xiao Bieli sidestepped gently, and the claw struck the cavern wall with a crack, gouging out large chunks of stone. Edge. A soft exclamation escaped the assailant as if in disbelief that his claw had failed at such close range. Xiao Bieli, you actually dare to come. Now Xiao Bieli could see the attacker clearly. He appeared to be in his late 50s with restrained, true chi, a gaunt frame, unusually long arms, and piercing eyes. He was evidently a 5th-rank expert who, like Xiao Bieli, had opened the eye aperture. Iron Claw Yuji. Ning Qing stood beside Xiao Bieli and frowned. This man has a notorious reputation in Manzhou, having harmed many. But his martial arts are indeed formidable, otherwise he wouldn't have survived this long. But when did you collude with Shuizhou? Little girl, you have sharp eyes. Yuji glanced at Ning Qing and paused. A girl disguised as a man. Xiao Bieli's paramour. Shuizhou paid me well to wait here and eliminate Xiao Bieli if he entered. There might be treasures inside, but with the Tsang Yuan's sword sect and the Salt Gang eyeing it, it's beyond my reach. So we'll take his payment and deal with you instead. Yuji stared at Ning Qing, squinting. This brat is handsome and talented, but his judgment is poor. Offending Zhuo Qingyun means certain death. Stick with me instead. Don't judge by my looks. I'm no fragile showpiece. I can surely give you. Before Yuji could finish, a clang rang out. Ning Qing drew her longsword. The blade light split into 9 streams, and sword chi surged, startling Yuji. He formed claws with both hands shrouded in protective chi and struck repeatedly like a phantom. Clang, clang, clang. The sword chi and claw shadows clashed, tearing several gashes in the sleeves of Yuji's arms. Just as the sword momentum was about to wane, Yuji lunged forward and clawed at Ning Qing. Without hesitation, she lightly stepped back, retreating several meters like a ghost, causing his claw to miss. Ning Qing smiled and looked at Xiao Bieli. Brother Xiao, what do you think of that strike? Xiao Bieli nodded. That strike was like an antelope hanging its horns, traceless, swift as lightning. If you had reached the 5th rank, it would have been enough to kill Yuji. Unfortunately, you haven't reached the 5th rank and his arms are protected by armor. Your sword chi couldn't breach it. Ning Qing added. And if you had struck Brother Xiao, what would the result have been? Xiao Bieli said indifferently. He would have faced certain death. Yuji, enraged by their dismissive attitude, laughed bitterly. Even Shuizhou wouldn't dare claim he could easily defeat me. Who do you think you are? Xiao Bieli sighed softly and raised a finger. 1 slash. What? Yuji was stunned, then sneered coldly. It seems I won't let you die easily today. He had seen many arrogant people, but none as insolent as Xiao Bieli. He was a mid-stage 5th-rank expert who had opened both the eye and ear apertures. Moreover, having offended so many in Manzhou over the years, he survived thanks to his formidable martial arts and a high-grade inner armor that ordinary weapons could scarcely harm. If 1 slash cannot kill you, there's no point in me entering to find Shuizhou, Xiao Bieli said lightly. Yet his expression only deepened Yuji's fury. Meanwhile, Ning Qing's eyes sparkled with admiration. Earlier, she had suspected Xiao Bieli was already at the 5th rank when he killed Song Kong. Now, with such bold claims, could he be at the late 5th rank, or even the peak with all 7 apertures opened? With a roar, Yuji struck first. His hands formed claws wreathed in protective chi, and he charged at Xiao Bieli like a specter. Where the force-passed claw marks were left on the cavern walls, countless fragments of stone carried by the gust shot toward Xiao Bieli. Simultaneously, layers of claw shadows assailed him, overwhelming the senses, making it impossible to discern the real from the illusory. As the debris was about to strike Xiao Bieli, he remained motionless. Yuji's eyes grew wary. He knew Xiao Bieli wasn't frozen in fear. It could only mean he was supremely confident. Or perhaps he truly didn't regard Yuji as a threat. But with the arrow already loosed, there was no turning back. Moreover, no matter how strong Xiao Bieli was, he couldn't possibly kill him in an instant. With that thought, Yuji surged his true chi to the max, determined to make Xiao Bieli pay for his arrogance. Just as the stones were about to hit Xiao Bieli, a blast erupted. Xiao Bieli's protective chi burst forth. With a clang, the Hongxiu blade was drawn. Not good. Yuji's heart tightened. In his eyes, the slash seemed ordinary, straightforward. But it was so swift that even he couldn't react. The protective chi on Yuji's hands dissipated, and with a peculiar expression, he froze in place. The next moment, with a splatter, Yuji's head flew off, blood spraying. A single decapitating slash. Experience 4,000. Ning Qing's expression shifted as she scrutinized Xiao Bieli. She hailed from the Ning family of the Jinwu Hall and had witnessed numerous 5th-rank experts and even grandmasters in action. But among all the 5th-rank experts, she had seen none wielded a blade so swiftly. Brother Xiao, I once thought you could rival Zhuo Qingyun. But now I believe that within 3 years, Zhuo Qingyun will be beneath your feet. Only the top 3 on the dragon and tiger list can match you. In the world of martial arts, one is often swept along by circumstances beyond their control. I never sought to contend with anyone, it is merely that others have forced me to advance. Sheathing his blade, Xiao Bieli glanced at Ning Qing and smiled. But speaking of you, Miss Ning, is Ning Qing your true name? Ning Wanqing silently savored the 8 words. In the world of martial arts, one is often swept along by circumstances beyond their control. Finally, she shot Xiao Bieli a glare and said, "My real name is Ning Wanqing. The Ning family holds some influence within the Jinwu Hall." If those words had come from a middle-aged man, she would have taken them as a personal realization. But hearing them from Xiao Bieli, who was 2 years her junior, she couldn't help but feel he was putting on airs. Xiao Bieli shook his head and said, "From what Yu Ji said, it seems the Salt Gang and Shui Zhou have likely reached an agreement. With the addition of experts from the Sanjiang Alliance, the 12 linked inlets, and the White Cloud Manor venturing further, it will be quite perilous. Perhaps you should leave first. If I obtain the Grandmaster's legacy, I will give it to you. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, I may not be able to protect you." His experience points had now surpassed the 10,000 mark again. If Ning Wanqing followed, he wouldn't be able to act freely. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, early 5th grade. Martial arts, Yi Jin Jing 51100 Gale blade, art perfected, 13 guardians cross training perfected, iron shirt perfected, draw blade technique perfected. Bronze body art 78100 golden bell shield, 73100 vajra finger, 10100 blade, intent bronze skin light as a swallow. Experience points, 13,440. Ning Wanqing smiled. "Don't worry, I have 2 life-saving items on me, so I don't need you to look after me. If a fight breaks out later, I might even surprise you." Tap, tap, tap. Just then a flurry of hurried footsteps sounded from behind. "Hurry up, or there won't be anything left for us. Yeah, we've been walking for ages without seeing a soul. Could there be another secret passage in this cave?" "Hey, you have to admit, without Xiao Bieli, we wouldn't have gotten in today." Listening to the voices echoing from the cave behind him, Xiao Bieli frowned slightly. He rummaged through Yu-Ji's belongings, but found nothing except some silver coins. "Why not let them take the lead?" Ning Wanqing suggested softly. Xiao Bieli nodded. The two leaped up, and Xiao Bieli, not forgetting to take Yu-Ji's head and corpse, landed on the platform where Yu-Ji had been hiding. Moments later, dozens of people surged forward with torches. "There's blood. This must be where Xiao Bieli encountered them and fought. Let's go, hurry inside." Xiao Bieli casually tossed Yu-Ji's corpse onto the cave platform and said, "Miss Ning, allow me to step aside for a moment." "Oomph." Ning Wanqing spat lightly, then leaped forward 100 meters before disappearing around a corner. Xiao Bieli paid it no mind. Turning around, he silently commanded, "Consume 10,000 experience points to advance the Yi Jin Jing." Realm mid 5th grade. Yi Jin Jing, 61,100. Boom. A flood of insights from countless hours of practicing the Yi Jin Jing surged into Xiao Bieli's mind, accompanied by a stream of pure, true qi that rushed toward his ear orifices. Rumble. Xiao Bieli's aura soared higher and higher. Boom. As both ear orifices were opened, his hearing skyrocketed, becoming 10 times sharper than before. Simultaneously, the kidneys corresponding to the ear orifices were also strengthened. At this stage, he wouldn't need any kidney tonic to forge a pair of iron-like kidneys. After a dozen breaths, Xiao Bieli's aura settled, glancing at the system panel showing over 3,000 remaining experience points. The bronze body art and the 13 guardians cross-training overlap too much. Better to max out the golden bell shield first. But it seems I have enough experience to max out both martial arts. With that thought, Xiao Bieli silently commanded, "Consume 2,700 experience points to advance the golden bell shield. Consume 440 experience points to advance the bronze body art. Golden bell shield perfected, bronze body art perfected, bronze skin, iron bones." Boom. In an instant, insights from practicing both martial arts flooded Xiao Bieli's mind, and a warm current surged within his body. As the warmth slowly dissipated, Xiao Bieli could clearly sense his physique strengthening. Even a renowned blade might struggle to cut through his skin. So bronze skin, iron bones is complete. Even if Shui Zhou is ranked 62nd on the Dragon and Tiger list, he might not be able to break through my external defense. It's time to confront him. Use the remaining 300 experience points to fully upgrade the Vajra finger. Moments later, Xiao Bieli leaped down and headed deeper into the cave. Before long, he saw Ning Wanqing waiting ahead. Tisk tisk. Ning Wanqing glanced at Xiao Bieli and clicked her tongue softly. Xiao Bieli's face darkened. He had merely taken a bit longer to improve his martial arts. What was that look supposed to mean? But he couldn't be bothered to argue with her and said softly, "Let's go." They hadn't gone far when they heard the clash of blades. "Damn it. Is the Sanjiang Alliance really going to wipe us out? We just wanted a small share. Mercy." The people outside were all killed by Xiao Bieli, not us. The screams were unending. Neither Xiao Bieli nor Ning Wanking's expressions changed. The world was still full of clever people. Nearly 400 had gathered outside earlier, but only a few dozen had entered the cave. Though the Sanjiang Alliance, the 12 linked inlets, and the White Cloud Manor had all sent 5th-grade experts hoping for a share, they should have considered their own strength. Xiao Bieli took the lead, hiding around a corner. Ahead lay a massive cavern large enough to hold hundreds. At its center stood a stone platform upon which an ancient longsword was embedded. Beside it rested a simple wooden box. A group of people now surrounded the stone platform with 20 or 30 corpses lying on the ground. Seeing those around the platform, Ning Wanqing leaned close to Xiao Bieli and whispered, "Guan Tianan, chief of the 12 linked inlets, Wei Yong, second master of White Cloud Manor, Xie Yuntao, the golden-eyed eagle of the Sanjiang Alliance, Qi Li, the lotus sword master, and Xue Zhou, the gentleman swordsman. The Salt Gang is nowhere to be seen. The Zhang Yuan sword sect shouldn't have sent only Xue Zhou." Xiao Bieli fixed his gaze on Xue Zhou. Xue Zhou was handsome and refined, clad in white robes with 3 emeralds set into the hilt of his longsword. In terms of appearance, even Xiao Bieli could only surpass him by a fraction. Moreover, he could sense the faint sword intent emanating from Xue Zhou. Clearly, he too had comprehended sword intent. At that moment, the several 5th-grade experts surrounded the stone platform. The atmosphere was tense and strange. None of them spoke. Even the attack on the newcomers had been carried out by their subordinates. Guan Tianan looked coldly at the captive kneeling on the ground and demanded, "You said earlier that Xiao Bieli has arrived?" "Exactly." The martial artist from Linshui Commandery who was kneeling on the ground quickly replied. "It was Xiao Bieli who killed the experts outside, allowing us to enter. Moreover, we saw Xiao Bieli enter with our own eyes, but we never encountered him along the way." Guan Tianwu frowned. "Did you hear any sounds of battle on the road?" He had personally seen Xue Zhou order Yu Ji to remain in the cavern. Even if Xiao Bieli possessed martial arts rivaling a 5th-rank expert, he would surely be wounded under Yu Ji's ambush. Even if he hadn't died and fled outward, these people should have run into him. Could there be a fork in the cavern that they missed upon entering? "We heard no sounds of battle and saw no sign of Xiao Bieli," the kneeling martial artist hastily said. "But we smelled blood on the path here. I wonder whom it belongs to." Guan Tianwu, "Then where did Xiao Bieli go?" "Blood. Did Yu Ji dispose of him, or was Yu Ji himself injured?" "Forget Xiao Bieli for now. I can forego the rainbow sword, but I want a share of what's in that wooden case." Qi Li, the lotus sword guest, gazed at the case on the stone platform, a fervent gleam in his eyes. This was a relic left by rainbow sword guest Luo Su, likely containing a grandmaster's ultimate art. Xue Zhou, a true disciple of Zhang Yuan's sword sect, hardly lacked such a technique. Qi Li himself wielded a sword. If he could obtain a grandmaster's ultimate art, he might one day step into the grandmaster realm. Then across all of Manzhou, he could become a dominant figure. Golden-eyed vulture Xie Yuntao also spoke up. "Young Master Xue, you don't lack a sword art. Take the rainbow sword, a supreme, famed weapon. If the case contains the rainbow sword guest's legendary technique, I ask only to copy it. The original is yours." Though he feared Xue Zhou, ranked 12th on the Dragon and Tiger list, his own Sanjiang Alliance possessed not a single grandmaster art. He didn't even know the path to becoming a grandmaster. Even if he didn't use a sword, obtaining a grandmaster's legacy might grant him insights and a few more chances. Besides, he was only 50. It wasn't too late to learn swordsmanship. Qi Li nodded. "Exactly. We've endured this hardship. Surely we can't leave empty-handed." Xue Zhou, a smile playing on his lips, shot a deep glance at Xie Yuntao before turning to Guan Tianwu and Wei Yong. "And what do you two think?" he said coolly. Wei Yong quickly interjected. "White Cloud Manor stands with young Master Xue. We have no designs on the contents of that case." Guan Tianwu also nodded. "The Salt Gang has reached an understanding with young Master Xue. I came only for Xiao Bieli. Xiao Bieli killed my son. Today he dies." At Guan Tianwu and Wei Yong's words, golden-eyed vulture Xie Yuntao and Qi Li's faces darkened. They had assumed both men would covet the case's contents given its connection to a grandmaster. But their stance now left Xie and Qi exposed. "Haha." Xie Yuntao laughed dryly. "I was too short-sighted. Brother Guan is right. He'll forget the case. Today our business is with Xiao Bieli." Qi Li's face grew even more grim. As a swordsman, he truly desired the rainbow sword guest's legacy. But with the situation turned against him, Qi Li had to relent. He'll give up the claim too. Before he could finish, a sharp sound cut through the air. Sure. Xue Zhou formed a sword with his fingers. A beam of sword light materialized at his fingertip, then split into 4. Qi Li, as if seeing a ghost, paled and leaped toward the cavern entrance, swinging his sword behind him. Sword aura surged. Bang! Qi Li's limbs were already severed. His body crashed heavily not far from Xiao Bieli, and Ning, watching blood gushing from his mouth. A wave of shock swept through the cavern. The 12 linked strongholds men inwardly rejoiced that Elder Xie had changed his stance so quickly, or they'd have shared the same fate. Little did they know Xie Yuntao and Wei Yong's hearts were churning with turmoil. They had dealt with Lotus Sword guest Qi Li before and knew his martial arts well. His swordplay was eerie and ruthless, even they could fall to it with one misstep. Yet now Shuizhou had severed Qi Li's limbs without even drawing his sword. Such strength was unfathomable to them. Was the gap between those on the dragon and tiger list and themselves truly that vast? Shuizhou stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the cavern. Don't covet what isn't yours, he said coldly. Both the rainbow sword and the contents of this case are for senior brother Zhua. Why else do you think the Salt Gang granted me a favor? If anyone wants a share, go discuss it with senior brother Zhua yourself. The cavern fell into dead silence. They all knew whom Shuizhou referred to as senior brother Zhua. Among the younger generation, the only one Shuizhou would call senior brother was Zhua Qingyun. Meanwhile, blood streamed from Qi Li's mouth. He looked at Xiao Bieli and Ning Wanqing hidden in the passage and parted his lips. Kill me. Kill me. All desire for life had faded from his eyes. Xiao Bieli let out a soft sigh. Shuizhou's strike had not only severed Qi Li's limbs, but also damaged his heart meridian. Even if the bleeding stopped, he had only days to live. Indeed, this was the martial world, survival of the fittest. But if the Jianghu were all brotherly love, he wouldn't have much room to maneuver. He flicked his finger. A burst of energy struck Qi Li's heart. Relief washed over Qi Li's face. Experience 4,000. Who's there? Guan Tiannin whirled around, staring toward the cavern entrance and bellowed. Xie Yuntao and Wei Yong exchanged a glance, then leaped to land beside Qi Li's corpse. Seeing the two figures standing in the passage, their faces filled with shock. Xiao Bieli, you actually dared to come. Xiao Bieli stepped out of the passage and said calmly, why does everyone say that when they see me? Don't you want me here? Xie Yuntao looked past Xiao Bieli and asked, where's Yu Ji? Without even glancing at Xie Yuntao, Xiao Bieli fixed his gaze on Shuizhou. You sent Yu Ji to ambush me midway. Since I'm here, he's dead. But don't rush. Since you've met me today, you'll all share the same day for your 7th week rites. You'll have company on the Yellow Springs Road. How dare you? Such insolence. Wei Yong and Xie Yuntao shouted in unison. Yet neither made a move, merely bellowing their outrage. This was all for Shuizhou's benefit. Since Xiao Bieli had slain Yu Ji, he surely held hidden trump cards. They were old enough to know that in the Jianghu reason held no sway. Just as Xiao Bieli had never crossed paths with the Zhongyuan sword sect, yet they had sent assassins after him. In the Jianghu, might makes right. Without offending Shuizhou, they would rather not act. Though they doubted Xiao Bieli could match Shuizhou, if his hidden cards proved formidable, they might still suffer injury. I once thought you nothing but a lucky fool who stumbled this far by chance. Shuizhou gazed at Xiao Bieli, his expression unchanging. He stood there like a sword about to be drawn, commanding awe. Now I see I underestimated you. Your foundation is solid, your chi sharp. Even without mastering blade intent, you are close. At 17, I was not your equal. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Shuizhou ranked 62nd on the dragon and tiger list, admitting inferiority to Xiao Bieli at 17. Yet they silently agreed. After all, Xiao Bieli at 17 had slain a 5th rank master. A pity he was too proud. His greatest mistake was coming here, knowing Shuizhou awaited. Had he stayed away in a decade, even in a few years, he might have reached the 4th rank grandmaster, free as a fish leaping into the sea, and with the factions backing, perhaps rival the Zhongyuan sword sect. But now that he was here, Shuizhou would never let him leave alive. Today Xiao Bieli would surely die. Young Master Shui, why trouble yourself? Guan Tianwu stepped forward, eyeing Xiao Bieli coldly. The blood feud for my son is irreconcilable. Today I shall avenge him with my own hands. Guan Tianwu's true chi surged, murderous intent flaring. Xiao Bieli narrowed his eyes. Guan Tianwu, the acknowledged top martial artist of Dongjiang Commandery, exuded an aura far beyond the likes of Yu Ji. Why observe Jianghu etiquette with a demon like Xiao Bieli? Let's attack together and finish this quickly, Xie Yuntao said coolly. He had heard the Alliance Master speak of Guan Tianwu's prowess. Even he was uncertain of defeating him. Since Guan Tianwu was eager to act, Xie Yuntao would seize the chance to shine before Shuizhou. All he needed was to lend a hand. Wei Yong shared the same thought, stepping forward with a cold tone. Since Xiao Bieli came to Dongjiang, countless martial brothers have fallen to him. Such evil must be exterminated. Their auras erupted, pressing down on Xiao Bieli. Yet his expression remained unchanged, the murderous intent brushing him like a gentle breeze. Xiao Bieli, you'll hold these two off. Ning Wanqing stepped forward, two dark orbs appearing in her hand. The moment Shuizhou saw the orbs, his face shifted. Thunderclap, orbs. Ning Wanqing, the Ning family refuses to oppose my Zhongyuan sword sect. Dare you defy your clan leader? Thunderclap, orbs. The Ning family. At Shuizhou's words, Wei Yong and Xie Yuntao paled. They too knew of the Thunderclap orb's reputation. In the previous dynasty, these were signature firearms of the Jiangnan Thunderclap Hall. Though walnut-sized, they unleashed immense power enough to kill a peak 5th rank master. When Emperor Taizu of Daqian marched south, the Thunderclap Hall offered these orbs. Now only the hall and the imperial court possessed them. The cavern passage was narrow. If she used the orbs to collapse it, they would all perish here. Hep. Ning Wanqing sneered, twice her tone flat. I am me, the Ning family is the Ning family. They may not oppose that Song Yuan's sword sect, but that doesn't bind me. With that, she leaned close to Xiao Bieli and whispered, think you can handle him, Onianon. As she spoke, she discreetly pressed a thunderclap orb into his hand. Xiao Bieli shook his head, refusing it. With his iron shirt, bronze body art, and 13 guardians cross-training all mastered plus a perfected golden bell, he feared not even Shuizhou. Besides, he had his own hidden weapons. The rain of pear blossom needles he had acquired earlier remained unused. Shuizhou stared coldly at Ning Wanqing. You have only 2 orbs. If you collapse the passage, you'll be trapped too. That Song Yu sect has already sworn allegiance to me. If fighting erupts outside, Songsong will seal the entrance with his men. You are no match for him. Ning Wanqing lifted her chin defiantly. Do you think Songsong would harm me for a dead man trapped inside? After all, I am a direct descendant of the Ning family. Those old cowards may fear you, but if Songsong kills me, the entire Song Yu sect will be annihilated. Xiao Bieli shook his head. Let all grievances be settled here today. Perhaps I can kill you all without using the thunderclap orb. Guan Tianwu, do you seek revenge? Come, let me see your true skill. The moment his words fell, Xiao Bieli stamped the ground, launching himself like a cannonball. His right hand clenched into a fist, thumb extended as he struck with the great strength Vajra finger. The air in the cavern trembled. Though his mastery of the technique was barely 13% bolstered by his formidable external arts and pure Yi Jin true Qi, even a 5th-rank martial artist would suffer broken bones from this blow. Bold. Enemies meeting, eyes blazing with hatred. Facing this fearsome strike, Guan Tianwu refused to retreat. Crack. He stretched, his frame bones grinding with explosive sounds. Terrifying true Qi converged at his fingertips, spiraling like a drill to meet Xiao Bieli's finger. Shattering star finger. Though the same technique, Guan Tianwu's version was tenfold more devastating than Guan Yunpeng's. Just as their fingers were about to clash, the shadow of his finger multiplied into 10, aiming for Xiao Bieli's vital points. Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged. He simply thrust his finger forward, disregarding Guan Tianwu's varied attacks. Clang, clang, clang. The terrifying finger strikes collided with Xiao Bieli's body, producing muffled grunts. Guan Tianwu's eyes widened in shock. He knew Xiao Bieli possessed formidable external martial arts, but as a peak 5th-rank master, his finger's qi could tear superior inner armor. Yet it only made Xiao Bieli's frame tremble slightly. Finally, their fingers slammed together. Thud. 2 streams of true qi clashed fiercely. Not good. Guan Tianwu's right hand trembled as an immense force surged through, nearly overwhelming his arm. In a duel between experts, victory or defeat hangs by a thread. The moment Guan Tianwu faltered, a crimson blade light flashed. Draw sword technique. The strike blazed like a star, swift beyond measure. You dare. A low shout rang out. An ancient sword thrust from an impossible angle. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew. For the first time, the draw sword technique failed to land. Guan Tianwu spat blood, staggering back, his back drenched in sweat. In that instant, he had thought death imminent. Fortunately, Shuizhou intervened, deflecting the blade. Yet the fierce sword qi still wounded him, damaging his internal organs. Recovery would take at least a month or 2. Your blade technique has reached such a level. Have you comprehended the blade's intent? No wonder you dare to come here. Shuizhou, holding his sword, looked at Xiao Bieli and said calmly, with such talent, if senior brother Zhuo didn't dislike you, I would hate to kill you. You talk too much. Xiao Bieli snapped coldly. Swish. Like lightning, he struck out with his blade again, a dazzling light manifesting instantly, splitting into 7 streaks in the air, slashing toward Shuizhou. 7 killing blade. Shuizhou shook his head. Though the 7 killing blade is a master-level technique, the last 2 moves cannot be used. In your eyes, it might be a supreme art, but to me, it's nothing more. He gently tapped his fingertip on the sword's body. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a sword's hum erupted within the cavern. At that moment, Shuizhou also drew his sword. In the instant this thrust was executed, everyone in the cavern felt their skin crawl, an all-pervading killing intent. Though the strike was not aimed at them, they still felt their scalps tingle. Was this the strength of the 62nd on the dragon and tiger list? Facing such terrifying killing intent, Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged. Swish, swish, swish. He struck out 3 consecutive slashes, shattering the aura formed by the killing intent. The 2 figures shot forward almost simultaneously. Clang, clang, clang. In a flash, their silhouettes collided, blade and sword clashed, sparks flying. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged 100 moves. Both fought with blinding speed, their strikes reaching an extreme. The cavern was filled with the shadows of blade and sword. Such swift blades. Xiao Bieli hasn't fallen behind. Damn it, he's only 17 and already this formidable. What will he become in the future? The few fifth-rank experts in the cavern shifted expressions constantly. Had they been in Xiao Bieli or Shuizhou's place, they feared they wouldn't last even 10 moves before perishing beneath those flashing blades and swords. Ning Wanking's eyes sparkled with admiration, her hand gripping a thunderclap pearl ready to act at any moment. She had come to Manzhou this time merely to cause trouble for the Zhongyuan sword sect, and because Xiao Bieli and Zhuo Qingyun were enemies, she agreed to meet him. Now it seemed that within a few years a decisive battle between Zhuo Qingyun and Xiao Bieli was inevitable. In her view, Xiao Bieli had the greater chance of victory. In the arena, the moment blade and sword collided, Xiao Bieli suddenly struck out, with a palm unleashing a terrifying surge of palm force. Shuizhou's expression remained steady as he too struck out with a palm. Boom. As their palms met, a fearsome airburst echoed through the cavern. Uft, uft. Disciples of the Three Rivers Alliance and 12 linked strongholds who stood too close and lacked cultivation were shaken by the sound, spitting blood as terror filled their eyes, stumbling backward. Both Xiao Bieli and Shuizhou's figures trembled, retreating. Moi. Shuizhou's eyes showed surprise, his left hand trembling slightly. In that palm strike, he had held nothing back. He could clearly sense that Xiao Bieli's inner chi, though pure, was inferior in cultivation realm. Yet Xiao Bieli seemed to have cultivated several external martial arts to profound depths, granting him terrifying physical strength. Even without his blade technique, Xiao Bieli's external skills alone made him a formidable expert among the 5th rank. I can't play with you any longer. Shuizhou shook his head. Boom. His aura shifted, and he thrust his sword straight forward, his body moving with the blade. In an instant, Shuizhou's sword in hand appeared before Xiao Bieli. This strike was more than twice as fast as any exchange before. A hint of gravity surfaced on Xiao Bieli's face. Swish. The draw blade art. A flash of blade light. But surprise flickered in Xiao Bieli's eyes, for the sword's speed surged again as it neared him. Boom. He had no time for other actions. His Yi Jin inner chi burst forth, forming a golden bell shield around him. Dong. A dull thud rang out. The hastily formed golden bell shield was pierced by the sword, which then grazed Xiao Bieli's chest, carving a long gash through the golden silk soft armor he wore beneath. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic sounds echoed. Where Shuizhou's sword passed, it left a long white mark on Xiao Bieli's dark leathery membrane, which quickly turned into a bloody wound. Feeling a chill, Xiao Bieli retreated swiftly, striking out with another slash. Swish. Shuizhou blocked horizontally with his sword, using the recoil to leap back, unable to hide the astonishment in his eyes. This sword was his master's weapon from youth. The famed blade Autumn Rain, a renowned weapon combined with his full chi, had only left a white mark on Xiao Bieli. It's the Kongling Yifeng sword art, a master-level technique of the Zhongyuan sword sect. Be careful. Seeing that Xiao Bieli was only grazed with a bloodline, Ning Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief and called out a warning. Damn it! Damn it! Xiao Bieli roared, stomping the ground fiercely as he charged toward Shuizhou. The 5 Tigers' gate-breaking blade. Dominating the mountains, his long blade swept across, sending out terrifying blade energy that made even Shuizhou's expression shift. SSSHH. The sword screamed, its light blazing. Rumble. Sword and blade energies collided, unleashing a torrent of force that carved countless gashes into the cavern walls, sending stones flying in all directions. Uft, uft, uft. Several unlucky weaker individuals were pierced by the flying shards, blood spurting from their mouths. The more unfortunate were struck in vital spots, dying instantly. Experience 500. Experience 500. 5 or 6 kill notifications flashed before Xiao Bieli's eyes. The dead were low-ranking disciples from the 12 linked strongholds and 3 Rivers Alliance, as well as the captured martial artists. But Xiao Bieli ignored these notifications, focused entirely on Shuizhou. SSSHH, SSSHH, SSSHH. Shuizhou's sword also followed a path of speed. Even with the max draw blade art, Xiao Bieli only matched Shuizhou in striking speed. He abandoned speed altogether, each slash heavy and forceful, maximizing his strength advantage. Clang, clang, clang. Shuizhou's expression darkened. Fighting to this point had already brought him shame. If he couldn't subdue Xiao Bieli today, he would likely face punishment from his sect upon return. He tilted his sword, the light flickering between reality and illusion, dazzling and confusing. Occasionally a thrust would land on Xiao Bieli, tearing away strips of clothing. The golden silk soft armor Xiao Bieli wore beneath was also torn to shreds under Shuizhou's sword. Everyone in the cavern watched in stunned amazement. The few fifth-rank experts had to occasionally intervene to deflect stones sent flying by the duo's sword and blade energies. Should we step in? Wei Yong whispered to Guan Tianwu. They had thought Shui Zhou would easily capture Xiao Bieli, but now though Shui Zhou held the upper hand, subduing him seemed difficult. Before Guan Tianwu could respond, Ning Wanqing brandished 2 thunderclap pearls and said, "Try it. If you do, we'll collapse the passage. See if you can dig your way out." Shui Zhou also turned and roared, "Do not intervene." Having failed to subdue Xiao Bieli for so long was already humiliating enough. If he needed Guan Tianwu and the others to finish him off, it would be a slap to his own face. As a prodigy ranked 62nd on the Dragon and Tiger list, he had his own pride. Swish! The long sword thrust straight forward, the man moving with the blade. It was the same strike as before. In an instant, Shui Zhou was before Xiao Bieli, the sword aimed at his heart. Before the sword tip arrived, Xiao Bieli sensed a sharp sword aura. Well struck. Xiao Bieli narrowed his eyes, ignoring the approaching blade. The moment the sword thrust forward, boom. Xiao Bieli's aura erupted violently, his external martial arts pushed to the limit as protective chi manifested. Clang. Simultaneously, the red sleeve saber was drawn. The drawing saber technique. This was Xiao Bieli's ultimate strike, concentrating all his essence, energy, and spirit. A move of total offense and mutual destruction. Shui Zhou frowned. Xiao Bieli's external cultivation was too profound. Even though he had left a sword wound on his chest earlier, striking the same spot would likely only severely injure him. He, however, could not withstand that saber. But human strength has its limits. Even for a genius like Xiao Bieli, unleashing such a concentrated strike a second time was nearly impossible. As the saber descended, Shui Zhou retreated hastily. Yet in that moment of retreat, Xiao Bieli's blade moved faster, carrying a resplendent saber aura as it cleaved toward him. Shui Zhou's gaze sharpened. Had Xiao Bieli learned something from his swordsmanship? Though unrefined, it caught him off guard, forcing him into a full-power clash. Swish! Swish! Yet Shui Zhou was unafraid. Even in a full-power exchange, he might not lose. He raised his sword, swish. A terrifying sword chi left an inch-deep gouge in the stone floor of the cavern as it met Xiao Bieli's descending saber. Rumble. Saber chi and sword chi collided, energy surging. Dust and smoke filled the cavern. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sharp fragments of stone shot in all directions. The golden bell shield around Xiao Bieli shattered instantly, his upper garments torn asunder, including the golden silk armor, revealing his bulging, vein-covered torso. A red mark appeared on his chest, blood seeping out. Uffed. Xiao Bieli staggered back several steps, spitting a mouthful of blood. Though the bronze body art and the 13 Guardians' external training could resist internal chi attacks, the accumulated damage was too great. The defense was breached. That sword strike had injured his internal organs, requiring at least 3 to 5 days of recovery. But Shui Zhou fared no better. He retreated nearly 10 paces before steadying himself. A saber wound stretched from his chest to his waist, blood staining half his body. He leaned on his sword, swaying unsteadily. That strike had nearly cost him his life. Come, take another blow from your father. Xiao Bieli, barely steady, stomped the ground, a surge of power rising from his feet as he shot toward Shui Zhou like a cannonball. How dare you? Attack together. Kill. At this, Wei Yong and Guan Tianwu, ignoring Shui Zhou's wishes, knew that if he died, they would all suffer. As the three charged, Xiao Bieli twisted midair, landing on the ground. In his right hand appeared a flat box-like bronze object. The rain of pear blossom needles. Though Shui Zhou was severely wounded, and Xiao Bieli could kill him within 3 moves, the combined assault of Guan Tianwu and the others would worsen his injuries. After escaping, he might face other dangers. A further harm was not worth it. Without hesitation, Xiao Bieli triggered the mechanism of the rain of pear blossom needles. A faint hum resonated in the air. Shui Zhou and the others sensed the danger instantly, but it was too late. Countless silver needles, fine as ox hair, shot forth like a torrential downpour. They gleamed coldly in the dim light, as the group urgently summoned their true chi to block the sudden assault. But they were too close, and the needles were too fast and too numerous. A myriad of needles covering the sky. Clang, clatter. They struck out, but the commotion soon ceased. The needles pierced through their protective chi and bodies with irresistible force. Their eyes filled with unwillingness as they tried to circulate their chi, only to find their strength ebbing away. In the cavern, experts from the 12 connected forts, White Cloud Manor, and the Three Rivers Alliance were struck with terror. For before them, Wei Yong and the others were covered in countless dense blood spots front and back. Thump! Thump! Their eyes still showing defiance, they collapsed limply. Experience 4,000. Experience 4,000. Abi Dao 3 Saber Strikes Grandmaster's Ultimate Art 1. Silence fell over the cavern. A stench of urine spread. The instant death of 4 fifth-rank experts caused some to lose control of their bladders. Even Ning Wanking's lips parted slightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. This hidden weapon was made for killing. She knew of many weapons using fine needles, but none exceeded a few hundred. In speed and quantity, they paled in comparison to Xiao Bilis. She even suspected that such a weapon could injure a 4th-rank grandmaster if caught off guard. Worth a fortune. Only when the experience notification appeared before Xiao Bieli did he confirm the 4th-5th-rank experts were dead. He had doubted the reign of Pear Blossom Needle's power before, but now he realized his own narrow vision. Even he at his current level might not withstand such a close-range assault from the needles despite his formidable external martial arts. Now he even felt it was somewhat wasteful, but at least he had obtained the Abi Dao 3 saber strikes. However, this saber art, like the 7-kill saber given by Ning Wanqing, was steeped in demonic nature. The deeper one cultivated, the harder it was to control. That was why Xiao Bieli had never practiced the 7-kill saber. Still, it's better than nothing. Xiao Bieli shook his head. His only Grandmaster-level art was the Yi Jin Sutra. Though the Abi Dao 3 saber strikes was sinister, the Yi Jin Sutra, a Buddhist Grandmaster internal technique, might suppress its demonic influence. Moreover, if he first reached the 4th-rank Grandmaster realm and then slowly improved the Abi Dao 3 saber strikes, it would be manageable. He refused to believe a mere martial art could surpass him who possessed the system. Xiao Bieli looked up at the remaining 14 or 15 people in the cavern. With a thump, one knelt, kowtowing incessantly. "Young hero Xiao, please spare me. I have elders to support and children to raise." Swish! A blade flashed, and 7 heads flew into the air. Experience 500. Experience 1000. Xiao Bieli's face was cold as he pointed at the corpses of the martial artists on the ground. When you were slaughtering them, you showed no mercy either. In your next life, be a good person. Within the cavern, corpses lay strewn across the ground. Only Xiao Bieli and Ning Wanqing remained alive. Xiao Bieli turned to Ning Wanqing and said, "Aren't you going to check if the wooden box contains what you seek?" Ning Wanqing, as if awakening from a dream, stared at Xiao Bieli for a long moment before speaking. "Shui Zhou is not like Lu Jun. Now that you have killed him, the Tsang Yuan sword sect will not let this rest easily. Return with me to Yongzhou. Only then will the experts of the Tsang Yuan sword sect have no chance to strike at you." Xiao Bieli asked in surprise, "Didn't you say the Ning family was unwilling to antagonize the Tsang Yuan sword sect?" Earlier, both Ning Wanqing and Shui Zhou had stated that the Ning family was reluctant to make enemies of the Tsang Yuan sword sect. Otherwise, even though Ning Wanqing's elder brother, a prodigy on the Dragon and Tiger list, had one hand crippled by Zhui Qingyun, the Ning family had not intervened. Would they truly go head-to-head with the Tsang Yuan sword sect for an outsider like him? Ning Wanqing shook her head and said, "It's to Yongzhou, not the Ning family. My elder brother is a disciple of Lord Linghu Million, the head of the Jinwu Hall in Yongzhou. The Jinwu Hall members here cooperate with me only because I carry Lord Ling's token. Without the Ning family's backing, I couldn't command the Jinwu Hall in Dongjiang County. Although Lord Linghu, bound by Jinwu Hall's rules, cannot directly attack the Tsang Yuan sword sect, he has been targeting them for years. As long as you go to Yongzhou, Lord Linghu can surely protect you. Moreover, with your talent, joining the Jinwu Hall would be an excellent choice. Once you become a member, you are under the court's protection, and the Tsang Yuan sword sect wouldn't dare use underhanded tactics against you. This way you can cultivate in peace, and within 5 years you will surely cut down Zhui Qingyun." Xiao Bieli shook his head and said calmly, "Joining the court comes with too many constraints. What I yearn for is a life of swift vengeance and gallant roaming through the martial world. Where there are people, there is the Jianghu. Where there is the Jianghu, there are grudges. The Jinwu Hall is not necessarily simple. I trust my blade more than the court." His innate talent was merely average. Although his aptitude had improved by cultivating the Yi Jin Jing, he still fell far short of the supreme prodigies in the Jianghu. If he truly went to the Jinwu Hall in Yongzhou and was sheltered, how could his cultivation progress compare to directly allocating experience points? Furthermore, if Lord Linghu Million were as formidable as Ning Wanqing claimed, her elder brother would not have met such a fate. Ning Wanqing's heart trembled as she gazed at Xiao Bieli's retreating figure with a complex look. Indeed, they had all believed that even if her elder brother lost to Zhui Qingyun, Zhua would show restraint out of fear of Lord Linghu and the Ning family. But the truth proved them wrong. At that moment, Xiao Bieli lightly leaped onto the stone platform at the center of the cavern. The wooden box at the platform's center, made of an unknown material, had shifted from its original position during the intense battle. Several dents marred its surface, but it remained unbroken. Xiao Bieli raised his hand and pulled the rainbow sword from the stone platform. Clang! A cold gleam flashed. The blade was 3 feet and 7 inches long, with a streak of red at its center. Using the sword as a blade, Xiao Bieli struck lightly. Whoosh! A sharp sword chi shot towards the edge of the cavern, leaving a long scar on the stone wall. "Excellent sword." Sheathing the blade, Xiao Bieli tossed it lightly, and the long sword landed in Ning Wanqing's hand. Although the rainbow sword surpassed the red sleeve saber in quality, he still preferred the saber over the sword. Moreover, all his martial skills were centered on the saber. Abandoning it for the sword would be a pure waste of experience points. Ning Wanqing caught the rainbow sword steadily about to speak, but Xiao Bieli had already opened the wooden box. Inside lay a paper martial arts manual specially treated to resist decay. After years on the stone platform, it showed no signs of insect damage with only slight yellowing. Rainbow Sword Art. This name. Could it have been coined by the rainbow swordsman Luo Su himself? Shaking his head, he opened the manual. The first few pages detailed the sword techniques, while the later sections contained Luo Su's personal insights into the Tao of the sword along with numerous annotations on the techniques. Moi. Flipping to the back, Xiao Bieli exclaimed softly, Realms of the Sword Tao. According to Luo Su, when one masters a superior sword technique to perfection, wielding it with effortless grace and adaptability, one reaches the first realm, subtlety in moves. Beyond subtlety in moves lies the stage where one develops personal insights into the sword, honing them until sword intent is born. Comprehending sword intent marks true entry into the Tao of the sword. Even many 5th rank or grandmasters, though their power is sufficient, lack this intent. Against those utterly devoted to the sword, they are at a disadvantage. The same applies to the saber as to the sword. Ning Wanqing glanced at Xiao Bieli in surprise and asked, You didn't know this? For those who study the sword, once they comprehend sword intent, their swordsmanship is elevated. Those who make it onto the dragon and tiger list have all comprehended intent. And some sword masters on the grandmaster list are no longer confined to the sword. All things in the world can become their sword. Xiao Bieli nodded. That must be the realm where no sword surpasses the sword. He wondered if acquiring the Duga 9 swords and maxing it out would allow him to reach such a state. Xiao Bieli placed the manual back into the wooden box and tossed it to Ning Wanqing, saying, I don't use the sword, so it's useless to me. Take it all back. Now he needed to max out the Yi Jin Jing first, and the Abi Path 3 sabers was also an endless sinkhole. Calculating this, he was severely short on experience points. Where would he find spare experience to invest in sword techniques? Ning Wanqing said earnestly, I owe you a favor. When I return, I'll try to steal the Breaking Wind and Moon-Chasing Saber manual from the Ning family's library for you. Are you sure you won't come to Yongzhou? If not, you should leave Manzhou soon. Otherwise, when the Tsangyuan sword sect arrives, it will be very dangerous. You killed Shuezhou, the next to come might be Zhuo Qingyun, or even a 4th rank expert from the Tsangyuan sword sect. Xiao Bieli nodded and began looting the bodies. Unfortunately, aside from Shuezhou's prized sword, the Autumn Rain, sort of renowned weapon, there were only some banknotes. But Xiao Bieli was not short on silver. He already had several thousand taels on him. With the banknotes from this haul, his total exceeded 10,000 taels. Even the prestigious Weixin escort agency in Dongjiang County would have to sell off assets to raise such a sum. Truly, murder and arson lead to golden belts. Let's go. Seeing nothing of value left, Xiao Bieli found a clean-fitting garment, draped it over himself, and strode toward the cave entrance. Ning Wanqing followed closely. As they were about to exit the cave, they ran into a group of disciples from the Tsangyu sect, led by Ding Yuan, whom Xiao Bieli had met once before. Ding Yuan was startled to see Xiao Bieli and Ning Wanqing emerge, but quickly recovered and shouted toward the cave, Master, Xiao Bieli is out. After shouting these words, Ding Yuan swiftly retreated. Back in Dongjiang Commandery, he had witnessed the field of corpses with his own eyes. Regardless of why Xiao Bieli had appeared here, Ding Yuan knew he was no match for him. Thus, without any hesitation, he retreated with great speed. Xiao Bieli made no move to stop him, walking instead toward the cave entrance. When he reached it, he found over a dozen disciples of the Tsanyu sect standing outside, led by their sect leader Tsangtsong. Further off, a number of martial artists perched on tree branches and rocky cliffs, watching the scene unfold. Among them was Lu Dali from the Weixin escort agency. He stood behind a man past his 40th year, yet still tall and robust. This was Chuanhai, the chief escort master of the agency. Lu Dali spotted Xiao Bieli as well, letting out a soft sigh with a complex look in his eyes. It was he who had personally invited Xiao Bieli to join the escort mission. Back in Lichuan County, Xiao Bieli had already slain 7-fingered divine eagle son Changhe, and now he had become a renowned master in Manzhou, his fame even eclipsing that of the chief escort master. Even now, Lu Dali felt as if he were trapped in a dream. Everything seemed too surreal. Chunhai furrowed his brow and murmured, judging by young Master Xiao's appearance, it seems he has crossed swords with a formidable opponent inside the cave. Xiao Bieli's clothes were clearly ill-fitting and stained with blood, evidence of a bloody battle he had endured within the cave. The other martial artists gazed at Xiao Bieli with curiosity. Many had witnessed Shui Zhou ranked 62nd on the dragon and tiger list entering the cave with his men first, followed by Xiao Bieli charging in after them. Now Xiao Bieli had emerged, his body bearing traces of blood. What exactly had happened inside the cave? What's going on? Why is Xiao Bieli out? Could it be that even Shui Zhou of the Tsang Yuan sword sect has fallen at his hands? How is that possible? Shui Zhou is ranked 62nd on the dragon and tiger list. No matter how strong Xiao Bieli is, can he really surpass Shui Zhou? And even if he could, Guan Tianwu, the chief of the 12 connected strongholds, entered with Shui Zhou. The surrounding martial artists buzzed with speculation. At the cave entrance, Ning Wanking's voice rang out sharply, "Tsang, do you intend to block my path?" Though Xiao Bieli had displayed astonishing power moments ago, he was also wounded. Tsang was no weakling in martial arts. If Xiao Bieli suffered further injuries, the various factions in Manzhou, upon learning that he had killed Shui Zhou, would surely seek to eliminate him. After all, this was a prime opportunity to curry favor with the Tsang Yuan sword sect. In recent years, the sect had been on the verge of becoming the foremost among the 9 sects and 6 leagues, and even the 4 grandmasters of Manzhou might be tempted to act. For now, avoiding conflict was the wiser course. Tsang let out a soft sigh. "Miss Ning, even your Ning family is unwilling to oppose the Tsang Yuan sword sect. What choice do I have? Today you may leave. I won't stop you. But Xiao Bieli is the one young Master Shui demands. He must stay. If he leaves, I'll have no way to answer to young Master Shui." Ding Yuan stood behind Tsang, a cold sneer on his face. "Exactly. Don't think that just because you have some talent you can act recklessly. In front of young Master Shui, you're nothing." Xiao Bieli shook his head and let out a soft laugh. Ding Yuan frowned. "What are you laughing at? Do you think you can match my master?" The sound of swords being drawn rang out as several Tsang Yu sect disciples bared their blades, glaring at Xiao Bieli with fury. Xiao Bieli stepped forward, shaking his head with a wry smile. "If you're worried about having no way to explain things to Shui Zhou, then there's no need for such concern." A sense of foreboding gripped Tsang, and he knit his brows. "What do you mean?" The onlookers were equally puzzled, unsure of Xiao Bieli's meaning. Why would a dead man need any explanation? Xiao Bieli suddenly took a powerful step forward, the ground trembling beneath him. In the next instant, a flash of crimson blade light appeared, the art of the drawn blade. The moment the blade light emerged, Kang Song's skin prickled with goosebumps, every pore contracting. Instinct screamed that if he tried to withstand this strike, he would die. Without a second thought, he retreated hastily, abandoning the Tsang Yu sect disciples around him. "Master!" Ding Yuan's trembling voice reached Kang Song's ears, but he paid no heed. Suddenly, he felt a chill below his waist. Looking down, he saw that the lower half of his body had vanished without a trace. Blood pooled on the ground. Such a swift blade. With unwillingness burning in his eyes, Kang Song's severed torso crumpled to the earth. Experience 4,000. A collective gasp of shock rippled through the crowd. Kang Song's martial prowess ranked among the top 10, perhaps even the top 5, in the Dongjiang and Linshui commanderies. Only a handful of figures, such as Guan Tianwu of the 12 connected strongholds by Tiansong of the White Cloud Villa and sea-covering flood dragon Zhonglong of the Three Rivers Alliance, surpassed him in skill. Yet now he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Xiao Bieli. And what did Xiao Bieli's earlier words mean? Could it be that Shui Zhou and his men who had entered the cave before had all perished at Xiao Bieli's hands? If so, just what level of martial arts had Xiao Bieli reached? Run! In an instant, Ding Yuan had already bolted over 10 meters away. It wasn't that he wanted to warn his fellow disciples. If the others didn't flee, no one would distract Xiao Bieli, and he himself would have no chance of survival. If everyone ran as long as he was the fastest, there might still be a glimmer of hope. A blade light flashed, splitting into a dozen streaks that shot toward the fleeing Tsang Yu sect disciples. One by one, the Tsang Yu sect disciples were severed at the waist before they could even cry out, collapsing to the ground. Experience 500. Experience 1,000. Sheathing his blade, Xiao Bieli made no unnecessary movements, turning to descend the mountain. Only after Xiao Bieli and Ning Wanqing had vanished down the winding path did the watching martial artists dare to speak. "Just what level has Xiao Bieli's martial arts reached? Did any of you see how he drew his blade?" "See what? All I saw was a flash of light, and then everyone was dead." Let's go. Hurry into the cave and see if everyone inside is really dead." A swarm of martial artists surged into the cave, hoping to scavenge benefits from the corpses if the experts within had indeed perished. Lu Dali and Chun Hai did not enter the cave, but they stopped beside Kang Song's corpse. Lu Dali glanced around and asked in a low voice, "Chief Escort, what level has Brother Xiao?" "Young Master Xiao's martial arts actually reached." Chun Hai gave a bitter smile. "I can't even withstand a single strike from Tsang. Do you think I can discern the depths of young Master Xiao's skill?" Chun Hai gave a bitter smile. "I can't even withstand a single strike from Tsang. Do you think I can discern the depths of young Master Xiao's skill?" This is the concealed fragrance pill. At the foot of Nyoto Ridge, Ning Wanqing handed a brown pill to Xiao Bieli and said, "This pill can mask your scent, rendering tracking methods like the tracking goo ineffective. Keep it might prove useful to you. Now that Shuizhou is dead, you must leave Manzhou as soon as possible, or you'll truly be in danger. Find a place to lie low until the storm passes. With your talent, it should take no more than 10 years before even Sung Yuan's sword sect won't find it easy to move against you. Don't act rashly." Xiao Bieli nodded. "I understand. Do you think this time Sung Yuan's sword sect might send a 4th-rank grandmaster to kill me?" Ning Wanqing pondered for a moment, then said, "A grandmaster is an important figure even within Sung Yuan's sword sect. Without a special opportunity, Shuizhou's ultimate limit would have been a 4th-rank grandmaster. By killing him, there's a high chance Sung Yuan's sword sect will dispatch a grandmaster. But I believe Zhuo Qingyun is a proud man. He might very well come himself. Moreover, with Sung Yuan's sword sect's current momentum, it's not impossible that even those few grandmasters in Manzhou might take action against you." After a moment of hesitation, Ning Wanqing said softly, "They'll be honest with you. Behind Sung Yuan's sword sect is the shadow of a prince. The entire martial world is shrouded in intrigue, with a hidden hand from the imperial court meddling in its affairs. Even the 9 sects and 6 clans cannot escape this. My Ning family is one of the 5 great families of the Jinwu Hall, yet even we dare not offend a prince. That's why my elder brother's matter was swept under the rug." Xiao Bieli nodded. "As long as I hide, even a grandmaster may not find me. Don't worry. Manzhou is too dangerous now. You've obtained what you wanted, but it's best you return quickly." Ning Wanqing said gravely, "Rest assured, once I return to Yongzhou, I'll have someone mediate. Zhuo Qingyun alone does not represent the entire Sung Yuan sword sect." Xiao Bieli merely smiled and said nothing. A true disciple of Sung Yuan's sword sect had died by his hand. This was already a blood feud. How could Ning Wanqing possibly mediate such a thing? And as for his father's death, Zhuo Qingyun bore full responsibility. There was already a deep-seated blood feud between him and Zhuo Qingyun, and he cared little about offending Sung Yuan's sword sect further. "Farewell, then, until we meet again in the martial world." Ning Wanqing sighed, mounted her swift horse, and galloped away, vanishing into the dust. She had originally only wanted to withdraw unscathed, never expecting Xiao Bieli to kill Shuizhou. Now that the matter had escalated, if she could return and persuade Senior Linghu and the clan elders to intervene, perhaps she could still protect Xiao Bieli. Once Ning Wanqing was out of sight, Xiao Bieli also mounted his horse and headed in a different direction. Arriving at a secluded spot, he dismounted. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation, mid-5th rank. Martial arts, Yi Jin Jing 61100 Gale blade, art perfected, 13 grand protector, hardening skill perfected, iron shirt perfected, quick draw blade technique perfected. Bronze body art perfected, golden bell shield perfected, Vajra finger, 13100 blade, intent iron bones, and steel skin light as a swallow. Experience points, 34440, pending reward, 3 blades of Avicii. Gazing at the system panel with nearly 3500 experience points, Xiao Bieli took a deep breath. In his entire life, he had never fought such a wealthy battle. Claim 3 blades of Avicii. 3 blades of Avicii, 5100 boom. Countless cultivation methods for the 3 blades of Avicii flooded into Xiao Bieli's mind, along with some practical experience. In an instant, his 3 blades of Avicii had reached the beginner level. Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and murmured, "At this entry level, there's no adverse effect." Back then, Gue Hai Yidao only lost control of his murderous intent when he had cultivated it to a profound depth. To be safe, I'd better not advance the 3 blades of Avicii for now. Spend 200 experience points to upgrade Yi Jin Jing. As Xiao Bieli's words fell, realm peak 5th rank. Yi Jin Jing, 81,100 boom. A surge of pure and supreme true qi erupted from his dantian, rushing through his meridians toward every limb and bone. In an instant, Xiao Bieli's 7 orifices were unblocked, and he smoothly stepped into the peak 5th rank. The pure Yi Jin true qi flowed through his 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and meridians, forming a cycle. After a long moment, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes, let out a long breath, and sighed. At peak 5th rank, the true qi within forms a small self-sustaining cycle, endlessly regenerating. No wonder without the rainstorm pear blossom needles killing Shuizhou would have been more troublesome. Crack. Xiao Bieli gently twisted his body, and a sound of bones grinding echoed. Xiao Bieli brought his fingers together like a blade and made a light slash. Whoosh. A silvery white blade aura shot forth, cleaving a massive green boulder 20 zhang away cleanly in 2. All injuries are fully healed. If another Shuizhou came, I could cut him down within 10 moves. And I still have over 10,000 experience points. Looking at the system panel, Xiao Bieli said solemnly, spend 140 experience points to upgrade Yi Jin Jing. He wanted to see if that 14 proficiency in Yi Jin Jing could open his third eye and connect to the bridge of heaven and earth, allowing him to step into the fourth-rank Grandmaster realm. Yi Jin Jing, 95,100 boom. That pure supreme, true chi surged forth again, and Xiao Bilis' aura climbed higher and higher. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of Xiao Bilis' blood surging grew louder like a waterfall cascading. His third eye emitted a faint glow. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes and sighed. As expected, it's still lacking. I need to cultivate Yi Jin Jing to perfection to fully open the third eye and enter the fourth-rank realm. But fortunately, the experience gap isn't large. Moreover, now that my third eye is just a hair's breadth away from opening, my internal true chi is 40% stronger than before. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call me a half-step fourth-rank Grandmaster. Before leaving Manzhou, I can still reap a harvest. On the 5th day of the 10th month, a slight chill lingered in the air. Bloodblade Vajra Xiao Bieli at Nyoto Ridge slew Shuizhou, a true disciple of Tsang Yuan's sword sect, and ranked 62nd on the Dragon and Tiger list. Perishing alongside Shuizhou at Xiao Bieli's hands were several 5th-rank masters: Guan Tianwu, the chief of 12 connected forts, Wei Yong, the second master of White Cloud Manor, and Song Song, the sect leader of Tsangyu sect. News spread from Nyoto Ridge, shocking the martial world of Manzhou. Countless experts rushed to the ridge, desperate to uncover the truth of the matter. On the 7th day of the 10th month, at the town martial hall in Linshui Commandery City. Early that morning, the tavern opposite the hall was already filled with patrons steaming buns and cooked dishes set upon the tables. Do you think the news from Nyoto Ridge is real? Nonsense, how could it be false? Last night I saw with my own eyes that the Three Rivers Alliance brought back over a dozen corpses. Haven't you noticed their experts haven't shown their faces these past 2 days? They're terrified of Bloodblade Vajra's vengeance. Impossible. No matter how formidable Xiao Bieli is, would he dare storm the Three Rivers Alliance headquarters? Hey, you underestimate him. Even Shuizhou of the Dragon and Tiger list died at his hands. Forget the Alliance's headquarters. Now perhaps only those elusive Grandmasters in Manzhou can deal with him. Given that young Master Xiao's father's death is tied to the Three Rivers Alliance, do you think their leaders would dare remain at headquarters? Truth be told, young Master Xiao is from our Linshui Commandery. If not for this tragedy, would have a Dragon and Tiger list expert to our name, bringing honor to our local martial circle. What a pity. Hey, I heard Xiao's betrothed joined Tsang Yuan's sword sect and became a true disciple. But she's been entangled with their top true disciple, Four Directions, Sword Zhuo Qinyan. Rumor has it she's pregnant. It can't be hidden any longer. That's why Zhuo targeted Xiao, never expecting Xiao's martial skill to be so formidable. Just then a swift horse galloped from outside the city, heading straight for the town martial hall. At the hall's entrance, a middle-aged man dismounted, landing directly before a weathered wooden posting board, its paint faded from years of exposure. He showed no intention of entering the hall. From his robe, he produced a red sheet of paper and a bottle of paste-like substance. Dipping a brush, he began applying paste to the board. Huh, what's he doing? I've lived in Linshui Commandery City for 30 years, and that board's never had anything posted on it. Boss, what's that board for? The town martial hall's bounty lists are always posted inside, aren't they? The patrons in the tavern buzzed with speculation. A middle-aged man dressed as a shopkeeper, a puzzled look on his face, murmured, I recall my father mentioning that this board was for the Dragon and Tiger list, but it's never been used in all these years of list changes. Someone couldn't contain their curiosity, rising and tossing down breakfast money as they headed toward the hall, muttering, What's the use of guessing? Let's just go see. At these words, over a dozen patrons followed suit. Even the shopkeeper couldn't resist instructing his waiter before heading out himself. By then, not only the tavern's patrons, but also several bounty hunters from the hall had emerged. The middle-aged man had already affixed the red paper to the board. The crowd pressed forward eagerly. The red paper was large, densely covered with text. At its very top, 3 bold characters stood out: Dragon and Tiger list. The Dragon and Tiger list. It's truly the Dragon and Tiger list. Exclamations of surprise burst forth. Their Manzhou had gone too many years without producing a prodigy from the list. Many young martial artists who had never left Linshui Commandery had never even heard of it. They hastily inquired, What is the Dragon and Tiger list? Why haven't I heard of it? An elder explained the Dragon and Tiger list is compiled by the town martial hall, featuring 72 young talents under 35 with the potential of dragons and tigers. Even those ranked 72nd possess the martial prowess to easily slay 5th-rank masters. Young folks, if you can leave your name on this list, you'll make a name for yourselves across the land. Many had already guessed. Scanning the names on the red paper, they read, For Directions, Sword Zhuo Qinyan, ranked 7th. He's the one who stole Xiao Bieli's betrothed, isn't he? Quick, see where Xiao Bieli is ranked. Here. Xiao Bieli, native of Manzhou, master unknown, skilled in blade arts, exceptional in external cultivation, alias Blood Blade Vidra. Ranked 50th on the Dragon and Tiger list. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as someone read aloud. 50th on the list. Didn't the Shui Zhou he killed only rank 62nd? Why is his ranking so high? Rumors about Xiao Bieli had been rampant. Even novices in Manzhis martial world knew his name. Yet they couldn't fathom such a lofty placement. A middle-aged man in a bamboo had a large blade strapped to his back, gazed at Xiao's name on the list, and remarked coolly, 50th. I'd say that ranking is too low. That Shui Zhou was past his prime. How could he compare to Xiao Bieli? Give Xiao 3 more years, and his name will grace the top 5 of the Dragon and Tiger list. With that he turned and strode away down the street. Meanwhile, at the Green Shadow Retreat in Dongjiang Commandery, this was by Tian Kang's secret haven for his paramours, unknown to the entire Dongjiang martial world. But today several figures had gathered within the retreat. Zhong Long, the sea-crossing flood dragon and leader of the Three Rivers Alliance, Jiang Hua the scholar, by Tiansong, master of White Cloud Manor, Lu Fuxing, head of the Lu family, and Chun Wu, an elder of Sangyu sect. Apart from Lu, all were renowned masters across 2 commanderies. Yet now their faces were grim. Lu Fuxing clutched a red list, gritting his teeth, 50th on the Dragon and Tiger list. The town martial hall really thinks highly of that little bastard. The others remained silent. If not for their fear of Xiao Bieli's vengeance, they wouldn't have sought refuge here. Though Shui Zhou had been killed by a hidden weapon, many had witnessed Xiao slaying Songsong with a single blade stroke outside the cave. That strike, they lacked the confidence to withstand it. And who knew if Xiao still possessed more of those deadly concealed weapons? Zhong Long spoke gravely. Just another day or 2 of hiding. I've already contacted Senior Gu, who is on good terms with Song Yuan sword sect. Now that one of their true disciples has fallen in Manzhou, he won't stand idly by. Even we didn't know of this place before. Xiao's martial skill is formidable, but he has no roots in Dongjiang. He'll never find us. Rest assured, everyone. And surely Xiao must fear the arrival of Kanjiayuan's experts. He's likely already fled Manzhou. At that very moment 2 figures had silently appeared atop a large tree outside the Green Shadow Retreat. Han Wuyin cast a complex glance at Xiao Bieli. He had once worried about Xiao, even vowing to avenge him should he fall. Who could have imagined? Xiao had been playing the fool all along, only now revealing his true strength. Even earning a place on the Dragon and Tiger list. Xiao Bieli, oblivious to Han's gaze, asked, "They're inside." Han nodded. This time the Jiangshan Pavilion granted my master a favor, revealing their location. My master wishes to invite you to join our Bloodrobe Hall. No trial needed. You'll be a gold-tier assassin directly. Is your master highly esteemed within the Blood-Robed Pavilion? Xiao Bieli raised his gaze and inquired. The Blood-Robed Pavilion hardly enjoyed a favorable reputation in the martial world. Of course, an assassin organization, the foremost one in the realm, having slain the previous emperor, could scarcely earn any renown. Even the Jiangshan Pavilion, one of the 6 major factions, had to show deference to Master Han Wuyin. His master's standing within the Blood-Robed Pavilion was likely considerable. Han Wuyin nodded. My master is a core assassin of the Blood-Robed Pavilion. Ho! Even Xiao Bieli was taken aback. A core assassin of the Blood-Robed Pavilion. Legend had it that the previous emperor fell at the hands of Shadow, the first core assassin of the Blood-Robed Pavilion. Xiao Bieli had once asked Ning Wanqing for intelligence on the organization, learning that there were only 9 core assassins. That number never changed. These 9 formed the very core of the Blood-Robed Pavilion, and Han Wuyin's master was one of them. Xiao Bieli asked in a low voice, "So was the previous emperor truly killed by your Blood-Robed Pavilion?" Han Wuyin looked at Xiao Bieli as if he were an imbecile. If the Blood-Robed Pavilion were truly that powerful, would the imperial court still dare to target us? According to my master, that incident was likely a scapegoat affair. If the emperor were so easy to kill, would we have given the court a chance for retaliation? It wasn't just that one matter. Many deeds were done under our banner by others. We've borne countless black pots over the years. After speaking, Han Wuyin continued, becoming a gold-ranked assassin of the Blood-Robed Pavilion brings you many benefits. At the very least, you can choose whom to kill. Don't you enjoy punishing evil and upholding justice? While doing so, why not earn some silver on the side? What's wrong with that? Moreover, you can obtain a wealth of information from the Blood-Robed Pavilion. With enough silver, you could even hire someone to kill Zhui Qingyun. How is that different from the town martial hall? Xiao Bieli said flatly. I can take missions there and still earn silver. Han Wuyin sneered. The town martial hall is stingy. How much silver can you get? The Han Long you killed was worth only 80 taels there. If someone hired an assassin from the Blood-Robed Pavilion to kill him, it would cost at least 300 taels. Xiao Bieli asked again, how much silver to kill Zhui Qingyun? Han Wuyin raised one finger. Xiao Bieli, 10,000 taels. Han Wuyin shook his head. 100,000 taels. At that price I might as well kill him myself. Xiao Bieli said, shaking his head. He had slain many and looted plenty of gear, yet he only had about 10 to 20,000 taels on him. Was Zhuo Qingyun, who hadn't even reached the 4th rank Grandmaster realm, really that expensive? Han Wuyin, the price isn't high at all. Zhuo Qingyun already has 1 foot in the 4th rank Grandmaster realm, and killing him would drive the Tsungyuan sword sect into a frenzy. So 100,000 taels is hardly excessive. Xiao Bieli asked curiously, has anyone placed a hit on me in your blood-robed pavilion? Han Wuyin nodded. In recent days our Manzhou branch has received quite a few contracts on your life. White Cloud Manor placed one and the Three Rivers Alliance placed another. Together they amount to 30,000 taels, but my master has suppressed them all. For now no one can take the contract to kill you. I'm only worth 30,000 taels. Xiao Bieli was somewhat displeased. Han Wuyin continued, that 30,000 is what they'd pay after your death. Half goes to the pavilion, so the assassin would only get 15,000 taels. The 100,000 is what the assassin would receive for killing Zhuo Qingyun. Hearing this, Xiao Bieli sighed. In that case, I'll just have to raise my worth in your blood-robed pavilion. With that, Xiao Bieli leaped up, streaking through the air like a meteor toward the depths of the Green Jade Villa. Are there any heads in this manor that could earn a bounty in your blood-robed pavilion? Han Wuyin followed, laughing. If you join the blood-robed pavilion by Tiansong is worth 3,000 taels, Zhonglong 5,000, and Lu Jun 8,000. Doesn't that make you feel more valuable? Who goes there? As the two dashed deeper into the villa, a guard spotted Xiao Bieli and bellowed angrily. The shout, laced with inner energy, echoed through the entire Green Jade Villa. Someone's broken in. Quickly alert the master. Though the villa wasn't heavily manned, several skilled fighters from White Cloud Manor guarded every corner. In an instant, 3 figures emerged from different directions, charging at Xiao Bieli. But before they could reach him, they recognized his face. Their expressions twisted in terror, and they turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Bieli gave a cold smirk. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed the Vajra finger technique. 3 fierce, piercing finger energies shot through the air, streaking toward the trio. Blood sprayed from their bodies. Their faces etched with reluctance, they plummeted from midair. Experience 1,000. Experience 1,000. Experience 1,000. In an instant, 3,000 experience points were his. Meanwhile, Bai Tiansong and his group inside the villa sensed the commotion and rushed out. Upon seeing Xiao Bieli, their faces darkened. Though they had the advantage in numbers, reputation preceded him. Even Shui Zhou had fallen to Xiao Bieli's hand. They had no confidence to face him. Xiao Bieli, do you truly intend to slaughter us all? See, overturning Flood Dragon, Zhonglong roared angrily. You killed my father, and now you speak of slaughter. Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged. Besides, I'm a bit short on experience points. Since you're all gathered here, I'll send you to keep Shui Zhou company. Hearing this, Zhonglong's face darkened as he shouted to the others, attack together. I refuse to believe Xiao Bieli is truly that strong. Shui Zhou died from a hidden weapon, one worth 10,000 gold and nearly impossible to find. I doubt she has another one. With Zhonglong's words, Scholar Jiang Hua and Bai Tiansong struck, simultaneously charging at Xiao Bieli from 3 directions. Zhonglong clapped his hands together, his true energy surging, leaving a trail of afterimages. The images overlapped, stacking 13 times in the blink of an eye. Raging Sea Palm. Surging Waves Fury. This was his Zhong family's ultimate technique, the Raging Sea Palm, capable of stacking palm force up to 15 times. Though he hadn't mastered the technique to its peak, stacking palm force 13 times this time had already broken his previous limit. Zhonglong even felt that with this palm strike he could rival the prodigies of the Dragon and Tiger list. Jiang Hua raised his hand, and dozens of hidden weapons shot from his sleeve. At the same time, a dagger gleamed with a green light appeared in his hand, clearly coated with lethal poison. Bai Tiansong drew his long sword from his waist. A flash of sword light, and in an instant he unleashed 14 strikes. The sword light sealed off every possible escape route, aiming to create trouble for Xiao Bieli. A soft sigh escaped Xiao Bieli's lips. Clang. The sound of the crimson sleeve blade being drawn rang out. Everyone's gaze froze. They hadn't even seen how Xiao Bieli drew his blade, but the brilliance of that single slash was so dazzling they couldn't look away. Blood sprayed from the necks of Zhonglong, Jiang Hua, and Bai Tiansong. A red line appeared, then rapidly widened as blood gushed out. Their eyes filled with unwillingness, they collapsed limply to the ground. Experience 4,000. Experience. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Elder Chen Wu of the Tsunyu sect trembled uncontrollably. Now he finally understood how their sect leader had died. One slash. A slash that came from the abyss. It was the blade of death itself. The moment Zhonglong and the others saw the blade light, their lives were already over. That slash was far too swift. Even if he saw it, he couldn't block it. Silence. A deathly stillness hung over the scene. Even Han Wuyin, who had come with Xiao Bieli, was astounded by that single slash. Though he was only a 6th rank, he had once accompanied a gold-tier assassin from the guild on a mission. His role was merely to handle the stragglers, but that gold-tier assassin was a 4th rank grandmaster. He had witnessed that grandmaster in action from afar, efficient and decisive yet lacking the overwhelming pressure Xiao Bieli exuded. That slash, once seen, it would never be forgotten. With a thud, Chun Wu dropped to his knees, his voice trembling. "Young Master Xiao, I only came here to avoid your retaliation. I never intended to oppose you. Please just let me go like a puff of wind." Lu Fuxing rested one hand on his sword, but he hesitated to draw at his grip, trembling. In his mind, aside from the 4 4th-rank grandmasters of Manzhou, no one else in the region could instill fear in him. Not even Xiao Bieli, who had killed Xue Zhou with a hidden weapon. But now he realized his grave mistake. Even without his hidden weapon, Xue Zhou would have been no match for Xiao Bieli. With another thud, Lu Fuxing also fell to his knees. "Young Master Xiao, whatever you wish to know, I will speak without reservation. Just spare my life. Only at death's door does one truly value the gift of life." Though this man before him was the murderer of his son Lu Jun, was not his only heir. He had 2 sons in the Lu family and 2 more bastards outside. Losing one son was not a grudge that demanded vengeance. Xiao Bieli regarded Lu Fuxing with keen interest and asked, "Where is Zhuo Qingyun?" Lu Fuxing shook his head. "How would I know Zhuo Qingyun's whereabouts? But rumor has it that he's in seclusion, striving to break through to the Grandmaster realm." Xiao Bieli pressed on. "Does the Lin family know that Zhuo Qingyun intends to make a move against me?" Lu Fuxing naturally understood which Lin family Xiao Bieli referred to. After a moment's thought, he said, "Someone in the Lin family must know. Even if they didn't at first, how could they remain oblivious after such a commotion? But Lin Qingyun entered seclusion a year ago and hasn't emerged yet. I can't say for sure whether she knows about this. However, there are rumors that someone saw her a month and a half ago." Xiao Bieli and Lin Qingyun were childhood sweethearts. He wasn't sure if Xiao Bieli still harbored any old feelings for her, so he could only tell the truth. Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged. It was the original owner who had feelings for Lin Qingyun. He had never even met her. If she truly colluded with Zhuo Qingyun, she would be his father's murderer, and when they met, it would just be one more cut of the blade. Lu Fuxing looked at Xiao Bieli and clenched his teeth. "Young Master Xiao, if you promise not to kill me, I will reveal a secret. It concerns the treasure of the former dynasty." "What?" At these words, even Han Wuyin standing behind Xiao Bieli was shocked. He whispered, "Legend says that after the great Qian swept the world, some precious items from the former dynasty's treasury vanished without a trace. Rumor has it they were hidden away and no one has found them to this day." Lu Fuxing nodded eagerly. "I can confirm that the legend is true. As long as young Master Xiao swears to heaven that you won't kill me, I will tell you this secret." Xiao Bieli nodded, raised 2 fingers and said, "I Xiao Bieli swear to all gods and Buddhas that if you speak the secret, I will spare your life." Hearing this, Lu Fuxing breathed a sigh of relief. He gently twisted the hilt of his longsword, which came off easily, and produced a small yellowed map of unknown material. He handed it to Xiao Bieli and said, "I obtained this from a family connected to the former dynasty. It's a quarter of a map to the former dynasty's treasure. Find the other 3 parts, and you'll locate the treasure." Before he could finish his words, clang, a crimson blade flashed. Experience 4,000. Lu Fuxing's head shot into the air, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand why Xiao Bieli would kill him even after he had handed over the map. The moment Xiao Bieli struck, Chun Wu lunged forward, dashing out of the courtyard. Since Xiao Bieli could kill Lu Fuxing, he could certainly kill him too. Swish! A blade light emerged and an overwhelming sense of crisis washed over Chun Wu. Without hesitation, he drew his sword. Clang! Clink! With a sharp crack, Chun Wu's sword snapped in 2 and a wound split from his brow all the way down to his neck. Blood gushed out, and Chun Wu's body tumbled from midair, crashing to the ground. Experience 4,000. Xiao Bieli gazed at Lu Fuxing's head, which had rolled into the distance, and shook his head. "I already told your son. I don't believe in gods or Buddhas. Perhaps he forgot to pass that on in a dream. But your son hasn't been gone long. If you hurry along the Yellow Springs Road, you might catch up and keep him company." With a light leap, Xiao Bieli landed before the corpse and began to search it. Through constant practice, his looting skills had become exceptionally refined. After a thorough search, he had gained over 10,000 taels of silver notes and a small pouch of gold leaves. Xiao Bieli turned to Han Wuyin and asked, "Since everyone knows I killed them, can I claim the bounty?" Han Wuyin nodded. "As long as you don't mind everyone knowing you're an assassin of the Bloodrobe Guild, then yes." Xiao Bieli shook his head. "I have enough silver to last decades. I don't need this paltry sum. If I join the Bloodrobe Guild, what must I do?" Han Wuyin directly tossed a dark gold token and a monkey face mask to Xiao Bieli and said nothing at all. You're different from other gold-tier assassins. You were personally appointed by my master. You just need to know how to find the branch locations of the Bloodrobe Guild. Complete one gold-tier mission each year to maintain your status. If you need intelligence, you can buy it at any branch. Gold-tier assassins get a 50% discount. You're currently entangled in no small trouble. You could also come with me to see my master. Under his protection, even the Tsang Yuan sword sect wouldn't dare bother you. Xiao Bieli shook his head. What kind of trouble is this? Han Wuyin shook his head in response and said no more. Xiao Bieli had achieved so much at such a young age. If Han Wuyin were in his shoes, he would be even more arrogant. If you ever run into serious trouble, you can post a mission at the guild. You could even hire a grandmaster assassin to resolve it for you. Be careful at all times. I'd rather not have to collect your corpse. Parting ways with Han Wuyin, Xiao Bieli did not leave Dongjiang County, but instead headed for White Cloud Manor. Alas, White Cloud Manor held only a few minor figures. All the slightly renowned experts had gone into hiding. Xiao Bieli merely killed 2 7th-rank stewards of White Cloud Manor, reaping little experience. Host Xiao Bieli. Cultivation 5th rank peak. Martial arts Yi Jin Jing 95100 Hurricane Blade Art perfected 13 Guardian Hard Qigong perfected Iron Shirt perfected Iajutsu perfected 3 Blades of Avicii 5100 Great Vajra Finger 13100 Blade in Tint Copper Skin and Iron Bones Light as a Swallow. Experience 25,340. Finally over 20,000 experience points again. Settling into an inn, he locked the door and gazed at the panel before him. A smile spread across Xiao Bieli's face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Spend 5,000 experience points to upgrade the Yi Jin Jing. Let's see if a perfected Yi Jin Jing can elevate me to the 4th rank Grandmaster realm. The Yi Jin Jing had reached perfection in an instant. A stream of supremely pure true qi surged into Xiao Bieli's dantian, then coursed through his limbs and bones. Rumble. Crack. The ancestral aperture between Xiao Bieli's brows was breached, and his spiritual power surged. He had reached the 4th rank Grandmaster realm. Xiao Bieli's aura climbed steadily, and a hazy silhouette appeared within the ancestral aperture. Is this the embryo of the nascent soul? Xiao Bieli understood in his heart. He was no longer a novice in martial arts. Training was a process of continuously elevating oneself to achieve perfection. Once the ancestral aperture was opened, one had to constantly temper it, enhancing spiritual power to break through the barrier of life and death, giving birth to the nascent soul. With the power of the nascent soul and the circulation of true qi within the body, one could then leverage the external world. Rumble. After a long moment, Xiao Bieli's aura gradually stabilized. He opened his eyes and murmured, finally a 4th rank Grandmaster. Once I truly break through the barrier of life and death and give birth to the nascent soul, I can step into the 3rd rank. After opening the ancestral aperture, I've formed an inexplicable connection with the world. When I break through the barrier of life and death, and the nascent soul is born, I can use the grand circulation of internal true qi and the power of the nascent soul to leverage the primal energy of the world. Then every move and technique will be immensely powerful. At that time, a 4-meter-long blade will no longer be a dream. According to the records in the long rainbow sword art, the barrier of life and death is extremely difficult to break. Even many seasoned grandmasters with profound skills have met with accidents while trying to breach it. However, I am different. I only need an internal art surpassing the Yi Jin Jing along with enough experience. It's a pity this Yi Jin Jing is merely the one from Jin Yong's world. If it were the Yi Jin Jing from Hong Kong Manhua, it would never be just a grandmaster level martial art. Upon entering the 4th rank and opening the ancestral aperture to gain spiritual power, his 5 senses already enhanced. When he had previously unblocked, the 7 orifices were now comprehensively strengthened. Not only that, but his striking speed and power also received a massive boost. Looking at the remaining experience points on the system panel, Xiao Bieli took a deep breath and murmured, it's a pity there isn't a more powerful internal art than the Yi Jin Jing, otherwise I could level up again. Now he had no suitable internal art. Xiao Bieli had studied the internal art recorded in the long rainbow sword art, but it was inferior to the Yi Jin Jing. However, now that he had stepped into the Grandmaster realm, he could try to upgrade the 3 Blades of Avicii. In this world, those who could cultivate to the Grandmaster realm were all peerless prodigies, many of whom had once been on the ancient dragon and tiger list. Having achieved Grandmastery years ago, they might have cultivated many Grandmaster-level martial arts to their peak, possessing a profound understanding of the martial way, perhaps even mastering 1 or 2 Grandmaster-level arts completely. A craftsman must first sharpen his tools to do his work. As long as he raised his combat power first, he would eventually obtain a suitable internal art. Moreover, even if he couldn't get one from a drop, he refused to believe he couldn't find a suitable internal art in this world. As long as he had experience, he could directly consume it to upgrade any internal art, whether it was dropped or not. Consume all experience to upgrade the 3 blades of Avicii. 3 blades of Avicii, 25,100 boom. In an instant, countless experiences of training the 3 blades of Avicii flooded Xiao Biela's mind, as if he had painstakingly cultivated it for several years. A terrifying, murderous intent tried to invade Xiao Biela's mind, seeking to drag him into the demonic path. Xiao Biela's gaze shifted, his murderous aura fluctuating. In an instant, he seemed to transform from a man into a demon lord. But in just a brief moment, that murderous intent dissipated into nothingness. Huh. Xiao Biela murmured, the 3 blades of Avicii is indeed a demonic blade technique. Even though I am now a grandmaster, it still affected me slightly. However, as long as I don't cultivate it to its peak, the influence is negligible. But I still lack experience. 3 days later, at the Nineben shoal of the Yuan River, over a dozen corpses floated on the river's surface. Xiao Biela stood on a small boat drifting downstream. An hour later, over a dozen large ships sailed downstream. Corpses. There are brothers from the 12 connected strongholds and the Gu family fort. Damn it, that Xiao Biela has escaped again. Angry shouts rang out from the figures on the large ships. On the lead ship, Chu Bufan, an elder of the 12 connected strongholds, and Han Guang, the sole surviving 5th rank expert of the 3 Rivers Alliance, stood respectfully behind a white-haired old man. This man was Gu Xian, the lord of the Gu family fort and one of the 4 grandmasters of Manzhou. Upon hearing the news of Shuizhou's death, he had rushed over from the Gu family fort without delay. As a grandmaster, he knew more. Over the past year, the 3 princes of the great Qian Empire eligible to contend for the position of crown prince had inexplicably gone mad, frequently interfering in the affairs of the Jianghu. Many disciples of major martial sects had begun to choose sides. Although the Zhangyuan sword sect had not taken a side, its chief true disciple Zhuo Qingyun had already sided with the 6th prince. The implications were obvious. The martial world of Manzhou was weak. Although he was one of its 4 fourth-rank grandmasters, he was nothing before the Zhangyuan sword sect, one of the 9 sects and 6 clans. Moreover, he was old, stuck at the mid-grandmaster stage with no hope of further advancement. His 2 sons, one at the 5th rank peak, the other only at the early 5th rank, could not support the Gu family fort. Therefore, he had to side with the Zhangyuan sword sect. He also had a good relationship with one of its grandmaster elders. With Shuizhou dead, capturing Xiao Biela would allow him to curry favor with that sect's foremost true disciple, Zhuo Qingyun. This might even allow him to connect with the 6th prince. Though he was reluctant to admit it, after 1,000 years, the great Qian Empire's national power had not declined too severely. While inferior to the era of Emperor Qian Taizu, it was still unmatched in the world. Even the most powerful of the 8 demonic sects, the Heavenly Demon sect, dared not openly oppose the imperial court. If he could connect with the 6th prince, perhaps the Gu family fort could advance further and unify the martial world of Manzhou. The 6th prince might even bestow upon the Gu family fort a divine pill, helping it produce another grandmaster, thus ensuring a century of prosperity for the fort. But now, this Xiao Biela was impossibly cunning. He hadn't even seen Xiao Biela's shadow, yet the Gu family fort had already lost over a dozen elites. Keep searching. I refuse to believe that a mere Xiao Biela can overturn the heavens. After speaking, Gu Xian looked at Chu Bufan and said flatly, still no news of Xiao Biela's whereabouts from the Jiangshan Pavilion. Chu Bufan quickly replied, the information about Xiao Biela is very expensive now. We've already paid the Jiangshan Pavilion 5,000 taels of silver, but all we got were some vague, intangible reports. We have no idea of Xiao Biela's exact location. Moreover, the Jiangshan Pavilion said that the information has been provided, and since these are the only messages, the silver is non-refundable. Chu Bufan glanced at Gu Xian's back. In his heart, he already suspected that the Jiangshan Pavilion had some connection with Xiao Biela, but the Jiangshan Pavilion was one of the 6 great clans of the world. It was far beyond his ability to offend. Furthermore, that true disciple of the Salt Gang had an ambiguous attitude and seemed unwilling to help the Zhangyuan sword sect find Xiao Biela. As the current helmsman of the 12 connected strongholds backed by the Salt Gang, his search for Xiao Biela was merely a pretense to secure his position. He hoped the Gu family fort wouldn't see through it. Abi Dao 3 strikes, 39,107 kills, blade 3,100. Xiao Biela, clad in a black martial outfit, stood on a small boat that sped swiftly down the Yuan River, cutting through the water and leaving a long white trail behind. Both Abi Dao 3 strikes and 7 kills blade are indeed demonic saber techniques. In the past few days, through constant battles, he had gained over 10,000 experience points, raising the proficiency of Abi Dao 3 strikes by more than a dozen points. Even 7 kills blade in the midst of relentless combat had unknowingly reached the beginner stage. These days he deliberately slowed his pace, hoping that those who wished to harm him would catch up, sparing him the trouble of seeking them out one by one. However, it seemed someone was helping to conceal his whereabouts. Forces like the Gu family fort could only send minor figures to track him. He had twice turned back to ambush them, but both the Gu family forts and the 12 linked strongholds experts had been lured away. He had only killed one 5th-rank cultivator and a few insignificant minions. This fell far short of his expectations. Just then Xiao Bieli looked up and spotted a large ship moored in a calm stretch of the river about a kilometer downstream. On the ship a flag fluttered with the words Jinwu Hall inscribed upon it. At that moment, standing at the bow, a middle-aged man in brocade robes with a full bushy beard also noticed Xiao Bieli. From a kilometer away, he cupped his hands toward Xiao Bieli and said in a deep voice, "Young hero Xiao, I am Situ Kong, Hall Master of the Manzhou Jinwu Hall. I invite you to come aboard for a conversation." Though a kilometer apart, Situ Kong's voice reached Xiao Bieli's ears, as if whispered beside him, revealing the depth of his inner strength. Xiao Bieli frowned. He had heard of Situ Kong's name, but only in passing. A hall master who neither ranked on the Dragon Tiger list nor was a 4th-rank cultivator was unworthy of his attention. Compared to other prefectures, the Manzhou Jinwu Hall held influence only among the blade catchers. Other major powers merely showed respect out of deference to the imperial court, refraining from opposing the Jinwu Hall. Yet many leaders of major factions held the Jinwu Hall in contempt, partly due to Hall Master Situ Kong himself. As the head of the Manzhou Jinwu Hall, he was not even a 4th-rank grandmaster, only a 5th-rank peak cultivator. Although Manzhou lacked the 9 sects and 6 clans, forces like the Gu family fort and the Qingfeng sword sect had 4th-rank grandmasters in their ranks. It was only natural that they looked down upon the Manzhou Jinwu Hall. Xiao Bieli suddenly channeled his true qi, walking atop the waves. In just a few breaths, he landed on the deck of the large ship. Seeing Xiao Bieli alight on the deck, Situ Kong smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "I have long heard of your fame, young hero Xiao. Today I finally have the pleasure of meeting you." Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged as he said flatly, "Hall Master Situ, you traveled all the way from Chongning Prefecture just to say this to me." A flicker of displeasure passed through Situ Kong's eyes, but he maintained his smile. "I came here, of course, on important business with you, young hero Xiao. Do you realize that killing Shuizhou has brought you great disaster?" Xiao Bieli replied calmly, "He is already dead. If you truly have the ability, Hall Master Situ, then revive him for me." Seeing that Xiao Bieli was not playing by the rules, Situ Kong dropped his smile and said coldly, "Do you know that a 3rd-rank grandmaster from the Zhongyuan sword sect has already arrived in Manzhou with a tracking Gu? He will reach Dongjiang Prefecture within half a day at most. Though you are skilled in martial arts, you are only at the 5th-rank peak. A 3rd-rank grandmaster is coming personally. Do you believe you can withstand a 3rd-rank grandmaster?" Xiao Bieli's frown deepened. "Speak plainly if you have something to say." Believing Xiao Bieli was intimidated, Situ Kong sneered. "Do you know that behind Zhua Qingyun is the 6th prince? Zhua Qingyun's allegiance to the 6th prince proves that the entire Zhongyuan sword sect leans toward him. Not only can you not escape the tracking Gus pursuit, but even if you evade it once, can you hide forever? I am a man of the 3rd prince. Sent by his command, I am here to offer you an opportunity." "What opportunity?" Xiao Bieli asked flatly. Situ Kong reached into his sleeve and produced a small porcelain bottle. "Swallow this 5 poisons heart-eating pill, and you will belong to the 3rd prince. Once you become the 3rd prince's man, the Zhongyuan sword sect naturally won't dare to touch you. I will also give you a concealed scent pill, which will help you evade the tracking Gus search. Don't underestimate this concealed scent pill. It is worth several thousand taels of silver." A few days ago, Gu Xian, the fort master of the Gu family fort, had already arrived in Dongjiang Prefecture. "If I hadn't secretly ordered the Jinwu Hall to spread false information, do you think you could have escaped here? Rest assured, if you obey obediently, the 3rd prince will surely place great trust in you." Before Situ Kong could finish, Xiao Bieli's face darkened. He ground his teeth and said, "So the reason the Gu family fort couldn't find me these past days is because you were secretly interfering?" Situ Kong laughed. "Of course. If not." Before he could finish, a murderous intent emanated from Xiao Bieli. "You were blocking me from farming experience." "What?" Situ Kong did not understand what Xiao Bieli meant. Clang. The red sleeve saber was drawn, and a crimson blade light flashed. Situ Kong's head flew into the air, blood spurting everywhere. The speed of that strike was so swift that the smile on Situ Kong's face had not yet faded before his head was severed. Experience 4,000. Tortoise breath technique 1. Left-right interception technique 1. 2 martial arts dropped at once. Since his transmigration, this was the first time such a thing had happened, catching even Xiao Bieli by surprise. The Jinwu Hall experts on the ship stood frozen, their faces filled with disbelief. They were all Situ Kong's trusted confidants. This time Hall Master Situ had come on the orders of the 3rd prince to recruit Xiao Bieli. Now he was dead, just like that. Although the Jinwu Hall wielded little influence in Manzhou, even the forces with grandmasters dared not openly attack their hall master. How dared Xiao Bieli to kill the Jinwu Hall master in broad daylight? Was he planning to make an enemy of the imperial court? Xiao Bieli, silence. Xiao Bieli abruptly turned his head, a terrifying, killing intent surging forth. Uft, uft, uft. The 5 of Situ Kong's confidants nearest to him, struck by the killing intent, bled from their 7 orifices and fell straight backward. Experience 500. Experience 1000. Experience 2000. Situ Kong blocked me from farming experience, so he'll just have to farm you all as experience. Xing. A blade light materialized instantly, splitting into a dozen streaks that locked onto every person on the ship. Uft, uft, uft. Everyone alive on the ship was simultaneously severed at the waist, losing all signs of life. Experience 1000. Experience 4000. Xiao Bieli searched the corpses of Situ Kong and the other 5th-rank expert who had accompanied him, retrieving an invisibility scent pill from Situ Kong's body. He also secured the heart-devouring pill that Situ Kong had intended to use to control him. Standing aboard the vessel strewn with corpses, Xiao Bieli gazed toward the direction from which he had come and murmured softly, Tsingyuan Sword Sect has dispatched a grandmaster. Yet he has not yet arrived here. This Manzhou region still offers one final harvest. Still, for safety's sake, I shall first elevate the 3 blades of a Vici path, then assess the true strength of this Lord of Gu family fortress. At that thought, Xiao Bieli spoke quietly, extract the tortoise breath art and the dual-handed combat technique. A thunderous surge erupted within him. Instantly, countless techniques and principles for cultivating both the tortoise breath art and the dual-handed combat technique flooded his mind, alongside profound experiential insights accumulated by past cultivators of these arts. Moments later, Xiao Bieli opened his eyes. Whoosh! His right hand drew the crimson sleeve saber, blade song flashing forth, while his left formed a fist, thumb extended outward, fingers weaving a flurry of shadowy gestures, mastering 2 distinct martial expressions simultaneously. Huh! A thick breath of turbid chi exhaled from Xiao Bieli's lips. The dual-handed combat technique enables dual focus, but my proficiency remains too low. Against experts below Grandmaster rank, a single strike suffices. Against a Grandmaster, however, this level of mastery is futile. Nor do I currently possess surplus experience points to elevate it further. Yet the tortoise breath art, when perfected, can induce a state indistinguishable from death, concealing one's vital aura so completely that even Grandmasters would fail to perceive it. Still, there is no urgency. I shall first elevate the 3 blades of a Vici path before turning to other matters. Experience points 16740. Consume all experience to advance the 3 blades of a Vici path. 3 blades of a Vici path, 55,100. Boom. An avalanche of experiential insight into the 3 blades of a Vici path surged into Xiao Bieli's consciousness. His aura grew increasingly demonic, yet at that very moment his Yi Jin true chi spontaneously activated, rumbling like distant thunder. The chi roared through his meridians, his sinews and bones resonating in unison. A serene golden Buddhist aura blossomed upon him, suppressing the rising demonic essence so thoroughly that any master of the Buddhist sect present would have mistaken Xiao Bieli for a venerable Dharma adept. Xiao Bieli opened his eyes, clarity restored, and sighed softly. Though the 3 blades of a Vici path wield immense destructive power, my current comprehension of swordsmanship is such that even without expending experience points, my proficiency would rise significantly within a month. Cultivating inner energy, however, is a slow, meticulous process, far better suited to direct enhancement via experience than blade techniques. Should I acquire a supreme hardening art or profound inner cultivation method, those would be far more worthy investments. Half an hour later, the fleets of the 12 linked dwarves and the Sanjiang alliance arrived. Chu Bufan and Han Guang, spotting the motionless vessel in the distance, still bearing the banner of the Jinwu Hall, exchanged a glance and leapt toward the great ship in unison. Before either had landed on deck, astonishment flashed across both their faces. For the ship was littered with corpses, each slain by a single clean cut across the waist. Their faces bore expressions of bitter disbelief. Blood had soaked the deck deep crimson, now darkened and congealed, evidence that the killer had long since departed. The 2 landed cautiously and began inspecting the carnage. What happened? Gu Xian, the lord of Gu family fortress, materialized silently aboard the ship, his brow furrowing as he surveyed the sea of bodies. Chu Bufan approached Gu Xian holding Situ Kong's severed head, whispering, "It was the Jinwu Hall's doing." Situ Kong. Gu Xian's frown deepened. Chu Bufan nodded. Indeed, it is Situ Kong. Aside from him, every corpse aboard this vessel fell to a single stroke. Xiao Bieli's martial prowess must have advanced once more. Gu Xian shook his head. Not merely advanced, transcended entirely far beyond what he once was. Not in realm or rank, but in his understanding of the blade itself. To slay so many with one stroke, including a 5th rank expert, means Xiao Bili now ranks among the top 15 on the Dragon Tiger list. Whoosh. Gu Xian's voice carried clearly, reaching every ear present. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Top 15 on the Dragon Tiger list. Surely this was an exaggeration. Throughout history, those who ranked within the Dragon Tiger list's top 15, provided they avoided untimely demise, inevitably attained Grandmaster peak, becoming sovereign masters across an entire province. Many even ascended to the rank of Grand Sovereign. Had Xiao Bili been nearing 30, such praise from Master Gu would have raised no eyebrows. But he was only 17 with over 2 months remaining until his 18th birthday. A 17-year-old ranked 15th on the Dragon Tiger list, if he survived, would soon ascend to the top 10, then the top 5, perhaps even the top 3. His name would echo through eternity. Han Guang spoke gravely. Yet he slew Jinwu Hall personnel, including the provincial chief who governed the entire province's Jinwu Hall. This matter will not end quietly for the Jinwu Hall. Gu Xian scoffed. The Jinwu Hall of today is no longer the institution it once was. It no longer commands dominion over the martial world. Moreover, factional strife rages unchecked within its ranks. Beyond Situ Kong's patron, few will mourn his passing. Even his patron may hesitate to wage mortal war against Xiao Bili over a single subordinate. In this world, ultimately, only strength speaks truth. I suspect the Jinwu Hall will merely place Xiao Bili on their bounty list. Yet how many will dare accept such a commission? Given Xiao Bili's fearsome reputation, even seasoned 5th-rank blade wielders would choose to divert their path rather than confront him. Han Guang's expression darkened as he asked, "Then what shall we do? Shall we simply let this pass?" Though himself a 5th-rank expert, he alone could not uphold the Sanjiang alliance. Lately, Xiao Bili had nearly eradicated the elite martial artists across the 2 prefectures of Manzhou. Numerous external masters and factions from neighboring prefectures had already infiltrated the region, seeking to carve out their own share of influence. Had Gu family fortress not intervened, the Sanjiang alliance would have been utterly devoured. All this stemmed directly from Xiao Bili's actions. Gu Xian stood with hands clasped behind his back, speaking calmly. "We shall strike while he is still young, crush him utterly." Though blessed with peerless talent, he remains but a 5th-rank expert. Chu Bufan hesitated, "But we do not know where Xiao Bili has gone." Gu Xian smiled faintly, his blade intent. "A razor-sharp sword will awaits us just ahead, undoubtedly Xiao Bili's. Youthful arrogance blinds him. He believes his nascent strength renders me, an old man, irrelevant. He fails to grasp the chasm between 4th and 5th rank. This time he shall die without question. Let's go." Gu Xian leaped back onto the ship and waved his hand. The 4 vessels rode the wind and waves, charging downstream. Before they had gone far, they spotted a strikingly handsome young man in black martial attire, standing atop a riverside boulder. "Xiao Bili, you've got some nerve. With Grandmaster Gu right here, you dare not flee." Swoosh. Han Guang, gazing at Xiao Bili on the shore, thrust out a finger. A sharp finger force shot through the air towards Xiao Bili. Given Xiao Bili's current martial prowess, he would have turned and fled were it not for the presence of a Grandmaster. But with Grandmaster Gu nearby, he had to put on a display. Chu Bufan, however, instinctively stepped back a few paces as Han Guang struck directly. With the backing of the Salt Gang, he saw no need to curry favor with Gu Xian like Han Guang did. Xiao Bili flicked his sleeve, shattering the finger force with ease. A smile played on his lips as he swept his gaze across the ship. "Has the 3rd-rank Grandmaster of Tsang sword sect not arrived yet? Aren't you afraid of dying by my hand, trying to use me to curry favor with the Tsang sword sect? Presumptuous." Han Guang roared. "With Grandmaster Gu present, do you think you can escape today, eh?" Gu Xian shook his head, looking at Xiao Bili. "To have reached this level at such a young age, you indeed have reason to be proud. But young hero Xiao, do you know that many rise to fame overnight in the martial world, yet few meet a good end? It's because they wallow in their inflated reputations and overestimate their own strength." "Huh." Xiao Bili laughed heartily. "That's for others. I'm different. My strength far surpasses my fame. I waited here just to see what kind of goods the martial world's grandmasters truly are. As it happens, I've recently gained new insights into the blade. I'd like to ask Fort Master Gu for his critique." As his words fell, shing. A single slash erupted, sending a blade aura dozens of feet long hurtling toward the ship where Gu Xian stood. Xiao Bili himself shot forward like an arrow loosed from a string, chasing after the blade light. "You seek death." Gu Xian bellowed, his right hand forming a palm and striking out fiercely. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from his hand. Boom. The blade aura clashed with the palm energy. Several large holes appeared in the sturdy ship, sending wood chips flying. Uft, uft. Experience 500. Experience 1000. Two unfortunate souls were pierced by flying splinters and fell dead on the spot. Come dot. Just as Xiao Bieli was about to land on the ship, Guxian roared. A fierce suction force suddenly emanated from his outstretched right hand, enveloping Xiao Bieli in an invisible energy that drew him irresistibly toward Guxian. Bring it on. Xiao Bieli made no resistance, allowing himself to fly toward Guxian. When they were less than 3 zhang apart, boom. The suction from Guxian's palm vanished, abruptly replaced by a devastating palm force. Xiao Bieli's expression remained unchanged. His left hand formed a fist, thumb extended, and he thrust out a finger, the great Vajra finger. Bang! Shock flickered in Guxian's eyes as a tremendous force struck him, forcing him back a step that crushed a hole in the deck beneath him. But Xiao Bieli did not retreat. Instead, he lunged forward at Guxian. Whoosh! The instant he closed in, he slashed with his blade. The draw-cut technique. A silvery blade light infused with blade intent shot straight for Guxian's face. Guxian channeled his inner chi to its peak. Spiritual power surged from the ancestral aperture between his brows, assaulting Xiao Bieli. His palms turned purple as he struck out with a single palm. The Gu family fort's ultimate art, the purple nether palm. The purple nether palm was a fierce, venomous palm technique. Its palm force carried poison, and Guxian had mastered it to perfection. He was confident he could even snap a renowned blade with a single strike. With the spiritual power from his ancestral aperture bolstering him, if he could slow Xiao Bieli's movements for even an instant, he could slay him with one palm. Violent palm force surged forth, sending countless planks from the ship hurtling toward Xiao Bieli. But they shattered the moment they neared the blade light. Rumble! The purple nether palm's force collided with the blade light. Terrifying energy radiated in all directions. The ship beneath them could no longer hold together, splitting apart. Countless members of the Three Rivers Alliance 12 linked strongholds and Gu family fort, who had been hiding in corners, plunged into the water. Run! Get to the other ships! Xiao Bieli and Guxian remained unaffected, their strikes growing faster and faster. A flurry of rapid blows, so fast that onlookers could only see blurs of their movements. Han Guang, who had escaped to another ship, stared in disbelief. How can Xiao Bieli fight Fort Master Gu to a standstill? Fort Master Gu was a 4th rank grandmaster, while Xiao Bieli was merely at the peak of the 5th rank. This duel should not have been possible. Chu Bufan's expression turned grave. Most of the top 10 on the Dragon and Tiger list have records of fighting 4th rank grandmasters. The top 3 prodigies on the list can hold their own against ordinary grandmasters, and even suppress them. 37 years ago, the 2nd-ranked hero on the list, Yi Wuhuan, single-handedly killed a notorious grandmaster. Could it be that Xiao Bieli has the strength to rival the top 3 on the Dragon and Tiger list? Hiss! Everyone on the ship drew in a sharp breath. Rival the top 3 on the Dragon and Tiger list. Xiao Bieli was only 17. If he already qualified for the top 3, he was destined to shake the world in the future. Han Guang stared intently at the two combatants, unwilling to accept it. Impossible. How could someone from a minor family like Xiao Bieli possess such strength? He must be using a technique that burns potential. After this battle. Just then, bang. Fist met palm. Xiao Bieli used the rebound force to retreat, shaking his head. Now I have a measure of the grandmasters in Manzhou. I recently acquired a blade technique. I'd like to ask Fort Master Gu for his critique. Xiao Bieli's demeanor transformed, from a young hero into a peerless demon lord. He strode forward with a dragon's gait, crossing several zhang in an instant. Shing! The red-sleeve blade left its sheath. A flash of blade light. And for the first time, Xiao Bieli unleashed the 3 blades of Avicii. First form of the 3 blades of Avicii, 10,000 souls devour the heart. Blade light surged like a tide. Guxian felt as if countless vengeful spirits coiled around him, a nameless dread rising in his heart. Spiritual power. A grandmaster. Guxian's mind was thrown into chaos. A grandmaster so young. Rumble. He struck out several palms in succession, but compared to before, his technique was clearly faltering. And at that moment, whoosh. The 3rd blade of Avicii uninterrupted. A crimson blade light, tinged with blackness like a bolt of lightning, shattered Guxian's defense. Uft. Guxian's eyes bulged. He spat out a mouthful of blood, tried to speak, but could not utter a word. He plummeted straight down from midair into the river. Experience 8,000. Flee. The moment Guxian fell, Chu Bufan shouted, channeling his true chi as he skimmed across the river, leaving a trail of white foam in his desperate escape. The others on the remaining ships jolted from their stupor, scattered in all directions. Those skilled in lightness techniques dashed across the river's surface, while most plunged into the water, seeking a sliver of hope. Xiao Bieli shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Shua, shua, shua. Blade light flared, splitting into dozens of arcs that rained down on the fleeing crowd. Uft, uft, uft. In an instant over a dozen were caught by the blade light, flesh and blood flying. Experience 500. Experience 1000. Experience 2000. Experience 2000. Xiao Biela's eyes held neither joy nor sorrow. He became the Reaper, his blade aura spanning 30,000 li. With each swing, several more fell beneath his saber. Spare me, young Master Xiao. If not for Tsang Yuan's sword sex coercion, I would never dare oppose you. A 6th-rank expert from the Three Rivers Alliance, seeing Xiao Bieli within 3 zhang, hastily begged for mercy. But Xiao Bieli showed no mercy. A head soared into the air. Experience 2000. In less than 5 breaths of the nearly 100 from Gu family fort 12 linked strongholds, and the Three Rivers Alliance on the 3 ships, only Chu Bufan remained. Standing on the riverbank, Chu Bufan's eyes bulged as he gazed at the floating corpses and the blood-stained waters. Watching Xiao Bieli approach with Han Guang's head in hand, Chu Bufan stood firm and roared, "Xiao Bieli, you rely on your profound martial arts to slaughter wantonly in our Manzhou martial world. Do you not fear retribution one day?" Xiao Bieli let out a snicker. Elder Chu speaks amusingly. "It was your factions that first sought to kill me to curry favor with Tsang Yuan's sword sect. And now you blame me for the carnage. Elder Chu, you've lived for decades. Have you not yet understood? In this world, where is there any retribution? If retribution exists, it only means one is not strong enough. Over the years, many in the martial world have died by your hands. My strength is your retribution. Time to go." A crimson blade flashed with a streak of black. Chu Bufan crumpled to the ground. Experience 4000. Blood Saber, Art 1. Sheathing his blade, Xiao Bieli murmured, "Pity, with so many slain, I couldn't acquire a superior internal art to Yi Jin Jing. Must I really trade for one at the Blood-Robed Pavilion? Or try my luck in Yenzhou?" The quarter of a map to a former dynasty's treasure obtained from Lu Fuxing depicted a desert region. Yenzhou, the hottest part of the Great Qian Empire with vast deserts, seemed the likely location. Xiao Bieli had compared it to Yansis maps, but a quarter was too little to pinpoint the exact spot. Dozens of locations in Yenzhou bore some resemblance to the map's markings. Moreover, the quarter map revealed no specific treasure site. "Having killed so many, including a grandmaster, I can't stay here for now. They'll head to Yenzhou for a while." With that thought, Xiao Bieli chose a direction, stepped out, and lightly touched the water, propelling himself dozens of meters away. Experience 64,580. Pending Blood Saber Art. Reaching a secluded spot, he stopped and glanced at the system panel. Extract Blood Saber Art. Knowledge of the Blood Saber Art flooded his mind. The art is fierce and ruthless, but useless to me now. Consume 4500 experience points to upgrade the Abi Hell 3 sabers. With no internal art to improve and lesser techniques obsolete, he decided to perfect the Abi Hell 3 sabers, first saving the remaining experience for a future internal art to boost his realm. Boom. In an instant, countless insights into the Abi Hell 3 sabers poured into his mind, as if he had trained in it for decades. A demonic aura surged from Xiao Bieli, making him seem like a fiend incarnate. After dozens of breaths, he opened his eyes, red-veined and murderous, his aura fluctuating. The crimson sleeve saber was drawn. One slash. A blade aura several meters long shot forth, carving a deep gash into the ground. As the aura dissipated, so did the killing intent. Abi held the most sinister layer of the underworld. But a technique is ultimately lifeless. Gui Hai Dao was gifted, but the ceiling of his world was far lower than this one. Had he opened his brow's ancestral aperture and awakened spiritual power, he too could have suppressed the Abi Hell 3 sabers like I do. At 50% mastery, it could kill a grandmaster. Now its power is more than doubled. The next day, Xiao Long, commander of the East River Prefecture Zhenwu Hall, stood at the hall's entrance with his men as if awaiting someone. Many martial artists from across Manzhou also gathered there. Recently, due to Xiao Biela's sudden rise, the martial world of East River and Linshui prefectures had descended into chaos. The top experts of the Three Rivers Alliance 12 linked strongholds and White Cloud Manor had mostly fallen to Xiao Bieli, leaving these first-rate powers shattered. Yesterday, Zhenwu Hall had brought back dozens of bodies rumored to include Gu Xian, one of Man's 4 grandmasters, and Lord of Gu family fort. Though unconfirmed, the rumors seemed credible. "Commander Xiao, is the grandmaster's body really in the hall?" asked Zhou Wu, a 6th-rank expert, known as Miraculous Healer, standing beside Xiao Long. A close friend of Xiao Long, Zhou Wu had rushed over upon hearing of a grandmaster's death, eager to learn the truth. Their prefecture had not seen a grandmaster in a century, let alone one slain within its borders. The surrounding crowd, all notable figures of Manzhou, turned to Xiao Long for confirmation. Xiao Long nodded solemnly. Indeed, Gu family fort's lord was discovered in the Yuan River. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. A grandmaster dead in the Yuan River. Was Xiao Bieli truly that formidable? A young man blurted out, "He's even younger than me. How could he kill a grandmaster? Some hidden expert must have helped him. Many in the crowd nodded in agreement, unwilling to believe a teenage grandmaster existed. If a youth in his teens had truly reached the grandmaster realm, the entire martial world would be set ablaze. Across from Jinwu Hall on the second floor of a tavern stood Sun Yi Jin, a core disciple of the Salt Gang, and an old man in hemp robes, Gua Huai, a fourth-rank grandmaster and protector of the gang. Sun Yi Jin had once been a rising star on par with Shui Zhou, but after becoming a core disciple, he had not fought publicly, leaving his true strength unknown. The Dragon and Tiger list ranked based on visible achievements, without recent battles Sun Yi Jin did not qualify. Listening to the commotion outside, Sun Yi Jin remarked calmly, Gu Xian was a grandmaster, albeit with waning vitality, but still not someone Xiao Bieli should have been able to handle. Uncle Master, could Xiao Bieli have truly reached the fourth-rank grandmaster realm? Uncle Master, could Xiao Bieli have truly reached the fourth-rank grandmaster realm? Gua Huai shook his head. Just now I looked at Gu Xian's corpse. The fatal blow on him was filled with malevolence. It seemed to have emanated from hell. Even if I faced that strike, I would likely suffer severe injuries. That kind of strike could not possibly come from a 17-year-old. If it were not for the master practicing such a demonic blade, he would have long become a slave to it. Sun Yi Jin nodded. It appears that Xiao Bieli also has someone behind him. I just wonder which prince it is. The position of the crown prince is vacant, and the three princes are using the martial world as a chessboard, seeking to prove their talents. It's not a blessing for the martial world. Gua Huai's expression changed slightly as he whispered, Be cautious with your words. The court is powerful, and those few families do not intervene. Even our 9 sects and 6 gangs would not dare to go against the court's intentions. Do not speak of this again. The Bloodclothes building once concealed some information for Xiao Bieli. The one who acted is likely an assassin from the Bloodclothes building. At that moment, a hurried sound of hooves approached, and both Sun Yi Jin and Gua Huai turned to look in the direction of the sound. A man appearing to be in his 40s and carrying a broad sword on his back rode in front, looking somewhat travel-worn. Upon seeing the newcomer, both Sun Yi Jin and Gua Huai's expressions changed. Song Lei sword hero Dongfang Yang, a third-grade grandmaster of the Zhongyuan sword sect. This is a true figure who has broken through the threshold of life and death, and has given birth to a nascent soul. Among the 9 sects and 6 gangs, he also holds a formidable reputation. Following Dongfang Yang, there were a dozen or more individuals, the weakest of whom was a 6th-grade master, and one elder among them had a glimmering center of his forehead, revealing himself as a 4th-grade grandmaster. Sun Yi Jin and Gua Huai exchanged glances, leaped down from the window, landed on the long street, and respectfully cupped their hands towards Dongfang Yang, hero Dongfang. Senior Dongfang. At this moment, many had already recognized Sun Yi Jin's identity, as he had made several appearances in the area recently. However, this true disciple of the Salt Gang was surprisingly bowing to the incoming figure, clearly indicating that the visitor's identity was not simple. It's Phantom God Palm Master Zhang. He actually came personally. Someone recognized the identity of the master following Dongfang Yang and exclaimed, Phantom God Palm Zhang, Tao, one of the 4 masters of Manzhou. Dongfang Yang did not even glance at Sun Yi Jin, and Gua Huai dismounted and walked towards the Jinwu Hall of Dongjiang County. Sun Yi Jin and Gua Huai did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. A 3rd-grade grandmaster is already a top expert in the martial world. Although Sun Yi Jin believed his skills surpassed Shui Zhou's and his talent was also superior, he did not dare to claim he had a 30% chance of stepping into the realm of a 3rd-grade grandmaster. Breaking through the threshold of life and death has obstructed countless prodigies. Apart from the top 3 on the Dragon and Tiger ranking, who dares to say they can surely achieve the status of a 3rd-grade grandmaster? Moreover, Dongfang Yang was also one of the top 10 in the Dragon and Tiger ranking when he was young. Hero Dongfang. Commander of Jinwu Hall, Xiao Long hurriedly followed behind. Sun Yi Jin and Gua Huai also entered Jinwu Hall, but other martial guests were all stopped outside. Such knife techniques. There are shadows of the 7-kill knife. Oh, could it be related to the demonic faction? Phantom God Palm Zhang Tao frowned slightly. Although in recent years the 8 sects of the demonic path have weakened, only holding territories in the most remote states of the 24 provinces of Daqian, and they have been suppressed by the court. Yet the Tianma sect and Gushan sect among the 8 demonic sects have been inherited for thousands of years, standing firm. The demonic blade sect, while not as powerful as the Tianma sect and Gushan sect, is certainly not weak. Although he wishes to befriend the Zhongyuan sword sect, he does not want to provoke such forces. Moreover, he has heard that those in the demonic path, due to their prolonged poverty, act extremely, and if provoked, one misstep could lead to a complete annihilation of their clan. Given Xiao Bieli's way of acting, it is indeed quite possible he is a young prodigy secretly nurtured by the demonic blade sect. What of the demonic blade sect? Dongfang Yang said indifferently, having killed the true disciple of the Zhongyuan sword sect, even the demonic blade sect cannot protect him. No matter where he goes, Xiao Bili is doomed to die. After speaking, Dongfang Yang took out the tracking goo, and a disciple from Baiyun Mountain quickly handed over a few pieces of clothing belonging to Xiao Bili that were retrieved from Lichuan County. A strand of true energy was injected into the tracking goo, and it crawled onto the clothing, then began to flit around like a headless fly. Dongfang Yang's expression darkened, and Sun Yicheng quickly said, "This child is indeed cunning. He likely has methods to evade the tracking goo and may have already escaped. However, as long as this child appears again, he will undoubtedly fall under the elder's thunderous methods." Dongfang Yang's expression regained composure, and he sneered, "Of course he cannot escape. I will go to Xuanji Valley and have them calculate the location of Xiao Bili." Guohuai was slightly taken aback. Although Xuanji Valley is not one of the 9 sects and 6 gangs, its power is not weak and is second only to them in the martial world. However, although the reputation of Xuanji Valley's Tianji divination is quite grand, it can only deduce a person's approximate direction, and since Xiao Bili is a living person, he may not necessarily remain in one place. Unless Dongfang Yang binds a master skilled in Tianji divination by his side until they find Xiao Bili's location. However, Xuanji Valley is not a soft persimmon. Although the Zhongyuan sword sect has now subtly become the leader of the 9 sects, it may not allow Dongfang Yang to act recklessly. Half a month later, Yinzhou, in the vast desert, desolate and silent. A figure wrapped tightly walked through the desert, his steps light, yet firm, as the scorching sun cast a long shadow behind him. After walking for a long time, finally a small town standing against the wind and sand appeared before Xiao Bili's eyes. After leaving Manzhou, he had hastened to Yinzhou. Yinzhou is vast, at least 4 times the size of Manzhou. However, there are not many places suitable for human habitation in Yinzhou. Within this area of several dozen miles, there is only one Liashazan with a bit of water source, so many merchant caravans and travelers would rest there. The wind howled and sand filled the sky. Today is clearly not a suitable day for travel. Besides, Xiao Bili, there are no other travelers on the road. When Xiao Bili entered Liashazan, the town was eerily silent, as if there were no living souls. But Xiao Bili didn't care, instead walking towards the center of the town, finally hearing the sound of chatter as he approached the only inn in the town. Creak. Xiao Bili pushed open the door of the inn, and yellow sand poured in. Pop, pop, pop. Who would go out in this cursed weather? Quickly close the door, my wine is full of sand. A wave of discontented voices echoed. Xiao Bili closed the inn's door again. Outside the sandstorm raged, but inside the inn it was filled with people. Upon seeing Xiao Bili, many eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. Xiao Bili did not mind calling out to the young innkeeper, "I want a room and a meal, and fill my water jug." The innkeeper sitting behind the counter slightly raised his eyelids and said flatly, 5 taels of silver for 1 night. For such a large jug of water, 15 taels of silver. 10 taels for a meal. Good. Xiao Bili directly tossed a large ingot of silver and the water jug to the innkeeper. The innkeeper took the silver ingot, bit it to confirm its authenticity, and then smiled, saying, "Please wait, guest. The food will be here shortly. By the way, yesterday a horse broke its leg. We still have some fine horse meat in the store. Would you like to try some?"